In the suburbs of the city, a tempest descended with ferocity. The stroke of 1 in the morning. A woman rapped upon the door of the resort. Open the door, help, help me. A faint stream of blood mingled with rainwater trickled down from her chest. It was apparent that she had sustained grave injuries. Moments later, her strength waned and she collapsed onto the ground. After what felt like an eternity, footsteps echoed from within. The door creaked open, revealing a face as sharp as a blade. He glanced at the woman on the floor, hesitating for a brief moment before lifting her into his arms. Who would have thought she possessed such depth? Amidst the sound of rain, the man's murmurs were barely audible. Lingling found herself ensnared in an extensive dream, one where numerous mountains bore down upon her. She struggled to catch her breath. Then, a searing pain in her chest jolted her back to consciousness. She had ventured alone into a drug manufacturing den, only to be discovered and pursued. A knife wound had pierced deep into her chest. The light was blinding, and through her haze, she discerned a man busily attending to her. Her upper body felt unusually cold. You! Lingling's eyes flew open. She was certain her upper body was bare. The chastity she had preserved for over 20 years had been stripped away. She attempted to raise her hand in defiance, but found herself utterly powerless. I had been administered anesthetics. This was the final thought that crossed Lingling's mind before she succumbed to slumber once more. Time passed, and when she awoke again, she felt significantly better. At the very least, she no longer felt so feeble. She hastily surveyed her surroundings. The room appeared quite ordinary, yet it was permeated with a pungent medicinal scent. Her upper body had finally warmed somewhat. Glancing down, she noticed her chest was expertly bandaged, as if tended to by a highly skilled physician. But the sight of her injury, Lingling couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment. At her age, she had never even held hand with a boy, let alone experienced anything more intimate. Faint memories flickered through her mind. That icy touch had felt unexpectedly warm. Footsteps approached, causing Lingling's body to tense instinctively. In this unfamiliar place, she had to remain vigilant. She attempted to sit up, but found herself unable. All she could do was turn her head. Her gaze fell upon a tall man, exuding an enigmatic aura. He resembled a lone wolf, or perhaps a recluse of the highest order. Thank you. Thank you. Her upbringing compelled Lingling to express her gratitude immediately. Do not move for now. If you need to relieve yourself, I shall fetch you a urinal. In about 7 or 8 hours, your wound should pose no significant danger. The man did not lift his gaze, seemingly unfazed by the alluring curves of the bed. Who are you? You need not concern yourself with my identity, nor do you owe me any debt of gratitude. Simply refrain from causing me trouble. The man continued to ignore Lingling. May I make a phone call? Lingling endeavored to keep her tone steady. This location was perilously close to the drug den, and she was uncertain if the man before her had any affiliations with the drug traffickers. The nearby phone tower is down. You cannot make any calls. He picked up a broom and began to clear the debris from the floor. Lingling's eyes fell upon the remnants of her torn undergarments. Had this man actually shredded them? Is this place safe? The drug traffickers were ruthless if discovered. Her only fate would be death. Moreover, if the man before her was not an ally, he too would be in danger. As a public servant dedicated to apprehending criminals, she had prepared herself for sacrifice since the day she entered the police academy, following in her father's footsteps. With me here, you are safe. Lingling was left speechless. This man was somewhat unhinged. At that moment, a loud banging erupted at the door. Open up. Hurry. Have you seen a woman with large eyes and wavy hair? The intruder struck the door with a metallic object, the sound piercing. Lingling distinctly noticed a fleeting chill in the man's eyes. In that instant, she felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees. A shiver coursed through her body. This man. While Lingling's mind raced with apprehension, the man strode swiftly out of the room. Then, blood-curdling screams echoed from outside. The sound of bones cracking followed. Lingling felt her teeth clench in response. This man was merciless. Within minutes, the man returned, dragging in several individuals who wore expressions of agony. It was evident that they had lost all ability to move. Are these the ones pursuing you? At last, the man turned his gaze towards Lingling. Yais. Lingling could not suppress the gulp that rose in her throat. This man's strength was formidable. Even without her injuries, she would not stand a chance against him. Now, she was completely at his mercy. Fortunately, he seemed uninterested in her physical form. Su Lingling felt a mix of relief and disappointment. A renowned policewoman. It was her first time being so disregarded by a man. The man procured several lengths of rope from somewhere, binding the intruders together. His grip was neither gentle nor lenient, and the cacophony of their cries filled the art. Su Lingling felt a pang of sympathy for the drug traffickers. Could you be a bit gentler? Would you prefer to do it yourself? A smirk played upon the man's lips as he glanced at Su Lingling. You? Su Lingling could not help but grit her teeth in frustration. Fine, just wait. Once she recovered, she would make him pay. The man departed, leaving her in the company of the moaning criminals. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the Green Vine City Bureau. Su Lingling, having ventured alone to investigate the drug den, had mysteriously vanished. It was clear that something had gone awry. Cancel all leave. We must search for her and bring her back. Director Su Wu paced back and forth in the conference room. Su Lingling was not only his beloved niece, but also a descendant of a hero. Failure was not an option. Yes, sir. Captain Guabin of the criminal police immediately set to work on the arrangements. The police station descended into disarray. That night, many would find themselves sleepless. Simultaneously, not far from the resort, a villa blazed with lights. Vehicles arrived in succession, disembarking men with menacing visages. Boss, I heard the cops infiltrated? Yes, I was careless. Lu Jinbiao's head felt as though it might burst from the pressure. That policewoman had audaciously disguised herself as a streetwalker. He cursed himself for succumbing to temptation and bringing her back. Boss, what do we do now? His subordinates were in a state of panic. If this location were discovered by the police, they would suffer not only substantial financial losses, but also face the death penalty. The woman is injured and cannot have gone far. I will have the nearby signal towers destroyed. Search the vicinity and leave no stone unturned. Lu Jinbiao commanded his men. Very well, brother, let us set out to find them now. When it comes to matters of life and death, no one dares to be negligent. Before long, a group of fierce individuals emerged from the villa, armed with various weapons. Tell those inside to hasten production. This batch of goods is urgent. If the delivery is delayed, we cannot bear the consequences. Lu Jinbiao's expression was somewhat grim. Everything had come to a head. Just yesterday, a major client had placed an order, and the urgency was palpable. The higher-ups were indifferent to whether he lived or died. If the delivery was delayed, he would undoubtedly face punishment. Brother, there's a situation here. Soon, the group arrived at the resort, discovering signs of a struggle at the entrance. Draw your weapons. Do not let anyone escape. The small leader made a decisive call. Open the door. The knocking echoed once more. This marked the third time, and Li Mo's expression soured. Could they not allow anyone to sleep? He rolled up his sleeves. As he descended the stairs, he noticed the woman who should have been in bed had already stepped out. Li Mo glanced at her, but remained silent, showing no inclination to offer assistance. He strode directly toward the entrance. Su Lingling was momentarily taken aback. She had deliberately pretended to be weak. Yet this man seemed utterly oblivious to her plight. She nearly gasped for breath, her chest aching slightly. Quickly, Su Lingling slowed her breathing. To her surprise, the pain in her chest subsided. Upon closer inspection, she felt a cool sensation at the wound. There was even a hint of itchiness. This was a sign of healing. What kind of medication did he give me? Su Lingling couldn't help but feel curious. However, the immediate priority was to assess the situation at the door. The sounds of vehicles were incessantly approaching, and the cacophony of voices echoed harshly through the rainy night. Oh no! Su Lingling's heart sank. It seemed she had been discovered. Yet, as a public servant, she would not hide away in the house, pretending to be dead. If necessary, she would risk her life to protect. This man, is there a problem? As Li Mo opened the door, a barrage of bright lights illuminated him. Kid, did an injured woman come in here? The small leader pointed a knife menacingly at Li Mo's nose. Yes, what of it? Li Mo replied like a naive child, his face adorned with a nonchalant smile. Is she really here? The small leader's confidence wavered. Despite their numbers, the other party remained unfazed. Is it her? Li Mo stepped aside, revealing Su Lingling behind him. The small leader craned his neck to see, excitement bubbling forth. That's her. Just as he was about to command his men to rush in and seize her, a fist the size of a sandbag came hurtling towards him. The small leader had no time to react before darkness enveloped him, and he fell unconscious. Tear him apart. Seeing their leader attacked, the gang members could no longer restrain themselves, and several with knives charged forward. Their intent was clear: to incapacitate Liemo. "Be careful," Su Lingling called out, unable to suppress her concern. She wanted to help, but as she moved, pain shot through her chest once more. "That don't move, you'll need to be bandaged again." Liemo shot her a glare before turning his attention back to the advancing thugs. His gaze was icy, seeking death. Then, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted. Despite the thugs' numerical superiority, they were no match for Liemo. He was like an elusive eel, untouched by their assaults. Yet, with every strike he delivered, one thug would lose the ability to fight back. Some clutched their hands in agony, wailing in pain. Others lay contorted on the ground, unaware of their fate. Previously, Su Lingling had been inside and had not witnessed how Liemo handled the situation. Now, however, she was a spectator. Words failed to express her astonishment. Even the elite soldiers in the army could not compare. No, even they were not this formidable. Gradually, admiration began to blossom in Su Lingling's eyes. Raindrops cascaded down Liemo's chiseled features, adding an air of rugged charm. In just a few minutes, over 20 criminals lay defeated on the ground. The remaining thugs were so intimidated they dared not advance. Yet, Liemo showed no intention of sparing them. He charged forward like a tiger among sheep. The cries of the fallen continued to resonate. In her heart, Su Lingling could not help but feel sympathy for the criminals. It was a one-sided massacre. If this man harbored a desire to kill, none of them would survive. "Be gentle," Su Lingling whispered caution. The screech of brakes sounded as a bald man adorned with a gold chain hurriedly approached. He drew a handgun and aimed it at Liemo's head. "You really can fight." Lu Jinbiao seethed with rage. Without a doubt, he knew those lying on the ground would not recover for months. "Are you pointing a gun at me?" Liemo's eyes narrowed, his gaze growing even colder. "And what of it?" Before Lu Jinbiao could finish his sentence, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. His hand holding the gun fell limply to his side. Cold sweat streamed down Lu Jinbiao's face as he writhed in agony. This was not a mere fracture. This man had brutally snapped his hand. "Fire!" Lu Jinbiao screamed in a frenzied rage. Pain had stripped him of his sanity. He was solely focused on wanting Liemo dead. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted. Screams followed in rapid succession. The sudden turn of events left Su Lingling utterly unprepared. "Be careful!" By the time she uttered those words, the battle had already concluded. Liemo remained unscathed. Surrounding him, no one was left standing. The criminals who had fired their weapons all clutched their wrists. Pain etched on their faces. Strangely, they all held their wounds in the same place, as if a precise pattern had been drawn. What terrifying marksmanship! Su Lingling felt her spirit nearly flee in fright. This man's shooting skills. Liemo stepped forward, closing the distance to Lu Jinbiao. "Don't come any closer, don't kill me. How much do you want? I'll give it to you." Lu Jinbiao, a notorious figure on the street, now stood before Liemo, trembling in fear. Liemo remained silent as he retrieved a satellite phone from Lu Jinbiao's pocket and tossed it to Su Lingling. "Call for cleanup." Su Lingling cradled the satellite phone in her hands, watching Liemo's retreating figure, rendered speechless. This man was undeniably handsome. Before long, the flashing lights of police vehicles illuminated the scene. The criminals were all loaded into the cars. Seeing the aftermath, Su Wu couldn't help but frown. Who did this? Director, it was the owner of the resort, Liemo. I've already instructed someone to investigate further. The head of the criminal police, Guobin, wore a complex expression. As a retired veteran, he could discern from the injuries of the criminals that the assailant was an expert. If such a person is indeed a criminal, it would undoubtedly unleash a catastrophic calamity. A resort owner? Su Wu stared at Guobin for quite a while, and if he hadn't known that his old subordinate never joked around, he might have found it hard to believe. "I shall go in and have a word." With a solemn expression, Su Wu entered the resort. At first glance, he spotted the fragile Su Lingling in the courtyard. Su Wu could not help but widen his eyes. Will you dare to act alone again next time? This niece of his had always been a source of worry. Instead of enjoying her life as a wealthy young lady, she insisted on joining the police force. And her mother, his sister, was protective of her, which only added to his headache. Uncle, I will be sure to observe my escape routes next time. And there will be a next time. Su Wu's voice involuntarily rose in pitch. He once again questioned whether allowing Su Lingling to join the police was the right decision. Su Lingling instinctively stuck out her tongue. Before Su Wu, she was merely a junior. First, go to the hospital. Then write me a report. No less than 10,000 words. Must it be so lengthy? Su Lingling's face fell instantly. Absolutely not. Su Wu glared once more. Very well then. Su Lingling had no choice but to accept the reality. However, she had no intention of writing that much. In a couple of days, when her uncle's anger subsided, she would feign a pitiful demeanor, and the 10,000 words could be reduced to a mere 1,000. If all else failed, she could always enlist her mother's assistance. Su Lingling walked out of the resort. She glanced back several times, wishing to catch another glimpse of Liemo. Chapter 3: A phone call that startled the chief of police as dawn broke on the horizon. Liemo was engrossed in his painting, seemingly unaffected by the events that had transpired. You certainly seem unfazed, Su Wu observed, finding the situation absurd. A person who had harmed so many would typically be anxious, even if it was in self-defense. Yet, Liemo remained composed, as if fishing in tranquil waters. If there are inquiries, feel free to ask here. I will not go to the police station, Liemo stated flatly, not bothering to glance at Su Wu. In accordance with regulations, you must provide a statement. We still need to assess the nature of your self-defense, Su Wu insisted, applying pressure. Liemo, however, chose silence. Instead, reaching for the satellite phone he had acquired from Lu Jinbiao and dialing a number. Moments later, he tossed the phone to Su Wu. Su Wu felt a twinge of irritation. This man seemed oblivious to the respect due to authority. Yet, curiosity compelled him to press the satellite phone to his ear. Hello, this is Su Wu from the Greenvine City Bureau. Initially, Su Wu's tone was commanding, but it quickly softened. Yes, sir, I understand. I will not cause him any trouble. Once he ended the call, his gaze remained fixed on Liemo. Who was this individual that he could make direct calls to the chief, and moreover, to the chief's personal line? This was troubling. Su Wu felt a headache coming on. What now? This person was a formidable figure. No, a deity. The sound of footsteps ascending the stairs shattered the awkward moment. Chief, the personnel have investigated and found no relevant information, said Guobin, the captain of the criminal police, his expression one of astonishment as he looked at Liemo. In truth, there was information, but they were not authorized to access Liemo's records. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Then there's no need to investigate further. Su Wu waved his hand in irritation. Having such a towering figure as Liemo under his command left him uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. No need to investigate? Guobin looked at his superior in confusion. He knew Su Wu had connections that could yield results if utilized. A person with such terrifying skills and exceptional marksmanship could hardly be an ordinary citizen. He was likely a dangerous individual. There's no need to investigate, Su Wu declared, striding down the stairs, then turning to add, and keep this matter confidential. Understood. After saluting, Guobin stared at Liemo for several minutes, filled with questions. Before he left the room, sighing, Liemo murmured, I have not painted in a long time. I have regressed. In the hospital ward, Su Lingling's voice pierced the air with a sudden exclamation. Doctor, is my wound truly beginning to heal? Previously, she sensed that her wound was healing. Yet this seemed to defy the natural order of things, leaving her uncertain. Now, after the doctor's examination, it was confirmed that the wound was indeed healing. The physician who stitched her up possessed exceptional skills, employing remarkable medication. Having engaged in surgical practices for many years, I have never encountered a case quite like yours. He remarked, if it is not too much trouble, I would like to pay a visit to the person who treated your injury. The elderly doctor's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I'm afraid he might not appreciate being disturbed. Su Lingling instinctively declined, her mind involuntarily conjuring the handsome figure of Liemo. She had encountered many men more attractive than Liemo, yet in comparison, they appeared as mere chicks, lacking any semblance of masculine allure. Oh, I see. What a pity, the old doctor expressed, a look of disappointment crossing his face, before adding, this person's proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine must be quite commendable. Proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine. After the doctors departed, Su Lingling murmured this phrase. In this day and age, does anyone still study traditional Chinese medicine? And at such a high level. Her curiosity about Li Mo intensified, and she longed to return to the resort immediately. Ahem. A cough echoed from the doorway, startling Su Lingling as she looked up to see the serious face of Su Wu. Uncle, what brings you here? How is your recovery progressing? Su Wu placed a selection of fruits on the table beside the hospital bed. These are all your favorites. I haven't informed your mother yet. Whether to tell her is up to you. Su Wu had already learned from the doctor that Su Lingling's wound was healing exceptionally well, and she could be discharged after 2 days of observation. He sighed in relief. If anything were to happen to Su Lingling, it would be difficult to explain to his sister. Thank you, uncle, but let us keep it from her for now. If my mother finds out, she will undoubtedly keep a close watch over me. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. All right, it's your decision. This was precisely the outcome Su Wu desired, and he would not refuse. Thus, a tacit understanding was reached between them. Uncle, have the drug dens been dismantled? Yes, you played a significant role this time. The department is preparing to commend you. A smile crept onto Su Wu's lips. He had faced some pressure when he allowed Su Lingling into the municipal bureau. While some may not voice their opinions openly, they would certainly gossip behind his back about favoritism. Now that Su Lingling had achieved such a considerable accomplishment, who would dare to speak ill of her? Moreover, aside from her impulsiveness, her professional competence was remarkable. She graduated at the top of her class from the police academy. Is he all right? Su Lingling asked cautiously, a hint of worry in her voice regarding Li Mo. Although Li Mo had acted in self-defense, the bureau would not pursue him on that front. However, a resort owner with such sharpshooting skills warranted a thorough investigation. Anything less would be unacceptable. Him? Which him are you referring to? Su Wu feigned ignorance. He boldly made a call to his superior, subtly inquiring about Li Mo's information. However, his actions directly provoked the old chief, who sternly admonished him not to target Li Mo. He stated, if Li Mo has committed any serious infractions, it must be reported. The municipal bureau has no authority to handle such matters. Su Wu was at a loss for words. He had now confirmed that Li Mo was a source of trouble. A hot potato. It would be wise for his somewhat naive niece to maintain her distance from Li Mo. That resort owner. Uncle, are you losing your mind? Su Lingling remarked with a smirk. Your uncle is only in his 40s. He is far from senile. Su Wu retorted, his expression grave. What is the situation? You haven't caused him any trouble, have you? Why would I? He acted heroically. I couldn't possibly complicate matters. Su Wu was also concerned that certain words might lead to misunderstandings. Li Mo was akin to a revered figure. He was not to be trifled with. I warn you. Do not seek him out again, do you understand? Su Wu instructed sternly. Yes, uncle, I understand. Su Lingling replied obediently, though her mind was already plotting to visit him once she left the hospital. Li Mo was like a riddle, waiting for her to unravel him. Chapter 4. The policewoman in leather pants on a motorcycle. Uncle, I have achieved such great merit and sustained injuries. May I take a leave of absence? Su Lingling cheerfully clung to Su Wu's arm, shaking it playfully. You shall have a month off. Uncle, you are magnificent. Laughter echoed from the hospital room. The adjacent villa area was cordoned off, with police personnel on guard day and night, yet the resort remained unaffected. In fact, police cars deliberately slowed down as they passed. The events from a few nights prior did not weigh heavily on Li Mo's mind. In comparison to the brutalities of foreign battlefields, these incidents were trivial. He operated the resort, yet the clientele was sparse. On one hand, he disliked publicity. On the other, he preferred solitude. A rumble of motorcycles echoed from the entrance. As Li Mo stepped outside, he spotted a statuesque woman clad in snug leather pants, perched on her bike, gazing intently at him. Here for some fun? He inquired. Indeed. The woman removed her motorcycle helmet, her softly curled hair cascading over her shoulders. She gave her head a vigorous shake, drawing the attention of nearby geese. Gaggle. Are these your geese? Su Lingling immediately expressed interest in the large white geese. 100 yuan each. Only 100 each? Su Lingling's eyes widened in surprise. That is not expensive. Bring me 5. An hour later, as 5 succulent white geese were served at the dining table, Su Lingling's eyes were as wide as saucers. Wait, brother, did you really kill 5? It wasn't the money she was lamenting, but rather the fate of the geese. Here, the customer is regarded as a deity. Really? Not at all. Su Lingling felt utterly dejected, her face flushing with embarrassment. What was she just thinking? She was, after all, a very proper young lady. The enticing aroma wafted into her nostrils, stirring her appetite. Although she had just eaten upon her arrival, hunger now gnawed at her. She tore off a generous piece of the thigh and began to savor it. In the next moment, Su Lingling's eyes widened in astonishment. Delicious. This was the most delectable duck she had ever tasted. How did you make this? Su Lingling gazed at Liemo, her eyes sparkling with admiration. A man like him would surely bring a lifetime of happiness if married. That's a secret, Liemo replied, tearing off another thigh and finishing it in a few bites. His manner of eating was somewhat uncouth. Yet Su Lingling felt that such was the way a man ought to indulge in food. This habit had been cultivated by Liemo on the battlefield, where the time to eat was fleeting amidst the chaos of flying bullets, necessitating constant vigilance. Hey, why are you eating my food? After a moment, Su Lingling regained her composure and exclaimed, Can you even finish that? I can't finish it, but I can save some for later. Will the flavor remain the same? Then go ahead and eat, she thought, considering that 5 ducks for 500 yuan was not too extravagant, and allowed Liemo to indulge. Vroom vroom. Another motorcycle pulled up at the resort entrance. If one looked closely, they would notice it was the same model that Su Lingling had ridden. Lingling, are you here? A handsome man strode into the courtyard, tall and strikingly handsome. Walking down the street, he would undoubtedly capture the attention of many young women. Most notably, he had a slight muscular build, suggesting he was physically adept. Lingling, are you here? Cheng Yi, why have you followed me again? Are you a dog? The moment Su Lingling spotted Cheng Yi, her expression soured. She had clearly rebuffed him before, yet he persisted, which was quite bothersome. She wanted to speak harshly, but given their long acquaintance, it was difficult. Haha, I heard you were here, so I came along. Cheng Yi's gaze fell upon Liemo. His eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. This resort has a rather nice location, he remarked, to which silence was the only response. Cheng Yi felt a twinge of awkwardness. As the heir to the Earth Group, he had never been treated with such indifference. He ceased to acknowledge Liemo Lingling. My good friend is celebrating his birthday tonight. Come join me for some fun. Cheng Yi extended an invitation to Su Lingling. Your friend is not my friend. I'm not going. Su Lingling was far from appreciative. She was already trying to avoid Cheng Yi. Lingling, you should go. I've already talked to Andy. Cheng Yi had anticipated Su Lingling's refusal. I am still injured, so I shall not go. Su Lingling's expression grew somewhat frosty. She cast a glance at Liemo, her heart filled with resentment. This fellow. Does he not see my predicament? Why does he not utter a word? Just as Cheng Yi was about to persuade her further, unexpectedly, Su Lingling approached Liemo and, with a radiant smile, linked her arm with his. In a sweet, soft tone, she said, Liemo, dear brother, the weather is delightful today. Shall we take a stroll together? Before Liemo could respond, Cheng Yi's countenance darkened. Throughout his life, he had regarded Su Lingling as his princess, believing that one day he would marry her. You are Liemo, are you not? Cheng Yi approached with a menacing demeanor, realizing something. Su Lingling stepped back with Liemo. Cheng Yi, what are you planning? He is not your match. Yet, a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she spoke. Brother, let us spar a little. Cheng Yi was eager to engage. He was a black belt in Taekwondo and had always used his skills to fend off Su Lingling's admirers. Who are you calling brother? Liemo finally lifted his gaze, his icy stare sending a chill down Cheng Yi's spine. Nevertheless, for Su Lingling's sake, he would not back down. Do you dare? Get lost. Liemo suddenly executed a powerful kick, which Cheng Yi barely managed to block with both hands. The sound of impact resonated heavily. Cheng Yi fell to the ground, somewhat disheveled. You ambushed me. Let's go again. He protested. Wow. So impressive. Go, brother. Su Lingling cheered, clapping like an excited young girl. This only darkened Cheng Yi's expression further. Don't run. He prepared to unleash his strongest techniques, leaping high into the air and delivering a side kick, a classic Taekwondo move. Amusingly, Liemo merely smirked slightly, then raised his arms to block, mimicking Cheng Yi's previous defense. Seeking death, Cheng Yi's lips curled into a grin, confident in the power of his strike. Although he came from a wealthy family, he had always approached his Taekwondo training with utmost seriousness, practicing for years until he was no less skilled than a professional athlete. Bang! Another heavy collision echoed. Liemo remained utterly still, as if his feet were nailed to the ground, while Cheng Yi let out a pained cry, flying backwards several meters. Chapter 5. The determined policewoman wants to stay. Cheng Yi clutched his ankle, feeling as if it might snap. Su Lingling's eyes widened. While she had little regard for Cheng Yi, his taekwondo skills were undeniably formidable. Wow! Amazing! So impressive! She exclaimed, clapping fervently, resembling an ardent fan. Cheng Yi's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, filled with humiliation and anger. Once his foot felt somewhat better, he uttered a parting remark. Wait a moment, let me practice some more techniques before we engage in a friendly spar. Then, she departed with a dejected demeanor. In the courtyard, the two exchanged wide-eyed glances. My brother is truly formidable. Su Lingling's smile gradually faded, while Li Mo's gaze grew stern. You should leave as well. Li Mo issued a direct eviction order. Accustomed to solitude, he had no desire to keep anyone around, even a beauty. Especially since her presence often heralded trouble. Are you asking me to leave? Su Lingling's theatrical talent erupted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Once we settle the bill, you may take your leave. One must receive compensation for their labor, and a beauty is no exception. However, I lack funds. Would it be acceptable for me to work off my debt? Su Lingling commended her own cleverness. Li Mo's expression darkened. Were it not for his principle against striking women, he would have given Su Lingling a few sharp words. Isn't this a resort? With so many vacant rooms, it would be a shame to let them go unused. How much would it cost for me to stay? Su Lingling's eyes sparkled with a new idea. She felt that her injury had sharpened her wits. 10,000 a month. You may stay. Li Mo had initially intended to drive her away at a high price. 10,000 a month. He expected this woman to decline, as her earnings were meager. To his surprise, she agreed. Fine, it's 10,000. How do I pay for a year? Where's the QR code? When Li Mo received the notification of 120,000 yuan deposited, he was momentarily stunned. This woman was remarkably decisive. Who would have thought she was a wealthy lady? A twinge of regret flickered in his mind, yet he could not bring himself to hold a woman to her word. Boss, continue preparing delicious meals tonight. This young lady is injured and requires nourishment. After providing the payment, Su Lingling felt as if she had become half a host. What do you wish to eat? For lunch, let's have goose, and for dinner, duck, preferably stewed, as old duck soup is nourishing. Su Lingling stretched, revealing her graceful waistline. Li Mo averted his gaze. Fine, a duck costs 500. He thought to himself that the food would be expensive, and this woman would eventually succumb to the pressure and propose to vacate. As long as you cook deliciously, money is no issue. I may not have much, but I certainly have wealth. Su Lingling beamed. Do you truly work at the police station? Her spending habits resembled those of a pampered heiress. Absolutely. But I have a month's vacation to enjoy myself. I am tired. I shall rest now. Which room should I choose? Any room will do. Subsequently, Su Lingling selected the room closest to Li Mo's quarters. On a park bench beside the city center square sat a woman in her 40s, whose appearance seemed harmless. Yet, those aware of her true identity would find it difficult to sleep at night. The woman appeared to be waiting for someone. Approximately 10 minutes later, a somewhat disheveled middle-aged man settled beside her. It became evident that a woman had discovered their hideout, resulting in a significant loss. The middle-aged man, with a strained voice, insisted, "This woman must perish. My brother has also been captured." The woman, unusually agitated, caught the attention of the man known as Glasses, who appeared unfazed. "Beauty, I know what must be done," he declared before departing. The woman, referred to as Beauty, surveyed her surroundings, adjusted her attire, and rose to leave. A gentle breeze brushed past, revealing a faint tattoo of a serpent on her arm. The following morning, Su Lingling was roused by an unusual sound. Rising from her slumber, she discovered Li Mo engaging in peculiar movements in the yard. These actions were undeniably bizarre, igniting her curiosity. "Elder brother, what are you doing?" she inquired. Li Mo remained silent, and as he continued his strange motions, sounds resembling slaps echoed in the air, some seemingly emanating from within him. Su Lingling was bewildered. This phenomenon clearly transcended her understanding. "Elder brother, could you teach me?" she bravely asked. "You wish to learn?" Li Mo paused, regarding her with a bemused expression. Beads of sweat glistened on his cheeks, adding to his allure. "Yes, I want to learn." Su Lingling nodded vigorously. "Very well, follow my lead." Li Mo struck a pose. The movement appeared simple, yet was undeniably peculiar. Su Lingling attempted to replicate it, but found her body lagging behind her mind. As a top graduate from the police academy, she did not believe she lacked physical aptitude. After several attempts, she still struggled to succeed. "Elder brother, what is going on?" she questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Your talent is insufficient. You are not suited for practicing the five-animal play. Five-animal play. Su Lingling's eyes widened. She had heard of this ancient martial art, which had some contemporary variations, but they were merely rudimentary exercises with limited efficacy. Clearly, Li Mo's version of the five-animal play was distinct from the popularized forms. Could you demonstrate a different movement? She insisted, unwilling to concede. She suspected Li Mo was intentionally challenging her with a difficult task, believing other movements would be far more manageable. All right. Li Mo responded with unexpected amiability. Observe closely. He then performed another pose, standing on one leg, with both hands clasped behind his back, connecting his middle fingers. Su Lingling's face instantly fell. Without needing to try, she was fully aware that she could not perform that action. Big brother, you are clearly making things difficult for me. With a stomp of her foot, she resolved to give up. At that moment, Li Mo suddenly grasped Su Lingling's wrist. You, as her heart raced like a frightened deer, a fine stream of warmth surged into her body. An indescribable comfort. Ah, how delightful. Su Lingling couldn't help but close her eyes in bliss. Then, as Li Mo's hand withdrew, the warmth dissipated. Big brother. Su Lingling opened her eyes, gazing at Li Mo with a look of grievance. You missed out, Li Mo remarked. Missed out on what? Su Lingling asked, puzzled. You missed the opportunity to practice the five-animal play. I offer each person only one chance. Chapter 6. Even a small stone can kill, big brother. Realization dawned upon Su Lingling as she understood what she had lost. She pressed her body closer, wrapping her arms around Li Mo's, gently swaying. In that contact, their body temperatures began to rise rapidly. A missed opportunity is indeed a missed opportunity. Li Mo shook off Su Lingling and retreated to the room for a cold shower. Humph, what's the big deal? Listening to the sound of water flowing from the room, Su Lingling couldn't help but let her mind wander. Li Mo had an exceptional physique, far from ordinary. What a pity that he dressed so conservatively. After breakfast, Li Mo planned to go into the city to buy some supplies, and Su Lingling decided to accompany him. She had never been one to stay put. Had it not been for Li Mo's presence at the resort, she would have left long ago. The pair first visited the vegetable market to purchase some ingredients, then proceeded to a supermarket for other essentials. Su Lingling occasionally offered suggestions, and sometimes Li Mo would take them into account, making them appear like a couple. Suddenly, someone bumped into Su Lingling. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman, cradling a sleeping toddler in her arms, her face streaked with traces of tears. Even from a brief encounter, Su Lingling gleaned a wealth of information. This woman had issues. Without hesitation, Su Lingling exclaimed and gave chase. Li Mo paused for a moment, shook his head, and let out a wry smile. Sigh. He too followed after her. He had noticed the woman's peculiar behavior, but generally, he preferred to mind his own business. Once outside the supermarket, the woman deliberately chose to walk in less crowded areas. Before long, she entered a secluded alleyway. Don't walk away, Su Lingling called out, pursuing her relentlessly. She had already made her identity clear, yet the middle-aged woman seemed to ignore her. This only solidified Su Lingling's conviction that the woman was indeed troubled. While simultaneously reporting to the bureau, she continued her chase, completely forgetting about Li Mo. As she turned to glance behind her, she found no trace of Li Mo. This fellow seemed indifferent, detached from the situation at hand. Why pursue me? In this dead-end alley, a middle-aged woman abruptly turned, her face etched with anxiety as she fixed her gaze on Su Lingling. Is the child in your arms yours? In truth, Su Lingling had already formed a conclusion. She was merely probing the middle-aged woman. Of course, he is mine. The woman clutched the child tightly, issuing a warning to Su Lingling. Do not come any closer. What will you do if I do? Su Lingling pressed on, disregarding the woman's caution and advancing step by step. If you take another step, I will. You will what? Harm the child? At that moment, Su Lingling was less than 2 steps away from the woman. Seizing the fleeting opportunity when the woman was distracted, Su Lingling sprang forward, snatching the child from her grasp. Upon seeing the child's healthy complexion and peaceful slumber, a wave of relief washed over her. Good child, it's all right now. Overflowing with maternal affection, Su Lingling gently touched the child's adorable nose. In this dead end, she felt no fear of the woman escaping. Be careful. Li Mo's voice suddenly pierced the air. Startled, Su Lingling turned sharply, catching a glimpse of a gleaming dagger aimed at her heart. Before she could react, it was too late. The middle-aged woman, surprisingly agile despite holding a child, was a formidable opponent. A dreadful thought flickered through Su Lingling's mind. Sensing that her life was drawing to a close. Die? The woman shed her disguise, her voice resonating with a deep, masculine timbre. "Who are you?" Su Lingling's hair stood on end as she realized the woman was, in fact, a man in disguise. Damn it. Closing her eyes, she resigned herself to fate. From that day forth, she had embraced the notion of sacrifice. "Dad, I am coming." Su Lingling envisioned her deceased father beckoning to her from above, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. However, after a mere 10 seconds, the anticipated pain had yet to arrive. Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to find the assailant. The middle-aged woman, lying motionless on the ground, her eyes wide open in death. A small wound marred her forehead, oozing crimson and white. Looking around, she noticed Liam was nowhere in sight. Just as confusion set in, the sound of sirens echoed in the distance. Her colleagues had arrived. In the office of the city bureau chief, Su Wu placed a cup of coffee before Su Lingling. "You are fortunate. The deceased was a notorious assassin known as Cobra. It seems our raid on the drug den has rattled their defenses," he remarked, a hint of trepidation in his tone. When the first responders arrived, Su Lingling had still been holding the child, appearing dazed. The cause of Cobra's death was a small stone that had struck her forehead. It was Liam. Su Wu concluded without a moment's hesitation. Without Liam, Su Lingling would now be lying in the morgue of a hospital. Previously, he had consistently disapproved of Su Lingling's excessive contact with Liam. However, it now appears that her association with him at least ensures her safety. These assassins are insidious, and the protective measures employed by the authorities are proving ineffective. Only individuals like Chunjun, who navigate the gray areas, can effectively counter these killers. This implies that we shall continue to face dangers ahead. Su Lingling began to adopt a more serious demeanor. "Indeed, you must exercise caution. I will assign some personnel to safeguard your surroundings, but ultimately, your own vigilance is paramount." Su Wu gazed deeply at Su Lingling, sensing that his niece had become somewhat ensnared in this perilous situation. "I understand, uncle," Su Lingling murmured, her head bowed in contemplation. Naturally, she wished to survive. Death was not an option she desired. Thus, she needed to deliberate on defensive strategies and the precautions she ought to take in her daily life. Moreover, the enigmatic femme fatale who orchestrated your father's demise should have arrived in Greenvine City by now. After a moment's hesitation, Su Wu resolved to share this revelation. Over a decade ago, Su Lingling's father had heroically sacrificed himself while pursuing a gang of drug traffickers, and it was the mysterious femme fatale who had struck. "What? She has come." Su Lingling's fists clenched tightly. Throughout the years, she had relentlessly pursued this woman, yet the latter remained shrouded in mystery. With scant information available within the bureau, some claimed she was merely in her 40s, while others insisted she was already in her 60s. Her age was an enigma. "I will kill her." The words escaped Su Lingling through gritted teeth. Had it not been for this woman, she would not have lost her beloved father at such a tender age. Chapter 7. A kick that sends the master of Pickle Nation flying. Rest assured, Uncle will not let her escape. However, we must still adhere to the law. Su Wu patted Su Lingling's shoulder, exhaling a sigh. He understood that his niece had endured many years of unhappiness. She appeared joyous in public, but concealed a profound sorrow within. "What? The Cobra failed? And died?" A shocked exclamation erupted from the femme fatale in a dimly lit room. Indeed, he was on the verge of success, but someone intervened. Who was it? "It seems to be a resort owner." "A resort owner? Using pebbles as weapons?" "Investigate. I want to know everything about him. As long as he is not invulnerable, I shall ensure he meets his demise alongside her." Few are aware that the Cobra is, in fact, the younger brother of the femme fatale. Though she appears to be in her 40s, her true age approaches 60. The fortune she has amassed over the years has largely been spent on cosmetic enhancements. Understood. Shall we continue with the assassination? Are you foolish? The police are already mobilizing, and we do not yet know the details about this individual. We must ascertain the facts first. I have ample time. The femme fatale ground her porcelain teeth in frustration. Who are you truly? Upon returning to the resort, Su Lingling posed a question to Liam that had long been brewing in her mind. She had been eager to ask him for quite some time. Liam, unfazed, merely smiled. "I am who I am." Su Lingling took a couple of deep breaths, suppressing the frustration within her. "Speak honestly," she commanded, asserting her authority. Liam glanced at her nonchalantly and retorted, "Do not forget, I have saved you twice." Instantly, Su Lingling felt deflated. Indeed, this man before her had rescued her on 2 occasions. Without him, she would have long since turned to ash. The atmosphere grew heavy, and Su Lingling lacked the courage to pursue her questioning further. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. "I'll see who it is," Su Lingling exclaimed. Jumping to her feet, seeking a brief escape. "Make sure to assess the situation before opening the door." Liemo, well aware that he was being watched, remained unconcerned. In comparison to the battlefield, this minor potential threat was merely a triviality of daily life. Of course, those who sought his life would not be granted mercy. "Why are you here again?" Standing at the door was Cheng Yi, that persistent fellow, eliciting an eye roll from Su Lingling. "Lingling, I am not here for you this time. I am looking for the boss," Cheng Yi declared, attempting to enter. It was then that Su Lingling noticed a stocky, shorter man following him, who did not appear to be of Han descent. "Who is this?" she inquired, blocking Cheng Yi's entrance. "This is a Taekwondo master I invited from the land of pickled vegetables. He is quite renowned, and I intend to learn some advanced Taekwondo techniques from him," Cheng Yi replied, visibly excited. His affection for Su Lingling was genuine, as was his passion for Taekwondo. What advanced techniques could Taekwondo possibly offer? Liemo's voice interjected at the opportune moment, causing the Taekwondo master's expression to darken. "Sir, I would appreciate it if you retracted your earlier statement. After all, we are on someone else's turf." The master suppressed his irritation. "I spoke the truth. Why should I take it back?" Liemo crossed his arms and approached. In foreign battlefields, he harbored a particular disdain for mercenaries from the land of pickled vegetables, and the feeling was mutual, though none of those mercenaries had survived his onslaught. "Then might we spar? I have long admired the martial arts of your esteemed nation," the Taekwondo master huffed, his chest heaving with genuine anger. "Very well, do proceed." If the visitor had not hailed from the land of pickled vegetables, Liemo would have shown little interest in engaging. However, under the current circumstances, a light bout would serve as a means to stretch his muscles. "Splendid." Cheng Yi clapped his hands enthusiastically, pulling Su Lingling aside. Eager to witness who among Liemo and Park Sung-ho was the superior fighter. "Your array of talents is truly remarkable." In the past, Su Lingling perceived a glimmer of merit in Cheng Yi, but now, that sentiment has entirely evaporated. She could never harbor any affection for this individual. "I shall begin." As Liemo positioned himself, Park Sung-ho immediately recognized that he was confronting a genuine expert. The vast expanse of Huaxia, with its rich and ancient history, far surpasses that of the Kimchi nation. He knew he had to tread carefully. Park Sung-ho commenced circling around Liemo. His current style resembled not Taekwondo, but rather the refined artistry of Chinese martial arts. At last, Park Sung-ho made his move, sensing a momentary distraction in Liemo's focus. A graceful sidekick soared toward Liemo's face. "Watch out." Su Lingling could not suppress her gasp. As the saying goes, an expert reveals their prowess with but a single move. This individual's Taekwondo foundation undoubtedly eclipsed Cheng Yi's by miles. Indeed, he was a master. However, Liemo's response was swift and decisive. With a slight push against the ground, he soared into the air. "Wow, goodness." Amidst the astonished exclamations of Su Lingling and Cheng Yi, with a resounding thud, Liemo struck first, sending Park Sung-ho hurtling through the air. Splutter. A mouthful of blood erupted from Park Sung-ho's lips. Cheng Yi instinctively recoiled, realizing that Liemo had shown restraint the last time they met. Park Sung-ho struggled briefly before losing consciousness. Whether from severe injury or sheer humiliation remains uncertain. He had anticipated defeat, but never imagined it would be so utterly devastating. Not a single round had been contested. "Brother, you are simply extraordinary." Cheng Yi felt as though his worldview had been shattered. He had long believed in the supremacy of Kimchi Nation's Taekwondo. Now he found himself soundly slapped in the face by reality. "Please accept my kneeling." Cheng Yi hastily dropped to one knee. "What on earth are you doing?" Su Lingling inquired, her expression one of bafflement. This heir of the Dadi group had always been exceedingly proud, never kneeling even before his own father, yet now he was bowing to Liemo. "Brother, please permit me to become your disciple." His earnest gaze momentarily evoked a sense of surrealism, as if all that had transpired before had vanished. "You wish to be my disciple?" A smile played upon Liemo's lips. He bore no particular disdain for Cheng Yi, considering him merely a minor character unworthy of such emotions. "Becoming a disciple is permissible, but you must present 10 million, and then I shall accept you." Su Lingling's voice cut through the air abruptly. In an instant, both men turned to her. "Oh, well, 10 million is the minimum." Su Lingling bashfully lowered her head. Chapter 8. The president of the listed group blocks the door. Cheng Yi hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth as he gazed longingly at Li Mo. Does her word hold weight? For a fleeting moment, Li Mo's mind faltered. Is a 10 million fee for apprenticeship truly warranted? Am I worth such a sum? Indeed. Should the art of the 5 animals play be imparted, a sum of 10 million would hardly be excessive, perhaps even a trivial amount. Even if others were to offer 100 million, the knowledge would remain unshared. Ultimately, it all hinges on fate. However, bestowing upon Cheng Yi some martial skills poses no challenge. Yet, at this juncture, 10 million seems rather extravagant. Li Mo nodded thoughtfully, intrigued by how Cheng Yi would navigate this decision. Very well, 10 million it is. I shall provide. With that, Cheng Yi retrieved a black bank card from his pocket and reverently handed it to Li Mo master. This card contains 9,500,000. The remaining 500,000 I shall provide by tomorrow. Are you truly committed to this? Li Mo inquired, uncertainty lacing his tone. Indeed, Cheng Yi affirmed, gritting his teeth and nodding resolutely. Having made his choice, he would not waver further. This earnestness led Li Mo to regard the young scion with newfound respect. Decisiveness in such matters reveals a character of substance. Very well, furnish the remaining 500,000 by tomorrow, and I shall accept you as my disciple, imparting upon you some martial arts. A gentle smile graced Li Mo's face. The maintenance of the resort demands funds, and while he possesses wealth, he refrains from utilizing it unless absolutely necessary. As Cheng Yi departed, carrying the slumbering Park Sung-ho, Li Mo's gaze swiftly turned towards Su Lingling. What have I done wrong? Su Lingling murmured shyly, her eyes cast downward, fiddling with the hem of her garment. In that fleeting moment, Li Mo felt an urge to reprimand. Yet he refrained from striking a woman. Why did you take it upon yourself to decide for me? Decide what? If 10 million is insufficient, I shall simply ask for more. This fellow is wealthy. Su Lingling's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. With Cheng Yi now Li Mo's disciple, he would surely feel disinclined to pursue her further, allowing her a sigh of relief. Go wash the dishes, Li Mo commanded. Oh. Su Lingling obediently made her way to the kitchen. After a few steps, she realized her status as a tenant. Was it not the responsibility of Li Mo, the owner, to handle such tasks? Li Mo, she called out, but the space around her revealed no trace of him. At the headquarters of the Earth Group, Cheng Yi burst into the chairman's office in a state of urgency. Father, I need 1 million. It's urgent. Do you not have 10 million in pocket money? Have you exhausted it already? Cheng Qiming stepped from behind his desk, scrutinizing his son's expression. Though not old, he possessed ample energy and was in no hurry to have Cheng Yi take over. As long as Cheng Yi did not engage in reckless endeavors, he generally remained uninvolved. His greatest fear was that his son might fall prey to unscrupulous individuals. As the sole heir of a publicly listed conglomerate, Cheng Yi attracted the attentions of many. Speak. What do you intend to do? Cheng Qiming pressed. Cheng Yi remained silent, prompting Cheng Qiming to continue. Father, may I refrain from disclosing? Cheng Yi's expression was one of helplessness. He had considered borrowing from friends, yet money lent from friends must be repaid, whereas money requested from his father bore no such obligation. Silence is acceptable as well. Cheng Qiming shifted his tone. Go to the finance department and procure it. Thank you, Dad. Cheng Yi joyfully dashed out, having anticipated a laborious negotiation, only to find it surprisingly effortless. However, once Cheng Yi had departed, the smile on Cheng Qiming's face gradually faded. He summoned his assistant and instructed, investigate what my son is planning. Understood, Chairman. The assistant bowed and exited the office. As the leading enterprise in Lingling City, such a minor inquiry was trivial to undertake. Lingling, I have secured the funds and am currently en route to the resort. Rest assured, after I find a mentor, I shall dedicate myself to martial arts and refrain from bothering you, Cheng Yi communicated, his exhilaration palpable as the Porsche 911 sped along the highway. He did not aspire to possess the extraordinary skills of Li Mo. Even a fraction of that prowess would suffice to satiate him. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello, Mom? What? You're feeling unwell? All right, I'll return immediately. Apologies, Lingling. My mother has unexpectedly taken ill, and I must attend to her. Please inform my master that I will arrive later. I hope he doesn't take offense. Numerous luxury vehicles lined the entrance of the resort, with a multitude of men donning sunglasses disembarking from them. Their imposing demeanor suggested either military backgrounds or martial prowess. As the central vehicle's door swung open, Cheng Qiming, his expression grave, emerged. He had postponed an important business meeting today because he could not tolerate the thought of his son being deceived. He promptly contacted his wife, instructing her to keep their son calm while he resolved the situation. Once everything was settled, he would ensure that Liemo would not accept disciples, thereby alleviating any worries Cheng Yi might have. Uncle Cheng. Su Lingling recognized Cheng Qiming instantly. Lingling, what brings you here? Cheng Qiming inquired, slightly astonished. It was merely an inconspicuous resort, seemingly lacking in clientele. One would wonder why so many had gathered here. I am on holiday and came to unwind. Su Lingling replied, concealing the truth. Oh, how fortuitous. The owner of this resort attempted to deceive my son into learning some form of martial arts, demanding a tuition of 10 million. How dare he? If it weren't for the fear of angering Cheng Yi, I would have already instructed my lawyer to file a lawsuit. A fraud? Uncle, could there be a misunderstanding? Su Lingling became flustered. The sum of 10 million was her own suggestion. If Liemo were indeed a fraud, she would be complicit. What brings so many here? Liemo emerged from within, surveying the 30 or so bodyguards clad in black. Brother, do not come out. Su Lingling hastily obstructed him. She understood his formidable combat abilities, yet the odds were against them, with numerous adversaries who were not to be underestimated. Alone, she could manage at most 2 or 3 assailants. Nevertheless, Liemo did not halt his advance, stepping forward until he stood before Cheng Qiming. He furrowed his brow, sensing a resemblance between this man and Cheng Yi. Who are you? I am Cheng Qiming, the president of the Earth Group, and also the father of Cheng Yi. You must be Liemo, the proprietor of this resort? Indeed, I am Liemo. Faced with the esteemed president of a publicly listed conglomerate, a prominent figure in Lingling City, Liemo exhibited no signs of trepidation. Very well, please inform my son that if he does not wish to become your disciple, I shall not pursue the matter further. Cheng Qiming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. This demeanor was not intentional. Rather, it was a habit cultivated over time. With thousands under his command, they were all accustomed to following his directives. Chapter 9, A Touch of Defiance. I apologize, but you cannot sway my decision. You may advise your son instead. If he is unwilling to become my disciple, then I shall not accept him. Liemo certainly did not feel compelled to take Cheng Yi as his apprentice. His previous inclination had been a mere whim. A smile crept onto Cheng Qiming's face. It appeared that Liemo was quite amicable, possibly intimidated by the dozen formidable bodyguards present. If he chooses not to apprentice, kindly return my son's bank card. In truth, Cheng Qiming could easily employ legal means to freeze the bank card, but he was a man of principles who valued rationality and justification in all matters. The bank card? Impossible. Once money has reached my possession, it shall not be relinquished. Liemo smirked, embodying the very essence of a financial enthusiast. Impressive. Su Lingling, standing nearby, discreetly gave a thumbs up. Regardless of the context, Liemo resonated with her ideals. In contrast, Cheng Qiming's expression darkened. He scoffed and shifted the conversation. Since you dare to demand such a high apprenticeship fee, you must possess some skill. My bodyguards have been meticulously selected. How many do you believe you can defeat? This was an attempt to impose greater pressure on Liemo. Having navigated the business realm for years, Cheng Qiming had a keen eye. His hired bodyguards were anything but ordinary. Each of these bodyguards could easily serve as protectors for top-tier celebrities. Liemo surveyed the imposing black-clad bodyguards, each towering above 175 meters. Their collective presence was indeed intimidating. Let them all come. Liemo gestured for the bodyguards to advance together. Cheng Qiming's expression darkened. Liemo was blatantly disregarding him. As the president of the Earth Group, he could not condone an all-out brawl. He waved his hand. Send a few forward to spar with Master Li. Be mindful to keep it light and avoid serious harm. Cheng Qiming did not underestimate Liemo. He believed that 3 to 5 bodyguards would suffice to subdue him. However, mere seconds later, Cheng Qiming found himself taken aback as he observed several bodyguards sprawled on the ground. This Liemo was indeed formidable. Send in more. Do not hold back. If we lose again, it will be quite embarrassing. Understood, boss. 6 or 7 black-clad bodyguards encircled Liemo. At this point, no one could afford to underestimate him. If 7 or 8 individuals could not contend with Liemo, it would indeed be a disgrace. Each of them was a paragon within the bodyguard industry. To be unable to triumph over a mere resort owner? Impossible. Such an occurrence must not transpire. A few exchanged knowing glances, having collaborated for an extended period. They were adept at coordinated attacks. One struck at the face while another targeted the lower body, their roles clearly defined. Yet, astonishingly, Li Mo dispatched the 7 or 8 bodyguards in the second round with merely 10 seconds more than before, without a hint of uncertainty. Cheng Yi felt his mind falter. Was Li Mo truly this formidable? If he were indeed a master of unparalleled skill, then spending $1 million to apprentice under him would be inconsequential. For the Cheng family could easily afford such an expense, given that a single vehicle from their collection surpassed that amount. While Cheng Yiming's thoughts wandered, Li Mo's mocking voice broke through. Mr. Cheng, why not summon the rest to join in? He referred to the 20 or so bodyguards who had yet to engage. Are you certain? Cheng Yiming gazed at Li Mo in disbelief. To take on 7 or 8 was already an extraordinary feat. To challenge 20? In Cheng Yiming's eyes, this was sheer folly. With each additional opponent, the difficulty exponentially increased. Moreover, Li Mo had already fought through 2 rounds, and his stamina was surely waning. This was not a mere drill. Every strike was genuine. Uncle Cheng, do not hold back. If you cannot prevail against so many, it would reflect poorly on all of you, came the playful laughter of Su Lingling, causing Cheng Yiming's complexion to pale. He was a prominent figure in Greenvine City, one who valued his reputation. Indeed, if you cannot succeed, there will be no bonuses this quarter. Cheng Yiming maintained his composure. Understood. The bodyguards responded with renewed seriousness. Those previously felled by Li Mo scrambled to their feet, eager to join the fray, some feeling discontented, believing they were unprepared earlier. Hurry up. As the bodyguards merely circled him, Li Mo could not suppress his impatience. Their expressions darkened, sensing an insult. One group up first. We shall employ a rotating assault, commanded the captain of the bodyguards. Now, it was Su Lingling's turn to appear distressed. Over 20 individuals in a rotating battle? Even a donkey would be exhausted by Li Mo's efforts. Uncle Cheng, this is utterly shameless. Su Lingling protested on Li Mo's behalf. However, at that moment, Cheng Yiming's ears seemed to fail him. Despite Su Lingling's repeated calls, he did not respond. Humph. Li Mo, give it your all. Do not grant them any mercy. With no other recourse, Su Lingling shifted her encouragement to Li Mo. A smirk crept across Li Mo's lips as a thought crossed his mind. That policewoman. If I emerge victorious, will you be the one to do the laundry and cooking from now on? Li Mo is not incapable of caring for others during the battlefield. He tended to his gravely ill comrade with great diligence. If you succeed, then very well. To encourage Li Mo, Su Lingling gritted her teeth and agreed. After all, washing clothes and cooking were trivial matters to her, having been independent since childhood. Bang. Thus, the bodyguards brought by Cheng Yiming indeed commenced a relentless assault. However, they soon realized that their strategy was not yielding the desired results, or rather, it had only marginal effectiveness. Their own stamina waned somewhat. Yet Li Mo's endurance appeared largely unaffected, or rather, seemingly unyielding. Was this fellow a beast? The head of security was utterly bewildered. Having served in the military and spent time in a special forces unit, he had never encountered anyone with stamina rivaling that of Li Mo. Keep going, do not falter. Li Mo beckoned with a finger. Today, he intended to demonstrate what invincible stamina truly meant. The 5-animal play he practiced was a genuine ancient martial art, learned from a Taoist priest in his youth, an unparalleled technique from antiquity. To overwhelm him with a continuous assault was not impossible, but it would require at least a day and a night. By then, these individuals would likely be too exhausted to stand. Brothers, let us charge ahead without hesitation. The head of security felt a profound sense of humiliation. In an instant, over 20 bodyguards surged forward. Cheng Yiming's grip tightened involuntarily, despite a foreboding sense. He still held on to a flicker of hope. 2 minutes later, Li Mo remained steadfast in his position, while those around him lay scattered on the ground. Chapter 10. Visitors from Kyoto. Ouch. My hand feels dislocated. This fellow is no mere human. All the bodyguards gazed at Li Mo with expressions of sheer terror. His combat prowess exceeded their wildest imaginations. They had never conceived that such a superhuman existed in the world. Throughout the ordeal, very few had managed to touch Li Mo's clothing. Most were sent flying before they could even approach him. President Cheng, shall we continue the game? Li Mo asked with a smile. No, no more games. Cheng Yiming struggled to swallow, his throat dry. He had traversed the south and stormed the north. His experience is vast and varied. He had even had the fortune to witness the prowess of Shaolin monks. Yet, those esteemed individuals paled in comparison to Li Mo. Yay. Uncle Cheng, you've lost. Su Lingling was even more exhilarated than Liemo, as if she had clinched the victory herself. Yes, I have lost. Cheng Qiming lowered his head, lost in thought. Suddenly, he raised his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity. Mr. Li, I shall increase the apprenticeship fee to 50 million. Please do take good care of my son. As he spoke, the dignified president of a publicly listed company, the owner of the Earth Group, surprisingly knelt before Liemo on one knee. Uncle Cheng, what are you planning with 50 million? Su Lingling was bewildered. Even if Liemo were exceptionally skilled, the tuition could not possibly amount to 50 million. Moreover, Liemo had already agreed to accept Cheng Yi as his disciple for 1 million. In this context, the request for additional funds truly took her by surprise. Mr. Li, Cheng Qiming noticed Liemo had yet to respond and bowed deeply once more. Liemo scrutinized Cheng Qiming, well aware of his intentions. Accepting 50 million and establishing a master-disciple relationship with Cheng Yi would inevitably bind him to the Cheng family. Any future troubles they encountered would make it difficult for him to remain uninvolved. Very well, I shall accept the 50 million. In return, I can guarantee the Cheng family will navigate through a crisis, Liemo declared emphatically. To forego easy money is sheer folly, especially when it is presented so readily. Thank you, Mr. Li. Cheng Qiming exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. The opportunity to associate with a remarkable individual like Liemo was indeed a rare fortune. Furthermore, one could not dismiss the possibility that Liemo was connected to even more formidable figures. Generally, those of great prowess surround themselves with others of equal caliber. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Qiming made a call to summon Cheng Yi. Bow 3 times to your master. Your tuition of 50 million will be settled shortly. Cheng Qiming urged Cheng Yi with meaningful glances, prompting him to kneel swiftly. With the die cast, he had no fear of Liemo retracting his agreement. At this moment, Cheng Qiming felt more anxious than when securing a 100 billion order. What? Cheng Yi, just alighting from the car, was still processing the situation. Upon returning home, he discovered that his mother was in perfect health. It was his father who had deliberately sent him away. Rushing to the resort, he had anticipated a situation akin to a complete disaster. Dad, you actually support my apprenticeship? Cheng Yi's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Regardless of how Liemo had persuaded his father to change his mind, it was undoubtedly a positive development. Having harbored a passion for martial arts since childhood, he had only turned to Taekwondo due to the decline of traditional Chinese martial arts. As a descendant of the Han people, he naturally wished for his skills to be rooted in his ancestral heritage. Agree quickly, Cheng Qiming urged frantically. The temperament of extraordinary individuals can be quite capricious. Should Liemo reconsider, the situation could become complicated. Cheng Yi was about to inquire further about the 50 million when Cheng Qiming could no longer restrain himself and pressed down on his head. Bam! 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 The 3 resounding bows echoed loudly. Su Lingling, standing nearby, was utterly perplexed, casting a sympathetic glance at Cheng Yi. Master. Cheng Yi gazed at Liemo with fervent eyes. Given the state of affairs, he resolved to acknowledge Liemo as his master. Will you obey? Yes. Are you willing to wash your master's socks? Yes. Will you covet the women around your master? Cheng Yi glanced nervously at Su Lingling, gritted his teeth, and replied, I will not. That would be a betrayal of my master and ancestors. Now, Cheng Yi's mind was entirely occupied with the thought of learning martial arts from Liemo. He had come to realize that the disheveled state of the group of bodyguards was undoubtedly the work of Liemo. The greater the prowess of the master, the more formidable the skills one would acquire in the future. Little did he know that in the ensuing period, he would not learn much in the way of martial arts, but would endure considerable hardship. A year later, upon reuniting with friends, they barely recognized the fatigued Cheng Yi. Very well, for the time being, I shall accept you as an outer disciple and teach you some rudimentary skills. Once you have passed the test, I will initiate you as an inner disciple and impart to you the true techniques. Liemo would not immediately regard Cheng Yi as one of his own. There was much for both to acclimate to. Thank you, master. Only after all was settled did Cheng Yi dare to rise from the ground, glancing at Liemo, who wore an expression of excitement. Ahem. The first rule of the sect, do not stare directly at your master. Liemo, being of normal inclination, did not appreciate being scrutinized by another man. Yes, master. Cheng Yi reluctantly lowered his gaze to the ground. Suddenly, Su Lingling beside them could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, resembling a pig's squeal. Ahem. I leave my son in your capable hands. Please educate him. I shall not offer any favoritism. In a bid to ensure that Li Mo would diligently teach Cheng Yi, Cheng Qiming was willing to go all out. From childhood, Cheng Yi had been treated like a precious gem, pampered by his entire family. Indeed, you may leave now. Transfer the remaining funds by the end of today. Li Mo produced a piece of paper bearing his bank account details. Cheng Qiming accepted the paper and nodded, rest assured. I will instruct the finance department to transfer the money immediately. Just as he was about to take his leave, he noticed a great cloud of dust rising at the end of the road. Following that, a military vehicle led a long convoy. Cheng Qiming's expression hardened as he recognized the license plates. They were from Kyoto. Please leave immediately. Before long, Cheng Qiming and his companions found themselves surrounded by armed soldiers. Move, move, move at once. Though Cheng Qiming was a prominent figure in Greenvine City, he could not afford to offend the dignitaries within the convoy. Cheng Yi, are you leaving? It appeared these individuals were seeking Li Mo. Whether it was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain, but it was best to hide quickly. Master, should I go? Cheng Yi felt a twinge of panic. He was fearless but not oblivious to reason. No need to leave, it is fine. Li Mo offered Cheng Yi a reassuring smile. Upon hearing Li Mo's words, the soldiers, who had initially intended to drive Cheng Yi away, halted in their tracks. Cheng Qiming cast a deep glance at Li Mo, feeling grateful that his son had found such an extraordinary master. Indeed, this mentorship was worthwhile. He had initially thought Li Mo was merely an ordinary resort owner, but it was evident now that Li Mo possessed connections that reached far and wide. Truly an exceptional individual. With the association of Li Mo, the Cheng family could expect to thrive for some time, as long as they did not act foolishly. Cheng Qiming's convoy departed hastily, not daring to linger for even a moment. Handsome, are you looking for something? Su Lingling had just overheard the conversation between Li Mo and Cheng Yi, but she found it hard to believe. Just then, an elderly gentleman, supported by a guard, approached. Young man, I must trouble you again, he said. Although the old man clearly held a prestigious position, his demeanor towards Li Mo was quite cordial. No worries. Just compensation will suffice, Li Mo replied, striding into the room. The elder chuckled awkwardly at first, then erupted into hearty laughter. It had been 2 years since their last meeting, yet he was still the same. It seemed the elder regarded Li Mo as a close friend across generations. Su Lingling and Cheng Yi stood by, hardly daring to breathe. Such individuals of high status were not within their reach. And they were also curious about the elder's purpose for visiting. Your master is quite impressive, Cheng Yi remarked. Indeed, he is formidable. I wonder if this venerable gentleman has come to study martial arts as well, Su Lingling observed, casting a deep glance at Cheng Yi. After knowing him for so many years, she had never realized the extent of his lack of understanding. Thankfully, it was not too late to recognize it now. Chapter 11. The police flower nanny. The sentinel stood 10 meters away from the room. The elder's condition was a closely guarded secret, not to be revealed to others. Inside the room, the elder lay obediently on the bed, numerous silver needles embedded in his body, creating a rather daunting sight. This was not his first experience. He lay with his eyes closed, relishing the treatment. It's you again. The old fellows at the National Hospital cannot match your technique, he remarked. A gentle warmth coursed through his body, making him feel several years younger. They only grasped the superficial, Li Mo replied in a calm tone. And the elder did not contest this, seemingly in agreement. However, had others overheard this, they would undoubtedly deem Li Mo arrogant. As the practitioners at the National Hospital were among the pinnacle of traditional Chinese medicine. Half an hour later, the session concluded. The elder donned his clothes and retrieved the medical imaging film he had brought. It was a scan revealing a tumor in his brain, and it appeared to have grown larger. The elder sighed. No one wishes for death, especially someone of my stature. It's not that I cling to power. Rather, there are still many things left undone. Li Mo took a glance at the film. The situation is manageable, he assured, as he had some knowledge of Western medicine as well. That's a relief. I appreciate your assistance, the elder exhaled, feeling a weight lifted. After Li Mo's previous treatment, the tumor had remained stable, with no growth. And there had been no headaches as long as he adhered to a proper diet and routine. Recently, due to pressing matters, he had delayed seeking treatment, resulting in the tumor's expansion. It may cause some discomfort. Bear with it, Li Mo said as he opened another medical box and retrieved several slender silver needles. The silver needles, of an unknown material, gleamed with a brass-like hue. As they pierced the elderly man's crown, wisps of warmth began to rise. He felt as if a furnace had ignited within his head, scorching the area afflicted by the tumor. He was unaware of how Li Mo accomplished this feat. Yet he found it utterly miraculous. The duration of the treatment felt exceptionally prolonged. By the time it concluded, Li Mo was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. "Well, you should be fine for a year," he stated. "A year? Wasn't it previously 2 years?" The elderly man received a pointed glance from Li Mo. "You have delayed the treatment, and your bodily functions are aging. Although I have endeavored to awaken your latent potential, the immutable laws of life and death cannot be defied." Sighing, the elderly man reflected, "I suppose I have been overly concerned. Given that I have this affliction, living for several more years is already a blessing." His life experiences had granted him a perspective of acceptance. "When you leave, remember to settle the payment." Li Mo began to gather his medical instruments. The elderly man couldn't help but chuckle. The so-called treatment fee was minimal, merely a token gesture. Of course, he intended to repay Li Mo in other ways. If you were to join the National Hospital, your talents would be utilized to a far greater extent. Each time he contemplated that such a profound practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine as Li Mo was managing a resort, the elderly man felt an urge to express his frustration. If Li Mo were to enter the National Hospital, the average lifespan of the upper echelons of Huaxiao would increase by at least 5 years. "I dislike being constrained. Let us refrain from discussing such matters," Li Mo replied coldly, signaling the end of the conversation. "Very well, as you wish," the elderly man responded with a resigned smile. Those of exceptional ability often possess their own peculiar temperament. Excessive pressure yields counterproductive results. Should any issues arise, feel free to call me directly. You know my personal number. Do not worry about disturbing my sleep. Old Zhang has already informed me of recent events, and I have communicated that in this place, known as Greenvine, no one would dare to trouble you, not even the military." The elderly man's words were laden with significance, yet Li Mo remained remarkably composed. "Thank you." The elderly man departed as quietly as he had arrived. "My heavens, you startle me," exclaimed Su Lingling. "Master, who is that? I believe I've seen him on television." She and Cheng Yi swiftly encircled Li Mo. "He is an elderly man. Did you not see? Are both of your eyesight impaired?" Li Mo's retort left Su Lingling and Cheng Yi at a loss for words. "Master, you know what we wish to understand," Cheng Yi said, his face a picture of grievance, even pouting slightly. "Could you not be a bit more manly? I somewhat regret taking you on as a disciple." Cheng Qiming had already transferred the remaining funds, prompting Li Mo to genuinely consider retracting his decision. "No, master, I am quite capable," Cheng Yi declared, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his well-defined muscles. "After years of practicing Taekwondo, it has not been in vain. Did you see those geese?" Cheng Yi followed the direction pointed out by Li Mo and saw several large white geese frolicking joyfully. "I see them, master. What is the matter? They are hungry. Feed them." "But master, I came here to practice martial arts." Cheng Yi felt a wave of injustice wash over him, tempted to stamp his foot, but he restrained himself, realizing such behavior would be rather unbecoming. One of the rules of the sect was that a disciple must heed their master's words. Failure to do so could result in expulsion. Another rule stated, "Master's words. All right, master. I shall feed them and ensure they grow plump and healthy." Cheng Yi hurried away, fearful that Li Mo would perceive him as disobedient. Although Li Mo had not revealed the elder's identity, it was evident to even the simplest minds that the elder's status was far from ordinary. Such a master was one to follow closely. Despite the considerable influence of the Earth Group in Greenvine City, it did not rank highly on a national scale. Cheng Yi's father had long desired to expand the Earth Group's reach across the nation, yet progress had been sluggish due to a lack of connections. Perhaps, with Li Mo as his mentor, a breakthrough might finally be within reach. "Go on, it's time for feeding." Cackling, "Cheng Yi, are you feeding chickens or geese?" Su Lingling laughed heartily, unable to stand upright from her amusement. "Don't just stand there. I have some clothes that need washing. Hurry and take them." Li Mo instructed Su Lingling. "Why should I? Am I not a distinguished police flower? Are you saying I lost and won't admit it? What did I lose?" Su Lingling understood Li Mo's implication but stubbornly refused to concede. "You can choose not to go. However, one of the tenant's rules is, do not speak without acting on your word." "All right, I will go. I'll help you wash them. After all, we have a washing machine." Su Lingling's curiosity about Li Mo had reached its zenith, and she had no intention of leaving easily. She was determined to uncover the truth about Li Mo. With 2 more people around, it feels a bit crowded, but not unpleasant. The thought of having someone to assist with daily chores made Li Mo's lips curve upwards. At that moment, a loud exclamation came from Su Lingling. Boss, why are your underwear a bit dirty? I think I should wash my own underwear. It's not appropriate for you, being a girl. Li Mo rushed into the room and snatched the red underwear from Su Lingling's hands. Su Lingling's face had already turned as red as a monkey's backside. This woman is not without understanding. You men are all the same. Su Lingling shot Li Mo a glare before clutching the other clothes and leaving the room. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Cheng Yi was awakened by Li Mo's call. Master, is it time to begin teaching me the real skills? Cheng Yi, still bleary-eyed, was filled with anticipation. Yes. Li Mo nodded. First, assume the horse stance. What? Oh, okay. Although Cheng Yi felt a twinge of disappointment, he resolved to behave obediently on the first day of his master's careful instruction, determined not to anger Li Mo. Thus, he held the horse stance for 2 hours. Thanks to Cheng Yi's background in Taekwondo, he could withstand the ordeal. Otherwise, he would have truly faltered. However, after 2 hours, he had reached his limit. Master, is the time not yet up? Cheng Yi trembled as if he had just emerged from water, his voice barely coherent. Just hold on for another 5 minutes. And you may rest, Li Mo replied, feigning sleep on a nearby bench. Master, how many times have you said that I can rest after 5 more minutes? Cheng Yi felt a wave of despair wash over him. If it weren't for his genuine desire to learn from Li Mo, he would undoubtedly have fled by now. After all, he was the esteemed heir of the Earth Group, a super-rich second generation in Greenvine City. Well, I must persist. I cannot incite my master's ire. Oh, what a splendid day it is. Su Lingling stretched languidly as she descended from upstairs. She had slept soundly the previous night and even dreamt a beautiful dream. Her gaze fell upon Li Mo, admiring his physique. While not the stereotypical muscular type, every curve of his body was exquisitely defined. Oh, isn't this young Master Cheng? What seems to be the matter? Are you overindulging this early in the day? Su Lingling teased upon seeing Cheng Yi drenched in sweat. She found the resort increasingly amusing. Su Lingling, hold your tongue. Cheng Yi, feeling quite vexed, responded curtly. Oh my, such a fierce tone. Li Gu, your disciple still has much to practice. Just endure for another half hour, then we shall have breakfast. Master. Cheng Yi's wail echoed through the courtyard. At 8 in the morning, the three gathered for breakfast, thin porridge and pickles, a rather modest spread. Su Lingling kept her head down, stifling laughter. If you dare to slack off again, you can return whence you came. Li Mo scolded without reservation, irritated by her attempt to shirk responsibility. Indeed, if you continue to be so lackadaisical, you can go back. Cheng Yi eagerly chimed in, seizing the opportunity for retaliation. Humph. 2 grown men, so petty. Next time, it should be more sumptuous. She certainly had no intention of returning. Su Lingling had not yet had her fill of fun. Just after they finished breakfast, the sound of a car horn echoed from outside. Beep, beep, beep. Oh no. My mother has arrived. Su Lingling dashed back upstairs like a startled rabbit. Does this woman possess some sort of clairvoyance? Li Mo mused as his gaze followed her retreating figure. She was still clad in a delicate nightgown, testing his composure. Hee. Aunt Su must have a multitude of inquiries after not seeing her daughter for so long. Cheng Yi chuckled, perhaps struck by a thought. Since it was Su Lingling's mother, Li Mo felt obliged to step outside and greet her. A Porsche sports car was parked outside, and a woman who appeared to be in her early 30s stood before it. Hello, Auntie. May I ask who you are? Su Yi scrutinized the young man in front of her. Upon hearing that her daughter had recently sustained an injury and was staying in this desolate place, she hurried over to check on her. With only one daughter, she became particularly protective after her husband's passing. However, due to her busy business schedule, her ability to care for her daughter was often limited. I am Lingling's friend and the proprietor of this resort. My name is Li Mo. Is Lingling inside? As she spoke, Su Yi had already begun to stride forward. Yes, she knows you are here and is quite excited. She has gone to her room to prepare herself. Li Mo replied with a smile. Su Yi was taken aback. This girl, even dressing up to see her mother. At that moment, Cheng Yi also emerged. He was relatively familiar with Su Yi. Aunt Su. Cheng Yi greeted her sweetly. Cheng Yi, you are here too? Are you with Lingling? Aunt, you misunderstand. I am here to learn martial arts from my master. Cheng Yi quickly clarified, fearing that Li Mo might misinterpret the situation. He had also noticed that Su Lingling seemed to harbor feelings for Li Mo master. Who is your master? Su Yi's gaze shifted to Li Mo, and she shook her head. Impossible, this person is far too young. However, Cheng Yi held himself in high regard, often looking down on ordinary individuals. Aunt, this is indeed my master. This is your master? Su Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Is your father aware of this? Aunt, my father knows. He even supplemented the 50 million apprentice fee for me, Cheng Yi replied. 50 million for an apprenticeship? It took Su Yi a while to process this information. There must be some underlying circumstances she was unaware of. How could an apprenticeship possibly cost 50 million? Cheng Qiming was astute and never engaged in unprofitable ventures. Just as she was pondering, Su Lingling dashed out from inside. She immediately embraced Su Yi's arm and began to shake it. Mom, why are you here? You didn't even tell me. Humph. Su Yi's expression tightened. Do you even acknowledge me as your mother? You get injured and don't inform me. You come here without a word. If I hadn't asked your uncle, I would still be in the dark. Su Lingling had anticipated this reaction. Regardless of her mother's words, she simply nodded. After a while, Su Yi's throat grew parched. She tapped Su Lingling on the forehead. Next time something significant occurs, you must tell me, regardless of where I am or how busy I am. Do you understand, you little rascal? I understand, Mom. You must be tired. Go inside and rest. I'll get you a glass of water. The two women stood together, resembling sisters rather than mother and daughter. This aunt has a rather charming personality. Master. Actually, aunt is quite captivating. Many successful individuals have attempted to pursue her, but failed. In her youth, she was the most beautiful flower of the green vines. All right, let us head inside as well, lest others think we lack warmth. In the living room, Su Lingling poured a cup of tea for Su Yi. As Su Yi sipped, she surveyed the surroundings. How many days have you been staying here? Mother, it has only been a few days, yet I find the environment here quite pleasant and am contemplating a long-term stay. A long-term stay? Chapter 13. The beautiful chairwoman transforms into a foodie. Su Yi narrowed her eyes. How long do you plan to stay? Su Lingling shrank her neck. Well, I have already paid a year's rent. A year? Su Yi clenched her teeth. You can actually adapt to living in a place like this? Isn't the family villa more than adequate? If Su Lingling resides here, she would hardly see anyone throughout the year. Mother, the villa is undoubtedly delightful. But I feel lonely all by myself. Su Lingling sought excuses. Lonely? You must be joking. There are plenty of things to do. I heard there's a recent operation, and the police have mobilized. Mother, didn't uncle tell you? I'm on vacation for a month. All right. Su Yi recognized that her daughter was unwilling to leave for the time being, and she refrained from pressing further, acknowledging that her daughter had grown up. However, she did not believe Su Lingling's claims about enjoying the environment here. At that moment, Liemo and Cheng Yi entered, followed by another individual. Upon seeing this person, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. This was Cheng Qiming's special assistant. He was also Cheng Qiming's most trusted confidant, handling all significant personal matters for him. Mr. Li, the chairman asked me to deliver these items, stating that it would be a waste to leave them untouched. If you like them, I can bring more. Assistant Su did not arrive empty-handed. He carried numerous bags filled with exquisite cigars and fine wines, estimated to be worth over 1 million. Upon witnessing this, Su Yi's heart leaped. It seemed that Cheng Qiming genuinely valued Liemo, making an effort to cultivate goodwill. At that moment, Assistant Su noticed Su Yi and nodded in acknowledgement. Su General Manager is here as well. Assistant Su, hello. I came to visit my daughter. Su Yi rose and extended her hand. Although he was merely an assistant, his influence in Greenvine City was hardly inferior to hers. Oh, I shall not disturb you then. By the way, Chairman Cheng mentioned that the Dadi Group could collaborate with the Tianjiao Group on the previous project. When would you be available, General Manager Su, to negotiate the specifics at the Dadi Group headquarters? Hearing this, Su Yi could not contain her excitement. The project mentioned by Assistant Su was of great importance to her. If a successful partnership with the Dadi Group could be established, it would greatly benefit the Tianjiao Group. She had approached Cheng Qiming several times before, but he had not budged. Having thought there was no hope, she was unexpectedly met with a ray of light. Thank you. Assistant Su, is Chairman Cheng available tomorrow? I wish to pay a visit as soon as possible. Allow me to check the schedule, and I will inform you shortly. Assistant Su took his leave, and Su Yi fell into deep contemplation. Cheng Qiming's sudden change of heart must have a reason. But what could it be? Could it possibly be due to Liemo's influence? Unlikely, she thought, shaking her head and dismissing the absurd notion. Mother, it is a rare occasion for you to visit. Allow me to show you around the vicinity. Deep down, Su Lingling harbored a desire to limit her mother's interactions with Liemo, fearing that she might inquire about matters best left unspoken. Certainly. I was just contemplating a stroll. Su Yi's gaze flickered past Liemo. Although he had only been present for a brief moment, she had already sensed her daughter's affection for him. Disciple. Yes. Prepare the goose. Attend to the esteemed lady. Oh, very well. Who prepared this exquisite meal? It rivals that of a five-star chef. For lunch. Su Yi initially intended to keep things modest, as she typically held high standards for her culinary experiences. Given the less-than-thriving resort, she had little hope. To her astonishment, every dish presented was delectable. She immediately began to sing praises, her chopsticks working tirelessly. Auntie, it was master who cooked. Cheng Yi, equally engrossed, found himself famished after an exhausting morning of rigorous training. Liemo prepared this. Su Yi's beautiful eyes fixated on him. Earlier, her daughter had shared some details about Liemo, including the fact that he had rescued her twice. Her perception of him shifted significantly, leading her to abandon her insistence that Su Lingling leave the resort. However, she still felt compelled to contemplate the prospect of her daughter dating Liemo carefully. Ideally, she wished for Su Lingling to find a capable partner from a prominent family, sparing her from hardship. Auntie, if it's to your liking, please indulge further. Everyone present appreciated the gesture, and Liemo's spirits were elevated. I can't eat another bite. I am truly full. You've worked hard, so please enjoy some more soup. Auntie, allow me to serve you some soup. Thank you. Su Yi tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, the gentle breeze revealing her lustrous earlobe. In a villa's basement, a veiled beauty known as the Snake was listening to her subordinate's report. Preliminary investigations indicated that the resort's owner was named Liemo, a former mercenary abroad with an unclear record, an orphan who had returned to the country a few years ago to purchase the resort. Recently, prominent figures from the capital had been spotted there. Should anything happen to him, the repercussions could be significant. If we are to take action, we must be prepared to retreat. No matter his prowess, he too can meet his end. Her nails were already embedded in her flesh. The Snake had no intention of sparing Liemo. No one who had harmed her family could continue to exist in this world. Then you must exercise caution. Understood. Even if I encounter misfortune, I will not implicate you. The Snake cast a cold glance at her subordinate, who trembled at her gaze. In a Western restaurant, 3 individuals sat by the window. Su Lingling had made significant contributions in dismantling a drug manufacturing operation, earning both honorary recognition and a modest material reward. Upon receiving her payment, she insisted on treating Liemo and Cheng Yi to a meal. Thank you, young lady. Master, we are fortunate. Cheng Yi chuckled. Recently, the intensity of their training had heightened his appetite. Focus on your meal and speak less. Su Lingling currently harbors a disdain for Cheng Yi, perceiving him as a mere nuisance, oblivious to his own lack of awareness. He appears at the most inconvenient times while being absent when needed. Very well. I shall remain silent. May I order a medium-rare sirloin steak? Is that too much to ask? Cheng Yi has resigned himself to the notion that winning Su Lingling's affection is a futile endeavor, opting instead to devote himself to martial arts. As long as you remain silent, 2 servings would be acceptable. Su Lingling rested her chin on her hand, intently gazing at Liemo eat. Liemo felt somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny and playfully pressed down on her head. Recently, this woman had become increasingly bold, even daring to wash his underwear. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding surged within Liemo. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Su Lingling. Chapter 14. The Whimsical Policewoman Crash. The tableware lay in disarray as the two tumbled to the ground, a bullet landing on the floor nearby. What are you doing? Su Lingling had yet to comprehend the situation. Liemo had lunged with such force and suddenness. There's a killer. Liemo pinned Su Lingling down, preventing her from rising. Peeking out cautiously, he spotted a shadow on the rooftop across the street. Su Lingling instinctively reached for her waist, only to remember she was on leave and had left her firearm behind. What should we do? Panic set in for Su Lingling, but she quickly steeled herself. I will catch him. She attempted to push Liemo aside, determined to pursue the criminal, unwilling to let such a person roam free. Don't move if you wish to live. At that moment, Liemo was in a heightened state of alert, akin to a leopard poised to pounce. Su Lingling had never witnessed this side of him and felt a tinge of fear. Distract the killer for me while I go. Liemo was reluctant to let her take risks, knowing her combat skills were not as refined as his. Typically, a hitman would retreat after a failed attempt. However, this particular assassin was audacious enough to strike in broad daylight, leaving Liemo uncertain of the killer's intentions. Oh, how should we proceed? Su Lingling felt warmth in her heart from Li Mo's protective demeanor. Remove your clothing and extend it out. Li Mo crawled across the ground with a speed that surpassed even a typical human's run. Su Lingling watched in astonishment, marveling at a feat beyond human capability. What are you waiting for? Do as I say. Li Mo snapped back with urgency. This woman was oblivious to the peril they faced. Oh. Su Lingling promptly removed her top and extended it outward. With a swift crack, a bullet pierced through the fabric. Instinctively, she recoiled her garment. Just as Li Mo had surmised, the assassin had not retreated. Wait, how did Li Mo know to do this? This man was concealing secrets from her. Damn it. In the distance, an elderly man struck the ground fiercely with his fist atop a tall building. He had been lurking for days, finally seizing an opportunity. He thought success was assured, yet unexpectedly, he was uncovered by Li Mo. With no time for contemplation, he hurled the firearm downwards. Any diversion would be advantageous, as the weapon bore no fingerprints linking it to her, thus eliminating the fear of police scrutiny. The old man retrieved a garment from a nearby plastic bag, disguising himself as a janitor, and calmly descended the stairs. On the first floor, Li Mo's keen gaze was fixed on the elevator entrance. A killer intent on a swift escape would likely opt for the elevator. However, this was no ordinary assassin. Li Mo located the stairwell and slipped inside. His footsteps were so light they barely made a sound. Lacking formal training, he attributed this stealth to the practice of the five-animal play. After ascending several flights without any sign of his quarry, he encountered an elderly man sweeping the floor. Li Mo cautiously slowed his pace. The man was indeed old and male. Li Mo relaxed slightly. Have you seen anyone else come down from here? He inquired. No, not at all. The elder replied, everything appearing quite normal. Isn't this stairwell too quiet to be swept? He chuckled. I do it every few months. The property management requires it monthly. But I've been lazy. Oh, Li Mo noted, finding no cause for alarm as he passed the old man. Yet, an unsettling premonition lingered in his mind. The absence of suspicious figures suggested that the target had likely vacated the building. Continuing the search would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. By chance, Li Mo glanced at the old man's hands, and suddenly, his body tensed. In an instant, the elder swiftly produced a dagger and lunged at Li Mo. Almost deceived you. Li Mo effortlessly seized the assassin's wrist. The touch was smooth. This was a woman, one well-preserved. With a contemptuous spit, she attempted to retaliate. A glint of steel flew towards Li Mo's neck. A mere parlor trick. He dodged with ease, then swiftly bound her hands behind her back, denying her any further opportunity for resistance. I can offer you money, $1 million. Is that sufficient? You are not the police. Surely, wealth is your priority. The woman struggled momentarily but could not break free, resorting to softer tactics. Li Mo remained silent, swiftly delivering a blow to her chin. The impact rendered her incapable of speech, leaving her to emit only whimpers. By the time Li Mo escorted the subdued assassin into the lobby, the police had already arrived. Li Mo? Su Lingling rushed towards him, her concern for his safety apparent. Are you all right? I'm fine. The perpetrator has been captured. Oh. Su Lingling then noticed Li Mo holding an elderly individual. This is a janitor. Look more closely, he urged. With the crisis averted, Li Mo's spirits lifted. Wait. Is this a woman in disguise? Su Lingling, having undergone systematic training, swiftly detected the anomaly. Indeed, she is a promising student. Humph. Take her away and conduct an immediate interrogation. At that moment, Su Wu approached with a serious demeanor. Given the occurrence of such an incident in a bustling area, he must provide an explanation to his superiors. Moreover, the assassin had targeted Su Lingling, an affront he could not tolerate. Two special police officers stepped forward to escort her, cautioning, be careful, she may attempt to take her own life. Li Mo reminded them before they transferred her. We will be vigilant. The two officers exchanged glances with Li Mo, acknowledging his capability in subduing the assassin. Li Mo, I owe you another favor this time. Su Wu expressed his gratitude. Had it not been for Li Mo, his position as the police chief might have been jeopardized. She intended to kill me. I cannot allow her to escape. Li Mo thought coldly as he observed the female assassin's retreating figure. If this were abroad, that woman would already be dead. You deserve such credit, Su Wu said, looking somewhat troubled. If Li Mo were a normal individual, he would certainly be recognized. However, Li Mo was not. Give it to Lingling. I require nothing. Huh. I did nothing. Su Lingling protested vehemently. Having already felt undeserving of the accolades from the previous drug den incident, she could not accept recognition this time. You stubborn fool. If it weren't for your reminder, how would I have known the assassin would take the stairs? Liemo gestured frantically at Su Lingling. Huh, was it me who reminded you? Su Lingling widened her eyes, bewildered. How could she not remember? Su Wu cast a deep glance at Liemo and patted Su Lingling's shoulder. Your contribution in capturing the assassin is paramount. Prepare for a promotion. In the previous drug den case, due to Su Lingling's relative inexperience, she had not received a promotion, given her significant achievement this time. Failing to promote her would be unjust. Thank you, Chief. Su Lingling finally grasped the situation and saluted Su Wu. All right, I must return to arrange the interrogation. I'll inform you as soon as there are updates. Understood, you may proceed. Once Su Wu departed, Su Lingling immediately embraced Liemo's arm, playfully saying, You worked hard. Handsome. Chapter 15. The Prodigal Son. This time, we narrowly escaped the calamity. Liemo still felt a lingering sense of trepidation. His instincts had come into play. Yet he knew he could not always sense impending danger. He hoped Su Wu would extract valuable information during the interrogation, for the assassin surely had accomplices, who might also pose a threat to him. As long as there remained even a hint of potential danger, Liemo would find a way to eliminate it. At the Municipal Bureau, all criminal investigation experts took their positions. Following such a significant incident, a weight rested heavily on everyone's minds. The assassin's identity had been reconstructed and was currently being searched in the database. Everyone hoped to uncover the assassin's identity information within the database, as this would greatly facilitate the interrogation process. The woman was a professional assassin, and conventional interrogation methods proved futile. Su Wu had consumed several cups of tea, his heart racing with anxiety. Beep. The computer finally signaled. Everyone gathered around, their eyes wide with disbelief. She was the Serpent Beauty. Immediately, the interrogation commenced. All personnel sealed off the city's entrance and exit routes, ensuring her accomplices could not escape. Su Wu couldn't help but clench his fists. The Serpent Beauty was the prime target of the Lufteng City Bureau. The incident from over a decade ago had not only claimed the life of Su Lingling's father, but had also left several colleagues severely injured. The losses were indeed considerable. Every member of the Lufteng City Bureau yearned to apprehend the Serpent Beauty. Yet this woman had eluded capture like an elusive eel for many years. Upon receiving the news, Su Lingling was overwhelmed with tears. For so long, she had sought to find the murderer of her father, and she never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. Liemo, woe is me. Su Lingling dashed into Liemo's room, disregarding the fact that he had just emerged from the shower, still unadorned in clothing, and embraced him tightly. Hey, wait. In this state, it's easy for me to get flustered. Liemo groaned in discomfort. Did this woman not fear losing control? Seeing Su Lingling weep sorrowfully, Liemo suppressed his tumultuous thoughts and gently patted her back. It's all right, put me down. Upon learning of the situation, Su Yi rushed to the resort, and the mother and daughter were soon in tears together. They had endured so much over the years. Cheng Yi felt a pang of jealousy. Liemo, thank you. Thank you for saving Lingling. Thank you for helping us capture our enemy. Once calm returned, Su Yi promptly expressed her gratitude to Liemo. Auntie, it was the least I could do. Liemo replied with a carefree smile. Capturing criminals was not just for Su Lingling, but for himself as well. He would not take undue credit. All right. Su Yi glanced at her daughter, then at Liemo, suddenly feeling that they were quite a match. Liemo, shouldn't we exchange contact information? Oh, sure, Auntie. Liemo glanced at Su Lingling, who was discreetly stealing glances at him, then took out his phone. They exchanged contact details and even added each other on a messaging app. A few days later, under the directive of the Kyoto headquarters, the Lufteng City Bureau successfully dismantled the assassin group to which the Serpent Beauty belonged. In fact, after her capture, the remaining members of the assassin group were gripped by fear. Those who had committed lesser crimes voluntarily turned themselves in, hoping for leniency, thus alleviating a significant burden from the police. 2 weeks later, the media fervently reported on the incident, mentioning Su Lingling, indicating that she would receive a grand commendation. Su Lingling felt both exhilarated and saddened, for her vacation would be cut short, and she would no longer be able to visit the resort daily. As the bureau was currently understaffed, everyone is quite busy. As the niece of the director, she must lead by example. Liemo, do you ever think of me? At the entrance of the resort, Su Lingling gazes affectionately at Liemo. Yes, in the dead of night. Liemo chuckles. He dislikes overly formal farewells and wishes not to be swayed by emotions. Thus, he intends to let the future with Su Lingling unfold naturally. Humph. I knew you had ulterior motives. Seizing an opportunity when Li Mo was distracted, Su Lingling planted a fleeting kiss. Cheng Yi happened to witness this scene and could not suppress his reaction. Cheng Yi, are you trying to get yourself killed? It was Su Lingling's first proactive kiss with a man, and being seen left her so embarrassed that she wished to sink into the ground. I'm leaving. The motorcycle roared to life and sped away. Watching Su Lingling's retreating figure, Li Mo felt a twinge of something amiss. He touched his face and realized that remnants of saliva were rather excessive. This woman, that master, I truly did not mean to. Cheng Yi lamented. 3 hours of horse stance. Master, please no. The courtyard echoed with Cheng Yi's cries. On that day, a group of motorcyclists passed by. Chen Xiao. There's a resort here. We're hungry. Shouldn't we grab a bite before we leave? Certainly. Chen Xiao parked his motorcycle and strolled inside. He is the heir of the Huing group, a notable figure in the second-generation circle of Ulfting City, with no other hobbies but riding motorcycles. Is anyone here? Where's the boss? Hurry up and serve us. Naturally, Chen Xiao did not need to take charge of ordering. He simply waited for his meal. This place isn't impressive at all. After surveying his surroundings, Chen Xiao reached a conclusion. The resort's owner evidently had not maintained the premises, as animal droppings were visible everywhere. A few days prior, Li Mo had discovered some rare medicinal herb seeds and had gone up the mountain early in the morning to plant them. His ancestors hailed from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, renowned several centuries ago. However, as traditional medicine waned, the Li family largely distanced themselves from the field. Nonetheless, relevant texts had been preserved. Initially indifferent towards traditional medicine, Li Mo's perspective changed after practicing the 5 animal frolics. One day, he unwittingly picked up a traditional Chinese medicine book passed down through generations and found it to be profound. Concepts that once eluded him now became clear. From that moment on, he immersed himself in the study, dedicating 3 years to mastering the texts, even self-studying acupuncture. His family's ancient manuscripts recorded numerous archaic prescriptions. Yet due to the scarcity of medicinal materials, these prescriptions could not be transformed into pills. Recently, with some free time on his hands, Li Mo decided to make an earnest effort. If he could truly produce some pills, it would not only benefit humanity, but also enhance his own longevity and well-being. Are you all looking for something to eat? Upon returning to the resort and noticing the crowd, Li Mo was somewhat taken aback. The resort he manages is rather secluded, seldom frequented by visitors. Are you the owner? Chen Xiao scrutinized Li Mo with a sidelong glance, his patience wearing thin after such a lengthy wait. Yes, I am indeed the proprietor of this establishment. Li Mo suppressed his smile. Yet another group of second-generation rich. Compared to Cheng Yi, these individuals displayed a lack of refinement. Chapter 16. Is that person? We are hungry. Hurry and prepare something to eat. We have plenty of money. A young man with dyed blonde hair approached Li Mo, exuding an air of arrogance. I'm afraid there is nothing to eat here. You should seek sustenance elsewhere. If these individuals had approached him amicably, Li Mo would have had no qualms about providing a little snack. After all, he was in the business of hospitality. However, given their poor attitude, he had no time to entertain them. Oh, what kind of attitude is this? Do you even intend to keep this resort open? Are you aware of who young Master Chen is? Have you heard of Huing Group? Young Master Chen is the heir to Huing Group. If you had any sense, you would present your finest offerings to him. Should young Master Chen be satisfied, your resort would never lack for business. It is a privilege for you that young Master Chen chooses to dine here. Why are you still standing there? The group of young men clamored, believing Li Mo to be just a minor resort owner, with nothing to fear. Even if a scuffle broke out, they felt emboldened by their numbers. I have already stated that I will not serve you. Now, I kindly ask you to leave, or I shall have to throw you out one by one. Li Mo replied coldly. Previously, he had only seen wealthy second-generation individuals flaunting their power on television. Now, he was witnessing it firsthand. In the years he had operated the resort, it was the first time he encountered such a lack of decorum among the privileged. He had indeed heard of Huing Group, but it was nothing compared to Dottie Group, with a mere valuation in the billions. Oh, you dare to threaten me? Do you not believe that with a single phone call, your resort could be rendered unable to operate? How dare you speak to young Master Chen in such a manner? The group of motorcycle enthusiasts erupted in fury at Li Mo's perceived insult. Those who ride motorcycles are often impulsive. Except for Chen Xiao, who remained seated. The others encircled Li Mo with menacing expressions. What? Do you intend to fight? Li Mo remained unperturbed. Although they were numerous, each of them was slender and slight. In a real confrontation, he feared he might inadvertently injure one of them. What would you do? A young man with green hair, dressed in ripped jeans, impulsively raised his hand, intending to slap Li Mo. He sought to impress Chen Xiao, believing it would benefit his family's business. However, in the next instant, Li Mo firmly grasped his wrist. Hey, that hurts. Please let go. Li Mo had not exerted much force, yet the green-haired youth's legs buckled. Show me some face and let him go. The henchman, having been reprimanded, caused Chen Xiao's expression to darken. You have lost face in my presence. Li Mo was determined to teach these individuals a lesson. He not only refused to relent, but also increased his force. Oh dear, oh my. The pain was unbearable for the green-haired one, who collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony. Chen Xiao's expression darkened. Generally, he had no desire to bully others, as it would be beneath him. However, given the circumstances today, he felt compelled to intervene. What are you waiting for? Hurry and assist. The others were merely awaiting Chen Xiao's command. They were not naive. The pretense of rescuing was merely a facade, while the true intention was to retaliate. Several fists flew towards Li Mo, though they restrained themselves from striking his face. After a minute, all those who had attacked lay on the ground, clutching various parts of their bodies, crying out in pain. Chen Xiao remarked, We've had enough. This fellow is too strong. Quickly call the police. This is lawless. Chen Xiao did not hesitate, pulling out his phone to dial a familiar police chief. Hello, Uncle Zhang, are you at work today? I've encountered a situation at the resort. The owner has assaulted someone. Could you please come? After hanging up, Chen Xiao remained silent. With so many injured by Li Mo, he felt it necessary to pursue this matter with vigor. Prepare to face imprisonment. How impressive you are with your strength. The motorcycle gang continued to shout, yet having learned their lesson, they dared not lay a hand on Li Mo again. Li Mo remained silent, attending to his own affairs. It was they who initiated the conflict, and he had merely administered a measured response, ensuring they only felt temporary discomfort without serious harm. Minutes later, a police car arrived at the resort, and 2 officers emerged, who reported the incident. Where is Uncle Zhang? The chief is occupied. We were dispatched to handle the situation. The lead officer appeared somewhat impatient, as these wealthy second-generation individuals frequently stirred trouble. Even if they were attacked, it was likely they had provoked the situation. Chen Xiao's expression soured. The absence of the chief made him feel embarrassed. However, he failed to consider that a chief could hardly heed his commands. Personal favors are one thing. Official business is another. Earlier, we passed by here and intended to have a meal, but unexpectedly, the owner not only refused to serve us, but also resorted to violence. Look at them. They are all injured. In support of Chen Xiao's statement, others rolled up their sleeves and lifted their shirts. Indeed, there were signs of swelling and bruising. The lead officer's expression turned grave. Regardless of the second generation's provocations, no one was permitted to resort to violence. Where's the owner? Master, I am back. At that moment, Cheng Yi entered, carrying a hoe, covered in mud. He had been tasked by Li Mo with handling subsequent matters, causing his late return. Goodness. Cheng Xiao, it truly is you. Chen Xiao and the others rushed over. Cheng Yi was the most prominent of the affluent second generation in Greenvine City, someone they sought to curry favor with. The influence of the Wei Ming group paled in comparison to that of the Dadi group. Cheng Yi merely nodded, his disdain for these individuals evident. What brings you here? He inquired, noticing the injuries adorning their figures. Forgive me for any amusement caused. It is nothing of consequence. Chen Xiao, perplexed by Cheng Yi's presence, refrained from explaining the situation. Return now, place the items over there, and then proceed to feed the geese, Li Mo commanded as he emerged from within. Understood, master. Cheng Yi disregarded the crowd and set about his tasks, leaving Chen Xiao and the others in a state of confusion. What transpired? They exchanged glances, realizing Li Mo's significance. 2 of them, upon seeing Li Mo, shared a furtive look and whispered to one another. Is that him? It appears so. I didn't notice before, but the resort he operates seems to be situated here. What shall we do now? What can be done? We must report to the director. With that, the 2 hurried outside. If Li Mo indeed held such a status, this incident would fall beyond their jurisdiction, necessitating intervention from the esteemed director. Chen Xiao, what do we do? A group of motorcycle enthusiasts found themselves flustered, acutely aware that they had encountered formidable opposition. "It's fine." Chen Xiao feigned calmness as he approached Li Mo to apologize. "I sincerely apologize for our earlier behavior. You have done nothing wrong. Let us consider this matter settled." "Settled? Absolutely not." Li Mo intended to impart a lesson to these privileged youths, and thus, it could not simply conclude here. Chapter 17. The Chairman's Best Friend. The police flower. What more do you desire? Chen Xiao felt a bitter taste in his mouth, regretting his earlier demeanor. He contemplated approaching Cheng Yi for assistance, but feared that Cheng Yi would refuse him this favor, leaving him in a quandary. At that moment, the two returned, delivering a brief message. "You all remain here. The matter will be addressed shortly." They then stepped outside to await further developments. Chen Xiao and his companions exchanged puzzled looks. Why could such a straightforward issue not be resolved immediately? "Do not fret, I will make a phone call." Chen Xiao hastily dialed his family, now recognizing that he was ill-equipped to handle this predicament. Half an hour later, an array of vehicles halted before the resort. "Li Mo, are you unharmed?" Su Lingling was the first to rush in, concern etched upon her face as she scrutinized him from head to toe. "I am fine. What could possibly be the matter?" Li Mo chuckled, relishing the attention. "Su, Officer Su." Chen Xiao stood in stunned silence. Everyone recognized Su Lingling, the most enchanting police officer in Greenvine City, whose uncle served as the director of the municipal bureau. "Did you trouble him?" Su Lingling turned, her gaze fierce as she fixed it upon Chen Xiao and his companions. "And no, Officer Su, allow us to explain." "Officer Su, we were in the wrong." The group of motorcycle riders instantly capitulated. For those who reveled in their machines held a profound fear of law enforcement. "Xiao Lu, please check whether those motorcycles outside comply with regulations. If necessary, call the traffic police." "Understood, Captain." With that, a brisk figure strode outside. At this moment, Chen Xiao and his companions wore expressions of deep concern. "Oh, have you been promoted?" Li Mo remarked with a grin, casting a mischievous glance at Su Lingling. Little official, little official." Su Lingling responded with a subtle smile, pride evident on her face. Shortly thereafter, Su Wu entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Upon seeing Chen Xiao and the others, he issued a direct command. "Take these individuals to the police station for questioning." "Yes," the officers replied. "Director Su, we were wrong, truly wrong. We apologize and are willing to compensate." Panic ensued among the group of motorcycle enthusiasts. If they were taken to the police station, the situation would spiral out of control, jeopardizing their standing in Greenvine City. Any criminal record would leave a permanent stain on their lives. "Dad," Chen Xiao glanced at the middle-aged man beside Su Wu. "Cooperate with the police." The man, faced with so many witnesses, could hardly voice his objections. He had been in the midst of a crucial meeting when Su Wu's call summoned him. With only one son, he certainly wished to avoid any trouble. Su Wu remained silent, observing the unfolding scene. Chen Xiong, being of mature age, knew how to handle the situation. "Well, Mr. Li, it was entirely my son's fault. We at Wei Ming Group are preparing to invest in a resort, and your location is just perfect. We could either acquire or collaborate. If it's an acquisition, I assure you a satisfactory price." Li Mo initially intended only to teach the younger generation a lesson, not to seize anything. "Why not ask for something?" Su Lingling suggested with a playful wink. She held a poor opinion of Chen Xiao and sought to extract some form of retribution from the Chen family. Yet, Li Mo hesitated. Given the favorable demeanor of his counterpart, it felt unreasonable to press further, especially since he had incurred no substantial loss himself. "I've noticed the roads near the resort are rather dilapidated. Perhaps we could have Wei Ming Group repair them in the name of charity?" A voice interjected as Cheng Qiming entered. "Director Cheng, what brings you here?" Chen Xiong's forehead beaded with sweat. He did not believe Cheng Qiming had come to assist him. "I find that idea quite agreeable." Su Wu chimed in, solidifying the decision. This matter need not have escalated to such proportions, but directives from above mandated that Li Mo should not suffer any grievances in Greenvine City, leaving no choice but to proceed in this manner. Li Mo's frustration was alleviated, and the local villagers would benefit, achieving a harmonious resolution. As for Chen Xiong's feelings, that was not a concern for him. "Very well, Wei Ming Group will undertake the annual maintenance of certain roads. I will arrange it immediately, given the circumstances." Chen Xiong could not voice any dissent. He resolved that upon returning home, he would thoroughly admonish his wayward son to get his act together. Spending an entire day with a group of unambitious individuals, what is one to become? "Mr. Li, I shall not impose any further." With that, Chen Xiong took his leave. He felt somewhat disoriented, as Su Wu had not divulged much, leaving him unaware of the true nature of Liemo. However, one thing was certain, it was wise to avoid provoking him. My apologies for troubling you with this excursion. Liemo had not anticipated the commotion it would cause. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Wu exited without a backward glance. His presence had already felt somewhat inappropriate, and lingering would not reflect well. Cheng Yi, however, harbored no such reservations, having made the effort to visit. He was naturally inclined to cultivate a closer rapport with Liemo. This incident had allowed him to once again witness Liemo's considerable influence. It was a trivial matter, yet the head of the municipal bureau had made a personal appearance. Such an honor was not to be taken lightly. Son, how have you been lately? Cheng Yi observed that Cheng Yi had matured significantly, filling him with joy. Father, I have not been well. The sight of his family stirred a surge of emotion within Cheng Yi. And you? Will you stay or depart? Liemo turned his gaze towards Su Lingling. She appeared even more enchanting than before, especially in her uniform, which sparked the imagination. Su Lingling wished to remain, but feared it would seem too obvious. A woman in love often overthinks. At that moment, a phone call interrupted her thoughts, and she sighed in relief. Excuse me, I must take this call. Hello, Fei. You're back from abroad. The caller was her good friend, Leong Fay, who had established a beauty company and was regarded as a paragon of entrepreneurial women among the younger generation in Luftang City, rising from humble beginnings to success. Are you coming to see me? Wonderful. After hanging up, Su Lingling smiled brightly at Liemo. I'll introduce you to a beautiful woman shortly. Your friend, Fei. Isn't it? Liemo replied with a grin. How did you know? Su Lingling's smile faded instantly as she glared at him. This fellow was rather unruly. What you mentioned on the phone, I have keen hearing and overheard it. Leong Fay stood at approximately 7 meters tall, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses. Dressed in professional attire, she was slim in all the right places, yet pleasantly plump where it counted. In summary, she was utterly captivating. Chapter 18. A friend's request. Liemo's gaze flitted between the two women, each possessing her own unique allure. What are you staring at, you rascal? Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his side, and upon turning, he found himself confronted by Su Lingling's furious eyes. He chuckled. Shall we not make introductions? The more Su Lingling reacted this way, the more Liemo's attention was drawn to Leong Fay. Leong Fay, president of Meizhuang Group, highly educated and an intellectual figure, was pursued by many men. Lingling, what nonsense are you spouting? This must be your boyfriend, correct? Leong Fay regarded Liemo with great interest, while Su Lingling, who had never experienced romance and often held a somewhat disdainful view of men, found herself inexplicably close to the man before her. What a nonsense. We are merely ordinary friends, Su Lingling said shyly, lowering her gaze. She harbored feelings for Liemo, sensing that he reciprocated her affections, yet neither had the courage to voice their emotions. Not your boyfriend? Then I may pursue him, correct? Leong Fay teased with a knowing smile. Su Lingling exclaimed, looking up in surprise at her friend. It took her a moment to grasp that her confidant was playfully provoking her. You mischievous Leong Fay, are you seeking trouble? Just wait and see how I handle you. Without hesitation, Su Lingling launched an attack on Leong Fay's armpit. Given her training, Leong Fay was no match, and soon she was begging for mercy. All right, Lingling, I concede. Is it not enough that I've admitted my fault? Your man, how could I possibly covet him? Perhaps we could both admire him together. Cheng Yi, tying on an apron as he emerged, was taken aback by the lively scene. Master, may I watch? He inquired eagerly. Mind your own business. Liemo replied curtly, returning his focus to the spectacle. Cheng Yi hurriedly retreated, his mind solely devoted to mastering martial arts, leaving little room for thoughts of women. Enough of this. You're making a fool of yourself, Leong Fay chided. Are you still trying to steal my man? No longer. I'll let you off this time. After their playful tussle, the two women appeared disheveled and somewhat unkempt. All right, come inside. Liemo coughed lightly, hands behind his back, pretending he had witnessed nothing. What do you see in him? He doesn't seem particularly handsome. What kind of eyes do you have? Where is he lacking in looks? I tell you, he is quite impressive. Impressive? Leong Fay's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Have you experienced it yourself? Her gaze flitted back and forth between Su Lingling. Well, he does seem a bit more robust. They say women bloom anew after certain experiences. Leong Fay, are you trying to provoke me? I shall retaliate. Spare me, my lady. I was wrong to speak. Leong Fay, you are crossing the line. Ha ha ha. Not long after their laughter subsided, the two women were at it again. Ahem. Cheng Yi entered, looking bemused. The women quickly ceased their antics. Mr. Cheng, they stammered, their cheeks flushed. Mr. Li, I have a matter to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I have used some of the items you sent last time, and I will arrange for more to be delivered tomorrow. Cheng Yi had hoped to linger a while longer, but with Leong Fay present, he felt it more appropriate to depart. Surrounded by the youth, he deemed it unsuitable to impose his presence further. No need, Mr. Cheng, you are too kind. Li Mo, having accepted Cheng Yi, treated Cheng Yi with newfound courtesy. It's nothing. I have plenty, all gifts from others, and they are merely sitting there. Well then, thank you, Mr. Cheng. Li Mo is not one to be overly sentimental. He chuckled. As we are all familiar faces here, no need for formality. Cheng Yi nodded to the two women before hastily stepping out. What brings Mr. Cheng here? Leong Fay asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. In Lingling City, there is no one unaware of Cheng Yi, nor anyone who does not wish to make his acquaintance. To curry favor with Li Mo. Su Lingling replied with a cheerful demeanor. To curry favor with Li Mo? Leong Fay responded with skepticism, her heart filled with doubt. This is delicious. So fragrant. Lingling, no wonder you seem so reluctant to leave. At mealtime, Leong Fay transformed into a true gourmand. Even if it's tasty, you shouldn't indulge so. You must consider your image. Su Lingling was rendered speechless, wondering why everyone who came could not stop eating. Her mother was like this, and so was her best friend. It truly is delectable. Leong Fay reluctantly paused, yet her gaze remained fixed on the culinary delights in her bowl. Did you have nothing to eat abroad? The food overseas is horrid. Haven't you noticed I've lost weight? You've lost weight. Su Lingling's eyes scrutinized Leong Fay's upper body. I can't shake the feeling that you've gained quite a bit. Su Lingling. Leong Fay was left speechless. How could her best friend have changed so much in such a short time? Eat. Don't look where you shouldn't, and don't listen where you shouldn't. Li Mo tapped Cheng Yi on the head. This fellow can't even enjoy his meal without glancing around. Master, is this also a rule of the sect? Cheng Yi felt a bit aggrieved. If you think so, then it must be true. Oh, all right. Cheng Yi obediently buried his head in his food. Not bad. Li Mo nodded in approval. Cheng Yi was talented and obedient, showing potential to become a fine disciple. Raising his head, he noticed the two women sitting upright, as if the earlier playful antics had never occurred. Go on, don't stop. Li Mo expressed his desire for more. Two pairs of beautiful eyes fixated intently on Li Mo Lingling. Your future boyfriend seems a bit unreliable. Leong Fay concluded. In that case, I might consider dismissing him. Su Lingling shot a glance at Li Mo. At present, it seems this fellow has a few tricks up his sleeve. After the meal, Leong Fay revealed her true purpose for coming. Lingling, you should know some security companies within the system. Please introduce a reliable one to me. As I've encountered some troubles recently, Leong Fay was no longer giggling and joking at this moment. Fay, have you run into trouble? Do you need my help to resolve it? Su Lingling immediately became concerned. It is quite challenging for Leong Fay to make her way alone in Lingling City. Lingling, it may not be appropriate for you to intervene in this matter. Simply recommend a reliable security company, as I intend to hire a few private guards. Leong Fay displayed a look of hesitation. The other party has not committed any crime, and with Su Lingling getting involved, it could potentially lead to complications. Given the current prevalence of forums, should someone guide the narrative maliciously, it would place Su Lingling in a precarious position. Very well, I shall make a call and inquire. Since Leong Fay expressed this sentiment, Su Lingling did not press further and proceeded to dial several numbers on her phone. Chapter 19. Unlocking a new identity after a brief interval, Wu Lingling concluded her calls and cast an incredulous glance at Leong Fay. There are female security guards available, yet they do not meet your requirements. They would merely serve as a FAAD, and in the event of a real incident, your best bet would be to flee swiftly. What now? Leong Fay's brow furrowed deeply. Who is it? It's Ko Wentao. Is it him? Rest assured, this fellow won't be at large for too long. Though she spoke confidently, Su Lingling's expression mirrored her concern. Ko Wentao is quite a notable figure in Lingling City, having initially amassed wealth through rather dubious means before rapidly cleansing his reputation. Currently, he is engaged in legitimate business. And even if the municipal bureau wished to take action against him, they would struggle to find evidence. Su Lingling had long been aware of Ko Wentao's infatuation with Leong Fay. Alas, he not only desires my person, but also covets my company. Leong Fei's frown deepened. Has he exhibited any outrageous behavior? Not as of yet, which is precisely why I wish to employ a few professional guards. Should anything arise, we would be better equipped to respond. However, I am also wary of male guards. What should we do? Leong Fei buried her head in her hands. The reason she had been abroad for so long was to evade Ko Wentao. Recently, she had become increasingly disinterested in company affairs, resulting in a certain level of disarray within the organization. In this day and age, one need not fear overt malice, but rather the incessant annoyance of others. The nature of many issues is difficult to define. Ko Wentao is adept at exploiting legal loopholes, making him a formidable adversary. This indeed presents quite a dilemma. In that moment, Su Lingling found herself devoid of effective solutions. Absent an official identity, she possessed numerous means to alleviate her close friend's troubles. Yet now, that was not an option. Cheng Yi, what are you doing here? I see you bustling about. You're not experiencing life, are you? Leong Fei diverted the topic. She was acquainted with Cheng Yi, though they were not particularly close. Not at all. I am training in martial arts with my master. At that moment, Cheng Yi was gnawing on a large chicken leg. Martial arts? Leong Fei's gaze shifted to Liemo. Does Liemo still practice martial arts? This question was naturally directed at Su Lingling. Yes, indeed. He is quite skilled. Su Lingling's eyes suddenly sparkled. She glanced at Liemo and then back at Leong Fei, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Indeed, Fei, entrust Liemo with your protection. I assure you, with the happiness of my remaining years, that as long as he is by your side, no one shall harm you. Leong Fei pondered, and it seemed feasible. The person recommended by Su Lingling must possess commendable character. But is this prudent? Are you not concerned about my relationship with him? It is essential to clarify this matter beforehand, for misunderstandings in the future could adversely affect our relationships. When a man and woman are together, especially with Liemo serving as her personal bodyguard, their interactions will inevitably increase, sometimes leading to intimacy. Having navigated the business world, Leong Fei was open-minded, yet she feared that Su Lingling might overthink. You and he? Su Lingling hesitated for a moment. But witnessing her best friend on the brink of a precipice, she could not turn away. She feigned nonchalance, saying, even if something were to develop, it matters not. With such a fine man, we shall compete fairly. Liemo was displeased by these words. Wait a moment, shouldn't you consult me about this? As for a personal bodyguard, let alone if you can afford me, you must consider whether I am willing. Liemo, are you unwilling? My dearest friend needs your assistance. Su Lingling pouted, wrapping her arms around his. Such a display would weaken any man's resolve. Is this truly how it will be? Your friend is rather attractive. I cannot guarantee my self-control, Liemo remarked, half in jest. He could lie still on the battlefield for a day and night. Yet before a woman as alluring as Leong Fei, he was uncertain of his restraint. He did not wish to deceive himself, nor others. Why dwell on this now? We shall address it later. Have you truly found mutual attraction? No, certainly not. Both Liemo and Leong Fei shook their heads in unison. Then it is settled. Fei, the fee will be 50,000 a month, of which 10,000 is mine. I assure you, I am not asking for much. Su Lingling hastened to advance the arrangement. 50,000 is reasonable. I have no objections. I will instruct the finance department to transfer the funds to your account when the time comes. Leong Fei patted Su Lingling's hand, signaling her understanding. Liemo protested, hold on. Why should my salary be deducted by 10,000 every month? Moreover, why should my earnings go into her account? Brother, Su Lingling clung to him once more. I just paid 120,000 in rent and have no money left. Are you truly going to make me suffer? Furthermore, would I ever misappropriate your funds? If that were the case, you could do as you please with me. As she spoke, Su Lingling puffed out her chest. Am I really allowed to dispose of you as I wish? Liemo felt a discomfort, certain parts of him stretching. Su Lingling could sometimes be quite enchanting. Of course it's true. Would I deceive you given my status? Su Lingling winked mischievously. Very well, I find myself rather bored lately. So I shall take up the role of a personal bodyguard. Liemo conceded, half-heartedly agreeing. For his inaugural assignment as a bodyguard, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Previously, he had only known the art of taking lives. This was his first foray into the realm of protection. Moreover, Being in close proximity to Leong Fei would afford him the opportunity to encounter a plethora of novel experiences. Although he had spent many years on the battlefield, he did not consider himself aged. There remained much to learn. The following day, Liemo commenced his duties. The resort was temporarily entrusted to Cheng Yi, as there were seldom many guests and little to manage. Leong Fei's daily routine commenced at 6 in the morning, followed by a workout, breakfast, and makeup. Naturally, Liemo prepared the breakfast. After all, she was a woman, a stunning beauty at that, and he felt it inappropriate to burden others with such tasks. Initially, there had been a housekeeper in the villa, but for reasons unbeknownst to him, Leong Fei had chosen to dismiss her. Your millet porridge is delightful. And this bread is exquisite. How did you bake it? After an invigorating workout, Leong Fei was famished. Yet, with a bowl of millet porridge consumed, she felt instantly revitalized. She silently thanked Su Lingling for introducing her to Li Mo. Setting aside any other considerations, his culinary skills were undeniably impressive. If you wish to learn, I can teach you when I have the time, free of charge. Dressed in yoga attire, her body exhibited a tantalizing silhouette, prompting Li Mo to steal a few more glances. I'm full now. I'll take a shower. We set off at 8. Leong Fei abruptly set down her spoon and fled. Li Mo paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing that his gaze had lingered a touch too ardently. It seemed prudent to temper his enthusiasm in the future, lest he be misjudged as a rogue. Nevertheless, sharing daily life with such an exquisite beauty would stir feelings in any man, himself included. Previously, Li Mo believed he possessed considerable composure around women, but after leaving the battlefield, he discovered he was not so different from other men. Chapter 20. A company full of women. Leong Fei's mode of transport was a modified van, which provided a comfortable ride. However, in terms of driving performance, it was rather mediocre. The vehicles from these islands were primarily driven by brand reputation. They lacked power and exhibited poor steering capabilities. Leong Fei, however, was unconcerned, seizing the opportunity to catch a quick nap in the vehicle. Call me before we arrive. I need to touch up my makeup. Touch up? Didn't you just apply it? Li Mo pondered, though he refrained from voicing his curiosity. They arrived at a factory specializing in lingerie, which was not particularly large in scale. Is this also the company's factory? Li Mo inquired, fully aware that since Leong Fei was drawing a salary, he was now part of the company. If there were any benefits offered, he expected to partake as well. No, they are merely contracted to produce a product for us. Oh, Li Mo quickly grasped the situation. Many contemporary companies opted not to operate their own factories, instead outsourcing production. In truth, this arrangement was quite efficient, allowing everyone to focus on their respective roles. While Leong Fei engaged in discussions with the factory personnel, Li Mo, feeling somewhat idle, found a chair and sat down. Taking out his phone, Li Mo engaged in a flirtatious conversation with Su Lingling, the undertones of their exchange hinting at unspoken desires. However, Su Lingling, preoccupied with her own affairs, could only respond intermittently. After more than an hour, Leong Fei emerged, beckoning Li Mo to follow her inside. Is there something regarding me? He inquired. You will find out once you enter, she replied. Li Mo, oblivious to the faint blush on Leong Fei's cheeks, was led into a small, windowless room, ventilated solely by air conditioning. What is the purpose of this? Are we meant to cultivate some emotional connection? He mused, feeling an irresistible urge to tease Leong Fei. The thought of betraying Su Lingling did not weigh on his mind at that moment. Once again, reality affirmed that he was not a man of integrity. Perhaps he had never truly grasped his own nature. Leong Fei's heart raced as she felt the playful tension between them. Had it been any other man making such audacious remarks, she would have been enraged. Yet, with Li Mo, she found herself inexplicably unoffended, perhaps out of consideration for Su Lingling. After much internal deliberation, Leong Fei finally revealed her intention. We have designed several lingerie pieces that are now in production. Could you help me assess their appeal? Li Mo was taken aback, unable to fathom the suddenness of this unexpected request. You want me to look? I'm not an expert. You needn't be. All that matters is that you are a man, she responded. A man? Well, that was certainly true for him. Taking a deep breath, he donned an expression of eager anticipation. Very well, I shall make this sacrifice. Leong Fei shot him a playful eye roll before exiting the room, only to return shortly with several pieces of lingerie, turning her back as she began to remove her top. Could you please turn around first? Leong Fei's voice was nearly a whisper, akin to that of a timid ant, but fortunately, Li Mo's keen hearing picked it up. Oh, all right. As the rustling sounds reached his ears, Li Mo found his imagination spiraling. With great restraint, he managed to keep his composure and refrain from turning around. Is it ready? Yes, please take a look. Having practiced this moment countless times, Li Mo spun around with a fluid grace. Upon beholding the exquisite sight before him, he was momentarily entranced, feeling as though he had become the Jade Emperor, surrounded by a multitude of enchanting fairies dancing before him. Don't just stand there. What do you think of the lingerie? Leong Fei, under the weight of his intense gaze, felt her legs weaken, yet she remained focused on the task at hand. It's quite lovely, substantial in quality. I meant the lingerie. Be serious. Leong Fei's voice rose in pitch, astonished by his boldness. Should she inform Su Lingling? If she did, it might incite conflict between them. Perhaps it was best to remain silent. Oh, if this continues, it would be even better. Li Mo's suggestion stemmed purely from a male perspective, particularly regarding fashion design, an area he had never ventured into. Nevertheless, his advice sparked a revelation in Leong Fei, who slapped her thigh in realization. Of course, why didn't I think of that? Please assist me in reviewing a few more items. Thus began another round of Li Mo's bittersweet moments. It took him 2 more hours to escape from this predicament. Even after stepping outside, his mind remained awash with thoughts until he returned Leong Fei to her company. He nearly ran a red light along the way. As they exited the vehicle, Leong Fei could not help but exclaim, "In the future, please refrain from distractions while driving. If you truly require assistance, there are many single female employees in the company. No worries, I can handle it." Li Mo glanced at the rearview mirror. With stunning beauties like Su Lingling and Leong Fei by his side, he hardly found ordinary appearances appealing. This was clearly a case of being spoiled. For the majority of the day, Li Mo found himself with little to occupy his time. When mealtime arrived, he ate and then returned to his office, which was more of a space for resting and daydreaming. "Excuse me, could you assist me with a favor?" A melodious voice called from the entrance. Li Mo opened his eyes to see a petite beauty dressed in a maid outfit standing at the door. He rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not dreaming. "At your service." Typically, Li Mo would not be so eager, but this woman's distinctive attire was undeniably captivating. Every man had likely indulged in such fantasies. "I have some documents that need printing, and the chairman is pressing for them. I can't manage alone, and others are unavailable. Since I saw you, I thought I'd offer my help. I have some free time, so perhaps you could treat me to a meal another day." Li Mo spoke readily. He sensed that his prolonged stay in the company might corrupt him. After all, there is a saying, "Do not test a man." "Thank you, handsome. Treating you to a meal is a trivial matter." The maid outfit smiled sweetly, and upon seeing her smile, Li Mo felt his spirits lift. Stepping outside and surveying the area, he realized there were quite a few attractive women at the Meizhuang group. Is there no dress code for the office? I've seen all sorts of attire here. Li Mo made another observation. He was currently the only man in the company. Chairman Liang is quite open-minded. And since we primarily target the female market, there are no restrictions on attire. Wear whatever you like. Sometimes, Chairman Liang will also. What? Leong Fei too? Li Mo's voice involuntarily rose. Shoo. The girl in the maid outfit quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Everyone is working. Discussing such matters is inappropriate. If the chairman hears us, it would be quite awkward. With a nod indicating his understanding, Li Mo assured her he would remain silent. And only then did she lower her hand. The tip of my nose lingered with a fragrant aroma. Indeed, beauty is beauty, radiating charm wherever it goes. I had yet to inquire the name of the handsome gentleman. The maid, cheerful and loquacious, introduced herself. "I am Li Mo, not yet 30 this year. And you?" "We share the same family name. I am Li Jingjing, a senior in my 4th year." "You're already working in your senior year?" Li Mo, having never attended university, was oblivious to such matters. Here, that is considered late. Some schools require students to start working in their 3rd year. "Ah, I see. When you have time, do take me to visit your school." "Certainly. Our campus is quite beautiful." As the two engaged in their tasks, they exchanged casual conversation. It was then that Li Mo realized a peculiar coincidence. Many of the women he knew had names that were reduplicated. Wait a moment. The old Taoist he had encountered that year had once remarked that throughout his life, he had been blessed with continuous romantic fortune. In his previous tumultuous life on various battlefields, he had forgotten such matters. Li Mo was immersed in the pleasant atmosphere of chatting with Li Jingjing when, suddenly, Commotion erupted from the chairman's office. Chapter 21. Disposing of flowers in the trash. This bouquet must be personally received by your chairman. No one else is permitted to touch it, or they will face dire consequences. The chairman is busy. Let us leave the flowers here. No. I must see her in person. It's what Tao Gu instructed. If you persist, I will call security. Go ahead and see if security dares to intervene in this matter. The intruder was clearly emboldened. The others in the company merely watched, none daring to intervene. Recognizing this as part of his responsibilities, Li Mo set aside his work. I'll handle this. I'll return shortly. Hey. Li Jingjing instinctively grasped Li Mo's arm. What's wrong? Just be cautious. She had not wished for Li Mo to approach. The flower bearer was a subordinate of Ko Wen Tao, who had visited numerous times. Initially, there were those who would intervene, but over time, no one dared to challenge him. Ko Wen Tao was a petty man. Should one thwart his endeavors? He had various ways to retaliate: deflating tires, placing dead animals at your doorstep, or speeding past you to instill fear. Ordinary individuals stood no chance against him. While everyone sympathized with the chairman, the reality was that no one dared to act. It's fine, just watch my performance. Li Jingjing's worried gaze only heightened Li Mo's resolve. He had little to fear from a mere lackey. Hand over the flowers. You may return now. Li Mo approached, swiftly snatching the bouquet and tossing it into a nearby trash bin. The entire sequence of actions was crisp and decisive, leaving Ko Wen Tao's subordinate momentarily stunned. Are you seeking death? Previously, delivering flowers had gone smoothly, earning him praise from Tao Gu. Should he ruin this delivery, he knew he would face dire repercussions. Thus, the lackey grew anxious. Are your ears not functioning? I said you can leave. Li Mo wasted no time in seizing the small thug, applying a slight pressure. It hurts. It hurts. The thug stifled his subsequent words, feeling as though his wrist might snap at any moment. Get lost. With a flick of his wrist, Li Mo sent the thug staggering backward. Just wait. Terrified by Li Mo's piercing gaze, the thug fled in disarray. The door to the chairman's office opened, revealing a lovely face peering out. Leong Fay was certainly aware of the commotion outside, but her emergence would only exacerbate the chaos, which was precisely why she had engaged Li Mo's services. Be cautious, they will retaliate. Not to worry, I was just lamenting my lack of things to do. Li Mo shrugged nonchalantly. Leong Fay paused for a moment, then smiled. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Mo's audacious demeanor made him appear as a competent bodyguard. Are you all right? A voice called from behind, and Li Mo turned to see Li Jingjing looking at him with concern. I'm fine. As you can see, he was the one who suffered. Li Mo lamented internally that Ko Wen Tao's henchman had surrendered too early. Otherwise, he could have put on quite a show. Sighing deeply, Li Jingjing felt that Li Mo's provocation of Ko Wen Tao would undoubtedly lead to severe repercussions. She held a favorable impression of Li Mo, and losing a colleague like him would be rather unfortunate. At the headquarters of Wen Tao Group, Ko Wen Tao lounged with his feet propped up on his desk, leisurely grooming his nails. With Leong Fay back from abroad, he was ready to launch an aggressive pursuit. He was supremely confident that any woman he set his sights on would be unable to escape his grasp. It was merely a matter of time before Leong Fay would relent. Boss. The underling responsible for delivering flowers returned, flustered. What's the matter with you? We're a legitimate company now. Can't you act like an employee of a reputable establishment? Yes. My apologies, boss. The underling quickly admitted his fault. Many employees at Wen Tao Group were former thugs from Ko Wen Tao's days in the underworld, lacking education and unable to engage in any respectable work. Nevertheless, Ko Wen Tao continued to support them, partly for the sake of maintaining a reputation for loyalty and partly for emergencies. Speak. Ko Wen Tao commanded. Boss, today's flowers were not delivered. Not delivered? Why not? Ko Wen Tao withdrew his feet from the desk and approached the underling, fixing him with an intense stare. The underling's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. That Leong Fay hired a bodyguard, and it was that bodyguard who snatched the flowers and threw them into the trash. I tried to stop it, but I was no match for her. That woman dares to hire a bodyguard? She actually hired a bodyguard? Ha. Ko Wen Tao suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha. The surrounding underlings joined in the raucous laughter. So what should we do now? Most of the time, Ko Wen Tao preferred not to overthink matters. Boss, let's find a secluded spot and give him a good beating. Observe where that bodyguard resides and deliver something to his doorstep. Inquire about his family and pay them a visit. A group of subordinates, all of considerable talent, soon offered 7 or 8 suggestions. However, Ko Wintao was not satisfied. Do you all still think of yourselves as part of society? Can you not be more reliable? We are civilized individuals, and we must act accordingly. Unbeknownst to him, Ko Wintao had acquired a basketball. Besides his penchant for bullying, his other principal pastime was playing basketball, and he was quite adept at it. Brother, our vision is limited. Whatever you say goes. Indeed, brother, we are at your service. The younger ones were quite understanding. As long as they followed Ko Wintao, there was no need to oppose him. Most of the time, Ko Wintao was rather generous. Let me think, he mused, gently dribbling the basketball. Before long, he conceived an idea. Addressing the subordinate responsible for delivering flowers, he instructed, "Go tell Leong Fay that tonight our 2 companies will hold a friendly basketball match. And that bodyguard must participate. If she agrees, I won't trouble her company again." "Understood, boss. I will take care of it immediately." The flower-delivering subordinate did not dare to delay and hurried off. Another brave subordinate inquired, "Boss, do you think she will agree?" She has no choice but to agree. If not today, then tomorrow. I have my ways." Ko Wintao's expression was one of triumph. "Boss, is it really just basketball? That sounds rather dull." One subordinate expressed his discontent. They were not fond of basketball. Only Ko Wintao enjoyed it, often dragging them along, much to their chagrin. "Fool!" Ko Wintao exclaimed as he forcefully tossed the ball, striking the head of the subordinate who had just spoken. The young man yelped in pain but dared not touch the spot that had been hit, standing there obediently. "Do you know who my favorite basketball star is?" Chapter 22. I have tried milk tea, boss. It's about the screws, right? Indeed, it's about the screws, such an impressive individual, yet due to injuries, he couldn't play basketball for several years. You all claim basketball is so dangerous. Why haven't I felt it? Can any of you demonstrate? Boss, we understand. As long as that bodyguard dares to step onto the court, we will certainly break his legs. Understood. Just don't make it too obvious. Rest assured, I will bear all the compensation. If we injure someone, we must apologize immediately, so they don't think we acted with intent. Do you understand? Understood, boss. The group of subordinates became excited. Generally, such endeavors came with rewards, and each of them was eager to participate. Basketball? I'm afraid not. Our company comprises all women. How can we possibly play with you? Upon hearing that the Wintao group intended to challenge them to a basketball game, Leong Fay's assistant from the Meizhuang group immediately declined. She did not need to seek approval, as she knew Leong Fay would not agree. Brother Tao stated that as long as you engage in a basketball match with us, he will cease sending flowers here and will not disrupt your company's normal operations. However, we are all women. How can we possibly play? The assistant felt a flicker of interest. Ko Wintao sent people to the company daily, and many matters were affected. Especially once, when an important client visited, Ko Wintao's underling insisted on ingratiating himself, and the client left without any business being discussed. If Ko Wintao could truly uphold his promise and partake in a friendly basketball match, it would not be an issue. You may borrow players. It need not be from your company. A smile spread across the underling's face. Although the flowers were not delivered, the task was accomplished, which could be deemed a success. Then I will seek the chairman's approval, the assistant said, uncertain. Please do. I shall remain here and will not disturb your work. The underling replied, settling into a chair to rest his eyes. The assistant mustered her courage and knocked on the chairman's office door. Chairman, she called, only to be met with a shocking sight. Inside the office, Leong Fay was clad only in her underwear, while bodyguard Li Mo was surveying the room. My apologies. I shall return shortly. The assistant quickly bowed her head. She had assumed Li Mo was merely a bodyguard, not realizing the intimacy he shared with Leong Fay. Wait. Leong Fay composed herself. She had merely asked Li Mo to consult on a lingerie design. She preferred to personally experience the company's products. Chairman. Once Leong Fay donned her attire, the assistant relayed the situation. Playing basketball? What does Ko Wintao intend? Leong Fay paced back and forth, unable to believe Ko Wintao had so much free time. Regardless of his intentions, if he wishes to play, then let it be. Li Mo, eager to make the acquaintance of Ko Wintao, would not let this opportunity slip by. Are you certain? Leong Fay regarded Li Mo thoughtfully. Agreeing to participate entailed certain risks. But in a public setting, Ko Wintao would likely not act excessively. If he could truly honor his word and refrain from pestering her in the future, then agreeing to this friendly match could be feasible. Indeed, Li Mo felt a sense of anticipation. He was uncertain of Ko Wentao's true motives, but they were undoubtedly not benign. However, we lack players. You are the only man. Leong Fei did not inquire whether Liemo could play basketball, as the outcome was inconsequential. At that moment, the assistant interjected, Ko Wentao's underling mentioned that we could invite external players. They would not mind. Very well. Leong Fei pondered while stroking her chin. You should coordinate with the building management to have a few security guards come over, offering each a 500 yuan stipend, along with an additional 2,000 yuan as a fee for the management. Understood, Chairman Leong. I will head there immediately. The assistant responded and promptly exited. Be cautious. Ko Wentao, Leong Fei cautioned. It's all right. This is my line of work, Li Mo replied nonchalantly, shrugging off her concerns as if they were inconsequential. Leong Fei furrowed her brow, hoping earnestly for the basketball-friendly match to conclude without any unfortunate incidents. At 8 in the evening, Leong Fei arrived at the city sports center with Li Mo and several borrowed security personnel. Li Jingjing and a few female staff members also came to lend their support. Leong Fei had assumed that Ko Wentao had arranged to meet at the open basketball court, but to her surprise, he had rented an entire gymnasium, prohibiting entry to any unauthorized individuals. What are you planning, Ko Wentao? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Oh, Fei, it's merely a game of basketball. With so many spectators, what else could I possibly do? Ko Wentao's gaze immediately fell upon Li Mo, who stood out among the security personnel, clad in ordinary attire. So this is your bodyguard? He doesn't seem particularly impressive. Brother, why not join me? Whatever she is paying you, I'll offer double. Ko Wentao jested, half seriously. Sorry, but I can't accept your money, Li Mo replied without hesitation. The accompanying security guards looked astonished. In this day and age, who would turn down money? Well, then you've missed a golden opportunity. Ko Wentao's expression turned serious as he led his entourage away. Li Mo, perhaps we should leave? Leong Fei suggested, sensing the escalating tension. Why should we leave now that we've come this far? Li Mo feigned confusion, although he had already surmised Ko Wentao's intentions, remaining largely unfazed. Can't you see? He is targeting you. Look over there. The entrance is completely blocked. Leong Fei gestured toward the entrance where Ko Wentao's henchmen had sealed off access. No worries. Just watch my performance. Li Mo began to stretch, his body emitting a series of pops. After years of practicing the 5 animal frolics, his physical prowess far exceeded that of the average person. Director Leong, should we really go up there? The borrowed security guards asked, their apprehension evident. It's fine. You all can go up and observe. If the situation turns dire, just run out. I can handle it myself, Li Mo reassured them, knowing that if they fled, the basketball match would be in jeopardy, which would be rather dull. All right, let us play it by ear. The guards exchanged glances, reluctant to abandon the opportunity. Leaving would mean forfeiting a 500 yuan bonus, a substantial sum for several days' wages. Mo Go, would you like some milk tea? At that moment, Li Jingjing approached, holding 2 cups. One for herself, and the other evidently for Li Mo. Thank you. Li Mo glanced at Leong Fei, who appeared to have no drink of her own. We'll cheer you on with all our might. Li Jingjing beamed as Li Mo accepted the milk tea. What about me? Leong Fei suddenly interjected, her tone unexpectedly frosty. Oh, indeed. Here. Li Jingjing hurriedly passed her cup. Leong Fei had never been fond of milk tea, so she did not request another serving. You've already had some. Leong Fei's tone grew colder. Li Jingjing stood there, somewhat flustered. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Mo intervened. Drink mine. All right. Without hesitation, Leong Fei took the cup and sipped. Before she could swallow, Li Mo's voice echoed, I've had that as well. With a splutter, Leong Fei inadvertently sprayed it out, thankfully not onto anyone. Chapter 23. The wager. Leong Fei returned the milk tea to Li Mo. Perform well later, or I shall contemplate your dismissal. She then turned to sit on a nearby chair. Take care, Liang Dong. At that moment, Ko Wentao approached, forcing Leong Fei to pause. What tricks do you have up your sleeve now? Leong Fei was in a sour mood. I believe a simple contest lacks excitement. Why not add some stakes? Stakes? How intriguing. What do you propose? Ko Wentao was momentarily taken aback by Leong Fei's eager response. Let us play to 50 points. The first to reach that wins. No breaks allowed. If we happen to win, you must treat me to a candlelit dinner. If you win, my extended Range Rover, complete with license plate, shall be yours. What say you? Ko Wentao's extended Range Rover is valued at over 2 million, and with the special license plate, the total exceeds 5 million. You are quite generous, Leong Fay remarked, knowing Ko Wentao believed victory was assured, prompting his lavish offer. For a beauty, I am always magnanimous. Ko Wentao bowed with a gentlemanly flourish. However, his demeanor did not exude the elegance one would expect of a true gentleman. All right, I accept your challenge. It is a promise. Ko Wentao departed, satisfied, already concocting plans in his mind. Leong Fei assumed it was merely a dinner. How simplistic. There are many potions in the world that can cause a woman to lose herself. Why don't you inquire about my thoughts? Liamo found it peculiar that Leong Fei had agreed to Ko Wentao's wager. Why should I ask you? Do not forget why I sought you out. As the conversation progressed, Leong Fei realized her demeanor was somewhat inappropriate. She was unsure why she found Liamo suddenly irksome. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself. Losing isn't a concern, it's merely a meal. Free food and drink. Who wouldn't relish that? Liamo observed Leong Fei's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Soon, both teams of 10 stood on the field, and it was clear Ko Wentao's team comprised formidable players, their gazes fixated squarely on Liamo. As the 4 security guards witnessed this spectacle, their legs turned to jelly, and they began to retreat, nearly reaching the edge of the venue. Hey, what are you doing running to the sidelines? Ko Wentao, with a whistle clenched between his teeth, revealed himself to be the referee. Liamo did not raise any objections, nor did Leong Fei. The few security guards were intimidated back by Ko Wentao, trembling in fear and likely hesitant to touch the ball later. Laughter erupted from the opposing team. Kid, it seems your teammates are not very supportive. The leader of the group, a burly man with a scar across his face, exuded an aura of intimidation. I do not require teammates, Liamo replied calmly, viewing the situation as merely a trivial interlude in his leisurely life. Haha, I hope you can still laugh later. The scarred man, feeling irked by Liamo's composure, harbored thoughts of inflicting more harm than instructed by Ko Wentao, who had merely suggested incapacitating one of Liamo's legs. Are we all ready? Ko Wentao announced, brandishing a basketball at the center of the court. Ready. Ko Wentao's subordinates displayed a formidable presence, adopting a man-to-man strategy, with each security guard flanked by one of their own. The guards dared not engage physically and promptly distanced themselves, while the others encircled Liamo. Kid, your teammates have all fled, the scarred man taunted. Yet, Liamo remained unfazed, his expression betraying no emotion. Go, Liamo. Go. Cheerful encouragement resonated from the sidelines, eliciting a frown from Ko Wentao. Leong Fei cheered the loudest, having already been regarded by Ko Wentao as his own. He had driven away all other suitors through various means. Be careful not to injure anyone. Ko Wentao's comment was clearly ironic. Rest assured, Brother Tao, we are here to play basketball, not to harm anyone. The scarred man emphasized his words with a growl. With a sharp whistle, the basketball was tossed into the air. Ko Wentao, a skilled player, threw the ball high and straight, perfectly aimed. The scarred man leaped immediately, and Liamo, wishing to jump as well, suddenly felt himself restrained by multiple hands. Ko Wentao's 4 henchmen held him tightly, preventing him from contesting the ball. Observing this, Ko Wentao smirked, knowing that this was only the beginning of Liamo's tribulations. Seizing the opportunity, the scarred man dribbled to the basket and attempted a shot, which missed. Fortunately, there was no one to contest the rebound, and after 2 more attempts, he finally scored. It appeared that the scarred man was not accustomed to playing basketball. Yay! The scarred man celebrated with exuberance, yet no one joined in his jubilation. Confused, he questioned, I scored. Why is there no cheer? Ko Wentao strode over and delivered a powerful kick to the scarred man. Tao Ge, what is going on? Which one is our basket? Ko Wentao was nearly dizzy with anger. This fellow couldn't even identify his own hoop. No, is it not that one? The scarred man seemed to grasp something, retracting his neck and lowering his voice. It's this one. Ko Wentao pointed to the other end of the court. Ah. The scarred man stood frozen, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Fortunately, there were many people around. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Ha. Yay. We scored. Oh yeah. The squad from Meizhuang Group erupted in joy. This little interlude lightened their mood considerably. Although a blunder had occurred on their side, Ko Wentao remained completely unfazed. It mattered little to concede 2 points. After all, victory was beyond the reach of Meizhuang Group in this match. Due to the early points lost, the scarred man and his companions were now quite aggressive. Before the ball was even in play, the 4 surrounded Liamo, preventing him from making any moves. Ko Wentao, are you even a referee? Can you play like this? Leong Fay stepped forward to protest. Director Leong, my apologies, but I am the referee, not you. Ko Wentao dismissed her without a second thought. In the second round, the scarred man successfully carried the ball to the basket and scored. This time, he didn't miss the hoop, leveling the score. Referee, he traveled. Isn't that a blatant violation? Don't think we don't know the rules just because we don't play regularly. It's unfair, utterly unfair. How can you even tackle like that? What is this game? You lot, stop dawdling. Is $500 so easy to earn? Put in some effort. Li Jingjing and the other female employees were incensed. Unfortunately, their protests fell on deaf ears. Ko Wentao was impervious to their cries. Chapter 24. The terrifying Liemo He. Kid, you'd best not make a move, or else. The scarred man whispered ominously in Liemo's ear as he passed by. If I don't move, how can I score? Liemo retorted with a smirk. He had refrained from moving earlier merely to amuse his opponent for a moment. Dragging the enemy down from their high perch was far more satisfying. Then go ahead and move. The scarred man regarded him as if he were a fool. Surrounded by 4 men, how could one even attempt to move? Even he, faced with such numbers, would find himself powerless. It was important to note that each of these individuals had been meticulously selected by Ko Wentao. They were the finest fighters in the Wentao group. All right, watch this. A grin spread across Li Mo's face as he stepped forward. The 4 thugs surrounding him immediately sprang into action, ready to block him. Some even prepared to resort to underhanded tactics. Ko Wentao couldn't help but smile. The show was about to begin. Hopefully, it wouldn't frighten the ladies. Yet, in the next instant, it was his own underlings who were screaming. Ah, my foot. My leg. Ko Wentao found it difficult to believe his own eyes. How could it be that those lying on the ground were his own men? 4 of them. And yet they could not subdue Liemo. Was he truly that formidable? As Liemo charged toward Scarface, Ko Wentao hastily cautioned him, be careful. At that moment, he harbored little confidence in Scarface. It appeared that Liemo was far stronger than he had initially estimated. Damn, Ko Wentao cursed inwardly, realizing that he should have recruited more capable individuals. This kid possesses some skills. Scarface put down the ball, adopting an expression of determination to confront Liemo head-on. He prepared to execute a brutal charge, intending to overpower Liemo with sheer force, as his physique was undeniably more robust. Little chick. The 3 words echoed in Scarface's ears, and he felt as if a train had collided with his chest, sending him soaring through the air. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Liemo picked up the ball, dribbled it effortlessly, and sank it into the hoop. Although basketball was not his forte, his excellent coordination allowed him to excel in any sport. Referee, don't just stand there, announce the score. Liemo turned to Ko Wentao, who was still in a daze. 4-2. Meizhuang group leads. Ko Wentao managed to squeeze out these words through gritted teeth. Timeout. Substitute. He then summoned his men. The expressions of his subordinates turned grave. They had initially thought today's task would be simple, but Liemo's overwhelming prowess left them somewhat frightened. Do not fear. He is merely 1 man. Those security guards will not dare to act. Once we unleash our full strength, we will take him down. Do not be afraid. As long as we maintain a good attitude, the worst outcome is just a financial loss. Ko Wentao encouraged his subordinates. Tao Gu, I was unprepared earlier. That kid is not a concern. Scarface felt humiliated. His physique was indeed solid, and being knocked aside by Liemo was not a significant issue. In truth, Liemo had shown him mercy. He had no enmity with these individuals, and if they were wise, they would still be able to walk normally tomorrow. All right, once the job is done, each person will receive a reward of 50,000. Ko Wentao understood well that to motivate the sheep to run, one must provide them with grass. Thank you, Tao Gu. Let me go? Under the promise of a generous reward. Those who had yet to enter the fray eagerly raised their hands. You, and Scarface, go ahead. If they falter, you shall continue. Regardless, Ko Wentao was determined to utilize all the individuals he had brought today. Otherwise, he would not be satisfied. He had made a wager, and losing would cost him 5 million. Money was trivial. What mattered was his reputation. The thought of Liemo driving his car through the streets of Ulteng City made him uneasy. The people on the streets would surely mock him. Liemo, are you all right? Greetings, Mo. Your bravery is truly remarkable. On the other side, Liemo finds himself ensconced by a throng of enchanting beauties. His recent performance has evidently surpassed everyone's expectations, even catching Leong Fay by surprise. Although Su Lingling had mentioned Li Mo's prowess, the stark contrast between her imagination and the reality she witnessed is striking. Most notably, the way Li Mo sent the scarred man flying was excessively domineering and undeniably handsome. Women are naturally drawn to strength, and Leong Fay felt her heartstrings being subtly tugged, a realization unbeknownst to her. Be cautious in the upcoming moments. If Leong Fay initially adopted a reckless attitude, she now genuinely desires victory. She harbors hope that Li Mo can single-handedly secure triumph in this match. The sight of Ko Wentao's expression would certainly be a delightful spectacle. Fear not, they cannot best me. His calm demeanor belied an overwhelming aura of power, leaving Leong Fay momentarily mesmerized. Thus, she blurted out, "If you win, a reward shall await you." A reward? Li Mo's heart raced instinctively, conjuring images that ought not to have surfaced, yet he understood such notions were unattainable. Remember your words. Rest assured, I am a person of my word. Leong Fay, flushed with shyness, lowered her gaze. She acknowledged that her previous statement had been somewhat impulsive. Li quietly observed both Li Mo and Leong Fay, remaining silent while her eyes darted, pondering unspoken thoughts. As the game resumed, the scarred man and his 4 companions entered the arena, their eyes glinting with malice as if fueled by some potent elixir. "Brother, be cautious. Otherwise, concede defeat. I inadvertently overheard their intention to incapacitate you." Several security personnel offered their heartfelt warnings. Li Mo's earlier display of valor had garnered their utmost admiration. If only they could emulate his fierce courage, perhaps they, too, could win the favor of the fairer sex. The allure of the beauties within the Meizhuang group is undeniable. "Thank you, I am well aware." Li Mo's eyes narrowed. To incapacitate him? This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. This time, the scarred man and his cohorts disregarded the basketball entirely and charged directly at Li Mo. An imminent and brutal confrontation was at hand. Ko Wentao's subordinates approached the Meizhuang group, intervening to prevent photography, as the ensuing events were deemed unfit for dissemination. Seeking demise, Li Mo smirked and charged forward. Is it not merely a fight? Who cannot engage in such? In foreign battlefields, he had encountered countless close-quarters skirmishes, easily dispatching those towering mercenaries. Good heavens, is he even human? How can his fists be so swift? My leg, is it broken? This time, Li Mo held nothing back. The scarred man suffered the worst fate, his leg shattered. The others fared little better. In any case, he would certainly be bedridden for at least 10 days or half a month. The gymnasium was eerily silent, save for the sound of Li Mo dribbling the ball. Ko Wentao was in complete disarray. His mind was in turmoil, unprepared for Li Mo's formidable prowess. He had an instinctive feeling that no one, including himself, stood a chance against Li Mo, even if they all banded together. Chapter 25. A lengthened land rover awaits. What to do? Ko Wentao's mind raced. Yet no solution seemed forthcoming. "Referee, announce the score." Li Mo's voice rang out calmly. Ko Wentao fixed his gaze on him, and after a prolonged silence, gritted his teeth to declare, Meizhuang Group, 6-2, in the lead. The match is paused. Ko Wentao summoned his subordinates once more, but this time, their earlier enthusiasm had evaporated. Heads hung low, they averted Ko Wentao's piercing stare. Fear had gripped them. Who would dare step up now? Anyone who plays will receive 5,000 yuan. Still, no one responded. Ko Wentao felt his temper rising to the brink. These individuals, who normally shouted slogans with fervor, had turned cowardly at a critical moment. Yet, he understood that Li Mo's strength rendered any effort futile. Today, he had met his match. Ko Wentao rubbed his face. In the world of street dealings, one must learn to rise and fall gracefully. He had lost before, but ultimately, victory was what mattered. Approaching Leong Fay, he spoke with a stony expression. "One of our players is injured. Today's match ends here. We'll reschedule." As he turned to leave, he was pulled back from within. "What's this, Mr. Ko? Are you trying to weasel out of responsibility? You injured our player, and I haven't even pursued that yet." Ko Wentao swung his hand to shake off Li Mo's grip, only to find Li Mo firmly holding on to it. "Mr. Ko, either we continue the match, or you hand over the car keys. Choose one." Li Mo's tone was chilling. "Is that how you speak to me?" Ko Wentao, despite being the chairman of Wentao Group, was unaccustomed to such treatment, especially with so many eyes upon them. "How do you expect me to address you?" Unfazed by Ko Wentao's threats, Li Mo remained indifferent. "Merely a minor player. Were it not for the rule of law, Ko Wintao might have found himself in grave danger. Do you have no family? Ko Wintao pressed. I'm afraid I do not. Li Mo retorted. Are you not afraid of death? I am. However, before I meet my end, I will surely take someone down with me. After a back-and-forth exchange, Ko Wintao found himself at a disadvantage, his pride bruised. I cannot give you the car. How about this? I will transfer 1 million to you, and we shall consider this matter settled. This way, he could preserve both the vehicle and his dignity. I have no interest in 1 million. My sole interest lies in your car, Li Mo insisted, relentless in his pursuit. Ko Wintao's expression was rather grim. Yet he found himself unable to extricate himself from the situation, momentarily rooted in place, uncertain about what to do next. Witnessing their leader in distress, a group of his underlings quickly approached. Release our brother. Apologize to him. These individuals, accustomed to their arrogance, showed no hesitation in attempting to intimidate Li Mo despite their recent defeat. What? You wish to fight? Feel free to come at me all at once. I am prepared. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Indeed, several of them lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to confront Li Mo. All right, take the car. I fear for your safety behind the wheel. Ko Wintao felt a flush of embarrassment creeping to his face, yearning only to flee the scene. As for Li Mo, he took note of this encounter, harboring an unprecedented desire for vengeance. Ko Wintao and his lackeys retreated from the gym, tails between their legs. In the next moment, Li Mo found himself instantly surrounded by a throng of beautiful women. Mr. Bodyguard, you are truly impressive. May I add you on Super Chat? Eager admirers began to cast flirtatious glances his way. Leong Fay's expression darkened slightly, though internally, she felt a surge of delight. Congratulations, Mr. Li Mo, on winning a luxurious long wheelbase Range Rover today. To celebrate, I shall treat everyone. What would you like to eat? Our chairman is magnificent. I want to go to a bar. Yes, let us drink. With our esteemed bodyguard around, we need not fear any ruffians at the bar, right, esteemed bodyguard? The women gazed at Li Mo with longing eyes, some exaggerating their affections. While it was true that a few had developed feelings for him, not all were smitten, as some already had boyfriends. Leong Fay glanced at Li Mo, hesitated for a moment, and then decisively declared, All right, let us head to the bar tonight. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Previously, Leong Fay had enjoyed her visits to bars until a drunken individual harassed her, causing her to avoid them ever since. Yay! The group made their way to the parking lot, where discussions arose regarding Li Mo's newly acquired vehicle. I've seen that Range Rover. It is the finest of its brand, and the license plate, 5/8, was purchased by Ko Wintao for over 2 million. I also know he spent hundreds of thousands on modifications. It must be luxurious inside. Haha, I bet that guy is weeping right now. He deserves it for harassing our chairman, and he isn't a good person either. The women giggled, swiftly surrounding the gleaming white long wheelbase Range Rover. Wow, the rims are golden, so imposing. Handsome, may I ride in your car? One woman had already latched onto Li Mo's arm. Of course, as long as you fit. Upon seeing the vehicle, Li Mo felt an immediate affinity for it. While Ko Wintao was not a commendable character, he certainly possessed an eye for selecting automobiles. This particular model, which Li Mo had previously encountered in some materials, was hailed as the pinnacle of the Range Rover brand. The owner of the Land Rover prides himself on its imposing presence and spacious interior. Even in the midst of dubious activities, one finds ample room. I will have someone drive the company car back, Leong Fay remarked, clearly intending to ride with Li Mo. He nodded in acknowledgement, yet internally, he did not regard Leong Fay as his superior. He merely afforded her some courtesy. A person of his distinguished achievements would hardly easily submit to another. As he opened the car door and stepped inside, he was greeted by a starry ceiling and luxurious interior adorned with genuine leather seats. It could be said that every visible aspect of the vehicle was fully equipped. The car boasted over 20 speakers, all from the esteemed Harman Kardon brand, which only heightened Li Mo's admiration. Although he had driven many luxury vehicles, he had never possessed one of his own. The resort did have a van for transporting goods, but it was hardly comparable. He had long harbored the desire to purchase a car for himself, but had struggled to find one that captured his fancy. To his surprise, it appeared fortune had smiled upon him, as someone had presented him with this opportunity. Of course, the car had yet to be officially transferred into his name, but such details mattered little to him. Chapter 26. The intoxicated woman Leong Fay settled into the passenger seat without contest. This woman sat upright, her gaze fixed intently ahead. However, Upon closer inspection, one could discern a slight flush upon her cheeks, a sign of nervousness. Leong Fay typically maintained a respectful distance from men. It was unprecedented for her to occupy the front seat beside a male. All right, ladies, everyone settled? Let us embark. Liamo glanced at the fuel gauge, which read full, a delightful sight. They were headed to one of the finest bars in Greenvine City. The group was seated in a booth, and apart from Liamo, the sole male present, the rest were women. The security personnel had not accompanied them, having contributed nothing to the evening's festivities. Yet they had pocketed 500 yuan for their troubles. Order freely. Tonight's theme is revelry. Upon entering the bar, Leong Fay's excitement was palpable. All right, Chairman, we shall certainly indulge. Another chimed in. Chairman, with no pressing matters tomorrow, might we take a day off to fully enjoy the evening? Some took liberties. But Leong Fay did not mind. Given the intensity of their work, occasional indulgence could be understood. Very well, I shall grant everyone a day off tomorrow. Handle any pressing matters from home, or delegate tasks to other colleagues to ensure work proceeds as usual. Thank you, Chairman. Hooray, hooray, long live the Chairman. The group of female employees continued their exuberance, while only Li Jingjing remained relatively serene, stealing furtive glances at Li Mo. Summoning her courage, she ventured an invitation. Li Mo, may I have the pleasure of dancing with you? Her beautiful, hopeful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Wow, wow, wow. Indeed, as a university student, one is audacious. Jingjing, I too yearn to dance with Li Mo, yet you have seized the opportunity. The others immediately began to tease. Leong Fay looked at Li Mo with a semblance of a smile, subconsciously wishing he would decline. However, Li Mo readily agreed without hesitation. Very well, beautiful lady, please, he said, extending his hand with a gentlemanly grace. Leong Fay's gaze ignited with fury, though Li Mo feigned ignorance. Let us go, Jingjing exclaimed, springing from the sofa, her figure jiggling slightly. Although Li Mo rarely frequented bars, his coordination was commendable, and he soon danced with remarkable flair. Jingjing's face flushed, boldly fixating on Li Mo. Do you have a girlfriend? She inquired. Not really, Li Mo replied candidly. What do you mean by not really? A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Jingjing's eyes. I mean, not yet. Li Mo clenched his teeth. At this moment, he certainly could not admit to having one. Sorry, Su Lingling, he silently thought before grasping Jingjing's hand. It felt soft and silky. Not far away, Leong Fay had been watching the pair, her jaw nearly grinding in frustration. This fellow has no sense of decorum at all. I must call Lingling. Yet, as she pulled out her phone, hesitation washed over her. She suddenly realized that her anger stemmed not from her friend being wronged, but from her own feelings. After several minutes, Li Mo and Jingjing finally exited the dance floor. Li Mo appeared unfazed, but Jingjing's cheeks were flushed, clearly smitten. Wow, Jingjing, you look stunning. You two should get a room. Truly, I'll cover the expenses. The compliment was well received, and the others began to egg them on. What nonsense are you all spouting? Do you wish to dance with the handsome guy as well? Go on, what are you waiting for? Jingjing felt slightly embarrassed by the teasing and playfully pushed a female colleague towards Li Mo. Handsome guy, would you grant me the honor? This female colleague, despite having a long-distance boyfriend, couldn't help but develop feelings for Li Mo due to his commanding presence on the basketball court. However, this did not imply she intended to break up with her boyfriend or pursue Li Mo. She merely desired to grow closer to him tonight. Unbeknownst to her, Li Mo was oblivious to the complexities of the situation. With a beautiful lady inviting him, he could not refuse. He felt a warmth rising within him, a yearning to release some pent-up energy. Contemplating, he realized there were no suitable outlets, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Leong Fay remained silent, nursing her drink, evidently upset with someone. Chairman, I raise my glass to you. Jingjing hesitated for a moment before approaching with her cup. All right, tonight we shall not depart until we are intoxicated. Casting a glance at the jubilant Li Mo and the female colleague dancing, Leong Fay downed her drink in one gulp. Throughout that evening, Li Mo danced with every female employee present. One might say it is a blend of pain and joy. He endures with great discomfort. As the night deepens, the crowd emerges from the bar, and Li Mo assists his colleagues in hailing cabs. They bid their farewells. Thank you, Li Mo, your dancing was delightful. We should come again, just the two of us. Lulu, do not steal my man. In an instant, Li Mo's arm is ensnared. The female employees, having indulged in libations, are quite tipsy, and their affections for the tall, handsome, and charming Li Mo brim over. Were it not for the throng, one might surely have accompanied Li Mo to a hotel room. Leong Fay, having drunk the most, is somewhat inebriated, and Li Mo can only support her. Chairwoman, let me assist you to the car. Please do not vomit. Li Mo is genuinely concerned about Leong Fay's potential distress. Do not call me chairwoman. Call me Fay. Fay. Be good. This woman even extends her hand to stroke Li Mo's head. Li Mo can only remain speechless, lamenting the lost possibility of the reward Leong Fay had mentioned. Upon returning to the villa, Leong Fay is soundly asleep. Li Mo, feeling helpless, assumes the role of caretaker. Hee. How delightful. I have not felt this jubilant in ages. Yay. So comfortable. Who is holding me? You naughty rascal. Have you been enchanted by the female employees of the company? I do not wish to get down. After much effort, Li Mo finally places the inebriated Leong Fay onto the bed, removing her shoes and socks, before gently closing the door and returning to his own room. The lingering warmth in his arms, and the traces of Leong Fay's saliva on his face, remind him of her drunken antics. A wave of irritation washes over him. Li Mo rushes into the bathroom and turns on the cold water tap. The following morning, after escorting Leong Fay to the company, he heads to the headquarters of the Wentao Group. The transfer of the vehicle must be addressed immediately to prevent Wentao from causing further trouble. What brings you here? As Li Mo enters the building, he is intercepted. By now, it is unlikely that anyone at the Wentao Group is unaware of Li Mo. Last night, Wentao had declared that he would seek to uncover every detail about Li Mo. He seeks revenge, harsh and unrelenting, offering a substantial bounty of 500,000 for anyone who can assist him in this endeavor. Consequently, the ambitious young subordinates are well aware of Li Mo's appearance. Is Wentao present? Li Mo remains unperturbed, understanding that it is only natural for others to be in a foul mood after such a significant setback. What do you want with our chairman? Given that it is the company headquarters, there are many people around, prompting the subordinates to act rather brazenly. I only ask if he is here. Stepping forward, Li Mo's piercing gaze commands attention. In an instant, the obstructing subordinate feels as if he is being scrutinized by a fierce tiger, anticipating his demise at any moment. The young man becomes somewhat subdued. Which floor? The top floor. Thank you. Li Mo gently patted his younger brother's shoulder. Though his touch lacked force, the younger brother's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. The surrounding associates glared at Li Mo with indignation, yet none dared to obstruct his entry into the elevator. Upon the elevator halting at the top floor, Li Mo emerged to be met by a throng of people, each clutching various implements, a baseball bat, a ping-pong paddle, and some wielding belts. In short, they were armed with an assortment of items, all casting unfriendly glances at Li Mo. What? Are we about to brawl? However, Li Mo remained unperturbed, calmly stepping into the crowd. This time, Wentao's subordinates hesitated to make a move, instinctively parting to clear a path. Wentao, witnessing this scene, felt his frustration boiling over. He had intended to assert dominance over Li Mo, only to encounter this unexpected outcome. Useless. Was he referring to himself? Li Mo fixed his gaze on Wentao, a smirk playing on his lips. I am indeed speaking of you. Wentao glared fiercely at Li Mo, his facial muscles twitching, a manifestation of his deep-seated animosity. Thank you for your concern, Brother Tao. Shall we proceed to the vehicle management office today to transfer ownership of the car? We wouldn't want to be liable for any potential traffic accidents. Li Mo feigned concern for Wentao's well-being. What did you say? Wentao's eyes widened in rage. This fellow was becoming increasingly audacious. Brother Tao, it seems your mind is not quite sharp, nor are your ears functioning well. I suggested we transfer ownership of the Land Rover. You must be dreaming. Wentao lunged forward, his forehead colliding with Li Mo's chest. Name your price. I will never part with the car. News of last night's events had already circulated, and several acquaintances had reached out to inquire. The most effective way to counter the rumors now was to reclaim the vehicle. As for incurring some financial loss, he was indifferent. As long as Li Mo remained, he would eventually reclaim both principal and interest. I do not seek money. I desire the car. Brother Tao, you are quite adept at modifying vehicles. I genuinely like this one, especially the license plate. Wow. 5/8, how imposing. Li Mo appeared oblivious to Wentao's growing ire, further fueling the fire. Are you courting death? If mere glances could kill, Li Mo would be a corpse. Is Brother Tao contemplating my demise? Li Mo's lips curled into a mocking smile. Even if he chose not to resist, Kowentao lacked the audacity to act in such a public setting. These individuals were merely fierce in appearance. While they might intimidate the meek, they would cower when faced with someone formidable. The two locked eyes, neither willing to yield. After a prolonged standoff, Kowentao ultimately conceded defeat. You have guts. Yet deep within, he had already sentenced Liemo to a figurative death. Never had he harbored such intense hatred for anyone. If he could not deal with Liemo, he would never find peace in life. Transfer ownership. Are you not concerned for your own life? Enjoy the day while you can. Very well, I shall facilitate the transfer. Kowentao found himself at an impasse. He was in the wrong, and should the matter escalate, it would be his face on the line. Subsequently, Kowentao retrieved the information regarding the Land Rover and signed an authorization letter, which he handed to a subordinate. You accompany him to the vehicle management office to handle the matter. Remember, do not raise any alarms. Kowentao cast a glance at Liemo. His lips moved, but no words escaped. He intended to advise Liemo to keep quiet, but upon reflection, he doubted Liemo would heed his counsel, so he refrained. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I want him dead. After Liemo departed, the sound of heavy objects crashing to the floor echoed within Kowentao's office. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, as Liemo emerged from the vehicle management office, the registration certificate bore his name, signifying that the 2 million RMB Land Rover, once belonging to Kowentao, was now his. In high spirits, Liemo began to whistle joyfully from within the car. At that moment, a BMW halted in front of him, and a middle-aged man stepped out from the driver's seat, approaching with a cheerful demeanor. Liemo did not recognize the man, but still stopped the car. Is there something you need? The middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing Liemo. Isn't this Brother Tao's car? I thought it was him. Oh, I am a friend of Brother Tao. What can I do for you? Ah, you are Brother Tao's friend? The middle-aged man clearly brightened. It's almost lunchtime. If you don't mind, I would like to treat you to a meal at a nearby 5-star hotel. I have a matter to discuss with Brother Tao and fear he might refuse. I hope you can speak a few kind words on my behalf. Rest assured, I won't let you assist me for nothing. Here is 100,000 yuan as a small token of appreciation. Anyone acquainted with Kowentao knew that this Land Rover was his prized possession, never lent to anyone else. Seeing Liemo driving it, the middle-aged man assumed their relationship was quite close, prompting him to seek a connection. Sure, I happen to be hungry as well. You can rest assured. I have saved Tao Z's life before, so he must grant me some favor. The opportunity presented itself, and Liemo, observing the middle-aged man's dubious demeanor, decided to seize the chance. Afterward, Liemo enjoyed a sumptuous meal at the middle-aged man's expense, engaging in delightful conversation. The initial 100,000 yuan benefit transformed into 200,000. Why the increase? This feels a bit excessive. Liemo chuckled as he accepted the money. The middle-aged man smiled broadly. No worries, as long as Brother Tao agrees to my request, this amount is nothing. With anticipation written across his face. He had long wished to forge a closer relationship with Kowentao for an impending project, but had been met with indifference until now. What splendid weather. It seems fortune smiles upon us today. Things are looking promising. How about this? You visit Wentao Group this afternoon. I'll call Brother Tao shortly. It shouldn't be a major issue, Liemo replied with a beaming smile. Thank you very much. Thank you. The middle-aged man bowed as he bid farewell to Liemo, watching the elongated Land Rover recede, along with its conspicuous license plate reading 58. The middle-aged man could hardly contain his excitement. This is going to work out. Chapter 28. This is something I can handle. Upon returning to the office, Liemo was pleasantly surprised to discover that Leong Fay had left him a meal. Is this for me? He found it hard to believe. Leong Fay showed a touch of kindness towards him. I was afraid you might miss mealtime, she replied without looking up. Although she had indulged a bit too much the previous night, some details remained etched in her memory. Oh, thank you. I just ran into a friend and have already eaten, Liemo offered apologetically. Leong Fay glanced at him briefly before returning to her work. No problem. I'll save it for dinner, she said. Are you working late again tonight? Liemo had initially thought that company executives led a carefree life, coming and going as they pleased. However, after serving as Leong Fay's bodyguard, he realized that she was the busiest person in the entire company. Yes, there is a potential collaboration project with Dottie Group, and I'm awaiting their response. Intrigued, Liemo asked, what project is it? May I know? Spending day after day at the office without purpose was not an option for him. He was sometimes eager to run errands and broaden his horizons. Oh, it's not a big deal. Dottie Group is ordering new employee uniforms, around 2,000 sets, and I hope to secure the contract. Meizhuang Group was not only involved in cosmetics, but also in apparel, and the company had numerous cooperative factories, making the production of several thousand employee uniforms quite feasible. Given the current challenging situation of the company, which was at a bottleneck, Leong Fay endeavored to seize every opportunity. However, her relationship with Cheng Yi was merely average, and the competition for this contract was fierce. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was highly likely that Meizhuang Group would miss out on this order. Was their attitude unfavorable? Liamo inquired. Their attitude was quite good. However, they seem reluctant to engage in business with us, Leong Fay replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. While Meizhuang Group appeared to be thriving, it still struggled to gain recognition among the top conglomerates. What if I manage to secure this contract? Will there be a reward? Liamo was a firm believer in the principle of reciprocity. His initial motivation for becoming a mercenary stemmed from being misled, but a significant reason was the lucrative compensation that came with the role. Of course, Leong Fay looked up, astonished at Li Mo's proposition. It suddenly dawned on her that Cheng Yiming's son was Li Mo's apprentice. Nevertheless, Cheng Yiming was known for his strict separation of personal and professional matters, and it was uncertain whether he would take Li Mo's connection into account. You could give it a try. If successful, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. How about a camel at dinner? Leong Fay said, with a playful smile. Having witnessed Li Mo's victory in the basketball game yesterday, she noted that Ko Wentao had not sent anyone to disturb them today, since she had already promised some reward. Combining the two instances to treat him to a candlelit dinner seemed reasonable. The primary desire is to dine at that exquisite restaurant, renowned for its candlelit dinners exclusively for couples. A candlelit dinner? It is not out of the question. Will you be footing the bill? In terms of financial incentives, Liamo prefers this arrangement. Leong Fay adorned herself today with a pair of jade earrings, their luster captivating and translucent. Naturally, I shall pay. I am the owner. After all, would I ask you to cover the expenses? Leong Fay shot him an exaggerated eye roll. Well then, I await good news. Liamo retrieved his phone, preparing to call Cheng Yi, convinced that Cheng would grant him this favor. However, after a moment of contemplation, he opted to visit in person instead. Cheng Yi is a prominent figure in Lingling City. He cannot afford to be overly presumptuous. At 3 in the afternoon, Liamo arrived at the headquarters of Dottie Group. Just as he was about to drive in, he was halted by a security guard. Sir, may I inquire what brings you here? Truly, Dottie Group's security personnel were impressive, obviously recently discharged from military service. I would like to see Director Cheng. Is Chairman Cheng Yi available? Do you have an appointment? Not yet, but I can call him if he is in. Very well, please park your car here. If Chairman Cheng is willing to meet you, I shall grant you access. This is our protocol, and I hope you can understand. Of course, Liamo had no intention of making things difficult for a security guard. He promptly took out his phone, located Cheng Yiming's number, and dialed. Nearby, other guards began to murmur among themselves. Of those who come here, 8 out of 10 claim to know the chairman, yet in the end, they don't even recognize a vice president. Indeed, they are merely trying to curry favor with Director Cheng. Dottie Group is the leading enterprise in Lingling City. If one can capture Chairman Cheng's attention, the company's prospects will surely flourish. How naive they are. They fail to inquire about Chairman Cheng's temperament. Those who have acted this way before have seldom seen favorable outcomes. That is true. At that moment, Cheng Yi was presiding over a meeting. Typically, he would silence his phone, but for some inexplicable reason, he had forgotten this time. The phone rang, startling him momentarily. As he pulled out the device and prepared to silence it, he noticed Liamo's name on the screen. Feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him, Cheng cleared his throat awkwardly. I'll take this call. Please discuss which clothing styles are most suitable. Once Cheng exited, the attendees exchanged curious glances, wondering who the caller could be. It was uncharacteristic for Chairman Cheng to take a call during a meeting. Hello, Mr. Li. You've arrived at the company? You're at the entrance? Very well. I shall come to retrieve you. Mr. Li? He is personally going down to greet him. The individuals in the conference room exchanged incredulous looks, struggling to comprehend the significance of the visitor worthy of such personal attention from Cheng Yi. If it were an official matter, there would certainly be prior notification. Who exactly is this Mr. Li? I'll just step out for a moment. You all can deliberate at your leisure. I will fetch a cup of coffee. Let us temporarily adjourn and resume once the chairman arrives. As the meeting room door swung open, everyone, in tacit agreement, made their way downstairs. The bathroom break and coffee run were merely pretexts. "Brother, have you finished your call?" What did Chairman Cheng say? The heat was palpable, and after several minutes of waiting, the security guard began to show signs of impatience. "Would you like to speak with your chairman directly?" Liemo extended his phone. "No need for that." The guard skeptically returned to his post. "Hey, everyone, perk up. The chairman is coming out." Upon hearing this, the head of security immediately signaled for his team to take their positions at the door. "Wait, Captain. The chairman is coming out to greet someone. That person, the one in the Land Rover?" "Yes, indeed. Who could that be?" Chapter 29, Break Failure? "I think not." The head of security was somewhat bewildered. He found it hard to believe that Liemo could command such seriousness from Cheng Yi. Yet it did not hinder him from hastily directing his subordinates to tidy up the kiosk. "Liemo, where are you?" Cheng Yi reached the headquarters entrance. Glancing around, but failing to spot Liemo Chengdong. "I'm over here." Liemo emerged from the vehicle, waving. "When did you acquire this car?" "Wait. I recognize this vehicle, though I can't quite place it." Although Ko Wentao held some influence in Lingling City, he was merely a minor character compared to Cheng Yi. It was entirely normal for Cheng Yi not to remember. "Chengdong, this is Ko Wentao's car. The license plate has 5/8, without a doubt." All those who had attended the meeting had now gathered. "Why did you all come down?" "Haha. Chairman, since you are here to welcome an esteemed guest, we naturally followed. It would be improper to neglect our honored visitor, wouldn't it?" A multitude of curious gazes fell upon Liemo Young. Too young. Could it be that Liemo hails from the capital? But wait. He is driving Ko Wentao's car. "Mr. Li, why are you driving Ko Wentao's vehicle?" Cheng Yi had no favorable impression of Ko Wentao, having previously encountered difficulties with him regarding a subsidiary. Of course, once Ko Wentao realized the subsidiary belonged to the Dadi group, he ceased his interference. Cheng Yi had heard a bit about Ko Wentao's background. "Chengdong, this car is mine now. Ko Wentao gifted it to me," Liemo replied with a smile. "What? He gave it to you? Impossible. Someone previously offered 20 million for this car and its plate, and he refused to sell. Ko Wentao treasures this vehicle. Everyone in Lingling City knows that." The executives of the Dadi group expressed their disbelief. "It truly was a gift. I just transferred the title at the vehicle administration this morning. It's the truth." Upon hearing Liemo's words, a myriad of emotions flickered across the faces of the senior executives of the Earth Group. There was astonishment, confusion, and indeed, shock. Cheng Yi sensed that there was undoubtedly some underlying story, yet he refrained from probing further. If Liemo wished to disclose it, he would. If not, any inquiries would only serve to create awkwardness. He was aware of Liemo's capabilities, so while somewhat surprised, it was not entirely unexpected. Although Ko Wentao possessed some skills, they paled in comparison to Liemo's prowess. "Director Cheng." At that moment, the head of security approached, accompanied by his team. Cheng Yi's expression turned serious. "Next time Mr. Li visits, there is no need for notification. Simply escort him directly upstairs. We cannot afford to neglect our guests." "Understood, Chairman. I will ensure this is communicated." The head of security was drenched in sweat, relieved that their earlier murmurs had been hushed. Had Liemo overheard them and reported, their fate would not have been favorable. While many who claimed to know Director Cheng were insincere, there might be a few genuine acquaintances. With such a vast enterprise as the Earth Group, it was imperative that they did not appear negligent in their hospitality. Liemo's tone was languid, subtly addressing the security team. His keen ears had caught their discussions in the security room. "Vice Director Liu, please take the lead in properly organizing the security team." Cheng Yi, astute as he was, understood without further elaboration that there had been a minor unpleasantness. "Chairman, we indeed have shortcomings in our work and will rectify them promptly. Mr. Li, we sincerely apologize for the earlier oversight." The head of security, a person of stature, was quick to acknowledge the fault. "I harbor no grievances against you. You were merely fulfilling your duties." Understanding the situation, Liemo chose not to capitalize on the matter. "Please, Mr. Li." Cheng Yi smiled, gesturing for Liemo to proceed. "After you, Director Cheng." Liemo was aware of his own worth. While he appreciated the respect shown to him, he refrained from overstepping. "Haha, then let us go together." Cheng Yi was pleased with Liemo's demeanor. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who had encountered Liemo at noon arrived at Wentao Group. "Hello. I am here to see General Manager Ko, as per our appointment." "What is your name?" "Yang Jian." "Please hold on. I will inquire." A minute later, the receptionist, somewhat displeased, informed Yang Jian, General Manager Ko stated that there is no appointment scheduled with you. What? That cannot be. Mr. Liamo arranged this meeting for me. Is he not a close associate of your chairman? Liamo? Close associate. A few nearby subordinates approached and seized Yang Jian by the collar. I believe you are here to cause trouble. What? No, that's not it. Yang Jian felt a sense of confusion, unable to ascertain where things had gone awry. Is it possible to ask General Manager Ko if Liamo truly? Liamo? A subordinate has already raised his fist, clearly ready to strike. Who does not know that Liamo is the nemesis of the Wentao group, a figure that Ko Wentao wishes to eliminate at all costs? Truly, I am not deceiving you. I witnessed Liamo driving Ko's car, believing him to be a friend of Ko. I implored him to speak favorably on my behalf in front of Ko, urging that every detail be conveyed without omission, lest there be dire consequences. All right. I'll tell you, I said, at noon, at the vehicle management office. Thus, Yang Jian recounted the entire sequence of events, even disclosing the matter of Liamo pocketing a bribe of 200,000. You actually gave that scoundrel 200,000. The subordinates were nearly driven to madness. This Liamo was brazenly using Ko's name to swindle others. Just wait, I will speak to Brother Tao about this. Don't you dare run away. I'm not running. At this moment, even Yang Jian, who was rather dim-witted, realized he had been deceived. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair. If Ko Wentao were to harbor resentment towards him because of this, it would be a grave injustice indeed. Soon, a subordinate rushed upstairs to inform Ko Wentao of the entire affair. What? This scoundrel is swindling others in my name. Upon hearing this, Ko Wentao abruptly stood from his chair. He began pacing back and forth in the office before issuing a directive. Go, bring that Yang Jian to me. Ko had no clear intention as to why he wanted Yang Jian summoned. He simply felt compelled to call him. A few minutes later, a trembling Yang Jian entered the room. Tao, Brother Tao, please, tell me how that fellow deceived you. Well, it was like this. Yang Jian recounted the story from beginning to end once more. The more Ko listened, the darker his expression became. What project were you intending to collaborate on with me? Ko lightly slapped Yang Jian's face. This fellow is truly foolish. Yet now, due to Liamo's actions, he finds himself having to clean up the mess. Otherwise, the people of Ulftang City would soon learn that his vehicle was in Liamo's possession. Tao, brother. There's no collaboration. Yang Jian, not being a fool, realized there was no opportunity for collaboration at this juncture and refrained from speaking further to aggravate Ko. Should I compensate you for the 200,000 he took from you? Tao, brother. There's no need. Yang Jian thought only of escaping at this point. Now you see, that fellow is neither my brother nor my friend. If you could relieve him of some of his burdens, I would be immensely grateful. Tao, brother, I am a legitimate businessman, Yang Jian said, feeling diminished. He was truly bewitched, contemplating a partnership with Ko Wentao. Thankfully, the collaboration did not materialize. Otherwise, if any discord arose, he would find himself in a precarious situation. In hindsight, the failure of the collaboration turned out to be his fortune. That 200,000. Consider it a lesson learned. Are you implying that I am not a legitimate businessman? Ko Wentao suddenly widened his eyes, resembling a predator ready to devour its prey. Tao. Brother Tao, that was not my intention. Yang Jian's calves trembled slightly. Ha. Such a timid fellow, ha. The group of younger brothers joined in the laughter. Although Yang Jian possessed a modest fortune, he held no standing in Ko Wentao's eyes, as he was perceived as weak and easily bullied. Enough. Get out. Will you spread nonsense outside? No, I won't. Thank you, Brother Tao. Convinced that Ko Wentao genuinely intended to let him go, Yang Jian wished he could sprout 2 more legs, hastily escaping. Humph. With no outsiders present, Ko Wentao no longer concealed his fury, crushing the glass coffee table beneath his foot. Brother Tao, we cannot allow that fellow to roam freely in his car. I understand. What ideas do you have? Ko Wentao was on the verge of fainting from anger, his mind clouded. Brother Tao, I watched a TV drama a couple of days ago, where a large truck lost its brakes and smashed a small car at an intersection, killing everyone inside. One bold younger brother ventured. A large truck? Brakes failing. Ko Wentao's eyes lit up, deeming the idea feasible. Immediately arrange it. Even if we don't kill that fellow, we must demolish his vehicle. I do not wish to see that car on the streets of Ulftang City ever again. Yes, Brother Tao? Chapter 30. I think you're insane at the Dottie Group. Cheng Yi invited Liamo to his office, barring entry to others. Mr. Li, what brings you here? Cheng Yi understood that Liamo was not one to visit without purpose. Mr. Cheng, are you familiar with Meizhuang Group, Leong Fay's company? You met her at the resort before. Haha, of course, I know Meizhuang Group. I've met Director Leong a few times. She is indeed a promising young woman. At her age, I had not achieved what she has now. Cheng Qiming praised, sensing a unique connection between Li Mo and Leong Fay. Li Mo possessed extraordinary connections, and as long as there were benefits involved, he was a valuable ally. Is your group planning to provide employees with new uniforms? Mr. Li, this is... Oh, I now consider myself an employee of Meizhuang Group. Oh. Cheng Qiming was taken aback, astonished that a person like Li Mo was still working for someone else. Had he known Li Mo was seeking employment, any position beneath the chairman of Dadi Group would have been his to choose. It was not Li Mo's commercial prowess that attracted him, but rather the influential network he commanded. Meizhuang Group wishes to pursue this business, correct? To be frank, Mr. Li, I just discussed this matter in a meeting. Changing uniforms may seem trivial, but it concerns the company's image, which I place great importance on. So, has the partner company been decided? Since he was present, Li Mo naturally aimed to secure the contract. Not yet. If Meizhuang Group is indeed interested, let them handle this matter. Li Mo's words were enough for Cheng Qiming to acquiesce. He felt it necessary to grant this favor. Thank you, Mr. Cheng. With his objective accomplished, Li Mo's spirits soared, his thoughts drifting towards a candlelit dinner. It's merely a trifling matter. Cheng Qiming waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging the insignificance of the transaction. However, without Li Mo's initiative, collaboration with the Meizhuang Group would have been improbable. This year, Cheng was tasked with enhancing the group's image, a directive from higher-ups, who deemed that Greenvine City required a commendable private enterprise. Suddenly, Cheng Qiming clutched his head and grimaced in pain. Mr. Cheng? Instinctively, as a doctor, Li Mo stepped forward to assess the situation. No, it's nothing. It happens often. It will pass. Cheng Qiming signaled that he was all right, though his complexion betrayed a pallor. If I may, I can take a look, Li Mo offered. Cheng Qiming's willingness to maintain his dignity would surely be reciprocated in other ways by Li Mo. Moreover, Cheng was still the father of Cheng Yi. Mr. Li, do you possess medical knowledge? Cheng Qiming stared at Li Mo, astonished. He knew that if Li Mo were not genuinely knowledgeable, he would not have made such a bold claim. A bit, just a bit, Li Mo replied modestly. Then, I must trouble you, Mr. Li. Please extend your hand. As Li Mo began to take Cheng Qiming's pulse, the latter was taken aback. Li Mo's expertise lay in traditional Chinese medicine, a rarity in these times, more precious than stumbling upon money in the street. Well, upon lowering his hand, Li Mo could not restrain Cheng Qiming's curiosity. He was aware that his health might be compromised, but had been too preoccupied with work to seek medical attention. Most likely, it was a tumor. Having treated elderly patients in Kyoto for an extended period, Li Mo was well versed in the symptoms of brain tumors. A brain tumor? Cheng Qiming's complexion shifted dramatically. He was not yet 60, and the Great Land Group had not yet reached his aspirations. Are you certain? Cheng Qiming asked, his apprehension palpable. You might consider getting a scan. Cheng Qiming appeared somewhat disoriented. This revelation was a significant blow. There is no need for excessive pessimism, Mr. Cheng. If my assessment is correct, you are in the early stages, which is quite treatable. Quite treatable? Were it not for Li Mo's authority, Cheng Qiming would have retorted. Tumors were notoriously difficult to treat. Early detection merely increased the odds of recovery, not guaranteeing it, and certainly not warranting the term quite easy. For me, it is so. Noticing Cheng Qiming's dwindling spirits, Li Mo quietly exited the office. At this juncture, further discussion was futile. Cheng Qiming would naturally seek him out after undergoing medical examinations. For Li Mo, treating early-stage cancer was not particularly daunting. Time passed, and when Cheng Qiming regained his composure, Li Mo's presence had long since vanished from the office. Come in. Cheng Qiming summoned his assistant. Please note that from now on, Meizhuang Group will be our strategic partner. For any projects, we will prioritize collaboration with Meizhuang Group. Additionally, please assist me in contacting Director Wang, as I need to undergo a medical examination. Understood, Chairman Cheng. Shortly thereafter, Leong Fay received a call from Dadi Group. Hello. Chairman Leong, this is Dadi Group. We are interested in establishing a strategic partnership with your esteemed company. What are your thoughts on this? What? A strategic partnership? Is what you were saying true? Leong Fay's first reaction was to suspect she was being deceived. However, upon checking the number, she confirmed it was indeed a call from Dadi Group. Of course it is true. You may come over now, so we can discuss the specific details. Oh, And I almost forgot to mention, Chairman Cheng has decided to entrust the staff uniform business to your company, and we need you to come over to sign the contract. May I ask, has Liamo been to your place? Leong Fay was acutely aware that Dottie Group's change in attitude must have a cause. You are referring to Mr. Lee, correct? He spoke with our chairman for quite some time, and our chairman even went downstairs to personally greet him. The rest of what the other party said fell on deaf ears for Leong Fay. She had initially thought that Liamo was merely capable, but it now appeared that he had been concealing many matters from her. That scoundrel. Leong Fay resolved that when Liamo returned, she would certainly have a thorough discussion with him. Bring the car. I must go to Dottie Group. Leong Fay rushed out, anxious that if she delayed, Dottie Group might change their mind. Not only had she secured the order for staff uniforms, but she was also becoming a strategic partner. Even if Dottie Group ceased to provide other business in the future, this title alone would allow Meizhuang Group to thrive in Luftang City. The business development issues that had long troubled her now seemed effortlessly resolved. Meanwhile, Liamo had just exited Dottie Group and found himself caught in slow-moving traffic. After several minutes, he finally reached the front of the line. At that moment, he was faced with a red light, with the right turn lane open for traffic and the diagonal lane available for a left turn. Suddenly, a cacophony of honking erupted, accompanied by cries of alarm. In an instant, Liamo spotted a large truck out of control, crashing into several smaller vehicles and hurtling toward him at great speed. Chapter 31. The Furious Policewoman. Dare to touch my man? Liamo swiftly released the handbrake, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator. Based on his calculations, he believed he could avoid the collision with his Range Rover. However, as the vehicle began to move, he heard the sound of a child crying from a nearby car. Don't worry, darling, it's okay. There are cars in front, so you don't need to be afraid. Liamo's heartstrings were tugged. The car that had initially been turning right suddenly veered left, heading directly toward the out-of-control truck. What is he doing? Isn't that courting disaster? Gasps of shock filled the air as many people fled their vehicles, seeking refuge on the roadside. The out-of-control truck was no laughing matter. The smaller vehicle appeared as fragile as paper in its presence. In the blink of an eye, the Land Rover and the truck seemed destined for collision. At that moment, Liamo flung open the door of the driver's cabin and leaped out, rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact. He tumbled for several meters before finally coming to a stop. Wow, how impressive. This fellow possesses remarkable skills. What a close call. I thought he was done for. Amidst the murmurs of onlookers, a thunderous crash ensued as the runaway truck collided with the Land Rover. In comparison to the monstrous truck, the Land Rover seemed somewhat delicate. Yet it was considerably sturdier than an ordinary small car. Thanks to its larger size, it avoided being crushed under the truck's weight. The tremendous force of the impact significantly impeded the truck's momentum and altered its course. With a cacophonous roar, the truck pushed the Land Rover onto the flower bed in the middle of the road, miraculously leaving no one injured. Oh, that was so close. Some passengers in smaller vehicles were so startled that they burst into tears. The sight of the truck barreling toward them was reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. A major catastrophe had been narrowly averted, all thanks to the courageous driver of the Land Rover. He truly deserved to be behind the wheel of such a vehicle. I envy not those who drive a Land Rover like him. Don't let the truck driver escape. That butcher. Meanwhile, at the finest private hospital in Greenvine City, a private helicopter descended. Chairman Cheng, hospital executives emerged to greet him. There was no need for such fanfare. I am merely here for a checkup. Cheng Qiming's expression was somewhat grim. After all, no one feels buoyant upon learning of a cancer diagnosis. Very well, Director Wang. You shall be responsible for conducting Chairman Cheng's examination. Remember, today's events must remain confidential. Cheng Qiming donates generously to the hospital each year, and employees of the Earth Group receive treatment here. They must cater to him well, lest they lose such a significant client and suffer a considerable decline in revenue. Understood. Dean, we have always prioritized client privacy. Director Wang nodded in agreement and then addressed Cheng Qiming. Chairman Cheng, please follow me. Our diagnostic equipment is the finest in all of Greenvine City. After a little over an hour, Cheng Qiming received his examination results. Chairman Cheng, preliminary tests indicate that there is indeed a tumor in your brain. However, it is small, and the likelihood of successful treatment is quite high. Our hospital is not particularly adept in this area, so I recommend you consult one of the top hospitals in the country. In terms of tumor treatments, private hospitals cannot compare to public ones. Thank you. I appreciate your guidance. Cheng Yi had no intention of adhering to Director Wang's suggestion. The words of Li Mo echoed in his mind. This illness, I can cure. Cheng Yi, you must come home for dinner tonight. There is something important to discuss. Cheng Yi promptly called Cheng Yi, eager to inquire further about Li Mo. Meanwhile, the intersection had been cordoned off by police vehicles. Li Mo, are you all right? Upon hearing that Li Mo was in trouble, Su Lingling hurried over. I am fine. I have subdued the driver. If my memory serves me right. This fellow is an employee of Wentao Group. Are you certain? Su Lingling was taken aback. If that were the case, the situation would be considerably more complex. She was aware that Li Mo had crossed paths with Ko Wentao several times recently. I cannot be mistaken. I merely glanced at him. But my memory is typically quite sharp. Li Mo squinted his eyes. He had underestimated Ko Wentao. This fellow was indeed capable of anything. Given this revelation, Ko Wentao could not be allowed to remain at large. A multitude of thoughts raced through Li Mo's mind. Eliminating Ko Wentao would be a simple task. However, such an action would undoubtedly bring trouble to Su Lingling. Therefore, he resolved to seek incriminating evidence against Ko Wentao, aiming to incarcerate him for life. He did not believe for a second that Ko Wentao had truly reformed. After all, there is a saying, a dog cannot change its nature. Very well. I shall take the driver back for a personal interrogation. Su Lingling was equally incensed. How dare someone target her future boyfriend? Come on, you better confess honestly later, or you won't have a pleasant outcome. Setting aside Li Mo's involvement, recklessly driving through a bustling city had already jeopardized public safety. Sir, the Range Rover is severely damaged and cannot be repaired. We are inclined to offer you full compensation. What do you think? The insurance representatives had already arrived at the scene. All right, you may proceed as you see fit. By the way, can I still use this license plate? Although it was a pity that the Range Rover had become a wreck after only a few days, its sacrifice had spared many from danger, thereby realizing its utmost value. Moreover, since he had not purchased the vehicle with his own money, he felt little remorse. Yes, the license plate can certainly be retained. When you acquire a new vehicle, you can simply register it at the vehicle management office. For an ordinary person, retaining a license plate might pose some challenges, but for someone like Li Mo, it was quite straightforward. The insurance personnel were unaware that this vehicle originally belonged to Ko Wentao, mistakenly believing Li Mo to be its sole owner. All right, thank you. You're welcome, sir. The insurance representatives proceeded to document evidence through photographs. Li Mo glanced at the darkening sky and sighed. Oh, it seems I will have much to attend to this evening. At the Wentao Group headquarters, Ko Wentao was also monitoring the developments. Report. Brother, the crash occurred. How is it? Did that fellow perish? Ko Wentao's face was filled with anticipation. Brother, no. That guy jumped out of the car. He is completely unharmed. His subordinate dared not meet Ko Wentao's gaze. Damn, this guy reacted that quickly? Ko Wentao ground his teeth in frustration. Indeed, brother. I was at the scene. The moment he opened the door, he leapt out, just like in the movies. As the subordinate spoke, there was even a hint of admiration in his expression. Are you an idiot? Otherwise, you might as well serve as his lackey. Spare us the embarrassment here. Ko Wentao seethed, delivering several sharp slaps to the head of his subordinate. Brother, my apologies, my apologies. The subordinate hastily admitted his fault, even extending his head for Ko Wentao to vent his frustrations. After a few more strikes, Ko Wentao, feeling fatigued, sank into the sofa and took a vigorous sip of water. Where are our people? They've been captured? This was Ko Wentao's primary concern. If the police conducted a meticulous investigation, it would not be difficult to uncover certain clues. In this era, investigative techniques were quite advanced. Otherwise, he would not be so anxious to clear his name. Brother, they were taken away. Su Lingling personally arrived at the scene. In Luftang City, everyone was aware of Su Lingling's reputation. She was the niece of the director and an individual not to be trifled with. Su Lingling came in person? Ko Wentao could no longer remain seated. He understood Su Lingling's working style. Should she detect even the slightest hint of suspicion, she would pursue the matter to the end. Moreover, under Su Lingling's pressure, he was deeply concerned about his subordinate confessing. In such a case, a significant amount of money would be required to smooth things over. Despite his ostentatious exterior, his pockets were hardly brimming with cash, as he had numerous subordinates to support, and the expenses were considerable. Have the goods arrived? Ko Wentao inquired of another subordinate, one he had trusted for many years. Brother, they will arrive tonight. The overseas shipment has already been arranged. Once the goods arrive, we can transfer them out immediately. Excellent. As long as the shipment goes smoothly, we shall strike it rich. Ko Wentao felt a surge of excitement. He had staked his entire fortune on this deal. Naturally, the returns, once successful, would be substantial. Chapter 32. My Master is Divine. That evening, the Ko Wentao headquarters was ablaze with lights. At 10 o'clock, numerous vehicles emerged from the underground parking garage, heading towards a destination outside the city. Shortly after these vehicles departed, a motorcycle without its lights stealthily followed. Meanwhile, Su Lingling received a message from Liemo on her phone. Gather the police force, tonight. You will earn a tremendous merit. What is it? Su Lingling inquired immediately, but received no reply from Liemo. In the most prestigious villa district of Ulting City, a rather shabby van pulled in. Its dilapidated appearance seemed out of place in such an upscale environment, yet the property security did not intervene, as the driver was none other than young Master Cheng. Dad, what is the rush in calling me back? Is something amiss? Upon leaving, Liemo had imparted some formidable techniques to Cheng Yi, who had been diligently practicing, scarcely finding time to eat or sleep, utterly engrossed in his training. Take a look at this. Cheng Qiming wasted no time, directly tossing the examination report over. Had he merely told his son, the lad would have surely thought he was jesting, merely trying to coax him back to the company to work. What is this, Dad? Have you been diagnosed with cancer or a brain tumor? Cheng Yi was utterly astonished. To him, his father's health appeared robust, and he underwent regular checkups. How could this happen so suddenly? Do not worry, it is not as severe as it seems. In the early stages, the chances of recovery are quite significant. Cheng Qiming, having weathered many storms, had already regained his composure from the initial shock. Then let us contact the hospital at once. I shall accompany you for treatment. Cheng Yi had never felt such panic before. This was his only family. You will accompany me for treatment? Have you abandoned your martial arts? Observing Cheng Yi's reaction brought warmth to Cheng Qiming's heart. Although his son had not provided substantial assistance in his career, this filial piety was more than sufficient. The scale of the Dadi group was already considerable, and he had reflected on certain matters. In the face of life, everything else seemed trivial. Naturally, if he recovered, he would still devote most of his energy to work. Habits cultivated over many years are not easily altered. Practicing martial arts is not as important as your health. It was evident that Cheng Yi was somewhat conflicted. Cheng Qiming burst into laughter. I now have a solution that satisfies both needs. I can receive excellent treatment. And you need not leave Ulting City. What do you think? Father, your health is paramount. I understand, but hear me out. Does your master possess medical knowledge? Indeed. How could I have forgotten this? Cheng Yi exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Father, you are aware that a delegation from Kyoto visited the resort, correct? Yes, I know. Your master has connections that reach the heavens. If you follow him closely, you may find greater success than under my guidance. If an outsider had overheard this conversation, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. The Dadi group's worth exceeded 100 billion, and Cheng Qiming was among the most influential figures in Ulting City. To suggest that following a resort owner was more promising than following him? Was the world going mad? Father, I understand without you saying it. What I've witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg regarding my master's capabilities. His prowess is beyond my imagination. The more Cheng Yi learned about Liemo, the deeper his admiration and respect grew. A thought flickered in Cheng Qiming's mind, and in an instant, excitement surged through him. If his speculation were true, then Liemo's medical skills must be extraordinary. Yes, that elder came to seek treatment. I still find it hard to believe. And it appears that he is also afflicted with a brain tumor. Shoo, you must not speak of this outside. Cheng Qiming urgently instructed his son. The health status of high-ranking officials was confidential. Father, I am aware. Cheng Yi bowed his head in contemplation. Are you intending to have master treat you? To be honest, it was your master who first diagnosed my illness. He merely took my pulse and immediately discerned that I had brain cancer. Truly remarkable. Master, you are truly formidable. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi too found it astonishing. Had he not been struggling to grasp martial arts, he would certainly have sought to learn some medical skills from Liemo. What I mean is, could you possibly ask your master to provide me with treatment? Of course, I would not impose upon him without offering something in return. Cheng Qiming's face brightened with anticipation. He could have brought this up with Liemo himself. Yet he felt that his relationship with Liemo was not as close as that of Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi's suggestion seemed more appropriate, especially given the gravity of the situation regarding his health, prompting Cheng Qiming to proceed with caution. All right, Dad, I will speak to my master. Cheng Yi, unwilling to delay. Promptly took out his phone to call Liemo, only to be met with the message that the user was out of service area. My master is likely preoccupied. No worries, there's no rush. You've made the effort to return. I've asked the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes. Let us eat first. Thank you, Dad. In the past, Cheng Yi would have never displayed such courtesy, often neglecting to greet his father upon returning home. However, upon learning of his father's illness, he matured significantly. Memories of his father's kindness flooded his mind. At the municipal bureau, Su Lingling pushed open the door to the director's office. Director. In recent times, Su Lingling had also matured considerably, shedding her affluent girl demeanor to embody a more professional persona befitting her role. Wait a moment. At that moment, Su was on the phone. After a while, he hung up and posed a question. How is the incident involving the truck collision at the intersection being handled? This matter has caused significant repercussions, and municipal leaders have just inquired. It must be dealt with promptly and seriously. Uncle, the preliminary interrogation has concluded. The driver is a subordinate of Ko Wentao. I have dispatched personnel to the Wentao group to prepare to bring Ko Wentao in for questioning. But I suspect he will not admit to anything. Su Lingling had interacted with Ko Wentao a few times and was aware of his cunning nature, making it difficult to secure evidence against him. No rush, take your time. Is there something else you wish to report? Just now, Liemo sent me a message stating that he would bestow upon me a significant merit tonight. Su Lingling pondered for a while before deciding to share this with Su Wu. If it had been anyone else promising her a grand achievement, she would have been skeptical. However, since it was Liemo, the context was entirely different. Did he specify what kind of merit? Su Wu's excitement surged. He understood that Liemo wouldn't make such a jest. If he mentioned a grand achievement, it would indeed be substantial. Especially considering that Su Lingling and Liemo were romantically involved, making it unlikely for him to lead her astray. Su Lingling shook her head. He didn't mention any specifics, just instructed me to assemble the team and said he would notify me at the appropriate time. I see. Su Wu contemplated for a moment before issuing orders. Have everyone return to duty. Even those on leave must come back. If we do not receive any news from Liemo, we shall conduct a sweep of the entertainment venues, as the recent establishments have been rather tumultuous. Truly, the director was astute, efficiently devising a comprehensive response. Chapter 33, Do Not Move. Very well, Director. I shall speak with Team Leader Guo immediately. At this stage, Su Lingling is merely a team leader. Such a significant operation undoubtedly requires the command of Captain Guobin from the Criminal Police Unit. Please proceed with the arrangements. After Su Lingling exited the office, Su Wu dialed his wife's number. My dear, I apologize. There's an urgent operation at the bureau. I promise to make it up to you for our wedding anniversary tomorrow. Thank you for your understanding. I love you, my dear. Moi. This was a secluded dock, once a bustling harbor for fishermen, now abandoned as the younger generation had turned away from fishing. Today, however, it buzzed with unusual activity as Ko Wentao arrived with a considerable entourage. Their vehicles glided in with headlights extinguished, adopting a remarkably discreet approach. Why have they not yet arrived? Ko Wentao had already been waiting for over 2 hours and was beginning to grow impatient. Boss, I just called. They are on their way. Good. Have all the surveillance personnel been dispatched? All present. We will ensure no outsiders can approach. Once the task is accomplished, every participant shall be rewarded. Thank you, Brother Tao. The prospect of monetary gain filled the group of young men with excitement. Finally, the rumble of an engine echoed, and an inconspicuous van rolled into view. Several slender men emerged from the vehicle, exuding an unusual odor. Ko Wentao pinched his nose and approached. Is everything in the van? Indeed. You may inspect it yourself. It was evident that the newcomers were not Ko Wentao's subordinates, but belonged to another faction. Go take a look. Ko instructed his men. Understood. Brother Tao. 2 seemingly educated young men climbed into the van, activating their phone flashlights to examine the contents. Boss, it's the goods. No doubt about it. Ko Wentao scrutinized the group. Are these items authentic? Do not attempt to deceive me. You should be aware of my previous endeavors. Rest assured. You know the integrity of the thousand-faced Buddha. Brother Buddha has never faltered in business dealings. Very well. Inform Brother Buddha that should this operation proceed smoothly, we shall continue our partnership in the future. Congratulations on your impending fortune, Brother Tao. Once the items were unloaded, the van roared to life once more, driving a distance before illuminating its headlights and proceeding cautiously. Let us transport the goods to the warehouse. Be careful. or you'll owe us more than you can afford. Understood. Brother Tao, are you fools? Keep your voices down. Yes, Brother Tao. Do I need to remind you to be quieter? Damn it. While this commotion unfolded, not far away on a small hillock, a head peeked out. Liemo had intended to capture a few photographs, but the dim light rendered his attempts futile, producing only dark images. Thus, he relayed the warehouse's location to Su Lingling. It was evident that Ko Wentao was involved in something significant, most likely illegal. Otherwise, he would not need to exercise such caution. Moreover, the other individuals who had appeared earlier were likely a group of tomb raiders, if Limeau's suspicions were correct. At the police station, Su Lingling received information and promptly reported it to Su Wu. Director, Liemo has sent a location. I checked, and it is an abandoned dock. He also sent a license plate, which belongs to a van. Immediately trace the van's whereabouts and apprehend the individuals inside. The rest should head to the abandoned dock. I will join you. Su Wu donned his hat and strode out swiftly. Understood, Director. I will arrange it at once. The Director's personal involvement raised the stakes. If there were no significant outcomes, it would indeed be a farce. One could only hope that Liemo was not deceiving him. At the abandoned dock, a glimmer appeared on the sea, flashing 5 times in succession. Brother Tao, they have arrived. Signal them. Ko Wentao could hardly contain his excitement. The operation was nearing its conclusion. Once the goods were aboard the ship, even if the police wished to pursue, they would be unable to catch up. Moreover, the police remained oblivious to the unfolding events, filling him with pride for his meticulous arrangements. A moderately sized vessel approached the shore, and both parties maintained a tacit understanding. Refraining from conversation, Ko Wentao's underlings were busy transporting the items. Meanwhile, not far away, Liemo was frequently glancing in a particular direction. The ship had arrived sooner than he anticipated, and with the police still absent, the cargo was nearly loaded. If he did not act soon, the precious artifacts would be lost overseas. Ko Wentao, Liemo bellowed, emerging from behind a small hillock. His shout startled many. Damn it, it's you. Ko Wentao's fury towards Liemo reached a boiling point. In this desolate area, surrounded by his own men, eliminating Liemo would attract no witnesses. Get him. Regardless of the consequences. Ko Wentao surveyed the distance. There was no sign of others, and he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing Liemo was acting alone. Yes, Brother Tao. 7 or 8 of Ko Wentao's subordinates charged forward, armed with various weapons. Some among them had previously suffered bullying at the hands of Liemo during a basketball game, harboring intense resentment. Brothers, kill. The sheer number of attackers bolstered their confidence. However, Liemo remained utterly unfazed. Compared to a treacherous battlefield, this was mere child's play. Screams erupted in rapid succession. Since the opposition had no intention of holding back, Liemo reciprocated without mercy. After all, he was merely defending himself, and these underlings were not innocent. Each bore a criminal record. Suddenly, a cold barrel pressed against Liemo's temple, and Ko Wentao's triumphant voice rang out. Kid, you're quite the fighter, aren't you? Go on, show me another move. Do you believe I won't send you straight to hell with a single shot? I don't believe it. With determination, Ko Wentao prepared to pull the trigger. But in the next instant, his hand was empty, and to his astonishment, the gun was now in Liemo's possession. With a swift motion, Liemo turned. The sound of the gun's chamber being pulled back echoed behind him. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, disarming the individuals on the ship. As someone contemplated taking action, Liemo's gun swiftly turned in their direction. Don't move, unless you wish to meet your demise. The atmosphere became eerily silent. The 2 subordinates, straining under the weight of their burdens, gritted their teeth and remained motionless. The objects they bore were evidently heavy, causing them considerable discomfort. You may set down your load, Liemo commanded, at which point the 2 men dared to slowly release their burdens. Ko Wentao, filled with bravado, exclaimed, Liemo, if you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. After all, should I be captured, I am likely to languish in prison for life. I might as well take a gamble now and instill fear in you, hoping you would hesitate to harm me, thus allowing me a chance to retaliate. Had Ko Wentao been aware of Liemo's ruthless dealings with drug traffickers, such naive thoughts would have surely dissipated. Bang! Liemo chose silence, responding instead with decisive action. A gaping wound appeared on Ko Wentao's thigh, causing him to freeze momentarily before collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. As someone attempted to stealthily retreat to the boat, Liemo's gunfire promptly thwarted their escape. No one moves, or this will be your fate. Limo's unwavering resolve and brutality instilled fear in all present, leaving no one daring to stir. Navigating the underworld does not equate to a lack of fear of death. By the time Su Lingling arrived, she witnessed a scene of criminals kneeling in submission. Impressive, brother. Take them all away. Su Lingling exulted, anticipating that, barring any unforeseen events, the credit for this operation would fall upon her. Had she not been acquainted with Limo, she might have hesitated to accept the accolades. But given that they were bestowed by her partner, why not embrace them? There were further treasures aboard the vessel. Having inspected them, Limo discerned they were invaluable artifacts, likely to keep Ko Wintao incarcerated for a significant duration. With the demeanor of a victor, Limo gazed upon the disheveled Ko Wintao. You underestimate me. Should you ever be released, you shall not see the light of another day. The threat was palpable, stark, and unyielding. Officer, he is threatening me. Did you hear that? Hurry, apprehend him. The long-conceived plans of Ko Wintao had faltered, leaving him visibly shaken. Take him away. Many had overheard Limo's pronouncement, yet they pretended not to. Ko Wintao had committed numerous heinous acts, and the police, lacking evidence, had allowed him to roam free. Now captured, the charges extended beyond mere artifact smuggling. The police would not rest until every wrongdoing was unearthed. Previously, Ko Wintao's subordinates may have feared retaliation and refrained from speaking the truth, but now, that concern had dissipated. It was evident that Ko Wintao would never see freedom again. In severe circumstances, he might even face the direst of fates. Limo, I owe you yet another favor. Su Wu approached, casting a somewhat bashful glance at Limo originally. These tasks were the responsibility of the police, yet they were all accomplished by Limo, who rendered their efforts redundant. No need to thank me. The credit goes to Su Lingling, for she provided me with the information, Limo remarked, gesturing towards Su Lingling. Su Wu could only remain speechless. Such a statement might deceive a fool, but if Su Lingling had been the first to learn of the news, she would certainly not have enlisted an outsider to conduct surveillance, but would have set up a preemptive control. The prospect of drafting a report on the matter was also a vexing dilemma. Su Wu felt a bit of pressure in his head. However, he soon conceived a solution, to include Limo's name in the report. Surely, once the higher-ups were informed of Limo's involvement, they would not demand further details. Yes, that was it. Su Wu commended his own cleverness. Subsequently, he did indeed proceed with this course of action, and the authorities did not insist on a more comprehensive report. This was merely an afterthought. The police were busy photographing the scene and collecting evidence, as well as inviting experts in cultural relics to authenticate the item's genuineness and value. It was evident that they would not finish before dawn. I apologize, Limo. When I find the time, I shall express my gratitude properly, Su Lingling said, rushing over, her cheeks flushed. How shall I be thanked? Limo replied with a mischievous grin. You, don't forget my position. Do you dare to arrest me? Su Lingling shot him a look of disdain. Today, after consulting her close friend Leong Fay, she had come to suspect that Limo was not entirely trustworthy, and felt she needed to keep a closer watch on him. Unfortunately, her workload was so demanding that she could not trail him to ensure he behaved. Arrest me? Would you really dare? Do you wish to live in mourning? Limo's words left Su Lingling momentarily speechless. Every time she had a free moment, her mind was filled with images of Limo. Were it not for her lifelong dream, she would immediately resign and elope with him. Su Lingling bit her lip. Just be a bit more restrained. Do not be so intimate with other girls. What if others are close to me? Limo relished the playful banter with the police officer and subconsciously resisted any form of constraint from women. Perhaps he had not always felt this way, but having experienced the flamboyant world, he no longer wished to lead a life of hardship. While this might be deemed somewhat immoral, Limo saw nothing wrong in pursuing his own happiness. Do as you wish, Su Lingling replied, her spirits suddenly dampened as she walked away to continue her tasks. Noticing that Su Lingling's eyes appeared somewhat red, Limo felt a pang of guilt and considered approaching her to apologize. However, it seemed she sensed his intentions and deliberately distanced herself further. Seeing this, Limo resigned himself to the situation. Upon leaving the dock, Limo discovered numerous missed calls on his phone. There were calls from Li Jingjing, Leong Fay, and most notably, Cheng Yi, who had called over a dozen times. Limo could surmise the reason for the calls and promptly returned the call. Hello, Master, you finally answered. Where are you now? Cheng Yi's exuberant voice came through the line. Having just concluded a few matters, feel free to speak your mind. Regarding the dock situation, if it can be avoided, let us refrain from discussing it. Liemo is not one to boast, and he has already resolved to attribute his accomplishments to the police. Thus, he would not wish to complicate matters further. Could you possibly visit the Century Garden Villa? My father and I are awaiting your arrival. There is something of great importance to discuss. A hint of pleading laced Cheng Yi's voice. Certainly. On the other end of the line, after Cheng Yi hung up, he was met with his father's eager gaze. Has your master agreed to come? Cheng Qiming had never felt such tension before. Listening to Cheng Yi recount various details of his interactions with Liemo only solidified his belief that Liemo was an extraordinary individual, a true master. If his ailment could be treated by him, there was indeed a chance for recovery. Whatever the cost, he would willingly accept it. As long as his health could be restored. Yes, my master has consented to come. I believe I can hear the sound of police sirens. I wonder what he is up to, Cheng Yi mused thoughtfully. Observing this, Cheng Qiming immediately offered a stern admonition. Your master is an exceptional person. Refrain from inquiring into matters he does not volunteer. Even if you learn something, act as if you have not, and certainly do not share it with outsiders. Father, does that make you an outsider? This was a profound question, and for a moment, Cheng Qiming found himself at a loss for words. Having just pressed Cheng Yi for numerous details regarding Liemo. Yes, for me, you should also speak as little as possible. Cheng Qiming steeled himself. It is human nature to be curious, especially regarding matters surrounding Liemo. He was undeniably eager to learn. Yet the potential of displeasing Liemo and jeopardizing their relationship compelled him to suppress his curiosity. Understood, Cheng Yi nodded earnestly. Initially, he sought Liemo as a mentor merely to learn a bit of traditional martial arts, a passion he had cherished since childhood. However, as he spent more time with Liemo and uncovered more about him, he began to comprehend the depth of Liemo's formidable abilities and extensive connections. Perhaps there were still many facets of Liemo that remained unknown to him. In any case, this master deserved his utmost respect and devotion. It certainly held far more promise than living as a wealthy heir. His father's recent illness served as a prime example. Without Liemo's intervention, they might not have discovered the ailment until it reached a critical stage. Had their relationship not been that of master and disciple, it was uncertain whether Liemo would have been inclined to treat his father. Even prominent figures from the capital traveled great distances, while in the presence of his master. Cheng Qiming was hardly a noteworthy individual. As long as Liemo was willing to intervene, Cheng Yi had unwavering confidence that his father's illness could indeed be cured. Chapter 35, a limited edition Bugatti arrives. An hour later, Liemo arrived at the Century Garden Villa area, where Cheng Yi had been awaiting him at the community entrance. Noticing that Liemo had arrived on a motorcycle was somewhat surprising to him, considering he was aware that Liemo had acquired Kuo Wentao's Land Rover. Master, what of that vehicle? It was wrecked. Wrecked? Indeed, it was struck by a large truck yesterday afternoon. It is now nearly 2 in the morning. So what Liemo referred to was indeed yesterday. Master, have you been in an accident? Are you all right? Cheng Yi immediately grew anxious. In his heart, Liemo had become a person of great significance. I'm fine, just go inside for now. Liemo preferred not to dwell on the accident, as the true culprit had been dealt with, and such incidents would not recur. All right, master, I will help you ride the motorcycle in. Good. The Cheng family's villa was situated deep within the estate, in the most desirable location. Cheng Qiming was already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Li, upon seeing Liemo again, Cheng Qiming felt a flicker of excitement within. How are you feeling, Cheng Dong? Before the diagnosis, as long as my head didn't hurt, I felt fine. Now that I have been diagnosed, even without pain, I still feel a bit uncomfortable, huh? That's entirely normal. It's a psychological effect. A simple acupuncture will remedy it. Please. This way, sir. Cheng Qiming's demeanor immediately became serious. He entrusted his ailment to Liemo, naturally altering his attitude towards him. Inside the room, Cheng Qiming was already lying on the bed. The reason Liemo had come so late was to retrieve the medical kit from the resort. During the treatment, no matter what occurs, you must not react, and your emotions should remain stable. If you feel very uncomfortable, inform me immediately, Liemo instructed earnestly. Understood, Mr. Li. Cheng Qiming felt a flicker of anticipation. He had previously undergone some traditional Chinese medical treatments, but they were merely supplementary. This was the first time he was using it as a primary treatment method, particularly for cancer. As the silver needle pierced the acupuncture point atop his head, Cheng Qiming had braced himself for pain, but to his astonishment, he felt none at all. He found this utterly miraculous and recalled Liemo's admonishment. remaining silent and striving to keep his emotions in check. Calm your mind. Maintain your tranquility. Liemo gently manipulated the silver needle, allowing a stream of warmth to flow from his fingertips through the needle and into Cheng Yi skull, targeting the site of the tumor. Thanks to his extensive experience, Liemo performed the procedure with remarkable ease. This feels wonderful. Cheng Yi could not suppress a sigh of relief while tumultuous waves surged within him. Astonished by the warmth, this phenomenon was entirely beyond scientific explanation. Fortunately, Cheng Yi had witnessed many extraordinary occurrences, allowing him to maintain some composure and avoid losing his poise. As this was the first treatment, it took more time than usual. All done. With Li Mo's slightly weary voice, the first treatment came to a close. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Li. At that moment, Cheng Yi felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as the previous discomfort had completely vanished. Mr. Li, am I cured? Liemo paused, then realized that Cheng Yi, burdened by his illness, was indulging in unrealistic fantasies due to the immense pressure he had been under. It is unlikely to achieve results in a single session. A minimum of 3 months of continuous treatment is essential. By that time, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the tumor should be eradicated. Of course, during this period, you will need to take some medications that are rather expensive. Yet this should not pose a significant concern for you. I must have amused Mr. Li. Cheng Yi realized his lapse of composure and chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, Cheng Yi could no longer restrain himself and pushed the door open to enter. Master, is the treatment concluded? Yes, you may come in. Upon receiving permission, Cheng Yi hurriedly approached Cheng Yi. Father, how do you feel? Quite well. Be sure to express my gratitude to Mr. Li. Thank you, Master. Cheng Yi, brimming with excitement, nearly fell to his knees, but Liemo swiftly intervened. We are master and disciple. Such formalities are unnecessary. Liemo was not one to easily accept anyone. But once he did, he would treat them with sincerity. I must emphasize 2 points. Please continue, Mr. Li. Cheng Yi adopted a posture of attentive listening, akin to a diligent student. Firstly, the details of the treatment must remain confidential. No one outside of the two of you is to be informed. Otherwise, I will cease the treatment. This is not an issue. Both E and I will remain discreet. Cheng Yi hastily assured him. This was indeed a reasonable request, as Liemo's methods were quite extraordinary, and if word got out, it would undoubtedly stir considerable controversy. Master, I will ensure confidentiality. Cheng Yi readily agreed, fully compliant with Liemo's instructions. Secondly, since you have accepted my treatment, do not consult other physicians. Of course, you are welcome to visit the hospital for evaluations. And if you find my treatment lacking, you are free to discontinue at any time without concern for my feelings. I am not one to be easily offended. This precaution was primarily to prevent Cheng Yi from seeking multiple opinions, which could muddle the treatment process and reduce its efficacy. Each treatment session consumed the internal heat flow, which could be replenished but was still a laborious task. This is undoubtedly agreeable. Having chosen Mr. Li, I am committed to your care. Cheng Yi had indeed considered seeking opinions from other doctors, as cancer was a daunting ailment. However, with Liemo's stipulation, he hesitated to pursue that path. Naturally, if the treatment proved ineffective, Cheng Yi would terminate it, for no one would gamble with their life. He would then compensate Liemo appropriately. Pondering this, Cheng Yi resolved to visit the hospital the following day for an examination and to procure some medication. Although the effects of a single treatment might not be immediately apparent, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. Liemo nodded, closing his eyes to rest. After a long day of exertion, he felt a degree of fatigue from the considerable depletion of his internal heat flow. Cheng Yi remained silent and quietly exited. After a while, he returned holding a set of car keys. Mr. Li, I have heard that your car has been rendered inoperable. Here is the key to a limited edition Bugatti. It has been a long time since its purchase, and allowing it to remain unused is a waste, so I shall present it to you. Liemo opened his eyes, squinting slightly, feeling considerably better. How did Director Cheng know about my car's condition? An employee happened to pass by and saw it, then informed me. In truth, the situation was not so simple. After residing in Greenvine City for many years, Cheng Yi had his own channels of information. He was already aware of Liemo's accident at the very moment it occurred. He refrained from reaching out simply because Liemo was unharmed. Thank you, Director Cheng. Liemo expressed his gratitude without pretense. Interactions among individuals are often straightforward and unembellished, typically revolving around the exchange of interests. Such relationships endure. If one party solely gives while the other continually takes, that bond is destined to falter. Chapter 36. Who is your eldest sister? Master. There are only a few of these cars globally. Even with wealth, one cannot acquire them. I had wished to drive it before, but my father would not permit it. Cheng Yi remarked enviously. You drive fast cars daily. How could I trust you with this one? Cheng Yi struck Cheng Yi firmly on the head, admonishing him for his thoughtless words, which might provoke Li Mo's thoughts. However, Cheng Yi's concerns were unwarranted. Li Mo's resilience was not so fragile. His contributions warranted reciprocation. After all, meanwhile, at the municipal bureau, the lights shone bright. The preliminary valuation of the seized cultural relics had emerged, exceeding 5 billion. This constituted a major case, prompting immediate oversight from the Kyoto headquarters. Lingling felt both fatigued and exhilarated. This batch of relics had originated from other provinces, and, had they not been confiscated in Greenvine City, would have already been lost overseas. Greenvine City was poised to gain significant renown within the system. Uncle, the preliminary interrogation results are in. This batch of relics was commissioned by Ko Wentao's subordinates for purchase, intending to be smuggled abroad. We have also gathered intelligence on the tomb raiding gang and are coordinating with neighboring provinces for arrests. As for overseas buyers, we have contacted Interpol to request their cooperation in apprehensions. Lingling was increasingly competent, a development tied to her growing confidence. Previously, due to her uncle being the director, she often heard whispers of dissent behind her back. To claim she was unaffected would be self-deception. Her relentless efforts were not only to fulfill her father's aspirations, but also to prove her own capabilities, demonstrating that she had earned her place in the police force. Rather than relying solely on connections. Has Ko Wentao confessed? This was the matter of concern for Su Wu. Ko Wentao would likely not be easily broken. Due to a gunshot wound, he remained hospitalized for treatment. We conducted a preliminary interrogation, but he proved obstinately silent. Even in the face of overwhelming evidence that could secure a conviction without his testimony. We intend to wait until his condition improves before arranging further questioning, which will also allow us to refine our interrogation strategy. In truth, we do not even require his confession to bring this case to a successful conclusion. Lingling spoke with fervor, clearly in a state of exhilaration. It is not merely a matter of words. Ko Wentao is the principal culprit, and his testimony is of paramount importance and must be acquired. Furthermore, he is entangled in multiple cases. The car accident at the intersection yesterday nearly resulted in catastrophe, and prior incidents must also be unearthed. Su Wu issued his directives with solemnity, intending to use Ko Wentao as a case in point to highlight his own achievements. He then added, "You have made significant contributions to the case concerning cultural relics. The forthcoming matters will be under your direct supervision. I will ensure that others cooperate with you. After all, she is his own niece, deserving of consideration." Lingling had been performing exceptionally well lately. Her merits comparable to those of seasoned officers with decades of experience. What harm is there in offering her some support? Who would dare to object? Although a significant portion of the accolades rightfully belongs to Li Mo, his unique position precludes him from receiving recognition, thus allowing the credit to fall to his own niece. Good uncle, or rather, esteemed director, I shall not disappoint you. Lingling tempered her excitement. Who would not desire to play a more significant role within the police force? There is a saying, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. The following day, upon entering the company, Li Mo sensed an atmosphere that felt amiss. What is going on? He inquired as he approached Li Jingjing. Did you provoke the chairwoman last night? She arrived and was quite furious. Huh, I didn't provoke anyone. I didn't even see her last night. As Li Mo spoke, he realized where the issue lay. They had agreed to a candlelit dinner, and it was evident he had broken that promise. Damn it, what did I miss? An opportunity to deepen his relationship with a beautiful woman, even a chance for a romantic encounter. Now that she was angry, would such a splendid opportunity arise again? It was uncertain. Li Mo, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry in. Just as he was lost in thought, Leong Fay's stern voice rang out, causing everyone instinctively to shrink back. Chairwoman, what has caused you to be in such a rage? Li Mo immediately adopted a playful demeanor. Having previously been surrounded by straight men, his current environment of women was, of course, different. Once inside the office, Leong Fay promptly closed the door and drew the curtains. Goodness, do we really need to do such things in broad daylight? What a ridiculous notion. Huh. Li Mo was taken aback. Was this something that could truly be uttered by Leong Fay? She quickly realized her slip of the tongue and felt a twinge of embarrassment, but did not forget about Li Mo's broken promise from the previous night. Li Mo, if you do not wish to dine with me, you could simply say so. There is no need for this. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sister, what are you talking about? Who is your sister? Leong Fay gritted her teeth, wishing she could bite a hole into Li Mo. She had been unable to sleep the previous night, seething with anger. It was her first time inviting a gentleman to dinner. Yet he had the audacity to stand her up, leaving her feeling profoundly insulted. I can explain, he said. If you are still angry after hearing me out, you may do as you wish. Li Mo gazed at Leong Fay with a gentle smile, finding her fury rather amusing. Leong Fay forced herself to suppress her irritation. Fine. I shall listen. With that, she moved to her desk, fixing a stern gaze upon Li Mo. I accomplished something significant yesterday, he began. That scoundrel Ko Wentao will no longer have the opportunity to harass you. Leong Fay raised an eyebrow, anticipating further details. Just then, the television in the office broadcasted a news report. Last night, the city bureau received a tip-off regarding a group engaged in the smuggling of cultural relics at an abandoned dock. The bureau acted swiftly, successfully apprehending the criminals at the dock. Preliminary estimates suggest that the recovered national treasures are valued at over 5 billion. This marks the largest cultural relic smuggling case resolved in the past decade, preventing the loss of invaluable national artifacts overseas. We extend our highest regards to the frontline officers involved. For further developments, please stay tuned to our news channel. Did you see that? Li Mo pointed at the television screen. You can't possibly be suggesting that this matter is related to you? Chapter 37. Leong Fay offers shares. Indeed, it is not only related to me, but also to Ko Wentao. He is the one behind this incident, so from today onwards, he will no longer be able to trouble you. Once he meets his fate, you can lay a flower at his grave. Li Mo wore a mischievous grin. That is also the credit of the police. What does it have to do with you? It has everything to do with me. Do you know who provided the tip-off? You? Leong Fay was somewhat incredulous, perhaps even afraid to believe that such a significant case was indeed resolved due to Li Mo's involvement. Yes, it was merely me. Li Mo appeared to be waiting for praise, yet none came. Leong Fay took out her phone and called Su Lingling. Hello, Lingling, are you busy? I have something to ask you, but if you can't discuss it, just let it be. A few minutes later, Leong Fay hung up, her beautiful eyes fixed on Li Mo. What are you staring at? Never seen someone so handsome? Li Mo, possessing keen hearing, noted that Su Lingling had confirmed his contribution over the phone. If Ko Wentao knew how capable you are, he would surely refrain from provoking you. The oppressive cloud that had lingered over Leong Fay finally dissipated, lifting her spirits. As for your standing me up last night, I can let it go. So, how about tonight? I am definitely free this evening. Li Mo persistently pressed on. It wasn't he so much that he particularly coveted the woman before him, but rather that he found the entire situation rather entertaining. Not a chance. Leong Fay wrinkled her nose. At this moment, she had already forgiven Li Mo in her heart. Yet she lacked the courage to experience another candlelit dinner. Alas, I nearly risked my life for someone, hoping for a semblance of pity, only to realize that there are still too many heartless individuals in this world. Li Mo exaggeratedly shook his head. What did you say? Risking your life? Clarify that. Leong Fay suddenly became tense. Deep down, she understood that Li Mo had provoked Ko Wentao and would inevitably face retribution. Ko Wentao was the kind of person who could commit any act when driven to madness. This was also why she held him in such disdain. Otherwise, she would have long ago berated him mercilessly to his face, rather than enduring in silence. Did you hear about the accident at an intersection in the city center yesterday? A large truck lost control, right? I overheard the security guards discussing it when I entered this morning. Does it concern you as well? Leong Fay scrutinized Li Mo nervously, relieved to see him lively and seemingly unharmed. Let me show you something. Li Mo promptly opened his phone, displaying images from the accident scene. Leong Fay instantly stood up. The robust Land Rover had been completely wrecked, and the scene was a chaotic mess, vividly evoking the horror of the incident. Was this also orchestrated by Ko Wentao? You're quite astute. The driver was one of Ko Wentao's underlings, who has already been apprehended, Li Mo replied, retrieving his phone. By chance. His hand brushed against Leong Fay's delicate, white fingers, sending an electric thrill through her earlobe. At that moment, her heart was filled solely with guilt towards Li Mo. Had I known it would turn out this way, I wouldn't have allowed you to be my bodyguard. It's all right. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Liamo took a couple of steps forward, leaning closer to Leong Fay. She instinctively leaned back, the fabric of her blouse tightening across her chest, accentuating her perfect curves. A candlelit dinner? All right, I'll call to make a reservation. Leong Fay's heart raced, and she even hesitated to meet Li Mo's gaze. I'll go prepare my outfit. I will definitely present myself in an impressive manner tonight. This was also Li Mo's first experience with a candlelit dinner, making him place considerable importance on it. Wait a moment. Leong Fay suddenly remembered that she still had important matters to attend to. What else is there? Are you reluctant to see me go? Liamo asked with a mischievous grin. Leong Fay's face flushed crimson, and she remained silent as she handed a document to Liamo. What is this for? Liamo glanced at the cover, which bore the bold words, Share Transfer Agreement. What do you mean by this? Bribery? Coercion? He had indeed assisted Leong Fay with numerous tasks, yet he had never expected her to owe him anything in return. You have already paid me a salary. All my actions fall within that remuneration. Liamo gently placed the agreement on the table, making it clear that he would not sign it. Leong Fay took a deep breath, organizing her thoughts. The Meizhuang Group has entered into a strategic partnership agreement with the Dadi Group. I am aware that this is largely due to your influence. Had it not been for your intervention, Cheng Yi would not have relinquished such a substantial portion. I am a firm believer in the principle of reward and punishment, and if I do not grant you a reward this time, who else in the company would be motivated to strive for me in the future? Ah, I see. Li Mo's eyes darted around, contemplating the situation, and found it somewhat acceptable. If you wish for me to sign this agreement, I have one condition. You see, I am currently in need of financial support and would like to hold a position within the company that comes with a salary. With Ko Wentao being apprehended, Liamo, this personal bodyguard, is unable to continue in his role. Moreover, while the experience is somewhat enjoyable, prolonged engagement can be quite arduous. Even if the client is the stunningly beautiful Leong Fay. That is quite agreeable. Let us proceed with the signing. Leong Fay thoughtfully produced a pen and placed it upon the agreement. I have another condition. A mischievous smile crept across Li Mo's face. Wasn't it just one condition? I have thought of an additional one. Li Mo's gaze brazenly roamed over Leong Fay. Speak quickly. Leong Fay felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, eager to conclude the matter and usher Liamo out. Currently, the company is entirely staffed by women, which I find quite satisfactory. I prefer not to hire male employees. Any ordinary man would be too distracted to focus on their work. What exactly do you intend to do? Leong Fay's eyes widened in shock. Do you believe I would inform Lingling? This fellow is becoming increasingly audacious, voicing thoughts that ought to remain unspoken. Haha, I am merely jesting. I shall sign. Exercising caution. Liamo hastily glanced at the agreement. 51%. Upon seeing the transferred shares, Liamo was momentarily stunned. Should he affix his signature, he would become the majority shareholder of the Meizhuang Group, rendering Leong Fay merely the founder, no longer the owner of the company. My dear lady, what does this mean? Liamo found himself perplexed. Even if he had assisted the Meizhuang Group in various matters, Leong Fay need not be so generous. Though the Meizhuang Group is not vast, it still possesses a market value in the billions. You have not misread. This is the conclusion I reached after a night of contemplation. Leong Fay tossed over additional materials. You may review these. Chapter 38, Chairman. A mere 10 minutes later, Liamo appeared enlightened. So, this is your lifeline. According to the financial reports, the Meizhuang Group has been operating at a loss for the past 6 months, a classic case of being outwardly impressive, yet internally weak. Harassed by Ko Wentao, I have lacked the focus to manage the company, and due to several prior misjudgments, the Meizhuang Group faces the risk of collapse. Leong Fay's expression bore a hint of disappointment. She is a strong-willed individual, hence she has only shared the financial reports with Liamo thus far. In truth, she could easily seek financing. However, that would mean many would become aware of the mismanagement within the Meizhuang Group, an outcome she fervently wished to avoid. Hadn't she just established a strategic partnership with the Dadi Group? As long as the Meizhuang Group continues its operations, there should be no significant issues. Frankly, Liamo was reluctant to bear such a heavy burden. Running a business is no simple task, and should one fall into dire straits, a peaceful life would be a distant dream. My aspiration extends beyond mere survival. I desire for the Meizhuang Group to ascend as a renowned enterprise in Lingling City and even across the nation. I yearn for Leong Fay's name to resonate far and wide. Moreover, it is not your company. How much benefit do you truly believe Cheng Yi would bestow upon the Meizhuang group? Leong Fay's tone suddenly surged with passion. Her ambition had always been to become a successful entrepreneur, yet after enduring numerous setbacks, she realized that for a woman to expand her enterprise, the challenge is formidable. Many sought collaboration due to her beauty. Upon her explicit rejection of such individuals, further partnerships would cease, and they would even resort to undermining the Meizhuang group in an attempt to compel her to submit. Thus, she needed a pillar of support, one that was not objectionable. Li Mo was the ideal candidate. Given Li Mo's disposition, he would likely prefer not to engage in the daily management of the company. What she required was a hands-off partner. "You are taking advantage of me," Li Mo exclaimed, somewhat at a loss for words. Having just served as a personal bodyguard, now he was expected to assume the role of a partner. Who could he turn to for justification? "Can I refuse?" "Yes, but I will tell Lingling that you are quite the flirt, taking advantage of my inebriation to steal a kiss." Leong Fay's face glimmered with mischief. "You?" Li Mo's eyes widened in surprise. "I never imagined you to be such a woman." "What kind of woman am I?" Just as Leong Fay began to inquire further, she found her lips silenced, her tongue ensnared. After a prolonged moment, Li Mo finally released her. At that moment, Leong Fay felt her legs weaken, collapsing into the chair behind her. "Weren't you just accusing me of stealing a kiss?" "I did no such thing. I kissed you openly." Li Mo wore a triumphant grin. Being outmaneuvered was never a pleasant feeling, yet this was far preferable. "Sign it." Leong Fay glared, pointing to the spot where Li Mo was required to sign. "Very well." Chairwoman. In light of his advantageous position, Li Mo was in exceptionally high spirits, signing with great flair. "Do not refer to me as chairwoman. From today onward, you shall be the chair," Leong Fay remarked with a teasing smile. "Ah, I refuse." Li Mo shook his head vehemently. He would accept being a shareholder, but the chairmanship was out of the question. "Weren't you just saying you wanted a position in the company? Why the reluctance now?" "That was then. This is now. You will hold a nominal title and only intervene when necessary. I will handle the daily affairs." Leong Fay began to tidy her desk, ready to embark on a vigorous endeavor. In a remote county in central Huaxia, there exists a quaint tavern that rarely sees patrons. "Have you located the individual?" "The case is under supervision from above. I've inquired with several, yet none dare to respond." "Does that imply those items cannot be retrieved?" "Surely, they are irretrievable." "What of Ko Wentao? Can he still emerge?" "Brother Fo, according to reliable sources, he is unlikely to see the light of day again. Over the years, he has committed numerous transgressions, and should they all be unearthed, I fear he may face dire consequences." "Damn, he still owes me the remaining payment. I offered him such a favorable price. He does have a company, but it has now been sealed off. I anticipate it will eventually be auctioned, and we shall not see a penny." "Do you know who sabotaged our endeavors?" "There was a subordinate who, prior to arriving at the dock, was stricken with stomach pain and stepped aside to relieve himself, thus failing to follow inside. The driver who came later forgot him. He witnessed certain events and claims that before the arrival of others, a man charged forth and subdued everyone. What manner of man is this, more valiant than I?" Brother Fo slammed the table in astonishment. "Brother Fo, I had someone sketch his likeness. Take a look. Ah, he is quite handsome, much like myself. Perhaps we shall become acquainted." Brother Fo continued to pour liquor down his throat. His intent was clear. "I have suffered losses due to him. Thus it is only fitting that I seek him out. Who else should I pursue?" "Brother Fo, you possess great wisdom." At Meizhuang Group, leaders above the mid-level were summoned to the conference room. "What has transpired to warrant such urgency?" "I am uncertain. Do you know?" "I have just returned from outside and was hoping to inquire with you." "I am not aware. Judging by Chairman Liang's expression, it seems to be rather serious." "Alas, the company's situation has been quite precarious of late." "Hush, let us refrain from discussing this." Once everyone had gathered, Leong Fay led Li Mo into the conference room, gesturing for him to take a seat in the center. "You sit here." The room was filled with women, causing Li Mo to feel somewhat intimidated. "You are the chairman. You should take the seat." As they spoke, Leong Fay had already settled beside the main seat. "Chairman?" The others exchanged puzzled glances. Wasn't he Chairman Leong Fay? When did Li Mo become the chairman? Isn't he merely a bodyguard? What is the meaning of this? Very well. Li Mo ceased his pretensions. However, once seated, he found himself at a loss for words, casting a pleading glance at Leong Fay. Heh. Upon receiving Li Mo's gaze, Leong Fay couldn't help but chuckle. her mind drifting back to that kiss in the office, causing her cheeks to flush. Ahem. Today, I have gathered you all for an important announcement. I remain the legal representative of the company, but from this day forth, I shall no longer serve as chairman. I have signed a share transfer agreement. And from now on, Mr. Liemo shall be the principal shareholder and actual controller of the company. However, I remain responsible for the daily operations of the company, which can be interpreted as the company undergoing little change. After Leong Fay spoke, the conference room fell into a profound silence as everyone absorbed this news. Mr. Li, please say a few words. Leong Fay remarked with a smirk, casting a glance at Liemo. She relished the prospect of seeing him flustered. It was a form of revenge. Well, he began. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Upon hearing this, the senior executives visibly tensed. Was Liemo planning to reform the company? Chapter 39. Director Wang was astonished. I have been working diligently, it seems, to enhance everyone's motivation. I have decided that each employee's salary will be increased by 10%, effective next month. As his words echoed, an unexpected silence ensued. The anticipated cheers failed to materialize, leaving Liemo somewhat disheartened. Wasn't the purpose of working to earn money? Just as he pondered this, the senior executives, having regained their composure, erupted in unison. Hooray! Thank you, Mr. Li. You are magnificent. Mr. Li, I adore you. An exuberant female executive rushed over to embrace Liemo warmly. Haha, there's no need for such excitement. Everyone, with so many people around, Liemo found it a bit overwhelming. The only person who appeared less than pleased was undoubtedly Leong Fay. Did this individual not comprehend the company's financial standing? A 10% salary increase for everyone? While the employees were elated, the question remained, from where would the funds derive? Once the enthusiastic executives dispersed, Leong Fay leaned closer to Liemo and whispered, Mr. Li, have you forgotten that the company's accounts are rather limited? Our current business is not showing significant improvement unless you pay another visit to Dottie Group and procure more business. Her tone was almost venomous. Director Leong, rather than relying on others for assistance, it is better for us to strive for success ourselves. Liemo understood that if he took the initiative, Cheng Yi would undoubtedly give him face. Securing collaborations worth tens of millions or even billions was not impossible. Yet, he did not wish to follow that course. For the company to achieve substantial growth, it must possess its own core competitiveness, which translates to having flagship products. Otherwise, should Dottie Group cease their support, Meizhuang Group would find itself in dire straits once more. Now that he had assumed the role of chairman, Liemo was not content with Meizhuang Group merely being a small enterprise. Mr. Li, what are your thoughts? Leong Fay's fists were already clenched. She had long aspired to create flagship products. Yet, was it truly that simple? Even to this day, she had failed to develop such offerings. Otherwise, she would not be flitting about aimlessly. Which demographics money is easiest to earn? Liemo began to recall some content he had seen in short videos. Women, children, and the elderly, perhaps. Leong Fay responded in perfect accord, as this was an easy question for her. Women. To profit from the purses of women aligns perfectly with the image and positioning of the Meizhuang Group. Liemo snapped his fingers in excitement. So, Mr. Li, what is the flagship product? Can you divulge it to me in advance so that I may share in the joy? Leong Fay's gaze was almost devouring Liemo. This fellow was likely just a figurehead. She now regretted transferring her shares to him, initially believing that he could leverage his connections to propel the Meizhuang Group to new heights, only to discover he intended to tap into internal resources. Damn it. This made her appear foolish. Beauty elixir. Beauty elixir? Leong Fay was taken aback. The name sounded impressive, but what about its efficacy? The competition for similar products in the market was fierce. Has Mr. Li secured a partnership with a collaborating institution? Typically, such products are developed in laboratories. Leong Fay had always aspired to establish a research center, but had been thwarted by the immense investment required. No. Is Mr. Li planning to acquire a formula? Not that either. Liemo vigorously shook his head. Then what is it? Leong Fay was resolutely inclined to strike him. I possess a formula that I intend to develop. What? Leong Fay could no longer contain herself, raising her fist and striking it against her thigh. Liemo had never entered this industry, nor was he an expert in research and development. How could he possibly develop the beauty elixir? Was this not child's play? Mr. Li, sell me 2% of your shares. The price is negotiable. After the transfer, Leong Fay's shares would amount to 49%, 2 points less than Liemo's. By acquiring 2%, her shares would surpass 51%, allowing her to reclaim her status as the majority shareholder and regain control of the company's fate. I'm terribly sorry, but that is not possible. Liamo revealed a bright smile. He understood why Leong Fay was upset, yet he had no intention of clarifying. He desired to tease the woman. In truth, the beauty elixir was documented in ancient medical texts, used by women in the imperial palace for their beauty regimens, yielding splendid results. However, due to the decline of traditional Chinese medicine, the knowledge had been lost. In his moments of boredom, Liamo had delved into this formula, discovering that most of the herbs mentioned could be sourced as alternatives with a little time invested. Liamo adhered to a life principle. If one is to undertake something, one must do it well. Leong Fay had risked much by granting him such a substantial share, essentially gambling, and he would not allow her a chance to regret it. Very well, I shall have a word with Lingling. This was clearly a threat. Yet, Liamo remained unfazed. Whatever the case, my relationship with Lingling is merely that of ordinary friends. My affairs are beyond her jurisdiction. Is that so? Leong Fay pondered this and realized it was indeed true, which only made her grit her teeth even more. At the finest private hospital in Lingling City, preparations were in full swing. The helicopter descended, and Director Wang had been waiting for quite some time. Chairman Cheng. Yes, thank you for your hard work. It is not arduous. This is my vocation. Compared to the last occasion, the crowd gathered this time is significantly smaller, a result that Cheng Qiming has repeatedly emphasized. Is Director Wang still uncertain about Cheng Qiming's intentions for today? I see. I underwent treatment from a remarkable expert earlier, and I wish to verify the effectiveness of the treatment. What? Director Wang was somewhat bewildered. After all, can cancer be considered a minor ailment that can be cured simply by medication? Having received treatment earlier, what results could one possibly expect now? Nonetheless, given that Cheng Qiming is a substantial patron of a private hospital, a checkup would not be amiss. The room has been cleared. Please, this way. Half an hour later, the examination results were revealed. Director Wang, how is it? Cheng Qiming felt a twinge of anxiety, aware that his actions might be perplexing to others. However, he harbored genuine hope. Wait a moment, let me examine this closely. Upon receiving the images, Director Wang immediately sensed that the tumor in Cheng Qiming's brain had diminished. Yet, acknowledging this would contradict scientific principles, so he hesitated to admit it. Donning his reading glasses, he scrutinized the images on the machine meticulously for several minutes, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Observing this, Cheng Qiming's heart sank. Director Wang, is it not favorable? Chapter 40. Our police flower has no boyfriend. Initially, he anticipated a positive change, but Director Wang's expression compelled him to contemplate the worst. Director Wang remained silent, evidently lost in his own thoughts. Just as Cheng Qiming was about to lose his composure, Director Wang finally spoke. Congratulations, Mr. Cheng. If my eyesight is not deceiving me, the tumor in your brain appears to have shrunk. May I inquire which esteemed expert you consulted and whether you could recommend them to me? At this moment, Director Wang's mind was in turmoil. Although his specialization is not in oncology, his extensive experience in the medical field had imparted knowledge about cancer treatment and the timeline for observable results. Even at the finest hospitals abroad, with the most distinguished doctors and the best medications, such a marked improvement within a day seemed implausible. The tumor had indeed decreased in size, and he felt his medical understanding had been profoundly challenged. Has it truly diminished? Are you certain? Cheng Qiming stood abruptly, his body trembling slightly from excitement. Yes, I am quite certain. It has undoubtedly shrunk. Congratulations, Director Cheng. If this trend continues, in approximately 6 months, the tumor in your brain should cease to exist. Director Wang was eager to learn who had treated Cheng Qiming, but without his disclosure, he felt powerless. Should this treatment method become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir within the medical community. Splendid. Splendid. Cheng Qiming could hardly recall the last time he felt such exhilaration. The shadow of the affliction that had loomed over him was now lifted. Assistant, donate 1 million to the hospital. Understood, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Cheng. Director Wang promptly expressed gratitude on behalf of the hospital. It is indeed rare to encounter such a generous patient as Cheng Qiming. Oh, by the way, Director Wang, I must insist that my medical condition and its developments remain confidential. Please refrain from any casual discussions. Otherwise, I shall consider seeking treatment elsewhere. Rest assured, Chairman Cheng, I will report to the higher-ups and ensure your privacy is safeguarded to the utmost extent. Even without Cheng Chiming's request, Director Wang would refrain from speaking out, as he still possesses a modicum of professional ethics. For a CEO of a publicly listed company, even the slightest health issue could lead to significant fluctuations in stock prices. Haha. The weather today is exceptionally pleasant. I feel invigorated. Upon reaching the rooftop terrace, Cheng Chiming joyfully spread his arms wide, embracing the world. The assistants behind him exchanged glances. Today was, in fact, overcast and threatening rain, creating a rather muggy atmosphere. In the afternoon, a limited edition Bugatti arrived at the entrance of the municipal bureau. Hello, may I inquire about your business here? The security guard immediately halted Liamo, regarding him with a wary expression. Typically, individuals visiting the municipal bureau did not attract such attention. Even prominent corporate chairpersons would opt for inconspicuous vehicles to avoid being noticed. I'm here to see Officer Su. Officer Su Lingling, is it? And who might you be to her? The guard's demeanor hardened. Su Lingling was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the bureau, garnering admiration from all men, including him. Thus, he subconsciously felt a protective instinct towards her. A reflexive action. I am her boyfriend. Liamo, fearing that the guard would deny him entry, made this assertion. You are Officer Su's boyfriend? That is impossible. To my knowledge, Officer Su does not have a boyfriend. The guard's expression darkened. Why not call and verify? Liamo felt a headache coming on. Such encounters seemed to follow him everywhere, much like at the Earth Group. Fortunately, at that moment, someone came to his aid. Liamo, are you here to see Captain Su? Turning around, he recognized Captain Guobin from the criminal investigation team. Yes, I need to discuss something with Lingling. Liamo had met Guobin a few times, but they had never exchanged many words. All right, you can come in with me. Is that acceptable? The latter part was directed at the guard. Of course, no problem. With Captain Gua here, it's certainly fine. The guard awkwardly smiled. Casting a deep glance at Liamo, realizing that what the young man had said was indeed true. Are you here to take Captain Su out for a meal? Guobin, typically not one for excessive conversation, particularly with strangers, found himself more talkative with Liamo, intrigued by him. Well, to be honest, Captain Gua, I am here to request a license plate, and to check on Lingling as well, Liamo replied with a grin. Currently, the license plate of the Bugatti is rather appealing, yet it rightfully belongs to Cheng Chiming, who must return it promptly. Furthermore, if he continues to use this plate, others may mistakenly believe he is merely borrowing Cheng Chiming's vehicle, which would be rather displeasing. He acquired the Bugatti through his own merit, and it is entirely his possession. The license plate? Are you referring to the wrecked Range Rover? Guobin cast a deep glance at Liamo. Seizing a car from Ko Wintao is no small feat. Naturally, Guobin's assessment of Liamo extends beyond this incident alone. Other matters also corroborate Liamo's remarkable capabilities. Indeed, using someone else's license plate feels somewhat peculiar, he chuckled. That Bugatti, if I recall correctly, belongs to Director Cheng, and I believe it is a limited edition. Guobin's gaze fixated on the silver-gray Bugatti, its flawless curves and imposing front exuding an aura of opulence, every inch adorned with carbon fiber, radiating the scent of wealth. If memory serves, its value exceeds 80 million. It is hard to fathom that Cheng Chiming would entrust such a valuable vehicle to Liamo. The people of Ultang City are well aware that Cheng Chiming is no fool. Captain Gua has a remarkable memory. Liamo preferred not to engage in lengthy conversation with Guobin, given their lack of familiarity. Under Guobin's guidance, Liamo effortlessly located Su Lingling. At that moment, the woman had just finished interrogating a suspect, her demeanor still bearing an air of authority, yet upon seeing Liamo, she instantly transformed into a love-struck maiden. Liamo, what brings you here? Her exclamation drew the attention of those nearby, prompting Su Lingling to realize her lapse in composure and quickly lower her head, akin to an ostrich. Hee, I came to discuss a matter with you. Liamo beamed, finding Su Lingling's bashful demeanor truly enchanting. What matter? At that moment, the two were oblivious to the presence of others, lost in each other's gaze. Ahem. Guobin cleared his throat awkwardly. You two carry on. I have some matters to report to the director. I shall take my leave now. Thank you, Captain Gua. It was only polite to express gratitude for his guidance. Oh, no need for thanks. Please, continue your conversation. Observing Liamo and Su Lingling, Guobin couldn't help but reminisce about his own school days, when he too shared a beautiful memory with a female classmate. Chapter 41. A guest of the director. Once Guobin had distanced himself, Liamo spoke again. Although that Range Rover was totaled, Can the license plate still be retained? Of course, but since the case is not yet closed, theoretically, you cannot use that license plate just yet, Su Lingling replied with a teasing smile. What if I insist on using it now? Liemo challenged her gaze. Although the case remains unresolved, his license plate bears little relevance to the investigation. Taking it would not pose a significant issue, merely a matter of flexible handling. If you wish to have it now, you shall need the signature of our esteemed director. Su Lingling took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention to her and discreetly stuck out her tongue. All right, give me the note, and I will seek the director's signature. Liemo extended his hand. Is that how you ask someone for a favor? A hint of melancholy crept into Su Lingling's gaze. I implore you, officer. Liemo, understanding her plea, adopted a slightly coy tone, which made Su Lingling feel a bead of sweat forming. She shot him a glance of disapproval. Fine, I will write the note for you, and you can go find the director for the signature. Thank you, officer. As Su Lingling went to write the note, Liemo surveyed his surroundings and noticed that many people were observing him, whispering and seemingly commenting on the scene. Hello, esteemed officers. Liemo turned the situation around to take the initiative. Haha, hello. Such charisma. Treat Officer Su well. Naturally, Su Lingling overheard these remarks. And when she emerged with the note, her face was flushed with embarrassment. Thank you, Officer Su. Liemo gazed longingly at the note, but Su Lingling held it tightly, showing no intention of giving it to him. A look of confusion crossed Liemo's face. I have a bit of time this evening, Su Lingling murmured softly. What? Liemo was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, what? Are you a fool, not realizing you should invite someone to dinner? Oh. I already have plans this evening. Liemo suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, as if he had committed a transgression. Plans with whom? Su Lingling raised an eyebrow, resembling a lion ready to pounce. It's Leong Fay. Please don't misunderstand. It's just a casual dinner. Liemo felt a headache coming on. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have postponed his visit for the license plate. Oh, Fei, she's not a stranger. You wouldn't mind adding another pair of chopsticks, would you? Su Lingling's gaze was filled with a threatening undertone. Of course not, Liemo thought, recalling his years of martial arts training, feeling emboldened. In the director's office, the captain of the criminal police team, Guobin, had just finished his report. After a moment of consideration, he decided to mention Liemo's visit to the city police. Director, Liemo has come to the city bureau. Liemo? What brings him here, and where is he now? Su Wu, upon hearing this, grew restless. In the recent cultural relics case, Liemo was a pivotal figure who should have been summoned for questioning. However, those from Kyoto insisted on only calling Liemo for inquiries and emphasized the necessity of maintaining a cordial attitude to avoid provoking him. Su Wu was once again reminded of Liemo's influence. Indeed, there are powerful people in high places. To ensure a smooth career path, I must cultivate a good relationship with Liemo. As Su Wu hurried outside, Guobin was equally astonished. The director's regard for Liemo was extraordinarily significant, far beyond the ordinary. Director, he has gone to find Captain Su. He is going to see Lingling? Su Wu abruptly halted his steps, hesitating for a moment before returning. I shall not intrude upon the intimacy of the young couple. I will wait until he is about to leave before approaching him. Observing Su Wu's mixture of anticipation and nervousness, Guobin could only sigh inwardly, acknowledging the remarkable character that Liemo truly was. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Guobin stepped outside and saw Liemo striding purposefully towards them. He hurriedly reported to Su Wu, Director, Liemo has arrived. Arrived? Quickly, let us go out to greet him. Setting aside Liemo's background, it was evident that he had rendered significant assistance to the Greenvine City Bureau on multiple occasions, prompting Su Wu to believe he should extend a welcome. The status of the bureau chief was irrelevant at this juncture. Liemo, you have come. The esteemed chief of the city bureau was indeed lowering himself to flatter an ordinary individual. Haha, Chief Su, there is a matter requiring your signature. Given that he sought a favor, Liemo's demeanor was exceedingly cordial. Let me see. Su Wu extended his hand, having already noticed the note in Liemo's possession. Haha, I wish to transfer the license plate from a Land Rover to another vehicle. Lingling mentioned that your signature is needed for this. Oh, is that all? A trivial matter indeed. I shall sign it for you immediately. Su Wu, initially anticipating a weighty issue, found this to be a minor task he could easily accomplish. Haha, I am much obliged, Chief Su. Do not mention it. You and Lingling are friends. We are not strangers. Su Wu appeared exceptionally approachable, while Guobin, the captain of the criminal police team, was nearly astounded. How had he been unaware of Chief Su's amiability until now? Before long, Su Wu had completed the signature. Since you have made the trip to my office, let us enjoy some tea together. I will have someone bring over the license plate. And I shall speak with the traffic police department. You can simply sign a couple of documents later to affix the plate to your new vehicle. Su Wu cheerfully urged Li Mo to sit on the sofa. Thank you, Chief Su. Unable to refuse the generous invitation, Li Mo acquiesced, as he had nothing pressing at the moment. Chief Su, I still have matters to attend to. You two carry on with your conversation. Guobin felt somewhat superfluous and hastily took his leave. Su Wu did not insist on his staying. Very well, you may attend to your business. Guobin departed, somewhat disheartened. Despite having visited Su Wu's office numerous times, he had never experienced such treatment from Li Mo. The director personally brewing tea, this was something others would boast about for a long time. Li Mo, since you and Lingling are good friends, let us not stand on ceremony. From now on, you may simply call me uncle. Addressing me as director feels somewhat distant. Su Wu was not one to be enamored with official titles, but his emotional intelligence surely warranted his position as director. The connections behind Li Mo could potentially be advantageous in the future. Hence, establishing a cordial relationship now would ensure Li Mo might assist when needed. It was unwise to wait until a situation arose to seek closeness with others. That would demonstrate a lack of emotional acumen. All right, Uncle Su, I shall heed your advice. Li Mo smiled gently. With such courtesy extended, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Oh, come. This is the tea I just purchased. Take a sip and savor the flavor. Chapter 42. Cheng Yi. I have only grasped the surface. Subsequently, Li Mo visited the traffic police station and affixed the 3/8 license plate onto the Bugatti. Without Su Wu's signature, this matter would indeed have been far more complicated. Thus, knowing a few influential individuals proved to be exceedingly beneficial. Meanwhile, Cheng Qiming returned to Century Garden Villa in high spirits. Cheng Yi had been waiting anxiously. Father, how did the test results turn out? Were there any improvements? Chuckling, Cheng Qiming teased. Do you still lack confidence in your master's skills? In a buoyant mood, he sought to jest with his son. Father, I have utmost faith in my master. It's merely that this illness is truly terrifying. Ever since learning of Cheng Qiming's cancer diagnosis, Cheng Yi found it difficult to enjoy even his meals. Let us go inside, Cheng Qiming urged, pulling Cheng Yi into the house, wary of being overheard outside. If word got out, it could lead to complications. Once inside, Cheng Yi could hardly contain his eagerness. Father, please tell me quickly. I'm dying of anticipation. The results are quite promising. Cheng Qiming ceased his teasing. The doctor said that if things continue this way, my illness will be fully resolved within 6 months. Really? Father, you're not deceiving me, are you? Cheng Yi's voice quivered with excitement. He could scarcely fathom the thought of losing his only family member. Why would I deceive you, now that I'm in this state? Can't you return to the company to lend a hand? Cheng Qiming gazed at his son with a smirk. Father, I've only just learned a few things. It feels inappropriate to let them go to waste. Cheng Yi instinctively pouted. The knowledge imparted by Li Mo left him in awe, as he found it profound and immensely valuable. Could you perhaps demonstrate? I would love to see. Cheng Qiming was indeed jesting. He felt invigorated and believed he could work for another 20 years. Of course, father. Come to the yard. Cheng Yi excitedly led Cheng Qiming outside, pointing at a large tree. Father, watch closely, don't blink. Then, Cheng Yi performed a feat akin to a monkey climbing a tree, his agility far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Is that all? Cheng Qiming was astonished, though he feigned dissatisfaction. Father, there's more. Cheng Yi then leaped down from the tree. Be careful. Cheng Qiming instinctively reached out to catch him, for Cheng Yi was descending from a height of 7 meters. Father, I'm fine. To Cheng Qiming's surprise, as Cheng Yi landed, he executed a roll that absorbed most of the impact, appearing even more nimble than a monkey. Did you learn all this from your master? Cheng Qiming was left in a state of shock. Being discerning, he recognized that while Cheng Yi's display seemed ordinary, the combination of speed and height rendered it truly remarkable. Indeed, the teachings imparted by my master have only scratched the surface for me. Each day, I feel an immense sense of growth. Cheng Yi's face radiated excitement. Finally, Li Mo was willing to teach him genuine skills, and he must practice diligently. Good. As long as you're happy. Cheng Qiming smiled as he affectionately ruffled Cheng Yi's hair. It had been a long time since he had seen his son so joyful. 50 million, well spent. Dad, I'll inform my master that I won't be returning to the resort for a while. There aren't many guests anyway. I'll come back once you're well. Cheng Yi was genuinely concerned about Cheng Qiming's health. Previously, he was reluctant to spend time with his father, viewing him as an old-fashioned man who failed to understand the thoughts of the youth. However, now he wished to be by his father's side every day. All right, I'll send someone to keep watch. After all, your master entrusted you to me. And make sure to call your master to inform him. You must obtain his consent. Cheng Qiming admonished sternly. At this moment, both he and Cheng Yi could not afford to offend Li Mo, as his recovery depended on Li Mo's treatment. Cheng Yi's future achievements in martial arts would also hinge upon Li Mo's favor. Although he had previously disapproved of Cheng Yi studying martial arts, his perspective had shifted. Martial arts not only strengthen the body, but also cultivate courage and character. Most importantly, it fosters a good relationship with Li Mo. Dad, I understand. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Leong Fay entered the Western restaurant. She hadn't needed to arrive so early, but for reasons unknown. The thought lingered in her mind throughout the afternoon. She decided to leave work early to make arrangements. Good evening, madam. Do you have a reservation? A handsome waiter inquired. Yes, I have a reservation, and I have already placed my order. Very well, when do you plan to dine? I'll wait for my friend. Leong Fay's cheeks involuntarily flushed. It was her first time having dinner alone with a boy, especially a candlelit dinner. If acquaintances were to see her, it would surely lead to misunderstandings. She discreetly scanned the restaurant for familiar faces and, relieved to find none, exhaled softly. At 7 o'clock, Li Mo entered the Western restaurant punctually. As a gentleman, he understood the importance of timeliness, though arriving early was unnecessary. Over here, Leong Fay had been waiting for an hour and was growing anxious. Have you been waiting long? Li Mo flashed a charming smile. Not at all, I just arrived. Leong Fay responded, her gaze lingering on Li Mo, captivated. Today, he had dressed in formal attire, looking exceptionally handsome. Meanwhile, Li Mo was also taking in Leong Fay's appearance. She had chosen a stunning evening gown that revealed a generous expanse of her fair skin. This woman truly possessed remarkable beauty. Shall we serve the dishes? The waiter approached, noting that Leong Fay's companion had arrived. All right, it's time to begin. Thank you. Leong Fay nodded with a smile. After the waiter departed, she turned to Li Mo and remarked, this restaurant serves dishes rather slowly, but the food is exquisite. It's all right. Although I am typically a fast-paced individual, I can occasionally embrace a more leisurely approach, Li Mo replied. Leong Fay blushed and lowered her gaze. If any other man had uttered such words, she would have felt a sense of aversion. Yet with Li Mo, there was none of that discomfort. Even she found it perplexing. Excuse me. Here are your orders. The tomahawk steaks, cooked to medium well. The enticing aroma wafted as the waiter placed the 2 steaks on the table. Li Mo seldom indulged in Western cuisine, but he had a fondness for steak. To be precise, he was a carnivore. I wasn't sure of your preferred doneness, so I ordered the medium well. If it doesn't suit your taste, you can ask them to adjust it. It's perfectly fine. Medium well is just right. Just as they picked up their utensils, preparing to indulge in their meal, a familiar voice interrupted. Hey, you two, are you starting without me? Both Li Mo and Leong Fay stiffened momentarily. Lingling, don't you have to work overtime today? Leong Fay felt a twinge of anxiety. She was sharing a candlelit dinner with Li Mo and had been caught by Su Lingling. How could she explain this? My uncle noticed I've been working too hard and generously granted me half a day off. What? Are you unhappy about my break? Su Lingling's striking eyes fixed on Leong Fay. Of course not. How did you find this place? I received a coupon earlier, and it would be a waste to let it go unused. Since Li Mo has been quite helpful to me lately, I thought I'd treat him to a meal. Lingling, please don't get the wrong idea. Fay, no need to explain. We are close enough that what's mine is yours. No need for formality. Su Lingling's smile remained radiant. You two catch up. I'll go order something for you. Leong Fay nearly fled, though it was unnecessary since the waiter was already approaching. At that moment, Li Mo was intently focused on his steak, seemingly oblivious to Su Lingling's arrival. Hey! Su Lingling called out twice, and when Li Mo feigned ignorance, she playfully tapped his head. Ouch! Su Lingling, do you wish to knock me out? Li Mo raised his head, glaring at her, determined to maintain his composure. So, how does it feel to dine with a beautiful woman? With Leong Fay absent, Su Lingling's demeanor grew somewhat frosty. Well, I had promised someone beforehand. There's nothing I can do. I'm a man, and I cannot go back on my word. Li Mo replied with a feigned innocence. Su Lingling was at a loss for words. She had expected him to feel guilty, yet he did not. I will settle this with you later. Tears welled in Su Lingling's eyes. Very well. After all, who could blame her for being busy with work, unable to accompany others? At that moment, upon seeing Leong Fay return, Su Lingling took a deep breath, striving to conceal her emotions from her friend. Lingling, I ordered you a steak, cooked to your favorite medium well, along with other delicacies that you relish. It was evident that Fei was still feeling guilty, avoiding Su Lingling's gaze. Fei, sit down, Su Lingling urged, pulling Leong Fay into a seat, and then, with an earnest expression, she declared, you know how busy I am with work. Anyone who wishes to date me must endure solitude. It appears that someone is not quite docile, hence I have an unusual request. What is it? Speak freely. I will certainly assist you, Leong Fay replied, a hint of confusion in her heart. When I am preoccupied, I need you to keep an eye on this fellow. She cast an angry glance at Liam. Hey, what is our relationship? Why this display of male chauvinism? Liam protested. Do not speak. This is not your place. Su Lingling asserted her dominance. Fine. Liam fell silent, albeit reluctantly. Lingling, if my presence is affecting your relationship, I shall keep my distance from Liam, Leong Fay suggested. I heard you transferred most of your shares in the company to him. Ah, you know about this too? Leong Fay's guilt deepened. Do not forget my status. If I wish to know something, I shall certainly uncover it, Su Lingling responded, her gaze fixed on Liam. Lingling, that night, we truly did nothing. I was merely intoxicated. Su Lingling's eyes momentarily froze as she looked into Leong Fay's eyes. You two have become so intimate, haven't you? Beneath her gaze, emotion swirled. Lingling, there is nothing between Liam and me. Please do not misunderstand. You are my good sister. Indeed, you are my cherished sister, which is precisely why I need you to watch over him. It gives me peace of mind. Su Lingling interrupted Leong Fay's attempt to speak further. A prolonged silence enveloped them. The complexities of adult relationships often manifest in such ways. No. If you are truly my good sister, then help me. Keep an eye on him. Su Lingling's eyes brimmed with earnest plea. Leong Fay opened her mouth a few times before finally nodding. All right, I will do my best. That's more like it. We have known each other for so long. We share all good things, right, Fei? Leong Fay's heart felt increasingly tumultuous. Something was amiss with Su Lingling that evening. Hey, I am not a bad person. Be quiet. Do not speak. As Liam began to voice his thoughts, both Su Lingling and Leong Fay simultaneously silenced him, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Leaning closer to Leong Fay, Su Lingling whispered, Do you have feelings for this guy? To be honest, I am uncertain myself. I merely wish to leverage his connections to aid the company. I understand you well. Had there been no fondness, you would not have dined with him by candlelight. When have you ever exhibited such warmth towards a man? Even elderly gentlemen in their 50s and 60s are met with your reservations. Upon reflection, Leong Fay realized this indeed was the case. Had she, unbeknownst to herself, already fallen for Liam? The meals prepared by Liam seemed to perfectly cater to her palate. He had stood up for her, agreeing to participate in Ko Wen-tao's basketball match, where he showcased his prowess, leaving Ko Wen-tao and his entourage in disarray. Furthermore, Liam had secured a strategic partnership for the Meizhuang group with the Dadi group. Suddenly, Leong Fay became acutely aware that she remembered every one of Li's actions with remarkable clarity and felt a deep sense of gratitude. Additionally, although Liam was not conventionally handsome, his unique charisma was irresistible to women. Chapter 44. A delicate situation. Let us refrain from discussing unhappy matters. After all, one can never predict the unforeseen. If anything were to happen, would you keep an eye on him? I would feel more at ease. Su Lingling suddenly grew melancholic. Just moments ago, the work group had shared troubling news. A police officer from the neighboring city had been ambushed while responding to a call, succumbing to severe injuries. In this era of peace, the dangers of such a profession are paramount. Don't speak that way, Lingling. You will live a long life. I will visit the temple this weekend to pray for you. Their bond, forged over many years, was profoundly deep. There's no need for such formality. I, Su Lingling, am not so easily taken. Indeed, you are like a cat, possessing 9 lives. The two women exchanged a knowing smile. Are there even cat-like individuals these days? Liam, having eavesdropped, could not contain his curiosity any longer. Be silent. Do not interrupt. Su Lingling and Leong Fay glared at him in unison. The atmosphere clearly indicated a united front against Li Mo. All right, I shall remain silent. Li Mo instinctively shrank back, sensing that his future days may not be particularly pleasant. Su Lingling, unable to finish her steak, received an urgent call from the team. The assailant from the neighboring city had infiltrated their own, prompting the city bureau to mobilize all personnel for an immediate manhunt. Be careful. Li Mo acknowledged the place Su Lingling held in his heart. Yes. Su Lingling regarded him intently for a moment before hastily departing. She too wished to spend more time with Li Mo, but her duties called. Have you had enough to eat? Once Su Lingling left, Leong Fay lost her appetite as well. I'm full, let us go? The pleasant ambience had dissipated, and Li Mo felt restless, having already satisfied his hunger. Li Mo, please take me home. Don't you have a car? He inquired, though inwardly he was willing to comply. I took a taxi. Very well, I shall reluctantly accompany you. As Li Mo approached the limited edition Bugatti, a flurry of thoughts danced through his mind. What a remarkable vehicle. I never expected Cheng Yi to be so generous as to entrust such an exquisite car to you. Upon reaching the car, Leong Fay found herself momentarily entranced. You are aware that this car belongs to Cheng Yi? I assumed he seldom drove it, as very few are privy to that information. Cheng Yi had previously mentioned that he rarely took the Bugatti out, leading Li Mo to believe that only a select few recognized it. Little did he know that its reputation preceded it everywhere. Clearly, driving this car does come across as rather ostentatious. However, he would not be deterred by appearances. This Bugatti, valued at over 80 million, far surpassed any Land Rover, fulfilling Li Mo's long-held dream of owning a sports car. In the entire city of Ulftang, this was the sole vehicle of its kind, with a design so distinctive that it was impossible to remain anonymous. When Cheng Yi initially acquired it, the news made quite a splash. Regrettably, he seldom drove it, much to the chagrin of many car enthusiasts. There were even individuals willing to spend 100 million to purchase it, only to be declined by Cheng Yi, who stated that he was not in need of money. Even if it were to be left to rust, he would not part with it. Such is the mindset of the affluent. Leong Fay mused to herself. Though she too was a business owner, she felt herself several tiers below Cheng Yi, whose wealth was beyond compare. Ah, I see. Let's get in the car. Li Mo smiled. It seems that Cheng Yi values him more than he had initially thought, which brought a sense of gratification. The limited edition Bugatti merged into the flow of traffic, its convertible top down, with the gentle evening breeze invigorating the senses. After years of environmental efforts, the air quality in Ulftang had undergone a remarkable transformation. The clean air and lush greenery were among the reasons Leong Fay chose to establish her business in this city. Upon arriving at the villa, Li Mo instinctively parked the car in its designated space. Observing this action, Leong Fay paused, hesitating for a moment before ultimately choosing silence. Logically, Li Mo was no longer her personal bodyguard and should not continue residing there. I currently have no other place to stay. Your room is spacious enough. I will move out once I find a new residence. Oh, suit yourself. Leong Fay hurried into the house, her heart racing like a startled deer. Previously, her allowance for Li Mo's stay was due to work obligations. Now, it stemmed from personal connections, despite both instances permitting his residence. The nature of the circumstances was entirely different. As an unmarried woman sharing a home with an adult man, the implications of such a situation could easily lead to unfounded speculation. Indeed, Leong Fay was already letting her imagination run wild. Li Mo watched Leong Fay enter the house before preparing to close the villa's door. This community placed a high premium on privacy, with each villa encircled by walls. As he closed the door, he inadvertently cast a glance at the lawn shrouded in shadows. Suddenly, he froze. If his eyes did not deceive him, there were a series of footprints. Bang! The villa door was slammed shut with force. The municipal bureau was in utter chaos at this moment. The assailant had not only infiltrated Ulftang City, but had also injured 2 individuals, one of whom was critically wounded and still in the emergency room, while the other had succumbed to his injuries on the spot. Various indicators suggested that the perpetrator was devoid of funds, implying he would continue his spree of robbery. I propose establishing checkpoints at every intersection to exert pressure on the suspect. Additionally, we should mobilize the neighborhood committees to patrol within the communities, and the police station must be fully operational, conducting inquiries on passers-by while reminding the public to remain vigilant. I must caution that the suspect is armed. Su Lingling spoke confidently, while Su Wu and Captain Guobin of the criminal police team listened intently. A few minutes later, As Su Lingling concluded her remarks, she inquired, "Director Su, I have finished my report. Do you have anything to add?" "Well articulated," Su Wu replied. "Guobin, please feel free to elaborate." He was quite pleased with his niece's performance. She was becoming increasingly capable. "All right, Director Su, I will add a few points." Half an hour later, checkpoints emerged throughout the streets. Anyone traversing the roads was subject to scrutiny. However, despite the police working tirelessly into the night, they had yet to uncover any valuable leads. Su Wu convened his team once more for analysis. 5 hours had passed, and the suspect remained elusive. "What should our next course of action be?" he asked. "Director Su, given the prolonged silence, could it be that the suspect has already fled the city?" "It seems improbable to have no leads at all," voiced a police station chief. "That is a possibility, though not a likely one. We promptly sealed off all exits from the city. The suspect's audacity in entering our jurisdiction indicates he is quite bold. I doubt he would leave without sufficient resources. Moreover, the latest intel reveals that the suspect was once a highly skilled special forces operative, possessing exceptional survival skills. I believe he is hiding in some obscure corner, which is why we have yet to locate him," Su Lingling countered, quickly dismissing the station chief's speculation. "I concur with Captain Su's assessment." Captain Guobin immediately agreed, having already requested a transfer back to his hometown. He looked forward to Su Lingling's assent. "I share the same sentiment." Su Wu chimed in, his brow furrowed with concern. This incident had significant ramifications. Provincial leaders had already made 3 calls, emphasizing that we must apprehend the suspect before he strikes again. No one is permitted to rest until the suspect is found. "Yes," everyone responded, gathering closer to reevaluate any potentially overlooked areas. "All right, Director Su," they said in unison. Yet, Su Lingling remained rooted in place, seemingly lost in thought. "Captain Su, please join us for the discussion," Guobin urged, tugging gently at her arm, but she did not budge. "Captain Su," Su Wu called out loudly. At this moment, why the distraction? In front of outsiders, he must adopt a stern demeanor towards Su Lingling to diminish any idle gossip. Naturally, when it comes to promotions, he would not be ambiguous. Recently, he has increasingly recognized Su Lingling's exceptional potential. She stands out among the younger generation of the municipal bureau and is worthy of cultivation. Su Lingling remained still, yet she had regained her composure. "Do you think it's possible for the suspect to be in the villa area? It is the only place we have yet to inspect, and the population density there is low, making it ideal for hiding." "The villa area? Indeed. How could I have overlooked that?" I concur with Captain Su's assertion. If I were the suspect, I too would choose to conceal myself in the villa area, where abundant resources abound. Most importantly, even if discovered, it is relatively easy to manage. Wealthy individuals value their lives. With a slight threat, they would refrain from reporting to authorities. Su Wu paced back and forth, contemplating that investigating the villa area would inevitably alert the prominent figures of Ulteng City. If the suspect were ultimately apprehended, that would be well and good. However, if they failed to locate him, complaints would surely ensue. Wealthy individuals are exceedingly protective of their privacy. Perhaps many successful figures are presently enjoying the nightlife in their mistresses' villas, and any disturbance would undoubtedly provoke their ire. "Director Su, I am willing to lead a team to inspect the villa area." Upon noticing Su Wu's hesitation, Su Lingling immediately volunteered. She understood the nature of his indecision. "You will go?" Su Wu's eyes brightened. How could he have forgotten that his niece shares a close relationship with Liemo? And Liemo is someone who has access to influential circles. Should the affluent choose to lodge complaints, they could very well do so in the capital. "Captain Su, I authorize you to mobilize personnel to conduct inspections of the various villa areas in Ulteng City. Be vigilant in observing the state of the homeowners. It is possible that the criminals have taken their families hostage to compel compliance." Su Wu cautioned. "Rest assured, Director Su, I understand." Su Lingling patted her face, forcing herself to muster her energy. Not just her, everyone was fatigued. However, they could not rest until the suspect was found. Earlier, Liemo and Leong Fay had just returned to the villa not long ago. "Liemo, can you pass me a towel?" Leong Fay's voice echoed within the villa. She was evidently more flustered today, and in her haste to enter the shower room, she had forgotten to bring a towel. The faucet in the master bathroom was malfunctioning for some reason, leaving her to wash in the communal bathroom. "Why aren't you washing in your room?" Liemo soon appeared at the entrance of the communal bathroom, holding a pink towel. "The bathroom faucet is not functioning. I'll have the property management check it out tomorrow." With damp hair cascading over her shoulders, exposing her fair neck, Leong Fay's complexion flushed. "Oh," Liamo replied nonchalantly. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have focused his attention solely on Leong Fay. However, this evening, he was somewhat distracted, his gaze frequently darting around, appearing vigilant. "What are you looking at?" Leong Fay noticed the situation, her initial shyness transforming into indignation. How could this blind man not see such a stunning beauty before him? Of course, Liamo would never voice his suspicions. Doing so would only instill fear in Leong Fay and alert the potential intruder who might still be lurking in the villa. Previously, he had detected faint footprints on the lawn, indicating that the villa had been breached by an outsider, and he had subsequently uncovered further clues. However, he was still unable to ascertain whether the thief had departed. Coupled with the earlier mention by Su Lingling of a suspect in a police assault fleeing to the city, Liamo remained vigilant, staying close to Leong Fay. As Leong Fay entered her bedroom, Liamo followed suit. "What are you doing following me?" Leong Fay asked, sensing footsteps behind her and tightening her grip on her bath towel. "Didn't you say the faucet in the bathroom was broken?" "I came to check it out," Liamo replied with a smile, finding her frightened demeanor quite pitiable. "You can fix faucets?" Leong Fay's eyes narrowed with suspicion. The faucets in the villa were of a special design. Only a professional could understand them. "Come on, I just want to take a look." "Is that not permissible?" Liamo's voice raised slightly. "Fine, of course it is." Leong Fay, draped only in a bath towel, realized she could not physically push Liamo out. Not only did she lack the strength, but even if she had it, she could not risk pushing him while clad only in a towel. What if it slipped off? Chapter 46. The faucet is broken. The suspect is captured. It might be a blocked pipe. The faucet appears to be fine, he remarked, ostensibly checking the faucet while actually scanning the bathroom for any signs of abnormality. He would not overlook any suspicious detail. The faucet indeed had no water flow, and there were no traces of anyone else in the bathroom. "Can it be repaired?" Leong Fay, having hastily changed into her pajamas, appeared at the bathroom door. "No, I can't comprehend it." Liamo shrugged. "If you can't understand it, what are you doing here?" Leong Fay was infuriated, justifiably suspecting Liamo's intentions. "I came in because I have some thoughts about you." Liamo suddenly pressed Leong Fay down. "Get off. Let me go," she protested vehemently. "Don't move, darling. I like you, you know," he cooed. "Get away from me, you annoying creep." In the face of danger, Leong Fay struck at Liamo's midsection. Ouch! The pain was acute, and Liamo was forced to release her. Without hesitation, Leong Fay dashed outside and called Su Lingling. "Hello, Lingling, your boyfriend is a big rogue. He is trying to assault me. Hurry, Liamo wants to assault you." Su Lingling, leading a team in the nearby villa area, was taken aback upon hearing this. Although Liamo appears somewhat frivolous, she possesses a keen understanding of this individual. Aside from his mischievous eyes and occasional off-color jokes, he is quite harmless. With a hint of confusion in her heart, Su Lingling promptly offered comfort to Leong Fay. "Fay, just wait, I shall arrive shortly." The neighborhood where Leong Fay resides had not undergone any scrutiny, making it a fitting opportunity to address the matter at hand. "Finally, you have arrived. Look at this fellow." Just moments ago, Leong Fay had been anxiously awaiting in the courtyard when Su Lingling exited the police vehicle, immediately rushing over to embrace her tightly. "It's all right, I'm here. Watch as I apprehend the villain." Su Lingling meant to capture, not harm, and Leong Fay did not object. Indeed, he deserves a proper lesson. Earlier, she had been flustered, but now, having regained her composure, she did not wish to cause Liamo any distress. He was, after all, quite amiable when not in a frenzy. "What is the matter with you? Are you so desperate for female company?" After reassuring Leong Fay, Su Lingling approached Liamo, and if looks could kill, he would surely be a lifeless body by now. "Desperate? You're hardly ever home, and I find myself lonely." Liamo's voice rang out loudly, eliciting astonished expressions from the nearby officers. Could it be that their admired officer Su was being harassed? "Watch your tongue, kid. Come with me to the station. We need to have a serious talk." "No need for that. I believe he did not mean any harm. The complainant has no intention of pursuing the matter further. A little guidance will suffice." Su Lingling waved her hand, halting her colleagues from apprehending him. What a joke! Could an ordinary officer like Liamo truly be taken away? Even the chief would not dare to do so. All right. The officer who had stepped forward appeared momentarily perplexed. What was going on? When did Officer Su become so lenient? A moment prior, A small-time tycoon had been uncooperative and was promptly handcuffed to the police vehicle. Do you understand your mistake? I do. And where did you err? The target was wrong. It should have been you. Liamo chuckled. You. Su Lingling was incensed. Had there not been so many witnesses, she would have engaged him physically. Though she might not have prevailed, she would have tried. Heh, the faucet in my bathroom is broken. Could you officers assist in repairing it? Liamo suddenly interjected. What? You want us to fix a faucet? Do you have any idea how busy we are? Su Lingling felt an urge to draw her weapon. Even amidst our busyness, we must assist the common folk. Otherwise, I shall file a complaint against you. Liamo maintained a serious demeanor. Are you certain? Su Lingling finally discerned something in Liamo's gaze. Absolutely certain. Otherwise, why would I summon you? Su Lingling pondered briefly and decided not to waste further time with Liamo. She called upon the nearby officers and issued several directives. In conclusion, she declared loudly, while apprehending suspects is indeed crucial, we must also address the challenges faced by the public. After much searching, we are all weary. Let us take a moment to rest. Understood, Captain. As officers began to patrol around the villa, one followed Su Lingling inside. Fei, you stay in the police car. Liamo, come in with me. Why, Lingling? Leong Fay asked, bewildered by Su Lingling's arrangement. If anyone should go to the police car, it should be Liamo. Be good, listen. Liamo turned back, winking playfully at Leong Fay. Leong Fay felt a flicker of annoyance, but chose not to argue further, sulking into the police car. I heard you are the most beautiful police flower. Do you think I'm pretty? Well, I suppose you're all right, average. I, on the other hand, find you quite handsome. Thank you for the compliment, officer. As expected of the captain, your perspective is indeed broad. And what do you think? While they chatted, the group had already entered Leong Fay's bathroom. Which faucet is broken? An officer squatted down to inspect the faucet. I don't remember, Liamo replied, leaving everyone speechless. If you're going to pretend, at least do it convincingly. Suddenly, Liamo barked a command and pushed Su Lingling down. Then bang. A bullet struck the bathroom floor. Bang, bang, bang. The other officers reacted swiftly, drawing their weapons and firing at the ceiling. Thanks to prior warnings, their response was immediate. A scream echoed from above, and blood dripped down. Su Lingling quickly got up and issued a command. Cease fire, capture him alive. Minutes later, the suspect hiding in the ceiling was brought down. This person has been staying in the villa? Leong Fay was utterly stunned upon seeing the suspect. She felt foolish, realizing that Liamo and Su Lingling had conspired without her knowledge. Thus, Liamo's earlier attack must have been deliberate, a clever ploy to lure the police. It has been confirmed. He is the assailant we have been pursuing. It was quite perilous, and thankfully, Liamo detected him, Su Lingling said, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. She had not anticipated that the suspect would hide in her friend's villa, had it not been for Liamo. The consequences could have been dire. Chapter 47. I can teach you fitness, do you know, I just saved your life? Liamo said, a hint of melancholy in his gaze, feeling some discomfort in his midsection. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You were quite intimidating at that moment, Leong Fay replied, slightly embarrassed. In retrospect, she realized that during their contact, Liamo had an undeniable charm. You had a plethora of ways to call for help, yet chose the most absurd one. It was intentional, wasn't he it? Su Lingling unabashedly exposed Liamo's intentions. Well, that was just what came to mind at the time. I was worried about Fay's safety, Liamo replied, unfazed by the revelation. His composure was not easily shaken. Unable to do anything about it, Su Lingling could only feel speechless. Once again, she had indebted herself to Liamo, who had a knack for manipulating the situation. It is worth noting that the suspect of the assault on police officers was already registered at the headquarters in Kyoto, and whoever apprehended him would earn significant merit. Su Wu soon arrived and found the situation rather peculiar. Thankfully, it was Liamo who encountered the suspect. Had it been someone else, the consequences could have been dire. Su Wu felt a pang of fear. If anything had happened to Leong Fay, it would have been a serious matter, given her considerable influence in Lingling City. Liamo, I owe you my gratitude once more, Su Wu exclaimed, firmly grasping Liamo's hand. This fellow had assisted him through numerous predicaments. Director Su, I am merely looking out for my own interests. The suspect, he won't be in any life-threatening danger, will he? Liamo was not inquiring for himself, but rather on behalf of Leong Fay. If the suspect were to die, it was certain that Leong Fay would never wish to reside in that villa again. It's quite a nice place, It would be a pity to replace it. Having sustained a few gunshot wounds, he was not critically injured. Oh, that's a relief. Liemo sensed that Leong Fay also exhaled in relief. Did I not mention? Just call me uncle. No need for formalities like Director Su. Su Wu chuckled amiably with Liemo, causing the surrounding officers to exchange astonished glances. This was the head of the Luftang City Police Department, rumored to be on the verge of a promotion, engaging so warmly with a resident. Hee, in private, that's fine. In public, I shall still address you as Director Su. Liemo was not one to lack propriety. All right, as you wish. Su Wu regarded Liemo with newfound respect. This man, devoid of arrogance, had a promising future ahead. Soon, a large number of personnel arrived to secure evidence, marking yet another sleepless night. By dawn, most had departed. I apologize for intruding on your rest, Su Wu said. Without Liemo's presence, he would have left much earlier. After all, as the director, he had no obligation to remain. However, with Liemo there, he felt compelled to stay. Otherwise, should Liemo mention this incident in conversation with superiors, he might find himself facing criticism. This is what we, as citizens, ought to do, Liemo replied politely. We are grateful to the police for safeguarding our security. Leong Fay added with her own gracious remarks. Well then, we shall take our leave. The damaged ceiling will be repaired, but there may be some inconvenience later on. Su Wu had already instructed that Leong Fay's damaged bathroom ceiling be fixed promptly. Thank you, Director Su. Leong Fay nodded in appreciation. Ultimately, only Su Lingling remained, engaging in conversation with Leong Fay to alleviate her discomfort. All right, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude on your time together. Su Lingling smiled as she observed the two. Regarding that, I've thought it over. I believe I should find a place to stay. Unmarried man and woman living together is rather inappropriate. Liemo pretended to head for the exit. Don't go. Leong Fay suddenly called out. A significant incident had just transpired within the house, rendering her unwilling to reside there alone. Although she was indeed a strong woman, she was still, after all, a woman. Stop pretending. Who is preventing you from staying? I implore you to remain. Is that acceptable? Su Lingling could only respond with silence. This fellow was putting on an act. Then I shall continue to stay, and you cannot object. With his desires fulfilled, Liemo's smile stretched from ear to ear. Indeed, I am permitting you to stay. Regardless of what occurs, I shall not be angered. Is that satisfactory? Su Lingling felt increasingly powerless against this man. Perhaps this was simply fate. Very well, she thought. She was busy anyway and had no time for romance, so she might as well let him be with someone else. Fei, I entrust Liemo to you. Should he bully you again, do not hesitate to confront him. Ah, Lingling, are you truly abandoning me? Leong Fay exclaimed in a flurry. Su Lingling smiled gently, leaning towards Leong Fay's ear, whispering, I sense you are not entirely averse to him, so there is no need for me to intervene. Wouldn't you agree? In an instant, Leong Fay's face flushed crimson. Su Lingling waved her hand and departed with grace. Time has the capacity to heal all wounds, and on this day, she had come to terms with many things. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. They must unfold naturally. Moreover, when weighing love against career, she still deemed her career of greater importance. Her father's unfinished business required her to carry it forward. You must be hungry. Allow me to prepare some food for you, Liemo said as he headed towards the kitchen. Leong Fay's complexion appeared somewhat pale, clearly shaken by the events. Thank you, she replied, finding it difficult to meet Liemo's gaze. Just having him in her presence made her nervous. The breakfast he prepared was undoubtedly delicious, and Leong Fay savored it heartily, her spirits lifting considerably. Initially, both remained silent until Leong Fay suddenly blurted out, the lingerie is selling like hotcakes. What? Liemo was momentarily taken aback. You provided some suggestions earlier, and I had the factory implement your ideas. Unexpectedly, it has sold quite well. Leong Fay was merely seeking conversation. If you have any further suggestions, do let me know. I believe it is your design that is appealing, making my suggestions accurate. Liemo, although she was clothed, Leong Fay felt as though she were utterly exposed upon hearing his words. Could you refrain from speaking in such a manner? Leong Fay lowered her gaze. It was not a demand, but a plea. She feared that if this continued, she might actually create a fissure in the villa's floor to hide within when necessary. Very well, I shall not speak, Liemo casually agreed, even surprising himself with his own words. Leong Fay sighed in relief. She knew better than to trust his words, yet felt helpless. Let me wash the dishes. Leong Fay declared with determination, taking the initiative while Li Mo cooked. Make sure to clean them thoroughly. Understood, Leong Fay responded, gritting her teeth with resolve. Does this fellow not realize his obsession with cleanliness? Is it necessary to emphasize such matters? A moment of silence ensued, and Li Mo struggled for words. I noticed you frequently practice yoga. What benefits does it provide? What benefits indeed? Primarily to maintain one's physique, along with a touch of fitness enhancement. Leong Fay replied in a subdued tone. I can teach you a more effective fitness regimen than yoga. Would you be interested in learning? Li Mo had practiced the 5-animal play for many years, uncovering various methods of physical exercise, each a variation of the original techniques. Should this approach be disseminated, it would undoubtedly revolutionize conventional fitness practices. The knowledge he imparted not only yielded swift results, but also fundamentally enhanced an individual's constitution. Chapter 48. Are you not serious? Are you still a fitness instructor? Leong Fay finally turned around, her face a canvas of astonishment. It is not solely fitness instructors who can teach physical training, she pondered, and realized the truth in his words. Fitness instructors emerged only because there were increasingly more individuals seeking to engage in physical exercise. If you have some free time, would you mind teaching me? Upon uttering this, Leong Fay swiftly turned back, her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. Typically, such instruction requires hands-on guidance. During her yoga practice, physical contact with the instructor was unavoidable. However, her previous instructor had been female, whereas Li Mo was male. Leong Fay was well aware of Li Mo's remarkable prowess in martial arts. As Su Lingling remarked, in a one-on-one confrontation, none could rival Li Mo. The profundity of Chinese martial arts is immense. In her youth, Leong Fay had a neighbor, an elderly gentleman skilled in the martial arts, whom she had admired greatly. Thus, when Li Mo claimed to possess a unique fitness methodology, Leong Fay felt a surge of anticipation. After washing the dishes, she changed into yoga attire and ventured onto the grassy expanse before the villa. Towering trees surrounded the residence, ensuring their privacy even if they were to roll upon the grass. What I will teach you is quite similar to yoga, however. You must pay close attention to every movement, ensuring absolute precision. Li Mo collected his thoughts and began his hands-on instruction. This was his inaugural experience, sharing his hard-won fitness techniques with another, and he too was eager to witness the outcome. Li Mo commenced with several simple movements, withholding others for the time being, concerned that Leong Fay might struggle to master them all at once. The fitness regimen derived from the 5-animal play demands exceedingly high standards of movement accuracy. Even the slightest error could significantly diminish its effectiveness. These movements are peculiar. Yet I feel invigorated after breaking a sweat. Leong Fay was astounded. She had not engaged in particularly vigorous activity, yet perspiration had poured forth in abundance. Moreover, following the exertion, she experienced a refreshing sense of vitality. I shall continue practicing, Leong Fay affirmed earnestly. She harbored a profound conviction that if she diligently practiced the fitness regimen imparted by Li Mo over the years, her health would flourish. Indeed, by steadfastly committing to daily exercises each morning, one would reap lifelong benefits. This fitness methodology, seemingly simplistic, could empower ordinary individuals not only to enhance their physical strength, but also to bolster their immune systems, thereby warding off ailments. Thank you, Master, Leong Fay said, offering a slight bow to Li Mo. Do not conduct yourself in such a manner, or I shall take matters seriously. Once you have entered my tutelage, you must unconditionally heed my words, even if I were to ask you to warm my bed at night, Li Mo remarked with a smile directed at Leong Fay. Bah! How improper, Leong Fay retorted, spitting dismissively. It was only afterward that she realized her reaction was overly intimate, prompting her to flee back into the house. Chuckling softly, Li Mo observed her retreating figure. At the Greenvine City Exhibition Center, the quinquennial Traditional Chinese Medicine Expo was underway. With a temperate climate, the surrounding mountainous regions were well suited for the cultivation of herbal remedies. Numerous companies and individuals rented local lands to grow a variety of medicinal herbs. To the north of Greenvine City lay a primal forest, home to many endangered species, where rare herbs, once thought extinct, were often discovered. At this grand event, many precious herbal medicines were displayed, awaiting suitable offers. As noon approached, all members of the organizing committee suddenly congregated at the entrance of the exhibition center, creating a spectacle that naturally drew considerable attention. Who is arriving? It is said that Cheng Yi, the chairman of the Earth Group, is coming. Isn't he the president of the Green Vine City Chamber of Commerce? Indeed, he has never attended before. It is curious why he has chosen to grace this occasion today. Without a doubt, he is one of the most renowned entrepreneurs in Green Vine City. In terms of influence, he certainly holds sway. After all, the Earth Group boasts an impressive valuation exceeding 100 billion, making it the largest private enterprise in the city. Inside an extended Rolls-Royce sat Cheng Yi and Cheng Yi. Do not adopt such a glum demeanor. This traditional Chinese medicine expo is the largest of its kind in decades, showcasing many valuable herbs, which is why I insisted you accompany me, Cheng Yi cheerfully remarked, observing his son. Father, I understand, but what relevance does this hold for me? It is a distraction from my martial arts training. Cheng Yi pouted slightly. Recently, he had become enamored with his martial practice, feeling that each day brought him new insights. The teachings of his master were indeed vast and profound, perhaps requiring a lifetime of dedication to fully comprehend. Do not focus solely on your training. Your master has imparted such formidable knowledge to you. Shouldn't you consider giving back in some manner? Did I not already pay 50 million in tuition? Though he acknowledged the tuition was well worth the cost, the mere thought of it still caused Cheng Yi a twinge of pain. After all, 50 million was no trifling sum, even for the affluent Cheng family. 50 million, in relation to the knowledge you currently possess, is undoubtedly sufficient. However, should your master impart to you more profound wisdom, that sum would undeniably fall short. Indeed, upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, Cheng Yi found them to be exceedingly reasonable. Father, should I still offer money to my master? Do not solely focus on monetary gifts. In my view, your master does not lack for wealth. Let us present something beyond the reach of currency. Do you mean medicinal herbs? Cheng Yi's eyes brightened. Of course, how could I not have realized? As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he must require herbs. This exhibition features numerous precious medicinal materials, does it not? We should select the finest among them to present to him. It will surely bring him joy. Father, how much should we spend? As I mentioned, let us not limit ourselves to a specific monetary value. Though your master appears somewhat unconventional, he is a person of deep sentiment. Our investment now will yield returns manifold in the future. My recent diagnosis of a brain tumor could have escalated to a critical stage if not for your master. Father, please, I understand. I will treat my master with the utmost sincerity. After listening to his father's words, Cheng Yi gained fresh insights regarding his relationship with Liang. Chapter 49. Who is respected by the president of the Chamber of Commerce? Moments later, a Rolls-Royce arrived at the entrance of the exhibition hall, and the patiently waiting crowd immediately surrounded it. Director Cheng, welcome, welcome. Young Master Cheng has also arrived, welcome. With Director Cheng's esteemed presence, this traditional Chinese medicine exhibition is destined for unprecedented success. Cheng Yi was the center of attention. He merely nodded slightly to the crowd. At his level, unless faced with the top officials of Lingling City, he could afford to show a bit of arrogance. In truth, the majority of business people in Lingling City sought to curry favor with him. Director Cheng, shall we proceed inside? We kindly request you to address the audience later. Haha, certainly. Certainly. Grateful for the attention, Cheng Yi reciprocated with graciousness. The exchange of pleasantries is the essence of social interaction. As the group made their way inside, Cheng Yi inadvertently spotted a Bugatti entering the parking area. He paused for a moment, then hurried toward the Bugatti. Hey, Director Cheng, where are you going? The reception crowd was momentarily taken aback, but Cheng Yi remained silent, resolutely continuing his path. Was there an even greater figure arriving? Is there anyone in Lingling City more formidable than Director Cheng? I don't know. Let us quickly follow and find out. Cheng Yi's arrival had already drawn a considerable crowd, and his unusual behavior attracted even more onlookers. The throng grew thicker, encircling him. This car is impeccable, but one must be cautious. Should it be accidentally bumped, I would be distressed, and others would panic. Liang opened the door of the Bugatti and stepped out. Fortunately, Leong Fay mentioned it during their conversation. Otherwise, he would have missed this grand traditional Chinese medicine exhibition. The beauty elixir required some alternative medicinal herbs, and his practice of the 5 animal frolics had stagnated at its current level for many years, showing little progress. His body had reached its limits, necessitating medicinal assistance for a breakthrough. Over the years, Liang had gathered some rare Chinese herbs, yet a few primary ingredients remained elusive. They were not completely absent from the market, but their age did not meet the required standards. Thus, upon hearing about the grandeur of this traditional medicine exhibition, He resolved to attend. I had never been here before. I didn't expect such a large crowd. Naturally, Leong Fay accompanied him, merely to enjoy the lively atmosphere without ulterior motives. Let us go. Just as Liemo was about to take a step forward, he noticed a group approaching under the leadership of Cheng Yi. Ah, Mr. Li, you are here to view the exhibition. From a distance, Cheng Yi extended his hand. This scene astonished many onlookers. Cheng Yi held a significant position as the chairman of the Green Vine City Chamber of Commerce, the most influential businessman, bar none. In contrast, most people did not recognize Liemo. Mr. Cheng, you are here as well. Their familiarity allowed for casual pleasantries during their encounter. Master. Cheng Yi's excitement upon seeing Liemo was palpable. His calling Liemo master left those around them bewildered, questioning why the son of Cheng Yi would address someone seemingly lacking in prominence in such a manner. Have you made any progress lately? Given that Liemo had taken Cheng Yi as his disciple, he certainly had a vested interest in his development. If Cheng Yi failed to achieve anything, it would reflect poorly on him. Master, I have gained a lot. I can't wait to show you. Cheng Yi was eager to demonstrate his progress and yearned for Liemo's praise and validation. All right, seeing your confidence, you must not have been idle recently, Liemo remarked, smiling as he patted Cheng Yi's shoulder. Hee, master, how could I dare to be lazy? Cheng Yi shyly scratched his head. At that moment, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired, Mr. Cheng, could you introduce us? Who is this esteemed individual? Everyone eagerly turned their gazes toward Cheng Yi. Being treated with such seriousness by Cheng Yi and having Cheng Yi willingly take him as a mentor indicated that this individual must be extraordinary. They simply had to make his acquaintance. Oh, this is Mr. Li. The introduction felt somewhat incomplete, unbeknownst to Cheng Yi, who did not comprehend Liemo's intentions. He refrained from divulging his name indiscriminately. Oh, Mr. Li, a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Li, we should have a discussion sometime. Discussion about what? No specifics were mentioned. One after another, individuals eagerly extended their hands to shake Liemo's, who offered polite smiles and engaged in small talk. He felt somewhat out of place in such social gatherings, preferring the chaos of the battlefield instead. Eventually, the attention of the crowd shifted back to Cheng Yi, as he was indeed the main attraction, allowing Liemo to breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Li, please join me shortly. Cheng Yi turned back to inform Liemo. Individuals of his stature naturally enjoy privileges that ordinary people do not, such as exclusive private rooms. Very well, Liemo nodded, accepting Cheng Yi's kindness. Since he was already present, he intended to procure some valuable herbs. However, he lacked connections within the traditional medicine community and would likely need to rely on Cheng Yi's influence. After all, some medicinal materials are not merely obtainable with wealth. If one lacks the respect of the seller, even an exorbitant price may not guarantee a sale. A soft laugh escaped from Leong Fay nearby. What are you laughing at? Liemo shot her a glare. This woman seemed to be relishing his predicament. Though his smile during the earlier social interaction had been somewhat forced, he believed he had not committed any grave errors. Oh, it's nothing. Leong Fay continued to stifle her laughter, finding Liemo's earlier awkwardness rather endearing. The traditional medicine expo commenced with a simple opening ceremony, and as the most distinguished guest, Cheng Yi naturally took to the stage to speak. Traditional Chinese medicine is a treasure of our nation, and the herbal remedies it encompasses are jewels of the natural world. The synergy of the two can yield astonishing results. True to his experience in the business realm, Cheng Yi spoke eloquently without prior preparation. Even Liemo found himself nodding in agreement. Cheng Yi's rise to his current status was not merely due to luck, but also to his own capabilities. Aren't you impressed by him? Leong Fay had donned a particularly unique fragrance today, and when the wind blew, the scent wafted into Liemo's nostrils, causing a slight disarray in his thoughts. He is the one who admires me, Liemo quipped playfully. Although he felt a degree of admiration, he would never confess it, for he was a young man, nearly 30. Nonetheless, Leong Fay merely smiled in silence. Chapter 50, The Millennium Ginseng, Present. After speaking for 5 minutes, Cheng Yi abruptly added, Today, we have a master in attendance, and I would like to invite him to share a few words, if he is willing. Cheng Yi's inquiring gaze turned towards Liemo, devoid of any selfish intent. Having experienced the profound effects of acupuncture, he sincerely hoped that the treasure of traditional Chinese medicine could flourish in more places and benefit a greater number of people. The current decline of traditional medicine stemmed from a lack of exceptional talents like Li Mo. With more remarkable individuals like him, traditional medicine would surely thrive and shine. However, little did he know that Li Mo's prowess was entirely attributed to the five-animal play. Without it, his medical skills would be significantly diminished. Nevertheless, even at half the skill level, he would still hold a firm position within the realm of traditional medicine. Li Mo hesitated for a moment before standing up. With many peers present, it would not be inappropriate to say a few words. Deep down, he harbored a persistent ambition to promote traditional Chinese medicine to greater heights. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and intricate. Its decline, and even the prospect of its eventual disappearance, is not something one wishes to witness. As Li Mo rose to speak, he was met with astonishment, as no one applauded initially. Observing this, Cheng Yi took the lead in clapping, leaving the organizing committee somewhat perplexed, as this was not part of the planned agenda. Yet, they had no choice but to acquiesce to Cheng Yi's initiative. Let us welcome our esteemed guest, Mr. Li, to the stage. Applause finally erupted. As Li Mo made his way to the podium, Leong Fay's gaze remained fixed upon his silhouette, noting that there was an undeniable charm in the way he walked. Below, curious eyes scrutinized him. Li Mo sensed their uncertainty regarding his identity. However, he did not intend to elaborate on himself extensively. Fame was inconsequential, and he was not there to seek personal glory. Greetings, everyone. I am but an unremarkable individual. Yet my fascination with traditional Chinese medicine has been unwavering since childhood. It is undeniable that this ancient practice has been in decline, overshadowed by the rise of Western medicine. Yet, it is evident that Western medicine cannot remedy all ailments, and the toxicity of Western pharmaceuticals far exceeds that of traditional remedies. For instance, a patient consuming excessive cancer medications may find their tumors eradicated, yet their body remains devastated. Thus, what role can traditional Chinese medicine play in treating tumors? I propose a few ideas, starting with acupuncture. Acupuncture is a profound discipline. Many dedicate their entire lives to mastering it, while others, having grasped only the basics, proclaim themselves as acupuncture masters, tarnishing the reputation of traditional medicine. I assert that traditional Chinese medicine is more effective in treating tumors than Western medicine. Many may be skeptical, but it is only a matter of time before they come to believe. While I may not often engage in public speaking, I find an inexhaustible reservoir of thoughts when it comes to traditional Chinese medicine. The audience displayed a range of reactions: astonishment, surprise, and shock. Some practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine bowed their heads in shame. Only Cheng Yi and Cheng Yi clapped fervently, having experienced firsthand the potency of traditional medicine. Thank you, everyone. As Li Mo descended from the stage, the applause swelled. Regardless of the veracity of Li Mo's statements, the majority present yearned for the revival of traditional Chinese medicine, as they were all stakeholders in this field, and its resurgence would benefit them all. Well said. Leong Fay's eyes sparkled with admiration. Previously, she only recognized Li Mo's prowess in combat and his handsome appearance, but she had never realized his eloquence, confidence, and lofty aspirations. The Li Mo on stage had transformed into a commanding figure, exuding authority. Thank you. Li Mo felt a surge of emotion. Yet, he understood that reviving the traditional Chinese medicine industry required more than just his earlier words. He needed to undertake additional efforts. Although the internal flow of heat is formidable, its quantity is finite. Excessive use may adversely affect oneself. This is why he refrains from opening a medical clinic to benefit the masses. Of course, should he restore the formulas found in ancient medical texts, it could equally benefit humanity. However, many of the herbs mentioned in these prescriptions have either changed names due to historical reasons or have become extinct due to climate conditions, necessitating the search for substitutes and extensive experimentation. Conducting experiments requires both energy and financial resources. By agreeing to lead the Meizhuang group, he also intends to pave the way for the promotion of traditional Chinese medicine. Nevertheless, Li Mo has always been rather indolent. He cannot toil day and night. In the course of life, one must ultimately prioritize personal well-being before considering the welfare of others. Following the conclusion of the meeting ceremony, the exciting auction segment commenced. Numerous precious Chinese herbal medicines would be sold through auction to maximize profits. Mr. Cheng, we have arranged a private room for you. Please follow me. The organizers extended special treatment to Cheng Yi, while others could only participate in the bidding from the hall. Thank you. Cheng Yi acknowledged with a nod to the staff before approaching Li Mo with an invitation. Mr. Li, shall we retire to the private room? It is more comfortable there. Li Mo glanced at Leong Fay, noting that she was already preparing to rise. The hall was crowded and noisy, and many attendees could not resist stealing glances at Leong Fay's beauty. She could no longer endure the chaos. Thank you, Mr. Cheng. Li Mo also stood up. Why be so polite? Let us go and see what rare herbs await us. Shortly after Li Mo and his party departed, a group of portly individuals entered the hall, exuding an air of affluence, speaking with a Hong Kong accent. The auction hasn't started yet. Have we arrived late? It seems it hasn't begun. Let us quickly find a seat. Upon seeing these newcomers, the attendees could not help but murmur among themselves. The Hong Kong merchants are here. This will be lively. They are known for their deep pockets and appear well prepared. Oh, had I known, I too should have brought something to auction. Haha. Wu Lauer, even if you wanted to. You couldn't now. Wu Lauer slapped his thigh in frustration. At that moment, a beautiful woman in her 30s ascended the elevated stage in the center of the hall. I believe everyone is eagerly anticipating this moment. I hereby declare the auction of precious Chinese medicinal herbs officially commenced. Let me reveal that this auction features several treasures. 500-year-old Heishou Wu, 300-year-old Lingji, and ginseng over 1,000 years old. The hall erupted in excitement upon hearing of such rare treasures, with many eager to participate. Rare and precious Chinese medicinal herbs are indeed hard to come by. All items will be awarded to the highest bidder. Now let us welcome the first auction item. The 500-year-old Heishou Wu is not a single plant, but rather a collection of 10, offered for sale as a bundled package. Unsurprisingly, the starting bid is set at an astonishing 10 million yuan. The hall erupted in a cacophony of excitement. 10 million. This means that the starting price for each plant exceeds 1 million, a sum that could be deemed exorbitant. In the past, 300-year-old Heishou Wu had sold for merely several 100,000 per plant, but that was several years ago, due to climate changes. The supply of high-age traditional Chinese medicine has dwindled, leading to soaring prices. 10 million and 50,000. Despite the steep price, bids continued to emerge. Such rare treasures, once set aside, are bound to appreciate in value. Money, when left idle, depreciates. It is far wiser to invest in something that promises growth. 11 million. 11,500,000. 12 million. The bidding continued to rise, but as the price approached 15 million, the number of bidders began to dwindle. In a private box, Cheng Yi turned to Li Mo. Mr. Li, is this 300-year-old Heishou Wu of any use? Indeed. Li Mo nodded, preparing to place his own bid. However, he was aware that his cash reserves were somewhat limited. He needed to be frugal. If the price escalated too high, he would withdraw. All right, Cheng Yi acknowledged, then signaled to Cheng Yi. Let us bid 20 million. Cheng Yi shouted emphatically. Within the private room, there were dedicated staff members aware that Cheng Yi was not merely a guest, but one of the most influential bidders. Young Master Cheng bids 20 million. Is there anyone willing to go higher? The auctioneer's voice rose with enthusiasm, as her commission depended on the final price. The higher the bid, the greater her reward. 20 million is exceedingly high. I shall refrain from bidding further. Given young Master Cheng's intent, it seems he is determined to acquire this. The 20 million price tag dissuaded many potential bidders. Moreover, they felt the need to respect Cheng Yi's standing. After a prolonged silence with no further bids, the auctioneer began to count down. 20 million once. 20 million twice. Just as she was about to announce third time, a voice rang out from among the Hong Kong merchants. I bid 25 million. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the source of the proclamation. 25 million. This was a price among prices. However, if this sum was indeed from a Hong Kong merchant, it could be understood. On one hand, they were not frequent visitors to the mainland and lacked familiarity with the pricing of traditional herbs. On the other hand, they were not short on funds. Would Qingdong follow suit? It was uncertain. Some murmured that perhaps it was prudent to let the Hong Kong merchant have this one, preserving some face. Yet, as the discussions continued, Cheng Yi made another bid. 30 million. He was exasperated that, after such a struggle to bid, someone would dare to disregard him. Moreover, the Heishou Wu was intended as a gift for Li Mo. If one were to make a move, failure was not an option. The Cheng family could not afford to lose face. Cheng Yi evidently shared this sentiment. Thus, when Cheng Yi placed his bid, he merely closed his eyes and feigned repose, uttering not a single word. The anticipated fierce bidding did not materialize. The Hong Kong merchants refrained from further offers, and no others joined the fray. 30 million once. 30 million twice. 30 million thrice. As the gavel of the enchanting auctioneer descended, 10 specimens of 500-year-old Hisho Wu were secured by Cheng Yi. Congratulations to young Master Cheng. At that moment, staff entered with a kneeling service to have Cheng Yi sign some documents, instructing him to make payment and collect the Hisho Wu after the auction concluded. The staff conveyed their message and exited. Typically, participants in an auction are required to provide a deposit to prevent anyone from backing out after winning a bid. However, the Cheng family clearly bypassed this procedure, and no one reminded Cheng Yi about the deposit, as though everyone had forgotten. Young Master Cheng exuded an air of dominance. 30 million, my goodness. It is said that a willing heart is worth 1,000 gold coins. Although the price Cheng Yi paid seemed somewhat steep, the rarity of 500-year-old Hisho Wu rendered it a worthy investment. Scattered murmurs filled the hall. Many believed Cheng Yi to be a fool, though they would not voice such opinions aloud. While Hisho Wu is indeed rare, it is not an absolute necessity. The paramount concern is the 1,000-year ginseng. If the elder were to consume it, he might extend his days. Rest assured, from what I observed, there was little competition. The 1,000-year ginseng should be well within our grasp, whispered a few Hong Kong merchants. Subsequent to this, the next herbal item to be auctioned, although precious, could not rival the 500-year Hisho Wu. Liamo himself made a bid, acquiring a few items. Upon witnessing his participation, some competitors chose to forego their pursuit. The auction arena is not solely a battleground. It is also a realm governed by human relations. Certainly, their regard was for Cheng Yi's reputation, not for Liamo, a fact of which Liamo was acutely aware. It seems everyone is a bit drowsy. Let's rouse our spirits. For the second heavyweight auction item is upon us. Please direct your attention to the large screen. 5 specimens of 300-year-old wild Lingling, also sold as a package. With a starting bid of 20 million, a buzz of excitement swept through the hall. I recall that last year, a 200-year-old wild Lingling was auctioned for merely 2 million. Yet this 300-year-old requires a starting bid of 4 million. Indeed, the price is steep, but the difference in efficacy between 300 and 200 years is substantial. A starting bid of 4 million seems reasonable. Are we not aware that today, seizing a bargain is improbable, given the presence of so many affluent bidders? Indeed, I had presumed that business was poor in recent years and that everyone was short on funds, only to realize that I am the only one lacking wealth. Haha. Boss Wu, do not underestimate yourself. If you were lacking in wealth, we would all be destitute. At this moment, several merchants from Hong Kong were engaged in hushed discussions. It appears that the master mentioned the beneficial effects of Ganoderma on the old gentleman's ailment. If the price remains reasonable, we might as well bid, provided it does not interfere with the auction of ginseng. Very well, we shall assess the situation. Within the private room, Cheng Yi and Cheng Yi simultaneously turned their gazes towards Liamo. Though no words were exchanged, their intent was unmistakable. Should Liamo nod, they would assist him in acquiring these few specimens of Ganoderma. Liamo smiled faintly. Allow me to handle this matter myself. Having previously secured a mentorship fee of 50 million from Cheng Yi, coupled with the wealth he amassed during his years abroad, he was, in fact, a modest tycoon. All right, we shall refrain from participation. Cheng Yi nodded. Ganoderma was merely a trifling matter. The Millennium Ginseng was akin to a celestial event. He intended to acquire it as a gift for Liamo. Once Liamo accepted it, there would be no cause for concern regarding his health, nor Cheng Yi's future. To him, money was often just a number. If it could procure something of significance, it was worth it. Very well, esteemed guests, you may commence bidding. As the auctioneer's voice faded, bids began to rise like the tide. 21 million, 22 million, 25 million. It became evident to all that today, securing any item at a low price was implausible. Reluctant to leave empty-handed, they had no choice but to bid higher. 30 million. The Hong Kong merchant placed a bid. Instantly, a hush fell over the hall. 30 million, a bid from our friends in Hong Kong. Is there anyone willing to go higher? The auctioneer's seemingly calm tone carried an undertone of encouragement, easily inciting excitement. However, most of those present were accomplished individuals, having weathered many storms. Thus the auctioneer's coaxing fell flat. After a prolonged silence, no further bids emerged. The initial price of 20 million for 5 specimens was already steep, now at 30 million. Those once interested had lost their enthusiasm. 35 million. Liamo placed his bid. Ganoderma was a crucial ingredient for him to break through the barriers of the five-animal play, hence he was determined to secure it. 40 million. The Hong Kong merchant countered. 50 million. Liemo followed suit without hesitation. Several Hong Kong merchants exchanged glances, deciding to forego further bidding. 50 million was far beyond their expectations. Congratulations to Mr. Li for acquiring the precious medicinal Ganoderma at the price of 50 million. The auctioneer was elated. Brother, you are indeed wealthy. Leong Fay gazed at Liemo with a hint of envy. She simply did not have 50 million in cash to spare. Not only did she lack it, but so did her company's accounts. Following this, the auction proceeded with a selection of more ordinary Chinese herbs. Though ordinary was relative in comparison to Ganoderma, the most affordable transaction price has not fallen below 100,000. Items of lesser value have not even had the opportunity to be auctioned. Liemo acquired a few more items, and the Hong Kong merchants refrained from further bidding. As the auction approached its conclusion, many distinguished guests might feel a tinge of regret for not securing their desired Chinese medicinal herbs. However, the next item should pique everyone's interest, a ginseng with 1,000 years of age, remarkably well preserved. To my knowledge, there is but one such specimen in the world. You may rest assured of its medicinal efficacy, as we have conducted thorough professional inspections. The starting bid is 80 million. You may commence bidding. Chapter 52. Current price, 280 million. The atmosphere in the hall surged to another peak upon the unveiling of this item. The expressions of the Hong Kong merchants grew animated. They had come here specifically for this millennia-old ginseng. 150 million. The Hong Kong merchant made a decisive opening bid. Upon hearing this offer, Liemo's countenance darkened. 150 million was a sum he could barely muster. After all, his years abroad had not been without merit. Yet, observing the determination of the merchants, it was clear that 150 million was merely the beginning. They would pursue even 200 million without hesitation. Mr. Li, allow me. Cheng Yi had long awaited this moment. Extending a significant favor to Liemo would ensure that when the Cheng family required his assistance in the future, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. After years of navigating the business realm, Cheng Yi possessed a keen ability to read others. Mr. Cheng, is that really necessary? Liemo felt a twinge of conflict. He desperately wished to acquire the Millennium Ginseng, for possessing it would undoubtedly facilitate his breakthrough in the five animals play. However, the magnitude of such a favor seemed rather excessive. Mr. Li, you are ER's mentor and have saved my life. You are a benefactor to our family. While a few billion may seem substantial for you, I assure you it is manageable for me. Therefore, I am determined to win the Millennium Ginseng and present it to you as a token of gratitude for all you have done for us. Very well. Liemo steeled himself. He was not one to dwell on indecision, especially given the critical importance of the Millennium Ginseng. In that case, Mr. Cheng, you need not refer to me as Mr. Li anymore. If you don't mind, please call me by my name. All right, and you need not call me Mr. Cheng either. Just call me Uncle. Let us grow closer in the future. Cheng Yiming's smile broadened, and he felt an overwhelming excitement within. There are many things in this world that money cannot buy, and many influential individuals who cannot be easily approached. Liemo is one such person. To encounter him is indeed a stroke of fortune. Master, we shall each pursue our own paths. Cheng Yi was also exhilarated. With their relationship deepening, Liemo would undoubtedly impart even more formidable knowledge to him. Indeed, Liemo replied with a smile and a nod. He had few male friends. And although Cheng Yi was a wealthy second generation, his character was genuinely commendable, and Liemo found him quite likable. Beside them, Leong Fay's eyes widened in astonishment. The scene unfolded so abruptly that she found it hard to comprehend. Brother, how did you become so impressive? Everyone is trying to curry favor with you. Heh, you could also flatter me. You won't regret it, Liemo jested, in high spirits. Humph, I certainly will not. Though she said this, Leong Fay secretly contemplated finding an opportunity for Liemo to teach her the remaining fitness techniques. Since training with him, she felt her daytime vitality had surged considerably. 2 billion. This time, Cheng Yi personally participated in the bidding. 2 billion. Chairman Cheng of the Earth Group bids 2 billion. Is there a higher offer? The beautiful auctioneer nearly squealed. Cheng Yiming's involvement signified that the contest had entered a feverish climax. 2 billion. Is there any higher? The others in the hall glanced towards the direction of the Hong Kong merchants. 2 billion was certainly beyond their reach, but the Hong Kong merchants possessed that strength. At this moment, everyone transformed into spectators. hoping for an increasingly thrilling bidding war. 250 million. Although the Hong Kong merchants wore grim expressions, they continued to bid. The old gentleman's health had deteriorated to an extreme. Without the aid of a millennium-old ginseng, he might not have much longer to live. 280 million. Cheng Yi gritted his teeth and pressed on with the offer. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Even if it costs him everything, he must proceed. 280 million. A few Hong Kong merchants hesitated, refraining from placing further bids. No matter how rare the Millennium Ginseng was, it still had a price. 2 billion was the ceiling, and now the bidding had escalated to 280 million, surpassing its actual worth. We wish to pause the auction. We need to make a phone call to discuss this. Is that acceptable? The Hong Kong merchants suddenly requested from the organizing committee. The crowd in the hall exchanged glances, aware that this was certainly against the rules. Yet, rules are often meant to be broken. Indeed, after a brief discussion, the organizing committee decided to pause the auction for 10 minutes. In the face of profit, they chose to compromise. The agreement for the Millennium Ginseng was based on a revenue-sharing plan. The higher the price, the greater the share for the committee. Uncle Ming, I need to step out for a moment, Liemo informed Cheng Yi as he exited the private room. Leong Fay wished to follow, but was turned down. He had matters to attend to. Meanwhile, the team of Hong Kong merchants was already in communication with their counterparts in Hong Kong Island. Securing the Millennium Ginseng was estimated to require 4 to 5 billion, exceeding their expectations. Should we proceed or reconsider? We will deliberate further. After hanging up, the group exchanged uncertain glances. What did the young lady say? Everyone turned to the person who had made the call. The young lady said to proceed as we see fit. The old gentleman encountered some issues earlier, and she is currently addressing them. The group looked at one another, momentarily at a loss for direction. Within their hearts, they harbored doubts that a millennium-old ginseng could indeed save the elder's life. While the price was reasonable enough to warrant a trial, the potential cost felt excessively burdensome, yielding a sense of disproportionate loss. At that juncture, a voice arose. Is there someone in your household afflicted by a grave illness? Who are you? The young and handsome Li Mo elicited a hint of caution among the group of Hong Kong merchants. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Mo. Hailing from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, with a modicum of renown. As long as life remains, I can restore it. This marked Li Mo's first comprehensive and precise self-introduction, yet the expressions of the merchants revealed their perception of him as a wandering quack, akin to a charlatan. Apologies, but there is no one in our family who is ill. Please leave. Are you not experiencing sudden abdominal distension in the early hours? With hospitals failing to ascertain the cause? Have you not suffered from impotence for numerous years, only for it to manifest suddenly? Is it not true that you have battled hemorrhoids for years, often losing control over your bowels? Enough. The merchants interrupted Liemo, encircling him. Sir, are you truly an expert? Indeed, do you not perceive my stature? Liemo gestured for the merchants to take note of his height. Well, you are indeed quite tall. Esteemed expert, do you have time to accompany us to Hong Kong Island to attend to a patient? Upon encountering them, Liemo disclosed their hidden ailments, swiftly earning their trust. I am willing to go, but I have one condition. Please state it. The merchants displayed eager anticipation. In comparison to acquiring the Millennium Ginseng, encountering an expert like Liemo was their paramount gain from this venture. Medicine is inanimate, but humans are alive. If you forego the bidding for the ginseng, I shall consent to accompany you to Hong Kong Island. Liemo's expression turned earnest. Forgo the bidding? The merchants displayed signs of inner conflict. Upon returning to the entrance of the private room, Liemo discovered Leong Fay waiting. Where have you been? What have you done? Leong Fay inquired with childlike curiosity. Liemo playfully nudged her lovely face aside, a smirk gracing his lips. One should not exhibit such overwhelming curiosity. He then proceeded inside. Leong Fay paused momentarily, unable to suppress her irritation. Hey you, Liemo, did you go to meet the Hong Kong merchants? Cheng Yi gazed at Liemo with a cheerful demeanor. Truly impressive. The president of the Earth Group. Liemo commended Cheng Yi with a thumbs up. After their heartfelt exchange earlier, their bond had significantly deepened. Master, did they trouble you? Cheng Yi approached, scrutinizing Liemo as if concerned for his well-being. Do you possess such little faith in your master? Liemo regarded Cheng Yi with a teasing smile. Master, that was not my intention. Cheng Yi sheepishly scratched his head. Ha! As Cheng Yi beheld the delightful visage of Cheng Yi, he burst into hearty laughter. Fear not, for your master shall surely fulfill your wish. Wish? What wish? Leong Fay remained utterly perplexed. I surmise the master has gone to negotiate. I doubt the Hong Kong merchants will continue to bid, Cheng Yi declared with an air of self-satisfaction. It can be done this way? Aren't you concerned about the organizing committee? Leong Fay stood in astonishment. Having participated in auctions before, she had never encountered such a maneuver. This must surely be against the rules set by the organizers. What do they care if they are displeased? It's already at 280 million. They should be content. Cheng Yi replied nonchalantly. Had it not been for this auction, the Millennium Ginseng would likely not fetch such a price. Oh, how fortunate we are to save money. Cheng Yi feigned wiping sweat from his brow, although none was present. Being amidst the youth rejuvenated his spirit. Soon, the bidding resumed. Mr. Cheng has bid 280 million. Is there any higher offer? This Millennium Ginseng, after all these years, is a singular specimen. The beautiful auctioneer brimmed with anticipation, as did the crowd. They believed a fierce battle between Cheng Yi and the Hong Kong merchants was imminent. However, silence enveloped the merchants' side, with no one daring to speak. Curious glances were exchanged as they noticed the merchants had closed their eyes, evidently unwilling to bid further. The audience exchanged looks of bewilderment. There was clearly something amiss. As the prospect of an intense auction dissipated, a sense of disappointment settled over the crowd. Is there truly no one willing to bid? This is a Millennium Ginseng. Miss this chance, and it will be lost forever. The beautiful auctioneer continued to coax the audience, and while some seemed tempted, no bids materialized. What a jest! Even if many present were sold, they could not amass 280 million. After several minutes of silence, the auctioneer reluctantly began her countdown. 280 million once. 280 million twice. 280 million thrice. Congratulations to Mr. Chung of Dottie Group for acquiring the precious Millennium Ginseng. Applause erupted in the hall as Cheng Yi extravagant expenditure of over 300 million showcased his formidable prowess. Truly, Mr. Chung is a force to be reckoned with. Mr. Chung has established such a grand enterprise. He is a paragon for us all. Alas, if only time permitted, I would relish the chance to share a drink with Mr. Chung and exchange experiences of perseverance. Mr. Li, even if you have time, does Mr. Chung? I shan't converse with you. Congratulations, Mr. Chung. As the auction concluded, members of the organizing committee entered, their smiles appearing somewhat disingenuous. The fact that the Millennium Ginseng was sold for only 280 million did not align with their expectations. I have matters to attend to. Let us expedite the process. Cheng Yi was not inclined to engage in lengthy conversations with these individuals, as few in Lingling City warranted his attention. Quickly, bring the contract. The committee members, eager yet cautious, dared not show their discontent. After all, Cheng Yi was a prominent figure in the local business arena. A few minutes later, the contract was signed, and Cheng Yi instructed the company's finance department to initiate the transfer. Li Mo concurrently processed the relevant procedures, opting for a credit card transaction. As tens of millions were transferred, he felt a slight pang in his heart. Soon after, a procession of elegantly dressed women in kipeos entered, each gracefully bearing a tray covered with crimson cloths. The air in the private room became infused with the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. Li Mo, would you mind inspecting these? Cheng Yi stepped back. The depths of traditional Chinese medicine were profound. Without expertise, one could not discern the quality. A slight variation in age could lead to a disparity in value. Understood, Li Mo nodded and approached, lifting the red cloths one by one, meticulously examining the assorted herbs. He focused particularly on Heishou Wu, Lingji, and ginseng. After several minutes, Li Mo concluded his inspection. Everything is in order, the ages are accurate. Not only are the years correct, but the herbs have been well preserved, retaining their potency, truly premium quality. Mr. Li can identify medicinal herbs? The committee members gazed at Li Mo in astonishment. It was rare for young people to pursue traditional Chinese medicine, and even fewer could distinguish between the various herbs. Indeed, Li Mo is quite remarkable, Cheng Yi remarked, offering no further explanation. Oh, I see. The committee members could only suppress their curiosity. With Cheng Yi's silence, they felt powerless to inquire further, especially about Li Mo, as it was evident that Cheng Yi held him in high regard. Offending Li Mo would equate to offending Cheng Yi himself. Subsequently, Cheng Yi summoned the company's security team to load all the herbs onto a vehicle. Li Mo, where do you intend to store these? Cheng Yi inquired. Given their high value and the likelihood of the auction's details spreading, they might attract unwanted attention. Let us place them at the resort. All the alchemical supplies are there, Liemo suggested. Cheng Yi frowned slightly. The resort is rather secluded, and currently, there is no one around. How about this? I will dispatch a team from our security to oversee things. Their presence will ensure safety. Cheng Yi was clearly considering Li Mo's well-being. All right, thank you, Uncle Ming. Didn't I mention? No need for such formality. Cheng Yi chuckled, feeling a strong rapport with Liemo. Just as the herbs were loaded onto the vehicle, a group of Hong Kong merchants approached. Mr. Li, would you be able to join us for a flight to Hong Kong Island today? Chapter 54. Transformation into a charismatic figure. Is it convenient to arrange a video to assess the patient's condition? Liemo harbored no intention of being dishonest. He had merely gathered a plethora of precious herbs and was eager to concoct some medicinal pills, aspiring to transcend the bottleneck of the five-animal play. This would enable him to treat ailments with greater finesse. Without the internal flow of heat cultivated through the five-animal play, he would merely be considered a top-tier traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. However, with this vital energy, he transcended the realm of conventional practitioners, becoming an unparalleled entity in the field. Was Mr. Li not available? The group of Hong Kong businessmen appeared somewhat reluctant. The elderly patriarch was gravely ill, and merely viewing him via video seemed futile. Naturally, they wished for Liemo to fly to Hong Kong immediately to provide on-site treatment. Rest assured, having promised you, I shall see it through. As long as there is breath in him, I can restore his vitality, Liemo assured them with unwavering confidence, for the five-animal play was an ancient martial art, formidable and potent. Reluctantly, the businessmen resorted to a video call. Moments later, an elderly man appeared on the screen, lying in an intensive care unit, connected to numerous tubes. His condition was indeed critical. However, he was not on the brink of death just yet. I will prepare some pills for you. Administer one daily. And he could live an additional 10 days to half a month without issue. By then, I shall also be in Hong Kong, he informed them. The businessmen exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in resignation. Very well. Now aware of Cheng Yi identity, they held no lingering doubts regarding Li Mo's credentials. A magnate with a fortune exceeding 10 billion could not possibly conspire with a fraud. Over an hour later, the businessmen returned to Hong Kong, elated, clutching a few pills. In a room at the back of a resort, numerous jars and bottles were scattered about, with a particularly striking cauldron positioned at the center. This cauldron, appearing quite aged, was intricately carved with depictions of unknown avian and terrestrial creatures. Liemo, that cauldron must be worth a considerable sum, I presume? Leong Fay remarked. Although she did not collect antiques, her frequent attendance at auctions and exhibitions had honed her discerning eye. Are you contemplating selling it? Liemo teased while sorting the herbs. What do you take me for? While I may not possess your wealth, I am not impoverished either. Besides, should I choose to lower myself, there would be plenty of affluent individuals willing to compensate me handsomely, Leong Fay replied, her demeanor radiating pride. Very well, I shall consider you my patron. How much do you propose? Liemo glanced back, seeing a multitude of peaks from his vantage point. What? Who said you could be my patron? You truly are becoming increasingly irreverent, Leong Fay retorted, pinching her nose as she stepped outside, unable to endure the potent aroma of the herbs. At that moment, Cheng Yi entered, carrying a bundle of firewood, the wood showcasing exquisite grain patterns, unmistakably from golden silk Nanmu. This bundle alone could fetch a considerable price. However, Liemo intended to use it for brewing medicine. Master, is this sufficient? If not, I can fetch more. Cheng Yi felt a surge of excitement. It was his first encounter with the intricate process of brewing traditional Chinese medicine, and Liemo's elaborate setup was truly remarkable. That should suffice. If not, we can procure more, he remarked. As he spoke, Liemo opened the central cauldron and tossed in a plethora of precious herbs. 300-year-old Hisho Wu, 300-year-old wild Ganoderma, and an entire millennium-old ginseng root, all contributed to the concoction. Cheng Yi, observing from the sidelines, felt a mix of awe and trepidation. The value of these herbs collectively exceeded 300 million. Brewing medicine with such extravagant ingredients was a luxury even the wealthiest in the world would seldom indulge in. Liemo, too, felt a flicker of exhilaration. Whether he could transcend his limits hinged upon this very moment. Close the door and ignite the fire. Once the door was sealed, a full day and night would pass. During this time, Cheng Yi only ventured out a few times to fetch provisions. How is your master? Is he in good spirits? Leong Fay, feeling quite bored on her own, seized the opportunity to interrogate Cheng Yi. He is doing fine. Why don't you go in and see for yourself? He said you could enter, Cheng Yi replied, somewhat exasperated. He had not slept, as Liemo had instructed him to monitor the burning firewood closely. The flame could neither blaze too fiercely nor flicker too weakly, requiring frequent adjustments. Cheng Yi had never anticipated that brewing medicine could be so arduous. I think I'll refrain from entering. I wouldn't want to irritate him, he said. Leong Fay, peering through the door's crack, was secretly intrigued. She wished to see inside, driven by curiosity, yet hesitant to disturb Liemo. Aware of the significance he placed on this concoction. Shall I go in first, then? Go ahead. I'll amuse myself for a bit. Cluck cluck. Come, sister. Let me feed you all, Leong Fay exclaimed, grasping a handful of rice and approaching a flock of geese. Inside the room, Liemo appeared drained. In addition to melting the herbal ingredients in the precious golden silk nanmo, he periodically infused the cauldron with heat to stimulate the medicinal properties. When the internal warmth waned, he closed his eyes to recuperate gradually. At last, the herbal essence within the cauldron transformed into a golden elixir, releasing a potent fragrance that enveloped the cauldron without dispersing. Master, this aroma is utterly delightful. Cheng Yi inhaled deeply, feeling all his weariness dissipate. Worth over 300 million, it's undoubtedly exceptional. Liemo was exhilarated, exhibiting a hint of mania. You stand guard at the door. No one is permitted to approach. Understood, master. Though Cheng Yi was filled with curiosity and apprehension, he obediently stepped outside to stand sentinel. Once the door was secured, Liemo eagerly poured the herbal essence from the cauldron. To his astonishment, the 300 million worth of herbs yielded only a modest half-bowl of liquid. Unable to contain himself, Liemo drank it down in one swift motion. Immediately, he sensed a profound transformation within his body. With a soft pop, the stubborn bottleneck shattered, and he felt a newfound lightness, the internal warmth amplifying several-fold. Excellent. This is the sensation I sought. Liemo was overwhelmed with exhilaration. In the past, his combat prowess represented the pinnacle of humanity. Now, following his breakthrough, he can be aptly described as something beyond human. His lifespan, stamina, mental fortitude, strength, endurance, and physical resilience have all undergone a profound transformation. Although the five-animal play is not a martial art of immortality, it embodies the wisdom of ancient sages and is extraordinarily formidable. Feeling a sticky sensation on his skin, Liemo pushed open the door and stepped outside. Master. Cheng Yi gazed at Liemo in astonishment, sensing a change in him. His aura had shifted. His complexion appeared fairer, and he seemed more handsome, though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the transformation. Well, look who has emerged, the handsome gentleman. Leong Fay's eyes sparkled. Previously, Liemo's charm was not defined by conventional handsomeness, but rather by his unique aura. Yet now, he exuded an undeniable attractiveness, deserving of the title handsome without a hint of exaggeration. Chapter 55. The Dominant Effects of the Beauty Elixir. Close your eyes. This handsome fellow is already taken. So don't harbor any thoughts. Liemo jested in a light-hearted mood. Humph. Who cares? Leong Fay feigned indignation as she turned away. Yet she could not resist glancing back at Liemo's face. His newfound allure was enough to stir the hearts of women at first sight. Oh dear. That tree appears to be somewhat obstructive. Liemo's gaze fell upon a tree in the courtyard, as thick as a bowl. Master, I believe this tree serves a good purpose, providing shade during the hot weather. Cheng Yi circled the tree, unable to discern any problem. Not good. It obstructs the flow of qi, Liemo insisted, shaking his head. Then, master, shall I call someone to chop it down tomorrow? Cheng Yi contemplated various solutions, knowing that if his master deemed it unsuitable, it surely was. There's no need for such trouble. Just watch. Liemo suddenly dashed forward and leaped into the air. You can't possibly mean? Leong Fay's words trailed off. With a resounding thud, the thick tree snapped in half and toppled to the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. Master, this, Cheng Yi was left utterly speechless. The tree was in its prime, robust and sturdy. The thought of breaking it with a kick was unfathomable. Are you even human? Leong Fay recoiled instinctively, taking several steps back. If that kick had landed on a person, it would have surely resulted in grave injury or death. Alas, this tree is rather fragile, Liemo remarked nonchalantly as he ascended the stairs. Cheng Yi and Leong Fay exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared feeling of helplessness in one another's eyes. After a brief period of rest, Liemo immersed himself back into the task of concocting herbal potions. This was indeed work, for the products he created were primarily intended for others: beauty elixirs, vitality pills, strengthening elixirs, and so forth. As Liemo had no intention of selling them publicly, he did not make the beauty pills particularly appealing. Each one appeared rather dull and unremarkable. Are you certain that this concoction enhances one's beauty? Leong Fay inquired as she accepted the beauty pill from his hands. How do I know if it works? She was somewhat impatient. This type is for external application. Dissolve it in warm water and apply it to your face. For now, Liemo had only produced a single beauty pill. To mass produce it, he needed to refine the formula further. If he were to use such high-quality ingredients, very few could afford it. Naturally, he could introduce two variants of the beauty pill, a lower-end and a premium version, catering to diverse needs. As long as the results were commendable, there would be no shortage of buyers. How troublesome, she remarked, yet she promptly fetched warm water, eager to dissolve the beauty pill and apply it to her face. The sensation was refreshingly cool. Indeed, premium products are of superior quality. As the potion settled on her skin, Leong Fay felt a marked difference. Most of the essence will be absorbed, and your skin will greatly improve, Liemo assured her. Essence absorbed? Leong Fay's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time she had heard that skin could absorb herbal essences. You need not be surprised. What I have extracted is pure essence, Liemo remarked, adopting a lofty demeanor as he gazed into the distance. Leong Fay retrieved a mirror, closely monitoring the transformations on her face. She remained skeptical of Liemo's claim that her skin would absorb most of the essence. Cheng Yi approached, intrigued by the changes in Leong Fay's complexion. Having previously witnessed the marvels of acupuncture, he was curious about the wonders of traditional herbal medicine. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes elapsed. Leong Fay grew somewhat impatient. The cooling sensation had dissipated, and the potion on her face seemed to have diminished little. Just as she voiced her thoughts, the thin film of herbal essence began to peel away from her skin. Leong Fay's pupils dilated in astonishment. In the mirror, her complexion was as smooth and radiant as that of a newborn, with noticeably smaller pores. The blemishes that had appeared from late nights had vanished completely. Her face exhibited almost no imperfections. This is simply miraculous. Leong Fay was nearly moved to tears by her own beauty. Truly stunning. Cheng Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Leong Fay, already a stunning beauty, now resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Master, can I use it too? Cheng Yi blurted out. Use what? Liemo turned around, narrowing his eyes at Cheng Yi. The beauty pill. Cheng Yi expressed his desire to enhance his own appearance. Liemo was taken aback for a moment before tapping Cheng Yi on the head. What need do you have, as a man, to become so fair? However, Master Cheng Yi pouted in discontent, remarking, you appear even fairer than Sister Fay. Cheng Yi felt a sense of grievance. Liemo smiled faintly. Is that so? Yet I have not employed any beauty-enhancing elixirs. Cheng Yi was overwhelmed by a feeling of helplessness. Although Liemo had not used any beauty potion, the nourishment he consumed surpassed the effects of such potions by 100-fold. Well then, given the potency of this medicine, I shall produce it in bulk. You may have as many as you desire. The beauty potion that Leong Fay had taken was concocted from several centuries old, Hisho Wu and powdered Ganoderma, with a trace of essence from a millennia-old ginseng, hence its remarkable efficacy. Thank you, Master. Cheng Yi's frown transformed into a smile. Liemo, you are truly kind to me. Leong Fay leaned closer to Liemo, her gaze filled with tenderness. Women cherish beauty, and it was Liemo's extraordinary beauty elixir that had transformed her into her current captivating self, filling her heart with boundless gratitude towards him. Then how about a kiss? Liemo playfully lifted Leong Fay's chin. Leong Fay paused momentarily, her face flushed, and she gently pushed his hand away. You wishful thinker. Lingling would never consent. Liemo was taken aback. Was it he who was being fanciful, or was he merely concerned about Su Lingling finding out? This woman was rather contradictory. Cheng Yi, Master, prepare the car. We shall proceed to give Uncle Ming his second round of treatment, and then we will visit Hong Kong. Liemo had always been a man of his word. Having promised the Hong Kong businessman, he was determined to fulfill his commitment. Understood, Master. Cheng Yi hurriedly departed. Given that Master had just concocted such remarkable pills, surely one would alleviate his father's illness, right? Cheng Yi increasingly felt that the decision to take Li Mo as his mentor was indeed astute. May I accompany you to Hong Kong? Leong Fay leaned closer again, her eyes shimmering with affection as she gazed at Li Mo. What about the company? Aren't you concerned? Li Mo was somewhat astonished. This woman was typically a workaholic. What should I worry about? With such a capable chairman like you, I can simply relax. Having experienced the superlative effects of the beauty elixir, Leong Fay had no apprehensions about the future of the Meizhuang Group. Once the beauty elixir became widely available, the Meizhuang Group was destined to soar. No beauty product on the market could rival it. Many women invest abundantly in their beauty, willing to pay any price as long as the results are commendable. Chapter 56. The Remarkable Little Pill in Hong Kong. At the finest private hospital, a commotion unfolded at the entrance of the intensive care unit. Dr. Peng, my father is in this condition. Why is it that he still cannot take this pill? A woman, with an explosive figure, cascading golden waves of hair, was losing her composure. Miss Hua, I comprehend your sentiments. However, Mr. Hua is currently in no condition to endure further turmoil. Should there be any complications with this medication, it's conceivable that a middle-aged man, bespectacled and speaking Mandarin with a peculiar accent, would go to great lengths to prevent anyone from administering it to Huiqianqiu. Dr. Peng, do you possess any alternative solutions? Huiling cast an exasperated glance at the middle-aged man. Well, this Mr. Hua is already beyond the point of no return. With no cure in sight, Dr. Peng resolutely shook his head. He is not a physician of this hospital, but rather a renowned traditional Chinese medicine master hired by the Hua family from abroad. Under his treatment, Huiqianqiu did experience a temporary improvement. However, that respite was fleeting, and Huiqianqiu's condition has since deteriorated, leaving even the highly paid Dr. Peng at a loss. Huiling fell silent, feeling a disconnect with Dr. Peng. She turned her gaze toward the others nearby. This medication is in your possession. You must ascertain its reliability. Not in dire straits would Huiling place her hopes in a few dubious pills. We cannot guarantee much, but we assure you of the integrity of the individual who provided us with these pills. He maintains a close relationship with the chairman of a corporation, whose character we have verified to be commendable. One of the Hong Kong businessmen present at the herbal medicine auction replied emphatically. Then let us administer one to my father and observe the effects. Huiling resolved, her teeth clenched. The hospital has issued its ultimatum, to be precise. They have relinquished any hope of treatment. Her father lies in the frigid confines of the intensive care unit, merely awaiting death. Yet, she cannot bear the thought of her father passing away. Having studied abroad for years, she has had scant opportunities to spend time with him. Should he depart in such a manner, she would be left with a lifetime of regret. Miss, I believe it is worth a try. Indeed. What if this medicine proves effective? The group who returned from the auction began to encourage her. Huiqianqiu is a good man, and none wish to see him depart from this world at such a time. If that were to happen, the Changhe group would undoubtedly descend into chaos. A scenario no one wishes to witness. Very well, let us proceed. Huiling finally resolved, her blood coursing with that of Huiqianqiu. A man who built a fortune exceeding $1 trillion through decisive action and unwavering resolve. All right, miss, I shall fetch some warm water. One person hastily departed. Miss Hua, if you proceed recklessly and something unfortunate befalls Mr. Hua, do not place the blame on me. Dr. Peng interjected inopportunely, focusing solely on his reputation at that moment. Fear not, Dr. Peng. I shall never hold you responsible. Huiling's tone turned icy. She pondered how her stepmother could have engaged such a spineless private doctor. The thought of that woman ignited a surge of anger within her. At this critical juncture, that woman was occupied with business matters at the group rather than standing vigil at her father's bedside. Very well, I shall call Mrs. Song. Dr. Peng retrieved his mobile phone. Ms. Song, whose full name is Song Li, is indeed the wife of Huiqianqiu. Do as you wish. Huiling's face was completely devoid of warmth. At this moment, warm water had been brought. Miss, please go in and administer it to the old master. A crowd eagerly gazed at the tiny pill that now held the hopes of many. All right, I shall go in. Huiling pushed open the door to the intensive care unit and stepped inside. Miss Hua, she was greeted by the attending doctors and nurses on duty. I found a skilled practitioner and obtained a few traditional Chinese medicine pills that I wished to give my father. Upon seeing her father's pallid face on the hospital bed, Huiling could no longer contain her tears, which fell to the ground like rain. Miss Hua, please sign this waiver. Whatever you wish to administer to Mr. Hua, we shall not interfere. The hospital's stance was clear. Huing was free to do as she pleased, but any repercussions would not be their responsibility. Very well, I will sign. Huing swiftly completed the signature and approached the bedside. At that moment, the doctor and nurses also came over to remove the tube from Hua Qianxiu's mouth. Miss Hua, you may proceed with the feeding. The doctor looked at Huing with sympathy. Medically speaking, Hua Qianxiu had entered the countdown to death. No medicine in the world could prolong his life. However, he understood the emotions of the family and did not prevent Huing from administering the medicine. Father, take this pill, and we will return home. Huing's voice quivered uncontrollably. The doctor noticed that her tears had drenched her entire face. Softening in heart, he suggested, Miss Hua, perhaps we should let the nurse assist you. Such matters were typically meant for family members to handle alone, with the hospital remaining uninvolved. But Huing's sorrowful demeanor prompted the doctor to offer help. Thank you. Huing felt her hands tremble, and she handed the pill to the nurse beside her. I appreciate your assistance. It is my duty, Miss Hua. The nurse promptly took the warm water and the Chinese medicine pill, swiftly administering it into Hua Qianxiu's mouth. Would you like to observe the effects of the medication here, Miss Hua? Yes, I would like to see. Very well, I shall not disturb you. The doctor departed, as he was responsible for multiple patients and could not remain solely with Hua Qianxiu. However, one nurse stayed behind to accompany Huing. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Hua Qianxiu remained unresponsive, and a heaviness settled in Huing's heart. It seemed rather absurd to place her hopes in an unknown traditional medicine pill. Miss Hua, I must ask you to leave now. The nurse prepared to escort her out. After all, this was an intensive care unit, and allowing Huing inside had already been an exception. It would be inappropriate for her to linger further. Wait, I will leave shortly. Huing was not yet ready to give up. All right, you may stay for a maximum of 5 more minutes. After that, you must depart, or I will have no choice but to notify my superiors. The nurse has already granted her utmost authority. Thank you very much. Huing nodded appreciatively. Then, she sensed a slight movement in her father's hand. At first, she thought it was merely an illusion. However, upon closer inspection, she indeed saw her father's hand stirring. Doctor! Doctor! Huing's heart surged with joy as she urgently called for the physician. He arrived promptly, rushing over to examine the various monitoring devices. With an incredulous tone, he remarked, It's truly miraculous. Mr. Hua is on the verge of awakening. Before the words had even settled, Hua Qianxiu slowly opened his eyes. Lingling, you're back. Do not weep. Your father has experienced everything in this life. It has all been worthwhile. Please, do not cry. Hua Qianxiu not only awakened, but also spoke fervently. Father, you're all right. Father. Huing flung herself into her father's embrace, enveloped in euphoric elation. 3 months later, the cancer will be healed. Doctor, thank you. I feel so much better. Hua Qianxiu's complexion was significantly improved, and his vital signs were remarkably stable. Mr. Hua, I really did not do much, the doctor replied with a wry smile. Hua Qianxiu's expression revealed his confusion. Actually, I gave you a traditional Chinese medicine pill, Huing confessed, slightly embarrassed as she stuck out her tongue. She had indeed taken a risk by administering the pill to her father. Traditional Chinese medicine pill? Hua Qianxiu paused for a moment, suddenly enlightened. No wonder my mouth feels bitter. Father, is the pill bitter? But it smells quite fragrant to me. Huing was perplexed. Well, Hua Qianxiu's face brightened. It is not just bitter, it is exceedingly so. Huing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, knowing her father had always been averse to anything bitter. Mr. Hua, good medicine is often unpalatable, the doctor reassured Hua Qianxiu before turning his attention to Huing. If there are more pills available, you may continue to administer them to Mr. Hua. His condition is quite favorable at present. The doctor, experienced in his field, understood that Hua Qianxiu was experiencing a fleeting revival and needed to continue taking the traditional medicine. If the pills were to run out, Hua Qianxiu would quickly lapse back into unconsciousness. There are still a few pills left, but Hua Qianxiu expressed his concern. He did not wish to succumb to slumber once more. That feeling was profoundly unpleasant. He could sense the happenings around him. Yet he found it impossible to open his eyes. There are only a few left, but do not worry, Father. That gentleman will soon arrive in Hong Kong Island. In that moment, Huing resolved in her heart that she would spare no effort or expense to invite Li Mo to Hong Kong Island to treat her father's ailment. All right, Hua Qianxiu nodded, surveying Huing. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Your stepmother has not made things difficult for you, has she?" Huing's gaze momentarily stiffened as she forced a smile, saying, "Dad, she hasn't put me in a difficult position, you needn't worry." "All right," Hua Qianxiu replied, nodding as he gazed out the window, lost in thought. In Greenvine City, at the Shiji Jiyuan Villa area, Cheng Yi anxiously awaited at the entrance. Liamo was to undergo his second treatment. Upon learning this news, he found it increasingly hard to remain still. His mental state had been remarkably good lately. Unless he spoke of it himself, no one would suspect that he had a brain tumor. At last, he heard the sound of approaching cars and stepped forward a few paces. Indeed, a Bugatti emerged in the distance, familiar to Cheng Yi. "Liamo?" As the car came to a halt, Cheng Yi rushed to the driver's side. "Uncle Ming." Liamo exited the vehicle, gesturing for Cheng Yi to drive it into the underground garage. "Ah, I must trouble you again," Cheng Yi said, rubbing his hands together, clearly anxious. He wished fervently for the tumor in his head to vanish, yet he understood that such a wish was unattainable. "No need for pleasantries, Uncle Ming. If you keep this up, I might have to prepare to return the treatment fees," Liamo remarked playfully. "All right, enough of that. Let's head inside." Cheng Yi led the way. As they walked, they engaged in conversation. "Uncle Ming, how have you been feeling lately?" "Quite well, actually. If it weren't for the films from the hospital, I would feel like a normal person." "Don't worry, you'll soon be just that, a normal person." "Really?" Cheng Yi momentarily drifted in thought upon hearing Liamo's words. Had Liamo not previously demonstrated his miraculous acupuncture skills, he would have dismissed such claims. But now, he believed and was willing to believe. In the same treatment room as before, Cheng Yi lay on the bed with his eyes closed, taking deep breaths to calm his emotions in preparation for the treatment. This time, the sensations will be more pronounced. If anything feels off, please raise your hand as a signal. "Understood," Cheng Yi replied, adjusting his position for greater comfort. At that moment, Liamo retrieved silver needles from his medical kit. One by one, he inserted them into the acupoints atop Cheng Yi's head. His hands remained steady, scarcely betraying any tremor. After 9 silver needles were implanted, Liamo began to gently twist them while gradually infusing warmth that increased from small to large. Drawing from the experience of the previous session, everything progressed much more smoothly. Of course, the warmth infused this time was significantly greater, as the 5 animal frolics had experienced a breakthrough, yielding internal heat several times more potent than before, thus amplifying the effects of the acupuncture correspondingly. Cheng Yi felt as if his head were enveloped in a cocoon of warm energy, a profound comfort emanating from his very soul. He experienced the illusion that the tumor within his head was gradually diminishing, melting away. After half an hour, the treatment concluded, and Liamo removed the silver needles. "All done." "Oh." Cheng Yi reluctantly sat up. The sensation he had just experienced was utterly delightful, and he wished for it to continue indefinitely. "Hee, Uncle Ming, no matter how much you offer me, I could never provide such service continuously," Liamo chuckled. The warmth coursing through his body was not limitless. After half an hour of treatment, much of it had been expended. However, he distinctly sensed that the recovery rate of this warmth had markedly improved, which was a pleasing change. The benefits of the Wu Qin she had begun to manifest gradually. I suppose I am being insatiable," Cheng Yi self-deprecatingly smiled. He was not typically a greedy individual, but the previous sensation had been so extraordinary that he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. "Uncle Ming, sit down. I shall teach you a few movements, which you should practice daily." "All right." Cheng Yi did not question Liamo about the exercises. He trusted him implicitly. "Follow my lead, and pay attention to the rhythm of your breathing. 3 shallow breaths followed by 1 deep one." Cheng Yi entered from outside and, upon witnessing the scene, dared not interrupt. After observing for a moment, he attempted to emulate their movements. Soon, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his body. "How marvelous! Master, you are incredible." Cheng Yi could not contain his excitement. He felt assured that with regular practice of these movements, he would undoubtedly reap substantial benefits. After several minutes, Liamo concluded the lesson. "That's enough for today. Daily practice will be beneficial for your ailment. It's best to find a tranquil space and maintain a calm demeanor," Liamo advised. "Certainly, I will practice every day," Cheng Yi affirmed with a vigorous nod. While practicing, he sensed a subtle warmth in his head. This feeling was faint, and he was uncertain if he was merely imagining it. Hesitating for a moment, he refrained from inquiring further with Liamo regardless, The movements Liemo had imparted were undoubtedly advantageous, and he resolved to practice diligently. Liemo retrieved a small porcelain vial from his medicine box. Take one of the pills inside each day. You need not take the other medications. Western medicine carries its own dangers. Understood, Cheng Yi replied, taking the vial. He was curious to see what was contained within, but since Liemo was present, he hesitated to open it. Master, how long until my father's condition improves? Cheng Yi asked, deeply concerned about Cheng Yiming's health. Liemo pondered for a moment. Initially, it was estimated to take about 6 months, but now it should be curable in approximately 3 months. 3 months. Master, you are astounding. Cheng Yiming and Cheng Yi exclaimed in excitement. For a condition often deemed terminal, Liemo not only claimed he could cure it, but would do so in just 3 months. Truly miraculous. Had they not experienced it firsthand, they would have found it hard to believe anyone who told them such a story. Liemo, thank you sincerely. You are a benefactor to our family. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Cheng Yi and I will help unconditionally, Cheng Yiming expressed fervently. Liemo smiled wryly. Uncle Ming, didn't I mention not to speak of such things? Cheng Yiming secured a millennium-old ginseng for himself. Without it, he might have found it challenging to make a breakthrough. Deep within, Liemo felt an immense gratitude. Father, the master is not an outsider. Cheng Yi said earnestly. Ah, yes. Not an outsider, haha. I was being overly sentimental. In the villa, Cheng Yiming's laughter was hearty. Chapter 58. Why did the Hua family mobilize such resources? At the Hong Kong International Airport, a fleet of luxury vehicles arrived, drawing the attention of onlookers. Isn't that the Hua family's convoy? Who are they here to pick up? It was rare for the Hua family to make such a grand display. Since the flight is delayed, let us stay here and watch for a while. Wow. Is that Hua Meiling? She's so beautiful. Wasn't Hua Meiling abroad? Why is she back? Haven't you heard? Hua Qianqiu is gravely ill. She certainly had to return. I've heard her stepmother is planning to contest the inheritance. The gossip media has reported it. Shoo, keep your voice down, or they might hear you. Hua Meiling wore a trench coat today, underneath which were a pair of short leather shorts that showcased her long, elegant legs. How long until the plane lands? Miss? It should be about 20 more minutes. All right, let us wait in the VIP area. Please inform the airport to let Mr. Li use the VIP passage. Certainly, miss. One of her subordinates departed to communicate with the airport. Hua Meiling appeared calm on the surface, yet her heart raced with excitement. After taking several herbal pills, Hua Qianqiu's vitality had noticeably improved. He looked almost like a normal person. Had it not been for the doctor's intervention, Hua Meiling would have already brought her father home. Her father's life now depended on Li Mo's efforts. She had never believed in traditional Chinese medicine, considering it merely an auxiliary treatment. However, those few small pills had completely reshaped her perceptions. Additionally, the reports from those returning from the auction claimed that Li Mo was not yet 30. The notion of a Chinese medicine master under 30 always struck Hua Meiling as somewhat mystical. As the plane descended slowly, Li Mo gathered his belongings in preparation to disembark. At that moment, a beautiful flight attendant approached him, her smile radiant. Mr. Li, your friend has already arranged for you to use the VIP passage. VIP passage? Excellent. Li Mo immediately surmised that this must be the Hua family's doing. The Hua family, with their substantial wealth, even secured him a first-class seat on the flight. The flight attendant lingered, appearing hesitant to speak. If there is something on your mind, feel free to share. Li Mo was always patient with beautiful women. The flight attendant blushed slightly. This may be a bit forward, but could I add you on Super Chat? If you come to Hong Kong again, I would love to show you around. Li Mo paused momentarily. In his experience, it was usually others pursuing flight attendants for their contact details. After all, those who became flight attendants were invariably stunning, with long legs and captivating beauty, dreams of countless men. To have a flight attendant seeking his contact information brought a subtle thrill to his heart. The flight attendant, noticing that Li Mo did not respond immediately, assumed he was reluctant to add her on social media, leaving her somewhat disheartened. This was her first time taking the initiative to pursue a man as contact information. And who could blame her? Li Mo was undeniably handsome, even more so than many celebrities. His flawless complexion was of the type she envied. No, I mean, we can connect, Li Mo said, retrieving his phone and cheerfully adding the flight attendant. Her spirits lifted. She introduced herself. I'm Jessica. Li Mo, he replied. What a captivating name. Jessica complimented. Li Mo was taken aback. He could accept Jessica praising his looks, but flattering his name was bewildering. The exclusive VIP passage wasn't frequented by many, as each visit cost several thousand. Is this Mr. Li? Upon her first glance at Liamo, Huing was utterly astonished. He was stunning, more attractive than any foreign blonde she had encountered. Huing felt her cheeks flush, which was indeed remarkable. Having lived abroad for years, her demeanor was typically exuberant, and it was unusual for her to blush at the sight of a man. Yet today, she found herself inexplicably blushing, much to her own disbelief. Mr. Li, over here. Someone who had met Liamo at a Chinese medicine expo called out, eagerly waving. They had been eagerly anticipating his arrival, and had it not been for the concern of upsetting him, they would have chartered a private jet just to bring him over. Hello. Liamo's attention was drawn to Huing. Her beauty was distinct from Su Lingling and Leong Fay. It was a fiery allure capable of melting any man's heart. Mr. Li, what a pleasure. Huing extended her hand, secretly delighted that he regarded her with admiration. Miss Hua likewise, he replied, shaking her hand. Mr. Li, this way please. Thank you. Huing waited for Liamo to take a step before following closely, showing him the respect he deserved. Once in the vehicle, Huing's gaze remained fixated on Liamo. Miss Hua, do you harbor any thoughts about me? Liamo boldly met her gaze. I have a few thoughts about Mr. Li. To his surprise, Huing candidly acknowledged her interest, leaving Liamo momentarily speechless. He had underestimated her boldness. It is my honor. He felt a mix of flattery and intrigue. Shall we exchange contact information? Certainly. Liamo found it difficult to decline. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the hospital. Upon seeing a middle-aged woman, Huing's expression darkened. An adversary? My stepmother. Oh, Liamo nodded, choosing not to delve further into the topic. To her astonishment, as soon as the convoy came to a halt, a middle-aged woman briskly approached, unleashing a barrage of words upon Huing. Huing, what are you scheming? Just when Xinxiu seemed to be recovering, you seek out this unreliable doctor. Should anything happen to him, I will not spare you. Songli, are you not going to the office today? What brings you to the hospital? Have you finally learned that my father is doing well and can't sit still? The air between the two was thick with tension upon their encounter. Huing, what are you insinuating? A company of this magnitude cannot be left without oversight. When have I ever acted selfishly? You have been abroad for years and have no idea how burdensome it is to manage such a large corporation. Very well, from now on, I shall take over. And you can devote your time to my father. Huing delivered her retort with finality. Songli opened her mouth several times, but could not utter a single word. What? Have I struck a nerve? A faint smirk appeared on Huing's face. Previously, she had avoided involvement in company affairs, which is why she had fled abroad. However, upon her return, she discovered that under Song Li's management, the company had descended into chaos. The Changhe Group was her father's life work, and she would not permit Song Li to wreak havoc. What did you say? What nerve have I struck? Dr. Pang, please come here. Song Li gestured towards the back, and Dr. Pang, wearing glasses, approached, his gaze towards Liamo filled with hostility. Who is this? Liamo inquired, glancing at Huing, urging her to make the introduction. This is Pang Di Ku, the quack this woman brought back from abroad, our family doctor, Huing stated, her tone laced with animosity. Song Li immediately countered, Huing, what nonsense are you spouting? Quack. Dr. Pang is proficient in both traditional and Western medicine, and I went to great lengths to hire him. Then how do you explain that my father's health has deteriorated since his arrival? Huing stepped forward, her eyes fixed intently on Song Li. Deep down, she harbored suspicions that her father's grave condition was the result of foul play, though she lacked evidence. Song Li's face turned pale with fury. Huing, if you have proof, present it. If not, I could sue you for defamation. By all means, go ahead and sue. I await the court summons. Huing was equally unyielding. Ever since this woman entered their lives, the Hua family had transformed. The warmth they once shared had vanished. Given the slightest opportunity, this woman would drive a wedge between her and her father. Unfortunately, her father was utterly bewitched by this woman and refused to heed her pleas to divorce her. Taking a deep breath, Song Li resolved to temporarily set aside her grievances with Huing. Her purpose for coming to the hospital today was to prevent Liamo from getting close to Hua Qianxiu. If Hua Qianxiu truly recovers, she will no longer be able to maintain control over the Changhe Group, a conglomerate valued at over 1 trillion. Who would not be tempted by such a fortune? Dr. Pang, pose him a few questions regarding traditional Chinese medicine. Song Li's intentions were quite clear, as long as Liamo could not answer Dr. Pang's inquiries. She could refuse to allow him to treat Hu Qianxiu on the grounds of his insufficient medical expertise. Very well, Miss Song. Dr. Pang was well prepared and began with a challenging question. How can the syndromes in traditional Chinese medicine be objectified and standardized? The objectification and standardization of TCM syndromes has long been one of the core challenges in modernizing and internationalizing traditional Chinese medicine, with the difficulty lying in transforming the traditionally subjective diagnostic process into a quantifiable and reproducible scientific system. It can be said that practitioners of TCM have been researching this issue for a considerable time, yet no definitive conclusions have been drawn. Such a question, seemingly simple. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mo responded immediately. As he spoke, Dr. Pang's expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment. Li Mo's answer was almost flawless and remarkably comprehensive. Even the most esteemed figures in the field of TCM would struggle to provide a more satisfactory response. This clearly indicated that Li Mo possessed exceptional skills, and Dr. Pang's heart sank as he promptly presented another question. How can individualized treatment in TCM adapt to evidence-based medicine? You dare to ask such a profoundly simple question? Li Mo began to elaborate, and by the end, Dr. Pang was left utterly dumbfounded. The depth of Li Mo's foundational knowledge in TCM was astonishing to Dr. Pang, who had never even encountered many of the professional terms Li Mo used. An expert's words reveal their true capability. Dr. Pang realized that he and Li Mo were not on the same level. Stunned, he declared, I have a question for you as well. If you can answer it, I will turn and leave immediately. It is not in Li Mo's nature to let a provocation go unanswered. What is the mechanism of action for traditional Chinese medicine compound formulas with multiple components and targets? Upon hearing this question, Dr. Pang was completely taken aback, lacking even a semblance of a solution. After pondering for a considerable time, he could not produce a single coherent thought. Songli, it appears the talent you hired is nothing but a fool. Huing seized the opportunity to mock. She was not inherently a harsh woman, but in the presence of Song Li, she could not help herself. Useless. Song Li was infuriated, nearly inclined to slap Dr. Pang right then and there. Aware of his own shortcomings, Dr. Pang fell behind the crowd. He could have left. Yet he was curious to witness how Li Mo would approach the treatment of Hu Qianxiu. Dr. Pang knew Hu Qianxiu's illness all too well. Although she appeared to have improved over the past few days, it was merely superficial. Her bodily functions had already collapsed, and no medication could reverse her condition. Death was simply a matter of time. Li Mo, over here. Huing is currently in high spirits. Li Mo's victory over Pang Dike has granted her an advantage in her struggle against Song Li. A group of them hurriedly arrived at the intensive care unit. Although it is termed an intensive care unit, it differs somewhat from those in public hospitals. The environment here is quite pleasant, and the smell of medication is hardly discernible. Hu Qianxiu appears noticeably lethargic today, and upon witnessing this scene, Huing immediately felt a surge of panic. Dad, are you all right? I'm fine, cough cough, Hu Qianxiu replied, needing to catch his breath even while speaking. In that instant, Huing was at a loss, turning to those attending to her father. What about the pills? Haven't they given them to my dad? Miss, he has taken them, but it seems they have had no effect. The attendant's face was also grim. They had initially believed Hu Qianxiu's condition had significantly improved, but it now appeared to be mere wishful thinking. Conversely, Song Li was nearly leaping for joy, forcing herself not to laugh aloud as she reprimanded Huing. You dare to give those dubious pills to Qianxiu? Just look at him now. She attempted to shift the blame for Hu Qianxiu's deteriorating condition onto Huing. Huing remained silent, faced with her father. She did not wish to quarrel with this woman. Why are you not speaking? Are you feeling guilty? Song Li, believing Huing to be anxious, continued to shout. At that moment, Hu Qianxiu summoned all his strength and bellowed, silence. Qianxiu. Song Li was taken aback. Hu Qianxiu had never spoken to her in such a manner before. Everyone else leave, cough cough. Just allow this gentleman and Miling to stay. Qianxiu. Song Li immediately grew anxious. She wanted to remain in the ward, fearing that if Hu Qianxiu were to draft a will in her absence, the repercussions could be dire. What? Does my word not hold any weight? Hu Qianxiu glared fiercely at Song Li. Although he had been in a coma for a time, he could still hear the conversations of those nearby. Since her admission to the intensive care unit, Song Li had not come to visit him. The tenderness she had previously shown was merely feigned. Having lived for over half a century, Hu Qianxiu could discern many truths upon reflection. He now regretted not heeding his daughter's counsel and expelling this woman from their home. Li Mo, Please take a look at my dad. Huang Miling's eyes were red, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She was terrified that her father might leave her at any moment. Sir, I apologize for the trouble. Hua Qianxiu cast a deep glance at Liu Mo, not underestimating him due to his youth. He had experienced the effects of the dubious pills and understood that Liu Mo was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. You are poisoned, Liu Mo suddenly exclaimed. What? Huang Miling was momentarily taken aback, thinking she had misheard. Hua Qianxiu's expression, however, darkened immediately. In truth, he had harbored suspicions before. Mr. Li, are you certain? Hua Qianxiu regarded Liu Mo with gravity. Such matters are not to be trifled with. You are indeed poisoned, but not in the conventional sense. It is akin to the saying that medicine can be a poison in moderation. Some herbs, when taken alone, can be beneficial to the body. However, when combined, they become a slow poison. You are afflicted with a chronic toxin from the medicine, and this process takes time, years, in fact, before revealing its devastating effects. Upon hearing Liu Mo's words, both Hua Qianxiu and Huang Miling's expressions shifted dramatically. Father, has Song Li been insisting that you take traditional medicine? Let us not dwell on that. I am aware. Hua Qianxiu quickly regained his composure, for his ability to build a billion-dollar empire had fortified his resolve. Father, do not worry. I will not allow any malefactors to escape. As he spoke, Hua Qianxiu cast a cold glance outside. Concurrently, Song Li and Pang Dike were also concerned about the situation inside, though they remained oblivious to the contents of the conversation. Mr. Li, is there still hope for me? A flicker of reluctance crossed Hua Qianxiu's eyes. He had always enjoyed robust health, and absent this severe illness, he believed he could still contribute for another 20 years. If there were no hope, I would not share this with you, nor would I wish to agitate your emotions, Liu Mo replied with a faint smile. Liu Mo, you must save my father. I will grant you anything you desire if you can do so. Huang Miling grasped Liu Mo's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. Liu Mo, touched by her sincerity, gently patted the back of her hand, reassuring her, rest assured, it is not difficult for me. While it may not pose a challenge for him, for others it would be akin to scaling a daunting peak. Indeed, had Hua Qianxiu not encountered him, his fate would have been sealed. This ailment is beyond the remedy of any existing medicine in the world, leaving even the most esteemed doctors powerless. Once a person's vitality has waned, reviving it becomes an almost insurmountable task. Mr. Li, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Hua Qianxiu could not contain his excitement, sensing a glimmer of hope for survival. Indeed, Liu Mo nodded at Hua Qianxiu, signaling him to maintain his composure. Have the others leave. You may stay, he instructed Huang Miling. Understood. Without hesitation, Huang Miling ushered out all the doctors and nurses from the ward and drew the curtains, ensuring no outsiders could intrude. What are they planning? Song Li observed the unfolding situation with growing unease. Though the chances of Hua Qianxiu surviving were slim, she feared the possibility of hope. Miss Song, do not fret. I have everything under control. At that moment, Pang Dike shed his pretense, his countenance now exuding an icy demeanor. Very well. With Pang Dike's formidable presence in mind, Song Li's heart finally found some measure of calm. Within the intensive care unit, Hua Qianxiu had already removed his upper garment, while Liu Mo retrieved silver needles from the medical kit, skillfully locating the acupoints to insert them. The speed and decisiveness of his actions left Huang Miling astounded. Moreover, she noted that each needle penetrated to an almost identical depth. How was this achieved? In Liu Mo's beautiful eyes, there lingered a hint of admiration. Soon, the toxins will flow out. Please help me wipe them away. There are tissues over there, Liu Mo instructed Huang Miling. Oh right, of course. Huang Miling hurriedly complied. As the heat surged within him, Hua Qianxiu began to endure agony. The process of toxin extraction was far from pleasant. Mr. Hua, you must persevere. Do not worry. I can manage. Back in the day, I toiled on construction sites, working tirelessly for days and nights without rest. Hua Qianxiu bit down on his clothing, determined not to utter a sound, regardless of the discomfort. Dad, witnessing her father's suffering, Huang Miling's tears flowed freely. Wipe the toxins, Liu Mo commanded sharply. Noticing Huang Miling's somewhat unprofessional response. Oh, my apologies. Huang Miling quickly cleared her mind, focusing entirely on assisting Liu Mo. Time ticked by agonizingly slowly. Hua Qianxiu felt as if he were cast into a furnace, scorched by flames one moment, and plunged into the Antarctic, experiencing frigid cold the next. Eventually, his consciousness began to blur, leaving him with but one resolve: to survive. It's done. When Li Mo's melodious voice resonated, Hua Qianxiu experienced an unprecedented sense of relief. The discomfort within him had vanished completely. Thank you, Mr. Li. Seeing Li Mo drenched in sweat, Hua Qianxiu felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. Most importantly, Li Mo had not discussed any conditions prior to the treatment. Hua Qianxiu silently vowed to repay Li Mo's life-saving grace once he recovered. Indeed, he felt a renewed sense of life, a conviction born from experiencing Li Mo's extraordinary acupuncture skills. He dared to wager that the warmth that had coursed through his body moments ago was a phenomenon beyond scientific explanation. With China's rich history and profound traditional medicine, it was hardly surprising to encounter individuals like Li Mo. Li Mo nodded, pouring himself a glass of water and drinking deeply. The process of expelling Hua Qianxiu's toxins had also tested his mental fortitude and his ability to control the heat flow. Thankfully, he had succeeded. He felt that his control over the heat had reached a new level, and the flow itself seemed to have grown slightly, albeit imperceptibly. Dad, how do you feel? Hua Qianxiu's complexion remained pale, yet he appeared significantly better than before, and most importantly, Hua Meiling sensed a renewed vitality within him. Her heart brimmed with boundless joy. This feeling of regaining what was lost could only be truly understood by those who had experienced it firsthand. I feel great. I can accompany you to play golf now. Hua Qianxiu beamed like a child as he caressed Hua Meiling's cheek. Since childhood, Hua Meiling had loved playing golf and often implored him to take her, but he had always declined, citing work commitments as his excuse. Reflecting upon the past, I realized that I have owed my daughter far too much. Dad, once you recover, let us play golf together. Tears streamed down Hua Meiling's face like a broken dam. He felt slightly better, yet his emotions were ill-suited for such intensity. An untimely voice from Li Mo interrupted the tender moment between father and daughter. Oh, I apologize, I got a bit too emotional. Hua Meiling hurriedly wiped her tears, reluctantly distancing herself from Hua Qianxiu. Hua Qianxiu cast a fond glance at his daughter before apologizing to Li Mo. I am sorry, Mr. Li, it is my fault. You require a safe and tranquil environment to proceed with the next phase of your treatment. Li Mo did not dwell on the matter. Very well, sir, I understand. As Hua Qianxiu's emotions gradually settled, he looked at Hua Meiling and said, Meiling, could you please summon Uncle Wang Quan? Dad, Hua Meiling exclaimed in surprise. Wang Quan was a figure many had long forgotten. Only Hua Meiling knew that Wang Quan had been by Hua Qianxiu's side for many years, a formidable man with blood on his hands, deeply loyal to Hua Qianxiu. After Hua Qianxiu achieved success, Wang Quan had suddenly vanished, and she had not seen him for years. Hua Qianxiu's decision to re-engage Wang Quan could only signify one thing. Someone was about to face dire consequences. Chapter 61. The billion-dollar villa. When a group of strangers stormed to the entrance of the intensive care unit, Song Li panicked. Who are you? What do you want? The door to the ICU had been closed for so long without any sign of movement, indicating that Hua Qianxiu was still alive, and his survival was the last thing she wished to see. Miss Song, you are suspected of embezzlement. Please accompany us to the police station. Two men in sunglasses approached silently, one on each side, restraining Song Li. What do you intend to do? When did I embezzle funds? What concern is it of yours? Song Li was adamant about not leaving. She needed to remain aware of Hua Qianxiu's condition. You can discuss that with the judge. Take her away, commanded a man in his 50s, of average stature and appearance. Consequently, Song Li was dragged out, screaming, Help! I'm being kidnapped. Help! Just as Pang Dike attempted to speak on her behalf, he too was seized by the two men in sunglasses. Dr. Pang, you are suspected of poisoning Brother Chiu. You will also need to explain yourself to the judge. Wang Quan waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to take Pang Dike away. Though he had not appeared in public for many years, he had not been idle. Several years ago, a formidable security company had emerged in Hong Kong, which he had founded. Having navigated through the upper echelons of Hong Kong for many years, Hua Qianxiu had established connections, and with a professional legal team. It seemed likely that Song Li and Pang Dike would spend the rest of their lives behind bars. In the past, he had advised Hua Qianxiu to steer clear of women like Song Li, yet at that time, Hua Qianxiu was utterly entranced by her charms and chose to disregard his counsel. Otherwise, he would not be entangled in today's calamity. Brother Chiu. Wang Quan entered the intensive care unit, bowing respectfully to Hua Qianxiu, just as he had in his youth. Quan, I must trouble you once more. Hua Qianxiu responded with a wry smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed for being so easily beguiled by a woman, a rather humiliating predicament. My life was granted by Brother Chiu. Alleviating his worries is my utmost honor. Wang Quan then greeted Hua Meiling. Miss Meiling. Uncle Quan. Hua Meiling held Wang Quan in high regard. For when her father was preoccupied with work, it was Wang Quan who escorted her to and from school. Quan, I have met the esteemed Mr. Li. Had it not been for him, I would have already met my demise. Wang Quan scrutinized Li Mo, a mixture of confusion and astonishment swirling within him. His confusion stemmed from Li Mo's youth, as he appeared far from what one might consider a sage, resembling more of a pretty boy. Yet, Hua Qianxiu's words indicated that Li Mo had indeed proven his worth. At such a tender age, possessing such formidable skills to pull Hua Qianxiu back from the brink of death, truly impressive. Thank you, Mr. Li, on behalf of Brother Chiu, Wang Quan said, preparing to kneel in gratitude to Li Mo. No need for that. Li Mo swiftly intervened, supporting Wang Quan. Wang Quan felt an overwhelming force and moved. Attempted to kneel again. However, despite exerting all his strength, he could not lower himself further. Waves of astonishment surged within him. Although he had aged, his strength had not diminished much since his youth. In his prime, he was unrivaled across Hong Kong Island. Haha, since Mr. Li declines, Quan, please rise. Hua Qianxiu observed the exchange, and given previous events, he was not surprised by Li Mo's display of ability. Mr. Li, please forgive the intrusion, Wang Quan stood, his gaze toward Li Mo now imbued with newfound respect. It is worth noting that Wang Quan was a man unafraid of anything, having never held anyone in admiration aside from Hua Qianxiu himself. Li Mo nodded, acknowledging the greeting. Quan, prepare yourself. We will be discharged soon and return to the villa on the peak. I have long had my fill of this wretched place. Knowing he was spared from death, Hua Qianxiu felt an immense sense of joy. Perhaps his body had not yet fully recovered, but his spirit had certainly revived significantly. Excellent. Wang Quan, brimming with excitement, swiftly exited to arrange for discharge procedures and transportation. Mr. Li, do join me at my villa. There, one can behold the entirety of Hong Kong Island scenery. I say this without false modesty. It is indeed the finest mansion on the island. Hua Qianxiu extended the invitation. Very well. Li Mo nodded in agreement. Having not booked a hotel, and with further treatment for Hua Qianxiu pending, staying together would be convenient. For reasons unknown, Hua Meiling beside them blushed slightly, lowering her head in embarrassment. A lengthy convoy sped through the streets of Hong Kong Island, drawing the attention of passers-by who engaged in lively discussions. Is this the Hua family's entourage? Didn't Hua Qianxiu have a life-threatening condition? Why are they being so ostentatious? I believe I just spotted Hua Qianxiu. Could it be true? The media reported he was in critical care. I saw him too. At first, I thought I was imagining things. He appeared to be in good spirits, even admiring the street scenery. Did you all see him? Could it mean that Hua Qianxiu has recovered? The onlookers were utterly astonished. Inside the vehicle, Hua Qianxiu was in exceptionally high spirits. I used to view the streets of Hong Kong Island as congested and dilapidated, but they now seem to possess a certain beauty. Father, your good mood makes everything appear delightful. Hua Meiling leaned against her father's shoulder, reminiscent of her childhood. By the way, Dad, have you found a boyfriend for me abroad? As she spoke, Hua Qianxiu's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Li Mo, but Li Mo subtly shifted away, pretending not to notice. Father, you know I'm not fond of foreigners, Hua Meiling pouted playfully. Hua Qianxiu burst into laughter. What's wrong with foreigners? They possess considerable wealth. What are you talking about, Dad? Hua Meiling protested, taken aback. Her father had never joked with her in such a manner, which only indicated his genuine happiness. All right, I want to say more. I'll find you a wonderful and unique match. Hua Qianxiu cast another sidelong glance at Li Mo, who was also stealing a glance at him. In that instant, Li Mo cleared his throat awkwardly. Before they reached the mountaintop villa, Li Mo perceptibly sensed the transformation in their surroundings. Towering subtropical plants, each of considerable value, adorned the area. The elite of Hong Kong resided nearby, and even internet celebrities aspired to capture photographs here for social media. A smile crept across Hua Qianxiu's lips. In his youth, he too was a well-known scion of Hong Kong. Truly remarkable. Li Mo could only lament the benefits of wealth, though his fortune exceeded 100 million. It was insufficient to reside in such a location. How much does a villa here cost? Li Mo asked out of sheer curiosity. Last year, one was sold for around 1 billion. Considering both size and location, Hua Qianxiu replied nonchalantly, Yet the figure stunned Liam for quite some time. 1 billion. Goodness. Only the affluent can afford to live here. And what is the value of our villa? Close to 2 billion, perhaps a bit more than 1 billion. Upon hearing this, Liam could only feel bewildered. Chapter 62. Exposing a body full of scars. Liam, come down. On a bright and sunny day, a mermaid was swimming in the pool, occasionally waving to the shore. I'm not coming down. Liam resolutely declined. Merely gazing upon the scene was somewhat unbearable. Should it proceed further, one could undoubtedly become overwhelmed. Yet, Huing had no intentions of letting Liam escape. Come down, she commanded, her demeanor direct. Her gaze imbued with a poignant innocence that made refusal impossible. You may descend, but should anything go awry, I shall not take responsibility. What could possibly go wrong? Huing beamed a radiant smile at Liam, then adopted a serious expression. Rest assured, if anything were to happen, I shall absolve you of any blame. Having spent many years abroad, she was undeniably liberated in her outlook. All right, I shall come down. Liam began to remove his clothing. With the conversation having escalated to this point, failing to comply would render him less than masculine. Wow, how did you acquire so many scars? Huing exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Liam's bare torso, marred by numerous scars, which appeared rather fierce. She had initially assumed Liam to be of the delicate type, but upon revealing these scars, she recognized that he possessed a remarkable past. Pray tell, how did you come by these scars? Her curiosity piqued. Her gaze fixated on his muscular physique. So well defined. From fighting. Fighting? Have you been to the battlefield? Huing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since childhood, she had idolized those valiant generals who faced the enemy. Men wielding guns are simply captivating. Indeed, Liam had already slipped into the water, akin to a swimming fish, submerging into the depths. That guy? Huing bit her lower lip in frustration. Any other man would surely draw near if they received such attention from me. Yet, Liam appeared disinterested, which was a considerable blow to her ego. Liam, do share your battlefield experiences with me. She disregarded her noblewoman's stature and pursued him eagerly. On the second floor, Huo observed this scene unfold. Do they not seem remarkably well suited for one another? He had been quietly assessing Liam over the past few days, growing increasingly fond of him. He had amassed sufficient wealth and did not seek a wealthy son-in-law. Yet he could not settle for an ordinary individual, as that would not befit the Huo family. Someone with Liam's remarkable capabilities was ideal. Moreover, Liam's appearance was exceptionally handsome. The Huo family's descendants would not lack in looks. Mr. Li is quite impressive. Wang Quan, who was typically taciturn, commented. Haha. Huo chuckled. For you to offer a compliment, this individual must indeed be extraordinary. Huo understood Wang Quan well. He was proud and seldom easily impressed. To his recollection, Wang Quan had never praised anyone before. Please investigate his background, but ensure to safeguard his privacy. We must not provoke him. Understood, Xiao Gu. Wang Quan nodded but did not depart. This matter was not urgent. It had been years since he last saw Xiao Gu, and he wished to linger a little longer. In Lingling City, Su Lingling entered the general manager's office. Manager Leong, are you busy? Lingling? What brings you here? Leong Fay sprang from her chair and rushed over to embrace Su Lingling tightly. I've missed you so much. It's been several days since we last met. Leong Fay pouted her lips playfully. Hee, how can a dignified general manager display such girlishness? Su Lingling teased, playfully poking Leong Fay's nose with her finger. And you dare to criticize me? How can you be so intimate with a woman? Leong Fay laughed. What is wrong with me fostering a closer relationship with the citizens? Come, have a seat. What would you like to drink? Just some water will suffice. All right. Su Lingling surveyed the layout of the office. This office cannot even begin to compare with your previous one. Leong Fay hesitated for a moment before responding. As the general manager, it wouldn't be appropriate to work there anymore. What is wrong with that? That fellow barely shows up anyway. Besides, do you really need to maintain such distance with him? Haven't you heard the saying, a man and a woman working together makes the task easier? Lingling, are you perhaps missing Liam? Leong Fay directly pointed out Su Lingling's hidden feelings. Su Lingling's smile gradually faded. Sigh, that guy hasn't messaged me in days. She told herself not to dwell on it, yet she couldn't help but care. Earlier, after finishing some business, she had passed by the headquarters of the Meizhuang group and, for reasons unknown, had walked in, knowing full well that he wouldn't be there. She felt compelled to come and see for herself to find closure. Has he messaged you? Leong Fei paused momentarily. Did he send you a message? Su Lingling gazed into Leong Fei's beautiful eyes. Leong Fei slowly shook her head. No, he hasn't. A complex emotion stirred within her. A sense of disappointment lingered. However, upon realizing Su Lingling hadn't received any messages either, she felt a slight sense of equilibrium. She knew she shouldn't feel this way, considering Su Lingling was her dear friend, and it was Su Lingling who had known Liemo first. Yet, at times, she couldn't help but think of that infuriating man. There's truth in the saying that matters of the heart can be quite tormenting. Why not give him a video call? Perhaps he's off having a good time with some other woman. A thought crossed Leong Fei's mind. What is the point of a video call? As if the world would stop spinning without him. Just as she spoke, Su Lingling changed her mind. Let us do it. We can't let that guy run wild. Leong Fei grinned at Su Lingling for a while before saying, All right, I'll make the call. Women often speak in contradictions. Liemo, come down. I'm coming. Hurry up. With a splash, Liemo leaped into the water. Huing was instantly thrilled. Hee, come catch me. What is the reward for catching you? Anything you want, hee. Seriously, are you still a man if you don't come up? Reminiscing about their past encounters, Liemo felt a rush of excitement. Just as he prepared to make a mighty splash and pull Huing into his embrace, his phone rang unexpectedly. Wait a moment. I need to take a call. A flicker of realization crossed Liemo's mind. He guessed it was one of the two women reaching out. Over the past few days, he had deliberately distanced himself from them, hoping to cultivate a yearning within their hearts. Leong Fei had initially intended to visit Hong Kong Island, but at the last minute, she changed her mind, citing work obligations as her reason. This woman, it seemed, could not let go of her career, despite her sweet words suggesting otherwise. Hello? Liemo wiped the water from his face and answered the video call. Liemo, what are you doing? The screen revealed two lovely faces. Can't you tell? I'm swimming. He replied, his spirits lifting as a wave of longing washed over him. It seemed that absence only intensified his feelings for the two women. Are you alone? This question came from Su Lingling. Of course, just one person, Liemo responded, choosing to avoid unnecessary complications. Just then, an untimely comment from Huing broke in. Liemo, who are you video calling? Is it a beauty? Chapter 63, The Shock of Two Women. The internet connection was stable, yet the image froze. In an instant, Su Lingling and Leong Fei were rendered speechless. Let me see, is she pretty? Huing leaned closer to the screen. In that moment, all three were captivated, each thinking how beautiful the others appeared. Liemo, have you found a new love so soon? Leong Fei said through gritted teeth, a hint of grievance in her tone. Su Lingling remained silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Liemo felt a wave of panic wash over him. Officer Su, please don't cry. It won't look good. Who is crying? Su Lingling stubbornly turned away, allowing her tears to fall beyond the frame. Is she your girlfriend? Huing's smile faded. She had always believed that Liemo was single. Sort of, he replied, leaving Huing momentarily speechless. Who is crying? Su Lingling insisted defiantly. Liemo continued to offer his reassurances. All right. When I return, I'll teach you some wonderful things. I promise you'll become the strongest in the police force. He knew Su Lingling had long wanted to learn the 5-animal play, a request he had previously dismissed. While she might not master the entire form, she could certainly grasp a simplified version. Are you serious? Su Lingling's face brightened, her tears replaced by a smile. Of course, I wouldn't lie to you. In his effort to comfort her, Liemo was willing to go to great lengths. Fine, I forgive you this time. Finally, Su Lingling smiled. Then what about me? Leong Fei asked with utmost seriousness. The presence of another woman ignited a profound sense of urgency within her. In that moment, her hesitation dissipated. If one loves, one must pursue boldly. You? Liemo was momentarily at a loss. Did this woman not realize that Su Lingling was right beside her? Such antics. Well, we can discuss it when we return. Not every woman needs to be indulged, she chuckled. Su Lingling's laughter resonated with joy, akin to a child with a treasured toy that others lack. Lingling, Leong Fei, refusing to relent, clung to Su Lingling's arm in a playful manner. All right. Su Lingling reassured her. When this guy comes back, I will make him compensate you. Great. Observing the harmonious exchange between the two women, Liemo felt a momentary daze, coupled with a hint of delight. In adulthood, if one has the opportunity to possess both, who would choose? Each woman had her unique charm, making it difficult for him to decide. Sister, what is your name? Su Lingling inquired with a smile, addressing Huing. Hello, sister. My name is Huing. Huing replied cheerfully. Her first impression of Su Lingling and Leong Fay was quite favorable. Indeed, anyone would find beauty appealing at first glance. Huing? That name sounds familiar. Wait, are you the young lady from the Hua family? Leong Fay exclaimed, having often perused financial magazines where she encountered detailed introductions about the Hua family. Thank you for recognizing me, sister. Huing smiled graciously. The Hua family? Is it that Hua family? Su Lingling was taken aback. Yes, the one with assets exceeding 100 billion. Su Lingling was slightly bewildered, pondering how Li Imo managed to associate with the heiress of the Hua family. While she acknowledged that the man she admired was exceptional, the heiress was not someone who could easily be familiar with anyone. Ordinary individuals scarcely had the opportunity to converse with Huing. Hey, what are you all talking about? As if I don't exist. Li Imo, feeling neglected, expressed his displeasure. Be quiet. Be quiet. Su Lingling and Leong Fay admonished in unison. Their silence did not imply a lack of irritation. Li Imo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Huing observed the scene, her laughter ringing with delight. After the video call concluded, Huing relentlessly bombarded Li Imo with questions. Is Sister Su a celebrity? Is Sister Leong the company president? They are both so charming. Which one do you prefer, or do you like them both? This was simply stirring the pot. Neither. Li Imo replied, slightly petulant. The three women continued their animated conversation, leaving him unable to interject. Huh? Huing exclaimed, astonished. I like you. Li Imo suddenly turned, gazing deeply at Huing, despite knowing it was a jest. Huing's heart fluttered like a startled deer, unable to suppress her shyness. That night, Wang Quan entered Hua Qianqiu's study. At this moment, after several days of continuous treatment by Li Imo, Hua Qianqiu's complexion had improved significantly compared to before. He appeared vibrant and full of life, hardly resembling a man once condemned to death. Brother Qiu, please sit. Before Hua Qianqiu, I refrained from taking a seat. He cast a sharp glance at Wang Quan. When did you become so distant with me? In the past, you enjoyed the women I once had. Brother Qiu, that was many years ago. As he spoke, Wang Quan took a seat. Indeed, it was many years ago. Hua Qianqiu fell into reminiscence. Though the conditions were not as favorable as they are now, we fought together as brothers and found joy in our struggles. Wang Quan gazed earnestly at Hua Qianqiu. Brother Qiu, I am quite happy now as well. Very well. Then you shall not leave. When your time comes, you will be buried beside me, and we shall continue to be brothers. I will heed your words. A profound bond of brotherhood echoed in the room. After a while, Wang Quan recalled the purpose of his visit. He began to report. That woman has done much behind your back, nearly causing the company to collapse. Thankfully, we discovered her intentions in time. Moreover, Pang Dike was specifically recruited by her and was under her orders when he administered the poison. He's confessed, he is quite the coward. Yet that woman remains defiant, denying all accusations. Our legal team suggests that even without her confession, we can secure a conviction, though the sentence may not be as severe. Hua Qianqiu raised his hand to halt Wang Quan's further remarks. It matters not. As long as she is imprisoned, I possess various methods to deal with her. Everything she has inflicted upon me over the years shall be repaid tenfold, 100-fold. Hua Qianqiu's gaze turned sinister. Wang Quan, however, was not taken aback. How could a virtuous person possibly establish such a vast empire as Cheng Yi Group? Let us not dwell on these unpleasant matters. How is the investigation proceeding? Hua Qianqiu's inquiry was somewhat vague, but Wang Quan understood he was referring to Li Imo. Brother Qiu. We have made considerable progress. Li Imo's background is rather intricate. Intricate? Hua Qianqiu's voice rose, filled with confusion. Chapter 64. Someone wishes to gift a villa worth billions. Yes, according to our preliminary investigation. Li Imo served as a mercenary on foreign battlefields, achieving remarkable feats, including single-handedly annihilating an enemy platoon. He is truly a master of combat. A mercenary, a combat master? Hua Qianqiu felt the need to take a moment to digest this information. Is there more? Recently, several major criminal cases occurred in Looting City, all bearing Li Imo's mark. His martial arts skills are likely exceptional. When I tested my strength against him, I felt his power was immense, far beyond that of an ordinary human. His hands were as hard as iron. The places I touched still ache. Is there anything else? Li Imo's medical skills are remarkable. Hailing from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, undoubtedly a prestigious family. If my estimations are accurate, Liemo has inherited the ancient art of healing. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that he has cultivated close relationships with two women in Lingling City, one being a significant figure, while the other is the company president, who recently entrusted him with 51% of her company's shares, likely recognizing his potential. Additionally, Liemo has garnered considerable recognition among the upper echelons, as there have been sightings of a convoy from Kyoto seeking his expertise, presumably for medicinal purposes. Wang Quan is uncertain if he has uncovered the entirety of this information, yet what he has learned is already astonishing. Given his exceptional medical prowess, it is not surprising that he is connected to influential circles. After all, every individual faces the inevitability of aging, illness, and death, necessitating the expertise of a physician, especially one capable of miraculous healing, capable of reviving the seemingly lifeless. As for two capable women in his life, a man of such caliber will never lack female companionship. Women are drawn to strength, gravitating towards those who excel. If it weren't for my own steadfastness years ago, I could easily have a veritable football team of women surrounding me, each as striking as top-tier celebrities. Hua Qianxiu's demeanor suddenly becomes fervent. Wang Quan finds himself at a loss for a retort. What if that lady continues to meddle? Having intimate acquaintances is inconsequential. Can the women of the Hua family truly be outmatched? Moreover, with the current divorce rates soaring, young individuals need not necessarily marry. As long as they propagate the next generation, they have fulfilled their duty. Wouldn't you agree? Hua Qianxiu, being from a prominent family, is acutely aware of the sordid affairs within elite circles. A man surrounded by women is hardly a spectacle. It is the inept who seek companionship elsewhere. Capable men have women vying for their attention. Nevertheless, despite such assertions, the lady in question possesses a noble status. Hua Qianxiu interrupts Wang Quan with a wave of his hand. Do you believe that if I disapprove of Miling associating with Liemo, she would heed my wishes? As you have observed in recent days, the girl has developed feelings for him. Speaking of this, Hua Qianxiu's expression shifts to one of contemplation. He cannot help but wonder, had he been a woman, he too might have been enamored with Liemo. His unparalleled abilities and striking appearance make it exceedingly difficult to remain indifferent. Well, I hope that Miss doesn't suffer unduly. Wang Quan concedes. Perhaps Liemo is not the optimal life partner for Hua Miling, yet her closeness to him will undoubtedly yield numerous benefits. Setting aside other considerations, should she fall ill, she need not fear a lack of effective treatment. However, should outsiders learn of Hua Qianxiu's intentions to have Hua Miling forego formal recognition, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. Mr. Hua, please be mindful of my actions, do not err. In the courtyard of the villa atop the mountain, Liemo is instructing Hua Qianxiu in various fitness exercises. Though termed fitness routines, each movement embodies the principles of the five-animal play. This series of actions is designed to aid Hua Qianxiu in expelling residual toxins from his body while enhancing his overall strength and vitality. Liemo, your efforts are greatly appreciated. With the decision made to entrust his daughter to another, the manner in which Hua Qianxiu addressed him subtly transformed. There is no need for thanks, it is my duty. Liemo has always adhered to the principle of either not engaging at all or committing fully to excellence. Having chosen to treat Hua Qianxiu, he was determined to restore him to an optimal state of health, even rejuvenating him by several years, a claim that is far from exaggerated. Liemo, how remarkable. I feel invigorated all over, Hua Qianxiu exclaimed after merely a few movements, eliciting envy from Wang Quan and Hua Miling nearby. Liemo, may we learn these movements? Wang Quan inquired, a sheepish grin on his face. You may certainly attempt them, though the results may not be as pronounced, Liemo replied. This regimen primarily aims to detoxify. Even those who are not poisoned may experience benefits, albeit to a lesser extent. Liemo could impart other fitness techniques to them. Yet given their current good health, such instruction seemed unnecessary. This set of movements suffices. After over an hour, they finally ceased their activities. Hua Qianxiu and the others were drenched in sweat, the air thick with a metallic scent, a testament to the toxins expelled from Hua's body. How astonishing! Such simple movements can purge these detrimental substances. Hua Qianxiu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration for Liemo. He felt that, should he seek longevity from Liemo, the latter might very well oblige him. It was clear that cultivating a rapport with Liemo was imperative. Despite possessing a fortune exceeding 100 billion, he understood that not all matters could be resolved with wealth. Without Liemo's intervention, he might have found himself buried beneath the earth. Quan, summon the lawyer tomorrow. I shall gift this villa to Liemo, Huiqianxiu declared decisively. Although this villa was indeed valuable, he seldom resided there, and its vacancy felt wasteful. Thus, gifting it to Liemo was a mutually beneficial solution. What? Father? Huiling, along with Wang Quan and Liemo, was taken aback by Huiqianxiu's decision. This villa was worth over 1 billion Chinese yuan. Mr. Hua, this villa is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Liemo promptly declined. While he had saved a life, accepting a gift valued in the billions felt excessive. Liemo, since your father has offered it, you must accept. To refuse would be impolite, Huiling interjected, having regained her composure. She envisioned how, with a residence in Hong Kong, Liemo would visit frequently, allowing them to meet often. However, I cannot reside here regularly. Liemo confessed, feeling conflicted. To claim he was entirely unmoved would be disingenuous. This was a premier luxury residence, ranking among the finest in the world, expansive, picturesque, and equipped with numerous rooms. In essence, it epitomized every man's dream. Liemo, since Chiu Gu has spoken, there is no reason to retract the offer. Indeed, if you refuse to accept, we shall have no further dealings. Huiqianxiu feigned a stern demeanor. He had never contemplated the absurdity of gifting a villa worth billions, while simultaneously beseeching another to accept it. Very well, thank you, Mr. Hua. Liemo replied with a wry smile, reluctantly acquiescing. The mindset of the affluent diverges greatly from that of the ordinary. Chapter 65. Farewell to the flight attendant. The Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into its designated space, the gilded hood ornament gradually descending. Wow, what a stunning vehicle. The driver must be quite the handsome fellow, exclaimed a young woman, her eyes sparkling with delight at the sight of the $6 million car. A marvel she beheld for the first time. She swiftly opened her messaging app, poised to add the owner's contact. As the door swung open, the owner emerged. A momentary hush enveloped the surroundings, soon followed by an uproar of excitement. Wow, he is indeed a handsome man. More striking than a movie star, wouldn't you agree? Handsome sir, may I add you as a contact? By the way, how should I address you? I happen to be free tonight. Would you be interested in a rendezvous? Liemo found himself momentarily flustered, encircled by a throng of young women upon disembarking. Earlier that day, Huiqianxiu had moved out of the mountaintop villa with Huiling, simultaneously transferring the property deed bearing his name. Huiling had initially been reluctant to leave, enchanted by the villa's splendid pool. But Huiqianxiu insisted on nurturing her potential and forcibly escorted her away. Liemo, I shall seek you out. Despite the hours that had passed, Liemo could not shake the memory of the sorrowful glance Huiling cast upon her departure. Huiqianxiu was recovering well, and Liemo had provided him with some restorative pills and a regimen of fitness and detoxification. It was merely a matter of time before he was fully healed. Visiting Hong Kong Island was a rare opportunity for Liemo, so he resolved to linger for a couple of days for leisure. Hearing whispers of a vibrant bar street, he drove there. Huiqianxiu had left behind all but the villa's contents, including several luxury cars. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was merely the least ostentatious among them. Liemo chose to drive it to avoid drawing excessive attention, yet he found himself in the spotlight nonetheless. Alas, being exceedingly handsome can be a burden. Liemo lamented inwardly, pushing through the throngs and entering the bar. During his tenure as a mercenary, he had developed a fondness for bars during his downtime, a habit cultivated by comrades. Though these establishments often bore a shabby decor and lacked soundproofing, the allure of the women within was undeniably high-grade. Sir, enjoying a solitary outing? A barmaid noticed him, as they typically relied on accompanying patrons to drink and thereby boost their earnings. Forgive me, I prefer solitude for now. The desire for solitude was merely a pretext. In truth, Liemo found the women around him lacking in appeal. Surrounded by striking beauties, he had little interest in the average, especially given the heavy makeup of the barmaids. Very well, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. The barmaid's expression grew cold. In their profession, the beauty of a man holds no significance. Handsomeness cannot be consumed as sustenance. The one who chooses to spend is the master, while those unwilling to indulge may feel awkward, as they have no interest in serving. Observing the barmaid depart without hesitation, Liemo experienced a moment of astonishment and disappointment. Ultimately, charm cannot conquer all. Just as he intended to find a seat to observe the graceful women swaying in the dance floor, a woman's startled cry reached his ears. Master Zhang, please do not act this way. The voice sounded familiar, Upon raising his gaze, he recognized it was Jessica, the flight attendant. She appeared to be in distress, surrounded by a group of men, unable to extricate herself. Liamo pushed through the crowd, feeling compelled to intervene upon seeing a familiar face in need. Jessica, do you require assistance? Liamo. Jessica nearly burst with excitement. She had called out for help numerous times, yet no one had come to her aid. Just when despair threatened to engulf her, Liamo arrived. I sent you many messages, but you never replied. My apologies. I have been quite busy. Liamo was not intentionally ignoring her. When Jessica's messages arrived, he had been preoccupied and subsequently forgot to respond. Forget it, I forgive you. Jessica casually linked her arm with Liamo's, signifying to those with ill intentions that she was not alone. Kid, I advise you not to meddle. Do you know who my father is? One of the young men in the group with long hair stepped forward, boasting. Liamo smiled lightly and inquired of Jessica. Who is his father? Though they were in Hong Kong, a somewhat unfamiliar territory, Liamo felt no fear. If necessary, he could easily retaliate and return to the mainland. His father is Leong Fay. It was evident that Jessica harbored some trepidation towards the long-haired young man, specifically regarding his father. Leong Fay, the martial arts star? Liamo was taken aback. He held Leong Fay in high esteem, as he was one of China's most outstanding martial artists, contributing significantly to the promotion of Chinese martial arts and often engaging in charitable endeavors. To Liamo, Leong Fay embodied humility, low profile, and social responsibility. He never expected that his son would exhibit such behavior. Yes, that very individual. Jessica had already positioned herself behind Liamo. Are you scared? If so, then leave. Also, remember my name. I am Zhangzhu. With that, Zhangzhu raised his hand, prepared to punish Liamo. Get lost. Liamo seized Zhangzhu's hand, applying a slight pressure, causing Zhangzhu to cry out in pain. Damn it, that hurts. Let go of me. Seeing this, Zhangzhu's companions quickly surrounded them. Hey, let go of Zhu Gu. This ISNTA negotiation. Release him immediately. Thinking of being a hero and saving the damsel? You're not worthy. Brothers, teach him a lesson. If anything goes awry, Zhu Gu will take the blame. Before they could utter another word, the group rushed in, youthful arrogance evident in their actions. Liamo, be careful. Jessica closed her eyes in fear, yet she did not flee. Liamo stood up for himself. If she ran now, it would seem undignified. The music continued to thrum, but the dancing in the club had ceased, and the patrons had gathered around. Fights were commonplace in bars, but with Zhangzhu involved, the situation took on a different tone. In a nearby corner, a middle-aged man discreetly took out his phone, snapping photos incessantly. He was a paparazzo, born to capture moments. Amidst the chaotic music, Zhangzhu's associates lay on the ground, groaning in pain, while Liamo hadn't even finished warming up. Jessica was completely stunned. Liamo appeared so pristine that she believed both of them were doomed. To her surprise, she exclaimed, "Big brother, why didn't you say you were this formidable?" Her voice was laced with excitement as she boldly kicked the closest of Zhangzhu's companions. Perhaps by coincidence or design. The heel of her stiletto landed precisely on the man's vulnerable spot, eliciting a pig-like wail as he rolled on the ground. "Kid, I know you've crossed me. Don't even think about leaving Hong Kong Island. You'll regret it," Zhangzhu said, retreating. He was no fool. If he couldn't win, he would escape. Hong Kong Island was his territory, and he was certain Liamo was not from one of the prominent families there. If he were, Zhangzhu would surely recognize him. With that knowledge, he had plenty of ways to deal with Liamo. I might be here for a couple more days. I need to make the most of my time. Liamo, however, remained utterly unperturbed. Initially, he had thought to send Zhangzhu to the hospital for a few days, but seeing that Zhangzhu was still defiant, he abandoned that notion, curious to see what Zhangzhu would do next. "Thank you, Liamo." Just as Zhangzhu and his crew departed, Jessica sealed Liamo's lips with hers. Chapter 66. A blaze of passion after a moment of hesitation. Liamo reciprocated with fervor. It was fragrant, soft, and gave him an exhilarating feeling of flight. Time elapsed unnoticed until they reluctantly parted. Jessica's cheeks were flushed, clearly stirred by emotion. Liamo was not faring much better. His mind was filled with thoughts of a more risky nature. "Going to your place? All right." The journey took a little over an hour, and after half an hour of driving, they arrived. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Jessica began to act restlessly. Liamo could no longer contain himself. A tempest of passion erupted, leaving traces of their encounter scattered across the floor. Eventually, the the storm subsided, and Jessica lay there, unwilling to move even a finger. "You were incredible. Do all men possess such vigor?" she asked, a hint of apprehension mingling with excitement, as she recalled the overwhelming sensations she had experienced. "Not everyone. Only those who have witnessed such moments can match my prowess," Liam replied, feeling a lingering desire, especially after having honed his skills in the five-animal play, which had intensified his cravings considerably. Jessica rested her chin in her hand, gazing affectionately at Liam. She felt a sense of love at first sight. His sudden appearance last night, especially under such circumstances, was a delightful surprise that overwhelmed her. Thus, her affection poured forth like an unstoppable tide, leading her to surrender herself completely. She offered her first time to Liam without regret, regardless of what the future might hold. Liam's hands began to wander, prompting her to plead, "Please, just let me go. I need to take a cold shower." At that moment, his heart was engulfed in frustration. Once he regained some strength, Jessica donned her nightgown, parted the sheer curtains, and stepped onto the balcony. Then, she froze in place. What was this? A villa atop a mountain? From her vantage point, she could behold a vast expanse of the harbor island. Surrounding her were lush trees and sporadically scattered luxurious villas, in a place where every inch of land was precious. Such a spacious community could only be the Banshan Villa district. Moreover, she stood at the highest point of the mountain, which meant this community, this villa, was exceptional. Jessica surveyed her surroundings and realized the house was immense, boasting an outdoor swimming pool and basketball court among other amenities. Wasn't this the Huo family's villa? Jessica's pupils dilated in shock. She frequently traveled to the harbor island and was familiar with many matters there. Yet, the Huo family had no male heirs, which left her puzzled. However, one thing was certain. Liam shared a profound connection with the Huo family. She had thought him merely affluent, but it turned out he was extraordinarily wealthy. Jessica's thoughts became tumultuous. Such a distinguished young master was beyond her reach. Families like his typically valued social standing. Hearing footsteps behind her, Jessica turned and leaped into Liam's embrace, holding him tightly. "What's wrong?" he asked gently, stroking her silky hair. Although their relationship had progressed quickly, Liam was determined to take responsibility for Jessica, not in the conventional sense of marriage, but in another way. This house. Jessica looked up to see the sharp angles of Liam's face. "Oh, it was a gift," he replied. "A gift?" Jessica was taken aback. The Huo family had gifted Liam a villa worth billions? What, then, was Liam's true identity? "Yes, a gift. I assisted them with a few matters," Liam said, reluctant to elaborate further as it involved the privacy of others. "In any case, this house is yours now. Indeed, the property deed is on the table. You may verify it for yourself." He gestured towards the table. Jessica felt a whirlwind of emotions, needing time to collect herself. "Actually, not everything in this villa belongs to me," Liam chuckled, playfully tapping Jessica's cute nose. Jessica's expression was one of confusion. The car in the garage was not in her name. With a dismissive roll of her eyes, she directed her disdain towards Liam. If the car hadn't been taken, it was undoubtedly unwanted. After all, if billions worth of property had been given away, how could one possibly care about a few vehicles? "Are you hungry?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with affection for Liam, reminiscent of a love-struck maiden. "I'll prepare something for you to eat, to replenish your energy." Liam's gaze grew deliberately bold, noting that this woman was clad only in her sleepwear, a rather imprudent choice. May I take a leave?" Jessica's delicate voice broke the moment. "Leave? What leave?" Liam asked, bewildered, but in the next instant, comprehension dawned upon him. He resolutely shook his head. "No, you cannot take leave here. Afterward, I'll give you a massage and a little pill, and you'll feel invigorated." As he spoke, Liam sensed his blood beginning to boil with excitement. A little pill? Jessica's pupils dilated in shock. Surely, her life wasn't about to be lost in this place. Meanwhile, as Liam was enveloped in warmth, the entertainment scene of the harbor island buzzed with activity. Shocking. The son of Dragon Wei involved in a nightclub brawl. Unruly behavior. Dragon Wei's son harasses respectable women at the nightclub. After failing to flirt, Dragon Wei's son gets beaten up, bringing shame. Each sensational headline captivated the onlookers. Public opinion rapidly escalated, and the entire harbor island was abuzz with gossip. In a villa, a man in his 50s stormed in, his face a mask of fury. Though not particularly tall, he carried himself with an undeniable presence, embodying the essence of Dragon Wei, the most formidable martial arts film star of the Harbor Island. Where's that brat? Come out here at once. Dragon Wei seethed, furious that his son had caused such a ruckus just as his movie was about to premiere. Dragon Wei, calm down. He noticed his wife, Zhang Xia, before his son. This has nothing to do with you. Step aside. Normally indulgent towards his wife. Dragon Wei shoved Zhang Xia aside in his haste. Ouch! Zhang Xia stumbled and fell to the ground. Oh dear, my hand. It hurts. Typically doting on his wife, Dragon Wei had no choice but to crouch down and check on her injury. Are you all right, dear? His tone was exceedingly gentle. If the tabloids were to capture this moment, it would surely become another sensational story, as Dragon Wei's public persona was consistently that of a fierce warrior. Of course, loving one's wife did not negate a person's tenacity. There was simply a hint of dissonance. What on earth is happening? You storm in here as if ready to commit murder. Zhang Xia, however, suffered no real harm. Her fall had been feigned. Haven't you seen the news? That boy has landed me in trouble again. The thought of Zhang Zhu sent a shiver down Dragon Wei's spine. What transgressions must he have committed in his previous life to have birthed such a troublemaking son? Initially, he had contemplated introducing Zhang Zhu to the entertainment industry. But to his dismay, on the very first day on set, the lad engaged in scandalous activities with an extra in a trailer. Fortunately, his influence allowed him to suppress the incident. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Despite his esteemed position within the entertainment realm, he harbored numerous rivals who eagerly awaited his downfall. Alas, I assumed the matter was straightforward. Surely, you have connections at the police station. A simple discussion could clarify that the other party instigated the altercation. As for the gossip media, they are merely motivated by profit, with a modest financial incentive. Altering their narrative would pose no challenge. Zhang Xia was aware of her son's character, and while the media's reports likely bore some truth, the actual circumstances were undoubtedly more nuanced. What? Is this how we proceed? Long Wei recognized that this approach was far from ideal. However, the opposing party lacked influence in Hong Kong. Moreover, negative publicity was particularly detrimental at the film's release. Chapter 67. The reversal of public opinion a day later. The media shifted their narrative. Irresponsible media misreports. Long Wei's son is indeed wronged. Long Wei's son is seriously injured and currently hospitalized. Long Wei demands an apology from the assailant. Long Wei's son recounts the events. It may have been a deliberate setup. Long Wei's new film King of Earth is set to premiere, promising ample intrigue. Simultaneously, Li Mo was summoned by the police. I initiated the confrontation. You want me to apologize? Hearing the police's conclusion left Li Mo quite bewildered. He had not pursued Zhang Zhu's faults, yet the latter turned the tables on him. Have you reviewed the surveillance footage from the scene? There is no need for you to instruct the police on their duties. The other party is magnanimous. A public apology will suffice to resolve the matter, coaxed a portly officer. May I make a phone call? Apologizing while being wronged was not Li Mo's style. Of course, replied the officer. Li Mo was merely assisting with the investigation. He was not a suspect. Meanwhile, at another villa of the He family, upon learning that Li Mo had been taken to the police station, Hu Qianxiu became restless. He immediately contacted a lawyer, insisting, I need to have Li Mo released. Furthermore, reach out to trusted media contacts. We may need to release the footage from the scene. In fact, after the gossip media reported the incident yesterday, Hu Qianxiu had already instructed his associates to prepare. Long Wei was not particularly problematic, but any involvement with Zhang Zhu made matters precarious. He had initially intended to handle the situation discreetly, not informing Li Mo, as he considered it a minor issue. However, with Li Mo now in police custody, he had no choice but to intervene. Brother Chiu, I can handle this. You need not involve yourself. In truth, the He family could have facilitated Li Mo's release with just a word, but Hu Qianxiu valued Li Mo, which compelled him to take action. Indeed, a sly smile crept across Hu Qianxiu's face. How often does one encounter an opportunity to assist Li Mo? Not much, and even if we refrain from taking action, it is highly unlikely that he will come to harm, for this individual maintains close ties with the upper echelons of Kyoto. Precisely, I not only intend to go, but I shall do so with great fanfare, ensuring that everyone is aware. Wang Quan observed Hu Qianxiu and, upon reflection, grasped the underlying intention. Hu Qianxiu seeks to curry favor with Li Mo. This appears somewhat amusing, considering Hu Qianxiu is a billionaire with immense influence in Hong Kong. However, given the extraordinary abilities of Li Mo, Hu Qianxiu's actions are entirely justifiable. Wealth may be yours, but the other possesses formidable skills. It is you who must seek their assistance, not the reverse. Although Huiqianxiu has nearly recovered, who can guarantee that further ailments will not arise? What if it is another incurable disease? At such a juncture, one must rely on Li Mo's intervention to preserve a life. Brother Qiu, I shall prepare the car and inform the media, Wang Quan proclaimed as he dashed out. Father, has something happened to Li Mo? As soon as Wang Quan departed, Huang entered from outside. Just a minor issue. Why are you worried? In truth, there was no need to inquire. For Huiqianxiu had already perceived the concern etched on his daughter's face. I shall accompany you. Very well. It has been a few days since you last saw him. Huiqianxiu chuckled. Were it not for his keen desire to cultivate his daughter's potential as a successor, he would not permit Huang to leave Li Mo's side at this crucial moment, for it is indeed an opportune time to foster their relationship. In Kyoto, within a heavily guarded ordinary courtyard, two elderly gentlemen were engaged in a game of chess. Checkmate. Old Zhang, you lack the virtue of sportsmanship, resorting to ambush. The victor claims the throne. It is your own oversight, so why cast blame upon me? All right, you have won. Is that satisfactory? The elder across the board remained speechless. Do practice more at home. Your skills are quite lacking. Old Zhang opened a thermos, revealing hot water steeping with goji berries. Am I lacking in skill? The opposing elder's eyes widened. Were a common person subjected to such a gaze, they would undoubtedly be intimidated, yet old Zhang remained unfazed. Do not glare at me. I am not swayed by your tactics. Others may fear you, but I do not. Old Zhang wore an expression of disdain. Fine. I shall not hold it against you. The elder opposite had no retort. Their decades-long friendship had cultivated an understanding of each other's temperaments. How is your health now? You care about me? The elder shot a sidelong glance. What? Is it unacceptable to show concern? Old Zhang was exasperated. Of course it is acceptable. After being treated by that young fellow, I feel much better. It is truly miraculous. The elder opposite fell into contemplation. I heard you brought a convoy last time, making it quite well known. Old Zhang smirked. Wasn't that just to bolster his reputation? I feared that some unwise individuals would provoke him. If he were to flee, where would I search for him? I wish to live for a few more years. The opposing elder stood, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distant sky. At this moment, the elder shed his previous nonchalance, embodying the gravitas of his elevated station. Alas, with your intervention, it seems no one would dare to intimidate him any longer. Before Lao Zhang could finish his sentence, a guard hurriedly entered, whispering a few words in his ear. Lao Zhang's countenance transformed dramatically. What is it? The elder across sensed an amusing revelation. Oh, it's nothing. Must I call to inquire? Do not forget. I am your superior. Lao Zhang's expression resembled that of one who had just swallowed a fly. That lad has encountered some trouble in Hong Kong. What sort of trouble? He had a minor altercation with a celebrity. Surely he is not at fault, right? Well, you have already made your judgment. I have said nothing, he chuckled. The elder across smiled and exited. Disrespect for the elderly, Lao Zhang muttered under his breath as he watched the retreating figure. Meanwhile, a sensational piece of news circulated among the media in Hong Kong. Huiqianxiu was set to personally retrieve the assailant from the police station. What is going on? How is this related to the Hu family? I have no idea, but I heard the assailant has significant ties to the Hu family. Wow, this is bound to be an exciting spectacle. Hurry, gather your things. Let us head to the police station. When the Hu family convoy arrived at the police station, it was already surrounded by a throng of journalists wielding cameras and microphones. Mr. Hu, could you share a few words? What is your relationship with the individual inside? I hear the Hu family's top legal team is already on the case. As Huiqianxiu stepped out of the vehicle, he was besieged by the media. In the past, he would have shunned such interviews, yet today was an exception. Please, no pushing. One question at a time. Upon hearing Huiqianxiu's words, the assembled journalists became increasingly agitated, clamoring for the chance to pose their inquiries. Mr. Hu, are you here at the police station for that individual? Indeed, Mr. Li has been wronged. I am here to retrieve him. From your words, it appears you are siding with Mr. Li? Certainly, Mr. Li and I share a close friendship. Mr. Hu, it seems you also have some acquaintance with Mr. Leong Fay. I have no connection with him. It was merely a fleeting interaction. What compels you to support Mr. Li so fervently? As I have stated, Mr. Li and I are indeed very good friends. As the interview progressed, the reporters were struck with astonishment. What stature does Huiqianxiu possess? When has he ever acted in such a manner? Never. This was unprecedented. The influence of Li Mo is indeed formidable. Meanwhile, inside the police station, Jessica was undergoing questioning while Li Mo struggled to find a breakthrough, leaving the officers to pin their hopes on Jessica. As long as you are willing to be forthcoming, you may secure a chance for leniency. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Jessica is not naive. She will not be swayed by the officers to confess to something that does not exist. Do you truly believe your accomplice is reliable? He is already prepared to turn on you, and only one of you has the opportunity for leniency. This is something you ought to cherish. The officers, employing a gentle coaxing approach, know well that even if Jessica were to admit to a mistake, they would not take any severe action against her. What Long Wei desires is simply to establish that Zhang Zhu bears no culpability in this matter. I apologize, but I have already expressed all that needs to be said. You cannot compel me to acknowledge non-existent matters. I insist on seeking legal counsel. Jessica's demeanor grew resolute. She firmly believed that Li Mo would never concede to such unfounded accusations. I regret to inform you that you are currently unable to consult a lawyer. The officers exchanged glances, sensing the complexity of the situation. They, too, were reluctant to act in this manner, but the captain's orders left them no alternative. Please consider your position carefully. The officers exchanged knowing looks before stepping outside. Prolonged interrogation was not a viable strategy. They needed to be more tactical. As the two officers exited the interrogation room, they were met by the stern visage of the police chief, who stood at the doorway, his expression dark and foreboding. What is transpiring here? The chief's chest heaved with barely contained frustration, clearly on the verge of an outburst. Yes, regarding Zhang Zhu, we brought 2 individuals back for questioning. And Zhang Zhu? He has already been released? The officers felt a wave of guilt wash over them, having summoned Li Mo and Jessica for questioning without the chief's consent. Released? Who authorized you to release him? The chief's glare was fierce, radiating an intensity that suggested he was ready to unleash his wrath. It was the captain. The officers confessed, knowing that their honesty was futile. The chief could easily uncover the truth. Where is your captain? We do not know. The officers' faces paled, sensing the gravity of their predicament. They had merely acted under the captain's orders, yet were now left as insignificant pawns should anything go awry. Bring those individuals back to me, and furthermore, release those 2. The chief was incensed, due to the reckless actions of these officers. He had faced severe reprimands from the headquarters in Kyoto. Truly, trouble had descended upon him from an unexpected source. Sir, the captain has stated that until his return, those individuals cannot be released. Who holds greater authority, I or he? Does my command as chief carry no weight? In the past, the captain had often acted independently, and the chief, recognizing his capabilities, had chosen not to scrutinize him too closely. However, today's incident revealed the captain's audacity had grown unchecked, prompting the chief to resolve in his heart that the captain's position must be relinquished. Your commands, of course, hold authority, the 2 officers lamented internally. Releasing Li Mo and Jessica would pose challenges upon the captain's return, yet failing to comply would mean facing the chief's wrath. Ultimately, the chief's authority prevailed, and the 2 officers hastily released Li Mo and Jessica from their confinement. I apologize for any misunderstanding, dear sirs. I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive. Both officers are indeed single, and they promptly expressed their regrets. A misunderstanding? Jessica was fuming. Bringing them in for coercive interrogation could hardly be dismissed as merely a misunderstanding. I reserve the right to pursue this matter further. Jessica's expression was icy. That is your prerogative. The 2 officers felt a deep sense of bitterness. Having embroiled themselves in a legal predicament, their futures appeared bleak, irrespective of the outcome. At that moment, they observed the previously stern director approaching with a broad smile, arms outstretched towards Mr. Li. Mr. Li, you have suffered. It is entirely my fault for inadequately supervising my subordinates. I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. It was a disheartening thought for the 2 officers. I hope this is the last time. Mr. Li maintained a stoic demeanor. Although he knew he would eventually be released, the sensation was far from pleasant. He had acquired a residence on the island and would undoubtedly return frequently, determined to leave a lasting impression on its inhabitants. Otherwise, any petty individual may feel emboldened to provoke him. These 2 must have received some favor from Long Wei. Mr. Li cast a cold glance at the 2 interrogating officers. Gentlemen, this is a misunderstanding. We have never even laid eyes on Long Wei, nor have we received any favors from him. We swear. The officers grew increasingly anxious. If this matter were substantiated, they would not only face dismissal but also potential imprisonment. If you have not accepted any favors from Leong Fay, what about your captain? Has he ever given you anything? Mr. Li scoffed. He found it hard to believe that the two officers had received no benefits. Their diligence suggested otherwise. Speak the truth. The director gazed sternly at them. These two miscreants had brought him great embarrassment. The captain did give us some items, but he never indicated they were from Leong Fay. Humph. You two are suspended effective immediately. We shall discuss your fates further once the investigation is complete. If any illegal activities are discovered, I will promptly refer the matter to the Independent Commission Against Corruption, and naturally, your captain will be under scrutiny as well. The director spoke with righteous authority, performing for Mr. Li's benefit. The directive from Kyoto was clear. If Mr. Li was dissatisfied with the resolution, the director was prepared to resign. Director, we acknowledge our mistakes. My mother has just fallen ill and requires financial assistance. I cannot afford to be suspended. One officer, upon hearing of his impending suspension, erupted in a fit of desperation. Someone, take him away. The director showcased his unwavering resolve. To show leniency towards the two officers would be to jest with their futures. The officers were dragged away. I wonder, Mr. Li, are you satisfied with this resolution? Mediocre, was Mr. Li's curt response, offering the director no semblance of goodwill. Chapter 69. I am but an ordinary person. Under the escort of the esteemed director, Liamo and Jessica made their way outside. Liamo, who exactly are you? Having witnessed the earlier scene, Jessica was certain that Liamo was no ordinary person. I am merely an ordinary individual, did you not see? Now that he had regained his freedom, Liamo felt a slight uplift in his spirits. Humph. If you choose not to speak, so be it. Jessica felt a twinge of disappointment, believing that their relationship lacked the intimacy necessary for Liamo to confide in her. Little did Jessica know, certain matters were not within Liamo's discretion to disclose, as they pertained to higher authorities. Liamo, you've emerged. Noticing Liamo while conducting an interview, Hua Qianxiu hurried over. Mr. Hua, thank you for your assistance. Liamo, possessing acute hearing, had caught Hua Qianxiu's supportive words from a distance. He felt a flicker of gratitude in his heart. The adage that true feelings are revealed in times of adversity rang true. Haha, I did not contribute much. The legal team has yet to arrive, and they let you go. Hua Qianxiu felt a pang of regret, although he had offered help. It was not as thorough as he had wished. Haha, you are too kind. I feel quite embarrassed. The two engaged in polite banter before the reporters. What is there to be embarrassed about? You are my savior. Your affairs are my affairs. Anyone who dares to oppose you is opposing me. Let me make this clear. Should anyone scheme against Liamo, they shall not blame Hua Qianxiu for being ruthless. The audacity to speak such words before the media revealed Hua Qianxiu's genuine desire to foster a lasting relationship with Liamo. The director could only smile wryly at the situation. Mr. Hua, it is merely a misunderstanding, which has now been resolved. Rest assured, we shall provide the public with a thorough explanation. With Hua Qianxiu now involved, the extent of Liamo's influence was undeniably formidable. Zhang Zhu had indeed bitten off more than he could chew by entangling himself with someone of Liamo's caliber. Bring Zhang Zhu and his accomplices back for questioning. The director swiftly issued the command. This time, these individuals would certainly face the fullest extent of the law. Moreover, the headquarters in Kyoto had instructed that Zhang Zhu's past misdeeds be uncovered. The director mourned for Leong Fay for 3 seconds in his heart. It would be nearly impossible for him to avoid being implicated in this affair. Director, would you care to say a few words? The reporters, of course, seized upon the opportunity. Very well, I shall speak. First and foremost, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies to Mr. Li for the distress caused by our operational oversight. I assure you that I will employ the most stringent measures to eradicate the bad apples within the police force, and I invite the public to supervise us closely. Truly, the director was a masterful speaker, unable to cease once he began. Mr. Hua, shall we depart? Liamo had no desire to engage in any interviews. All right, let us go. Hua Qianxiu, having achieved his objective, was not fond of the media to begin with. A few individuals hastily boarded the vehicle. Who is this sister? Miss Hua Miling's gaze remained fixed upon Jessica. She possessed a certain intuition that Li Mo's relationship with this woman was far from ordinary. Hello, Miss Hua, I am Jessica, a flight attendant. Jessica spoke, slightly anxious, recalling how she had only seen reports about the Hua family in newspapers. Now, standing before them, she couldn't help but marvel at the formidable presence they exuded. At the same time, She was profoundly astonished by the significance of Li Mo's connection to the Hu family. A flight attendant? Huing pondered this statement repeatedly. Then, seemingly casually, she inquired of Li Mo, "It appears that you men have a penchant for flight attendants." "Indeed, I do," Li Mo replied, gazing out the window, showing no intention of engaging in conversation with Huing. "Humph." Huing snorted inwardly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Ahem. Qianxiu suddenly coughed. He had long perceived the close relationship between Li Mo and Jessica, likely having already shared deeper conversations. However, he understood that for a man, especially one as exceptional as Li Mo, being somewhat flirtatious was quite natural. Yet his daughter had deeply rooted feelings, and it seemed she would be entangled with Li Mo for a lifetime. Let the young people handle their affairs. My daughter is grown, and some experiences are inevitable. Dad, are you feeling unwell? Upon noticing Qianxiu's cough, Huing immediately grew anxious. "Oh, I'm fine. It's just that my throat is a bit uncomfortable. Should we have Li Mo take a look at you?" No, it's a minor issue." A fleet of police cars drove into Zhang Xia's villa, and several officers alighted, swiftly making their way inside. "Where is Zhang Zhu? Come out immediately." The last time they visited, the officers had been quite courteous, as it was the residence of the famous star Leong Fay's wife. Many of the officers had grown up watching Leong Fay's martial arts films and naturally held great respect for his spouse. However, today was different. They were required to conduct their business with formality. "Why are you back again?" Zhang Xia emerged from within, visibly displeased. "How much does my husband donate to you each year? Have you all forgotten?" "We apologize, Ms. Zhang, but your son is suspected of indecent exposure and assault in a bar. We need to take him back to the police station for questioning." "Indecent exposure? Assault?" Upon hearing those words, Zhang Xia erupted. "How can you say that? My son would never do such a thing. Wasn't everything cleared up before?" That woman approached him knowing his identity. My son found her unworthy. It was she who, in her fury, claimed my son bullied her, attempting to tarnish his reputation. As for the assault, my son has always been an exemplary student. He would never strike anyone. You must return and investigate. I will ensure you are compensated. Those two must face justice. Madam, the police station is not under your control. We shall proceed as we see fit, the leading officer replied coldly. The director has repeatedly emphasized the necessity of upholding the image of the police station and handling all matters with fairness. As Zhang Xia observed the officer's businesslike demeanor, a wave of anxiety washed over her. She could not allow her son to face punishment. She took out her phone and dialed Leong Fay. "Hello, darling. You must come back quickly. Zhuer is about to be taken away." She sobbed over the phone. This was her usual tactic whenever Zhang Zhui got into trouble. Her tears would compel Leong Fay to abandon his principles and offer his full support. "What did you say?" "Don't panic. I will return immediately." At that moment, Leong Fay was engaged in discussions regarding a movie promotion, but Zhang Xia's call rendered him restless. Meanwhile, the officers searching the villa finally discovered the hiding Zhang Zhui. "Come out. My father is Leong Fay. You cannot arrest me." Zhang Zhui shouted defiantly. Chapter 70. The consequences are hard to bear. The villa was in chaos at this moment. Leong Fay rushed back in a hurry. "What happened? Why has Zhuer been taken away again?" He drove back without even answering other calls. "I don't know. You might as well call and ask." Zhang Xia was in a state of utter disarray. Observing the officer's imposing demeanor, she realized that the police station was likely serious this time. Zhang Zhui had committed numerous offenses in the past, and should they all be brought to light, she could not fathom how many years he might face. He was her only son, born after a difficult labor, which made her love him dearly, perhaps even excessively. "Don't worry, let me make a call and inquire." Leong Fay forced himself to remain calm. Just yesterday, a friend at the police station had assured him everything was fine. How could it suddenly take such a turn? "Hello, Captain Neo. I'm sorry. Captain Neo is currently under investigation. If you have any inquiries, feel free to discuss them with me," came the voice on the other end. And Leong Fay's heart sank. He had some acquaintances with the director, but not as close as with Captain Neo. "May I ask what the investigation pertains to?" Leong Fay inquired cautiously. "The matter is related to you. Should the need arise, please come to the police station for questioning," the director replied in an official tone, instilling further unease in Leong Fay. "May I ask if the other party has utilized any connections?" Leong Fay still harbored a glimmer of hope. If the other party was leveraging connections from Hong Kong Island, there might still be room for maneuver, as he had known many high-ranking officials there from his years as a top martial arts star. "Do not inquire further. You cannot afford to offend their background." Long Wei was taken aback, and just as he was about to press for more information, the call abruptly ended. He realized the director was distancing himself, employing self-preservation tactics. What did the police say? Zhang Xia inquired eagerly as Long Wei hung up. Not good. At this moment, Long Wei's countenance was far from pleasant. He was acutely aware of Zhang Zu's reckless behavior, and each time he contemplated teaching Zhang Zu a lesson, his compassion led him to relent. It appeared that this time, his son was destined to receive a profound lesson, and perhaps, he himself would be ensnared in the consequences. You must save him. Zu'er has been coddled since childhood. A place like prison is no environment for a human being. Zhang Xia cried out in desperation. The mere thought of her son being confined with criminals nearly overwhelming her senses. It's all your indulgence. Long Wei had never before spoken harshly to Zhang Xia. But today, his patience wore thin. He is your son too. Zhang Xia's agitation only intensified, causing Long Wei a throbbing headache. Fine, I understand. I will find a way. Rubbing his temples, he was about to call a friend for assistance when, at that moment, a call from his business partner came through. Hello? A sense of foreboding gripped Long Wei. He hoped fervently that it was not about the film. This project had consumed a majority of his funds, and he yearned to profit handsomely while his name still held some clout. A box office failure could jeopardize even his villa, as he had taken out a loan from the bank. Jack, there's trouble. The review board said our film contains certain elements that do not meet their requirements and instructed us to reshoot before resubmission. The voice on the other end was laced with panic. What? I thought everything was settled. How did this happen? I don't know. What should we do now? Is there any room for negotiation? I inquired, but there is none. It was an issue pointed out by the highest authority in the review board. What? Long Wei stood frozen, as the highest authority rarely intervened in such matters. His sense of dread deepened. If this were indeed the case, the film's release would not be an easy feat. Long Wei felt the weight of immense pressure. The bank's interest accrued monthly, and the loan was due in 2 months. Everything had been meticulously planned. The film was to release on time, and the revenue would arrive before the repayment date, allowing him not only to settle the loan, but also to reap substantial profits. Now, all his plans lay in ruins. Wait a moment. I'll call the bank to negotiate a deferral for my loan. All right, handle it well. His partner replied hesitantly. We have a relationship. There's no need for veiled words. I've heard some rumors. If you cannot secure that person's understanding, further troubles may arise. That person? Li. Yes. I merely heard this from others. Perhaps it's merely conjecture, a mere coincidence. However, considering the current predicament with Azu, it is certainly unfortunate. His partner subtly expressed dissatisfaction, marking an unprecedented moment in their dealings. I apologize for the inconvenience. I will address this promptly and ensure you do not suffer any losses. He chuckled. I mean no offense, please handle this promptly. The partner hung up the phone, and Long Wei's expression darkened. He felt a tempest brewing, a foreboding sense that trouble was imminent. Zhang Xia was still weeping on the sofa, and Long Wei understood that her tears were likely shed for him. Normally, he would rush to comfort her, but today, he resolved not to do so. His wife had indulged their son far too much. If they could navigate this crisis smoothly, he would impose stricter discipline on Zhang Zu, ensuring the boy did not bring further misfortune upon them. Long Wei held the phone, uncertain of whom to call. He was acquainted with many influential friends, yet at this moment, it seemed that none could assist him. A wave of frustration washed over him. He had lived a life of integrity, only to become the subject of ridicule in the end. Just then, the phone rang again. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, fearing the worst. Hello? His tone lacked its usual vigor. Brother Wei, it's bad news. The tax authorities say that some of our accounts are unclear. We must prepare for an audit. They will be here tomorrow. This call was from the company, which operated in the film industry. How could their accounts be clear? Such ambiguity was an unspoken rule of the industry, beyond his control. If the tax authorities were serious about investigating, he would likely face dire consequences. All right, I understand. Long Wei replied, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness, a sensation he had never experienced before. Meanwhile, at the Hua family villa, the atmosphere was quite lively. Chapter 71. I can forgive, but you must sacrifice. Jessica, have you and Li Mo become an item? Mei Ling, must you ask such embarrassing questions? Jessica responded, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. She sensed that Hua Mei Ling had feelings for Li Mo, making them rivals in love. Have you too? Hua Mei Ling pressed on. Yes. Jessica, unable to evade the question, nodded. Since it had occurred, she would bravely acknowledge it. She might not necessarily become Li Mo's girlfriend, but she was determined to be his woman. Oh, Hua Mei Ling's expression turned complex, tinged with a hint of disappointment. The conversation lapsed into silence, each lost in her own thoughts. In the room, Li Mo was conducting a follow-up check on Huiqianxiu. Li Mo, how am I? Am I fully recovered? I feel more energetic than before. I've been practicing what you taught me every day, Huiqianxiu said, his spirits high. Nothing brought him more joy than good health. In the past, he had prioritized his career, but now, he placed greater emphasis on his well-being. Yes, there are essentially no issues now. Just complete the medication I provided. And you can continue practicing those exercises, though with slight modifications. The focus should no longer be on detoxification. Thank you. Huiqianxiu regarded Li Mo with immense satisfaction. Any minor flaws in Li Mo's romantic life seemed insignificant to him. Stay for dinner tonight. Sure. Autumn. I shall head to the kitchen to instruct them to bring out the precious items. Wang Quan appeared exceedingly delighted. As he had some martial arts matters to discuss with Li Mo previously, they were not well acquainted, and he felt somewhat hesitant to broach the subject. Before he could make a move, the butler entered to report. Sir, Long Wei is requesting an audience at the door. What could he possibly want? Autumn. I shall promptly see him off. Wang Quan exclaimed, eager to stride outside. However, Huiqianxiu hastily called him back. Ah, he must be here to seek out Li Mo. Then, Huiqianxiu turned to Li Mo. Li Mo, the decision to meet him rests with you. Let him in, Li Mo replied without much hesitation, as he too was keen to encounter this renowned martial arts star. Very well, I shall summon him, the butler said, hastening out. Before long, a visibly haggard Long Wei stepped inside. Mr. Hua. Long Wei greeted Huiqianxiu first, then his gaze fell upon Li Mo. You must be Mr. Li. Indeed. That is I. Li Mo's expression remained impassive. Silence enveloped the room as all eyes were fixed on Long Wei. Deep down, everyone understood that Long Wei had come to seek reconciliation. If Li Mo did not grant him forgiveness, his illustrious acting career would be effectively over. After a prolonged pause, Long Wei finally spoke. Mr. Li, I would like to apologize on behalf of my son. I am truly sorry. The illustrious martial arts star of Huaxia bowed publicly before Li Mo. Still, no one uttered a word. Li Mo remained silent, awaiting Long Wei's next words. Clearing his throat, Long Wei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Since his rise to fame, he had never faced such humiliation. However, to earn Li Mo's forgiveness, he recognized that he had no choice but to humble himself. Prior to coming here, he had made every conceivable effort, utilizing all available means and reaching out to everyone he knew. Yet, no one was willing to assist him. It seemed that everyone was keen to maintain their distance from this controversy. Long Wei thus realized that Li Mo was even more formidable than he had imagined. If given the choice, he would prefer not to beg for mercy, for he was, after all, a person of stature, and should this matter become public, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Mr. Li, what must we do for you to grant us forgiveness? Long Wei's willingness to utter such words clearly indicated that he had lowered himself to the depths of humility. You have done nothing wrong, and there is nothing for me to forgive. Li Mo's words caused Long Wei's expression to shift. He understood Li Mo's implication. Forgiveness would not come easily. Then what specifically must be done for you to feel vindicated, Mr. Li? Long Wei clenched his fists, striving to suppress his inner turmoil. If he were to lose his temper, his efforts today would be in vain. Your son has committed numerous wrongdoings over the years. Let him reflect on his actions while he is imprisoned. Li Mo articulated his first condition. Mr. Li. Long Wei still felt the pang of concern for his son and was reluctant to see him incarcerated. If you disagree with this matter, then there is nothing more to discuss. Whatever means you possess, I shall proceed regardless. Li Mo exuded a commanding presence, a formidable aura that instilled fear. He possessed the leverage. Many in the capital had benefited from his generosity and remained eternally grateful, eager to reciprocate. Should he speak, they would undoubtedly be at his service. For these individuals, feeling indebted is a most uncomfortable burden. Although Long Wei is a renowned martial arts star, he is not a match for Li Mo's unwavering resolve. Mr. Li's capabilities far exceed your imagination, as Huiqianxiu could not help but remind, wishing to avert a misstep for Long Wei, given their acquaintance. Long Wei's expression shifted, clearly weighing his options. I must caution you, Mr. Li is indeed offering you an opportunity. Regardless of your consent, your son remains unable to emerge. Wang Quan spoke with less courtesy, his words striking Long Wei deeply. Until now, he had enjoyed the adoration of many. Even the wealthiest in Hong Kong treated him with deference, never having faced such humiliation. Mr. Li, I am willing to accept your condition. But I implore you to consider that I have but one son and not to press too hard. In that moment, Long Wei resembled a deflated balloon, shedding any semblance of a superstar's demeanor. Jessica, witnessing this, was profoundly shaken. She only grasped a fragment of the situation, oblivious to the larger context. It became evident that her swift release from the police station was entirely due to Li Mo's influence. To subdue a top martial arts star so decisively, while Hua Qianxiu harbored both overt and covert respect for Li Mo, spoke volumes of his formidable background. Unbeknownst to Jessica, this was all a misunderstanding. Li Mo's prowess stemmed not from connections, but from the relationships forged through his medical expertise. With a non-committal smile, Li Mo proceeded to articulate his second condition. This situation has inflicted significant harm on my friend, thus you must publicly apologize in your name. The first condition inflicted upon Long Wei the anguish of separation from his son, while the second would shatter his long-crafted image, leading to public disgrace. Accepting both conditions posed a daunting challenge for Long Wei. However, having acquiesced to the first, the second no longer appeared insurmountable. Very well, I shall comply. I will publish an apology in the mainstream media of Hong Kong for a month, addressing my son's actions and clearing both of your names. I hope this satisfies you. Mr. Li, Long Wei had clearly resigned himself to his fate. The circumstances were compelling. He had no choice but to acquiesce. Furthermore, I suspect your honesty regarding tax matters over the years has been less than impeccable. However, rest assured, I do not seek total annihilation. There are still impoverished areas in the mainland. I require you to establish a fund with an infusion of no less than 500 million. I do not concern myself with where you procure the funds, be it through the sale of property or otherwise. This must be accomplished prior to the film's release. Li Mo's intentions are abundantly clear. If Long Wei does not establish a charitable foundation, the film's release will be out of the question. He had received a brief call from Kyoto, during which certain matters were elucidated. The current intervention from the authorities is not solely attributed to him. Although his influence is indeed paramount, in recent years, the entertainment industry has been marred by numerous scandals, prompting a thorough investigation from above, leaving no prominent celebrity untouched. However, not everyone will face repercussions. The powers that be aim to capture a few exemplary cases to instill fear in others, encouraging voluntary confessions. Unfortunately, at this critical juncture, Long Wei has provoked him, rendering him an unfortunate archetype. Even if he were to forgive Long Wei, the latter would still have to endure significant consequences. If forgiveness is withheld, the repercussions could escalate to a melodramatic scene of mutual suffering between father and son in prison. Fine, I wholeheartedly agree. Upon uttering this, Long Wei's clothes were completely soaked. Chapter 72. A temporary farewell to Hong Kong Island. Long Wei publicly apologizes. The bar incident was entirely instigated by Zhang Zhu. Long Wei Entertainment Group announces the establishment of a charitable foundation to assist impoverished individuals in remote regions of the mainland. Renowned enterprises from Hong Kong Island enthusiastically participate, contributing over 500 million. Zhang Zhu has pleaded guilty. The police are investigating his previous misdeeds. Insiders reveal that this time, the police are serious. Citizens with relevant information can report via the number provided below. If one were to inquire about the most sensational occurrence on Hong Kong Island recently, it would undoubtedly be the dispute between Li Mo and Long Wei. Gossip media swiftly turned their attention to Li Mo, an unfamiliar figure who has managed to inflict considerable losses upon Long Wei. It is impossible for people not to be curious. Subsequently, details about Li Mo began to surface. Breaking. Mr. Hua, who was on the brink of death, was miraculously saved by the mysterious Mr. Li, leading the Hua family to express their gratitude with a luxurious mansion valued at nearly 2 billion. It is reported that Mr. Hua also intends to facilitate a union between the enigmatic Mr. Li and Miss Hua. Reliable sources indicate that the mysterious Mr. Li is a descendant of a renowned medical lineage, with witnesses claiming to have seen him perform acrobatic feats. Much like ancient scholars, Mr. Li possesses a charming allure. Our reporters captured him shopping with 3 different women in a single day, each one as captivating as a top-tier star. At Hong Kong International Airport, Li Mo, donned in sunglasses and a mask, stepped out of an inconspicuous vehicle. Initially, He intended to linger a while longer on Hong Kong Island, but the relentless paparazzi proved too formidable, causing him minor inconveniences. Thus, he opted for a temporary departure, planning to return once the fervor surrounding the event subsides. Do not forget your promise. You must come to Hong Kong Island within 3 months. Otherwise, I shall seek you out, and your girlfriends may not be pleased. Do not say I did not warn you. Hao Meiling's voice quivered slightly, burdened by an unwillingness to part with Liemo. She yearned to see this man every day. Yet her father insisted on entrusting the company to her, compelling her to familiarize herself with the intricacies of the corporate affairs. As a result, she found herself ensconced in data reports, with little time to spare. All right, you can come find me later. Liemo's smile radiated warmth. He had never been fond of melancholic farewells. You rascal. Hao Meiling bit her lower lip, recalling how she had promised to visit him, only to have him change his mind. If another man were to cherish her in such a way, he would surely fulfill any request she made. Yet, here was Liemo, nonchalant. Sighing inwardly, she mused on her peculiar affection for him amidst a world filled with handsome men. I'm just teasing you. I will definitely come when I have time, though it's likely I won't have much. You better. Unable to contain herself any longer, Hao Meiling playfully swung her small fist and lightly punched Liemo's arm. Ouch, that hurts. With a considerable amount of time before his flight, Liemo wished to linger a bit longer with Hao Meiling. To be frank, the fact that he hadn't won her over left him with a tinge of regret. After experiencing the allure of Jessica, Liemo felt as though he had unlocked a door to indulgence. Encountering beautiful women now ignited a desire for something more. Indeed, men seem to be ever elusive. Nonetheless, as long as he did not cause distress to others, Liemo felt no remorse. For there existed myriad ways to live one's life. He simply chose the path most favored by men. You're just pretending. Liemo's act was rather clumsy. Failing to deceive Hao Meiling, with a pout, she suddenly leaped into his embrace. The warmth enveloped him, awakening every cell in his body. This is an airport. Be careful not to be caught by the paparazzi. Liemo silently lamented the location, for had it been anywhere else, he would surely have delved into profound discussions about life with Hao Meiling. I'm not afraid. Didn't the gossip media say that my father has given me to you? Is that so? Liemo's hands grew a tad too adventurous, and Hao Meiling, unaccustomed to such advances, felt her legs weaken. All right, please let me go. Hee. Liemo decided to withdraw, teasing her just enough to ensure she would yearn for him, making it easier to win her over next time. At that moment, a cough interrupted their playful exchange. The two quickly separated as if electrified. Jessica? I thought you had already left. Liemo was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the woman. Just days prior, he had suggested that Jessica refrain from continuing her flight attendant duties and accompany him back to Lufeng City, a proposal she had vehemently rejected. She had poured out her heart, expressing that being a flight attendant was her lifelong dream, achieved after overcoming numerous obstacles. Relinquishing it now would leave her unsatisfied. This morning, Jessica had packed a suitcase in her professional attire, claiming she was scheduled for a flight, yet here she was, unexpectedly reappearing at this moment. Liemo was not foolish. He understood that Jessica was likely just teasing him. A sense of joy welled up within him. Although surrounded by many beautiful women, currently, only Jessica was someone he could engage with freely. Jessica smiled and said, If I didn't play a trick on you, how could I witness such an exhilarating scene? Mei Ling, you're being a bit unfair, stealing my man. Jessica, didn't you say you didn't mind? Though Mei Ling's face was flushed, she remained unperturbed. Quickly stepping forward to link her arm with Jessica's, playfully shaking it. You've got the upper hand this time. Jessica playfully tapped Mei Ling's elegant nose. Their time spent together had forged a strong sisterly bond between the two women. Amongst beauties, mutual admiration often flourishes. Thank you. Please take good care of him. As they prepared to part, Mei Ling no longer feigned indifference. Concern for Liemo was evident on her face. Rest assured, I will report to you every day. In truth, Jessica felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of parting from Mei Ling. She had few friends and found a kindred spirit in her. Stop chatting. The plane is about to take off. Hurry. With boarding time approaching, Liemo reluctantly interrupted the two women. All right, I want to see you off then. There might be paparazzi inside. Mei Ling took a deep breath and waved goodbye, fearing that if she entered, she would be unable to resist leaving with them. With her father's health in question, she felt a lingering worry. Goodbye, goodbye. Once Mei Ling drove away, Liemo gazed affectionately at Jessica. I will not let you suffer any grievances. This was his promise, since Jessica had decided to resign from her job to follow him. He was determined to ensure her happiness. But you have two good friends over there. Neither had mentioned whether those friends were male or female, but both were well aware. I will handle it. Liamo took a deep breath. This was a delightful dilemma. All right, I trust you. Worst case, you can continue being my flight attendant. You haven't resigned? I did, but my superior values me highly and said I could return at any time, even to fly my original routes. Is your superior male or female? Of course, he is male. Let him go to hell. All right, I'll tell him. In the boarding lounge. The sound of their melodious laughter attracted the attention of many. Liamo, come to Kyoto at once. It's urgent, Lao Zhang. Before boarding. Liamo looked apologetically at Jessica after reading the message. I'm sorry, we can't return to Greenvine City. We're heading to Kyoto. Chapter 73, Public Display of Affection. Beautiful lady, what is your name? May I add you on super letter? Due to the last-minute change of flight, they were unable to secure first-class seats. Upon boarding the plane, Jessica was harassed by a portly middle-aged man who appeared to be a successful individual. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Xiang. I hold an executive position in a foreign enterprise with a commendable annual income. And I possess both luxurious cars and a grand residence. By the way, upon landing, a driver will be waiting to escort me directly to the aircraft. I would be delighted to offer you a ride. Zhao Xiang gazed at Jessica with eager anticipation. However, Jessica remained unperturbed, nestled comfortably in Liamo's embrace. Undeterred, Zhao Xiang shifted his attention towards Liamo. My dear fellow, having a beautiful girlfriend is indeed a blessing, yet with someone like her, you surely cannot sustain her affection. Rather than living in constant apprehension, it would be wise to let her go decisively. How about this? I own a Ferrari. Though it's pre-owned, it still holds considerable value. I could gift it to you in exchange for something. What do you say? Initially, Liamo had no inclination to engage with the overweight man. But this individual had clearly overstepped the bounds. Brother, have you ever taken a leak? What do you mean, my young friend? A man of substantial means can easily produce half a liter. Zhao Xiang replied, his expression one of pride. Oh, does that imply you know that urine can reflect light? What do you mean by that? I don't understand. Zhao Xiang appeared bewildered. At that moment, Jessica could not suppress a delicate laugh. A beautiful sight that left Zhao Xiang utterly mesmerized, his mouth agape and drool nearly spilling forth. Observing this, Liamo's desire to flaunt his affection surged. He gently grasped Jessica's chin, his gaze imbued with tenderness. My dear, do you love me? Yes, I adore you. I shall love you for eternity. Despite being aware that Liamo was merely performing for an audience, Jessica could not help but respond with heartfelt fervor. Wonderful, grant me a kiss. Liamo smiled slyly. Jessica's cheeks flushed. Where shall I kiss you? Well, it might be inconvenient on the plane, so let us kiss your cheek. All right, my darling. And with that, Jessica pressed her lips against Liamo's cheek. Zhao Xiang watched, his teeth clenched in frustration. My friend, this is rather excessive for a public setting. Brother, why didn't you bring a companion? Are you not interested? What nonsense. I have plenty of women vying for my attention every day. It becomes quite tiresome. I simply chose not to bring one today. Besides, I have numerous female acquaintances in Kyoto. Perhaps I could introduce you to them sometime. Do your girlfriends ever compliment your looks? Is that even a question? They praise my handsomeness daily. And what do you think? Huh? Do you consider yourself handsome? Liamo wore an amused smile. I. Zhao Xiang struggled to find a response. Jessica chuckled once more, her laughter a delightful sound. This was the first time she had witnessed Liamo's humor, and it seemed to suggest that he still had hope. What do you mean? I mean, at least you possess a sense of self-awareness. My dear fellow, there is no need for such harshness. Moreover, I have surpassed the age where looks are paramount. Why not speak of it? Is it because you do not wish to? Men can remain handsome into old age. Indeed, my young friend. But focusing solely on appearances is rather superficial. A man must also possess strength. Strength? Oh, indeed, my friend, you possess quite the strength, rivaling that of a pig in weight. Ha ha. Jessica nearly gasped for breath from laughter. Zhao Xiang's face flushed crimson. Brother, let us refrain from personal insults and engage in a civilized conversation. I merely spoke the truth, retorted the elder. Do enlighten me. Do you weigh 200 pounds? Most pigs never reach that weight in their entire lives. At that moment, a stunning flight attendant could no longer contain herself and approached to interject. Gentlemen, might I kindly request that you lower your voices so as not to disturb the other passengers? Zhao Xiang immediately concurred. Yes, he speaks far too loudly. Beautiful lady. How much longer until we arrive in Kyoto? In just 20 minutes. It will be soon. The flight attendant flashed a professional smile, and in that instant, Zhao Xiang felt a few pounds lighter. Although she could not rival Jessica's beauty, she was certainly more enchanting than the average person. A thought crossed his mind. Since Jessica was not an option, why not pursue the flight attendant before him? Do you often fly to Kyoto? Let us exchange contact details, and we can dine together whenever you wish, no matter the cost. I apologize, sir, but company policy prohibits adding passengers' contacts. The lovely flight attendant politely declined. Zhao Xiang felt somewhat disheartened. Rules are rules. Rest assured, I shall not file a complaint. Yet, he remained undeterred. The flight attendant resolutely shook her head. I'm sorry, sir, but that is not permissible. At that moment, Liemo, inspired, added, Miss, what delightful attractions does Kyoto offer? It is our first visit, and we are unfamiliar. May we add you to our contacts for occasional inquiries? The flight attendant's gaze fell upon Liemo's handsome visage, momentarily entranced. So handsome, a breathtaking sight, unparalleled. My heart races. A flurry of compliments raced through her mind. After a brief hesitation, she replied with her most radiant smile, Certainly, sir. If you require assistance, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Thank you, dear lady. Liemo responded with a charming smile, and they happily exchanged contact details. May I ask your surname? I am Zhang Mei, and I do not have a boyfriend. Very well, I shall note that. Though the flight attendant wished to converse further with Liemo, her colleague called her away for assistance, leaving her reluctantly to depart. Do remember to stay in touch, she reminded before leaving. Absolutely. At that moment, Zhao Xiang could no longer hold back and queried the flight attendant. Did you not just say it was against policy to add passengers' contacts? She turned back with a smile. Did you not just state that rules are rules? However, if a passenger genuinely requires assistance, in the spirit of helpfulness, it is permissible to exchange contacts. You are also from Huaxia. Surely you have not forgotten this admirable tradition? With that, the flight attendant departed, leaving Zhao Xiang in a state of bewilderment. No, wait. Why would you not wish to assist me? Zhao Xiang furrowed his brow. Brother, would you like to hear the truth? Liemo reveled in the unfolding drama. Beckoning for an explanation, Zhao Xiang adjusted his glasses, eager to uncover the truth behind Liemo's words. He was particularly curious as to why the flight attendant had declined to add him, a successful gentleman, to her list of contacts. Perhaps it was best left unsaid. The truth could be rather hurtful. At that moment, a smirk crept across Liemo's lips. What the? Zhao Xiang felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. After waiting so long, was this all he was given? Assessing Liemo's robust physique, he chose to swallow his frustration for the sake of tranquility. In the realm of men, strength prevails. Everything else is but an illusion. Once you see the car I am about to board, you shall understand that all else is mere fade. On the airplane, Zhao Xiang quickly added, and by the way, meanwhile, at Kyoto International Airport, a convoy of extended Hongqi sedans glided into view. The moment this fleet appeared, it captured the attention of passers-by. Did you see that impressive convoy? They are here to pick me up. Is this a high-ranking entourage? Which esteemed individual has returned? Look at the license plates. This must belong to a big shot. How grand. I would love to be escorted by such a convoy. Brother, it's daytime. This is prime dreaming time. I merely made an offhand comment. Just an offhand comment. Heh. The convoy underwent a brief inspection before rolling onto the tarmac. The airport's security protocols were stringent. Typically, only those with immense wealth or substantial connections could access the tarmac to greet someone. This convoy clearly fell into the latter category. From the lead vehicle, two middle-aged men emerged, one tall and one short. The shorter man inquired of his taller companion, "Who are we here to meet? Why does Boss Zhang value this person so highly as to send us?" The taller man cast a sideways glance at the shorter one. "You don't know?" The shorter man sighed. "How could I possibly know? If I did, I wouldn't be asking you. Once at Quanjude for Peking duck. Wait, you're serving me a dish instead of answering my question? Fine, let us hear it." It was no small feat for the shorter man to keep his multitude of questions at bay for so long. The taller man glanced around before leaning closer to the shorter one and speaking in hushed tones. "Liemo, have you heard of him?" "What? Liemo? Who is that?" "I have no idea." This was not the shorter man feigning ignorance. He had just returned from a remote location where communication had been restricted, leaving him oblivious to many matters known to others. "You honestly don't know?" The taller man looked at him incredulously. "Am I supposed to know? I need to reserve the best private room right away, so hurry up. Listen carefully. This individual is neither a royal nor a relative of any noble. Continue. He was just an ordinary person. Go on. He has served as a mercenary abroad. That seems rather beneath the surface, doesn't it? A man who can single-handedly take down dozens and retreat unscathed without any support. Does that not elevate him to a prominent status? Am I a king of soldiers? No. Even the king of soldiers in the army does not possess such combat prowess. At most, he is slightly superior to me. The tall man cast a glance down at the shorter one, his gaze laced with a hint of amusement. I heard that a certain soldier king once wet his pants when besieged by a pack of wolves. Well, a true hero does not dwell on past glories. Let's move on. Indeed, quite courageous. I heard his pant legs were soaked. Are you done yet? Do you still want to savor the Peking duck from Quanjude? Are you stuttering? I never knew that before. Are we eating or not? Yes. Pay attention and do not interrupt. This person possesses remarkable medical skills, far surpassing those of the old-timers in the National Hospital by 100-fold. Nowadays, when the dignitaries have a slight headache or fever, they all seek his treatment. Unfortunately, he is rather busy. I have heard the dignitaries complain more than once that they initially intended to assign him to the National Hospital, but alas, he has no interest in it, refusing even the position of deputy director. Consequently, the dignitaries often find themselves visiting him for medical care, a fact well known to many. Wow, is he really that impressive? The short man's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. This was beyond his imagination. Had he not known the tall man to be serious by nature, he would have found it hard to believe. So, his visit to Kyoto is to treat a certain big shot, is it? Upon hearing the words treating patients, the tall man's expression brightened, as if recalling something amusing. He shook his head, clarifying that treating patients was not his primary purpose. If it's not for treating patients, then what is it for? The short man's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. 5 meals of Quanjude Peking duck. The tall man seized the opportunity. You're not afraid of overindulging? I'll pace myself. Don't worry, I won't bankrupt you in one go. Fine, fine. I owe you. Let us continue. I forgot to mention, this fellow is exceptionally skilled in martial arts, but not in the traditional sense. I've heard Elder Zhang mention that this person's skills are unparalleled in the world. Can you comprehend my meaning? The guards, who are tasked with protecting the big shots, are all exceptionally talented, yet they are unworthy to even carry this man's shoes. Unworthy to carry his shoes, the short man exclaimed. The tall man shot him a disapproving glance. With a sidelong glance, he inquired, was that a question I just posed? No, you were making an exclamatory statement. The short man absorbed the weight of the tall man's revelations. At that moment, the tall man pointed to the sky. It's here. In the distance, a large passenger plane appeared. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The short man snapped back to professionalism, shaking off his previous emotions. On board, the passengers were getting ready for landing. Beautiful lady, have you considered exchanging contact information? It would be nice to get acquainted. I assure you, I have no ulterior motives. Just before landing, Zhao Xiang continued to pursue Jessica's contact details, for Kyoto is vast, and if he did not act now, he might never have another chance. I'm sorry, but I do not fancy overly assertive men. This marks Jessica's first direct response to Zhao Xiang, who found himself utterly flustered and at a loss for words. In that moment, his gaze fell upon an impressive convoy of luxury vehicles lined up on the ground, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Look, those are here to pick me up. To pick you up? Are you certain? Li Mo's eyes twinkled with amusement. Zhao Xiang's expression turned serious. Brother, I understand your envy and helplessness, but this is the reality. This is indeed my escort, all stretch limousines. Isn't that remarkable? Indeed. Quite impressive. Li Mo nodded in agreement. Oh, how obnoxious. Jessica could no longer contain herself, playfully leaping into Li Mo's embrace. Darling, in this vast world, one encounters all sorts. Just bear with it, and consider it a contribution to society. Upon hearing Li Mo's words, Zhao Xiang's expression darkened. Brother, I wasn't referring to you. Oh, Zhao Xiang swallowed his words. As the plane prepared for landing, the cabin speakers announced the fastening of seat belts. Zhao Xiang mustered his courage to extend one final invitation. Brother, why not ride in my car later? I mean no harm. After all, we know each other to some extent, and it wouldn't be a bother to drive you a short distance. Li Mo smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 75. The dumbfounded fatty deer passengers, please gather your personal belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. Zhao Xiang stood tall, striding ahead of Li Mo and Jessica. To be honest, brother, this is my first time enjoying such treatment after numerous visits to Kyoto. Let me tell you, getting the convoy onto the tarmac is no small feat, exceedingly challenging. Zhao Xiang continued his incessant chatter. Jessica chuckled softly from behind, finding Zhao Xiang somewhat amusing. Yes, yes. Good. Liemo stifled a laugh, responding perfunctorily. Upon disembarking, Zhao Xiang hurried towards the convoy. I am Zhang Xiang. Thank you for your hard work. I have 2 friends who will be joining us shortly. The tall and short attendants exchanged glances, their expressions stern. Soon, one individual approached and politely distanced Zhang Xiang. I'm sorry, but you are not permitted to come closer. Zhang Xiang was taken aback, feeling his composure slip away. Why can't I approach? I am the person you are here to pick up. Can't you see? The individual we are here to escort is not you. Should you continue to cause a disturbance, we will have to treat it as an obstruction of official duties. Not me? Then who are you here for? Zhang Xiang stood frozen, unable to meet the eyes of Li Mo and Jessica. In truth, he had sensed something amiss earlier, as the extravagance of the convoy seemed too grand for a mere company arrangement. He had merely aimed to impress Jessica, failing to think it through. Are you leaving or not? Yes, my apologies. Zhang Xiang nodded vigorously, signaling his intent to avoid any further trouble. Taking a deep breath, he approached the 2. Apologies, but an issue has arisen at the company, compelling us to return by taxi. Zhang Xiang's face had turned a deep shade of reddish-brown, wishing he could vanish into the ground. I must confess, I am not fond of taking taxis, he remarked. Liemo smirked, pulling Jessica closer to the convoy. Zhang Xiang was taken aback and quickly shouted, Hey, don't go over there. They are not here to pick us up. Before he could finish his sentence, he observed a tall man and a shorter one respectfully bowing to Liemo. Welcome, Mr. Li, to Kyoto. We appreciate your presence. Liemo nodded in acknowledgement and entered the vehicle with Jessica. Zhang Xiang's hand, which had been raised, slowly fell. If he still did not comprehend the situation, he would truly be a fool. Blast it. 1,000 words condensed into a single exclamation. At that moment, Jessica lowered the window, smiling as she waved at Zhang Xiang. Mr. Zhang, would you like a ride with us? No, that won't be necessary. Zhang Xiang thought he might evaporate in front of them. How could he possibly get in the car? Then we shall take our leave. Hey. Zhang Xiang felt his face burn with embarrassment. After the convoy departed, his mind remained in turmoil. Who on earth is this person? Such a grand spectacle. Inside the car, the tall man was discussing the next steps of their itinerary with Li Mo. Mr. Zhang inquired whether you would prefer to go to the hotel first or visit him. He has been quite insistent. Li Mo was equally speechless. Even before his plane had landed, old Zhang had sent several messages urging him. Very well, the tall man replied, albeit with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Li Mo did not appear to be particularly intimidating. His fair complexion and excessive handsomeness did not convey a sense of authority. Nevertheless, one of the cardinal rules of professional conduct is to refrain from prying into the personal matters of esteemed guests. The tall man suppressed his curiosity. The convoy moved towards the central district of high-rise residences, where the streets became increasingly sparse, while security personnel grew more prevalent. Most of the buildings were traditional Sihiyuan, meticulously restored. Old Zhang certainly knows how to indulge himself, Liemo remarked. This is a Sihiyuan, and in this location, each unit is worth at least several hundred million. Ahem. The tall man found no suitable response to this comment. Not far away, within one of the Sihiyuan, a lively atmosphere prevailed. Old Zhang, when is Mr. Li arriving? The ailments I acquired on the battlefield have been tormenting me recently. I have been unable to sleep or eat well. I urgently need him to examine me. Alas, during that period of clandestine research, toxic substances infiltrated my body, and I have suffered ever since. I hope Mr. Li can provide assistance. Though I have sacrificed much, I do not regret it. Witnessing the rise of Huaxia brings me profound joy. If given another chance, I would still choose to go, even at the cost of my life. I have endured long enough in this frigid land. In my youth, I was in good health and felt nothing amiss. But with age, I am constantly coughing and in discomfort, to the point where I wish for death. The modest courtyard has transformed into a bustling market. Yet, even the most ordinary elder can be a person of notable distinction. Old Zhang finds himself in a predicament. There was no such procedure initially, but upon hearing that Li Mo was coming, everyone flocked to him, eager for Li Mo's medical expertise. Each individual possesses a remarkable identity, and he cannot simply dismiss them. All right, he will be here shortly. Please calm yourselves. With such esteemed positions, how can you behave like the neighborhood elder? Old Zhang, Am I not your neighborhood elder? We live quite close. Don't forget, when you first started working, it was under my guidance. Old Zhang, we are of the same clan. You cannot chase us away. The excitement escalates among the gathered dignitaries, leaving old Zhang with no choice but to surrender. Gentlemen, I never suggested ushering anyone out. I did not say that. Just then, a guard enters to report that the convoy has arrived. Stay put. I will step out to greet him. Ah, the gentleman has arrived. How can we remain seated? We must go out to welcome him. Yes, yes, let us all go together. Are you certain you want to go out together? Old Zhang gazes incredulously at the group. Do they not realize their own status? Such influential figures are gathering to welcome a young man. It seems rather absurd. Hurry, or the gentleman may become displeased. The elderly individuals, who moments ago appeared lethargic, now move with surprising agility. Old Zhang watches in astonishment. Are they truly unwell? The guard beside him dares not respond. When Liemo steps out of the vehicle, he is met with the eager gazes of a dozen elders. What is this? Liemo looks to old Zhang for assistance. Ah, cough, cough. Liemo, allow me to introduce you. This is Elder Zhao. His profession is best left unspoken. This is Elder Wu, and this is Elder Sunday. Old Zhang introduces them one by one, for neglecting to do so would be an affront, as each is a figure of considerable influence. Hello, esteemed elders. Without old Zhang's prompt, Liemo is already aware of their anticipation for his arrival. Externally, they appear rosy-cheeked, yet their vitality is undeniably lacking. To be precise, these individuals are afflicted with ailments, and the most challenging illnesses at that. Chapter 76. This ailment can be cured. Ah, so this is Mr. Li, indeed. He is a remarkable figure with extraordinary demeanor. Mr. Li, we are kin. Please attend to me first. Hey. You cannot cut in line. I arrived the earliest and should be the first to be seen. Who can vouch for your early arrival? Who? Old Zhang. He can attest to it. Old Zhang, please clarify. Did this man arrive first? Remember, I was the one who promoted you back then. You shameless person. Shameless or not, I simply must be seen first. I am in great discomfort. As tensions rise once more, the atmosphere threatens to erupt into chaos. Everyone, please refrain from arguing. We don't want to provide an amusing spectacle. Old Zhang bellowed, asserting his dominion. He needed to exhibit the demeanor of a landlord to command respect from these individuals. All right, let us be quiet. Each elder lowered their heads, resembling chastised schoolchildren. Jessica, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle. Dear gentlemen, you are quite adorable. In truth, she was profoundly astonished. Many of these elders were renowned figures she had seen on television, distinguished by their high status. Yet, at this moment, they appeared no different from the elderly man next door. This could only signify one thing. It was a very private gathering, and they did not regard Liemo as an outsider. This young lady is remarkably beautiful, nearly rivaling my granddaughter. A match made in heaven. One elder exclaimed, My dear, you are truly fortunate. One after another, the elders began to flatter Jessica. Oh dear, do not praise me too much, or I may become conceited. Jessica, suppressing her astonishment, endeavored to remain composed. She could not afford to bring shame to Liemo. All right, let us proceed inside. Liemo has traveled a long way and has yet to sip a drop of water. Old Zhang interjected, furrowing his brow. All right, let us go in. An elder turned to step inside, but was halted by another. Do you not understand decorum? You are the esteemed guest today. Indeed, old Wu, you are being rather inconsiderate. You shall be the last to see him, another elder added. Old Wu, upon realizing his mistake, felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he lost his privilege for a moment of impulsiveness? In the courtyard, Liemo sat surrounded by a circle of eager elders. He placed the medical kit on the table. Who will be first? I will. An elder swiftly declared, taking a seat opposite Liemo, provoking a chorus of complaints from the others. Old Leong, that is rather unfair. You are taking advantage of your military agility to cut in line. Indeed, how infuriating. Liemo gestured for old Leong to extend his hand, resting 2 fingers on his pulse. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, questioning, and examination. However, at Liemo's level, mere observation could reveal much. Yet, adhering to a responsible approach, he felt compelled to follow the most meticulous procedures, for even the slightest error could lead to significant consequences. Have you sustained injuries on the battlefield? Yes, indeed. A shell exploded nearby, and I survived with some shrapnel still lodged within. You must have shrapnel in your head as well. You are quite perceptive. The shrapnel in my head has been troublesome for years, causing incessant headaches. Is there any remedy? Old Leong gazed at Liemo with hope. Old Leong, after all these years, you should temper your expectations. The surrounding individuals exchanged sympathetic glances, given old Liang's status. He could have sought treatment at the finest hospitals and consulted the best doctors. The fact that he had not managed to remove the shrapnel after all this time suggested that it was likely an unattainable goal. Sigh. Old Leong exhaled. I understand it is improbable, yet I cannot help but ponder. My apologies, sir. I have perhaps overthought this. He braced himself for acceptance of his fate. You have not overthought. Limo's words enveloped the surroundings in a profound silence. Did the gentleman imply that the fragments of the bullet lodged in old Liang's mind could still be extracted? Did he possess knowledge of surgical procedures? The elderly onlookers gazed at Liemo in astonishment. While I am not well versed in surgery, I possess a method to diminish its complexities, thereby facilitating a craniotomy to retrieve the bullet fragments. A thought germinated in Limo's mind. One must attempt to ascertain its feasibility. Extending his hand, Liemo placed it gently atop old Liang's head, and soon, a subtle warmth coursed through him. Old Liang's body trembled, disbelief etched upon his face. This was nothing short of miraculous. Close your eyes, center your thoughts, and do not fret. Liemo also shut his eyes, striving to eliminate all external distractions in order to scrutinize with utmost diligence. I beg your pardon, sir. Old Leong obediently closed his eyes, making every effort not to disturb Limeau's focus. Minutes passed, and Liemo withdrew his hand from old Liang's head, having discerned the location of the bullet fragment through the warmth. The reason for its inability to be extracted, as the hospital had suggested, was the intricate structure of surrounding nerves, which posed significant risks. Ah, indeed. You are remarkable, sir. You can discern without instruments. Old Leong nodded vigorously. The revelation that Liemo could identify his ailment merely by touch ignited a flicker of hope within him. Sir, is there still a chance? Not only old Leong but the other elderly individuals regarded Liemo with eager anticipation. They were acutely aware of the hardships old Leong had endured over the years and fervently hoped for the removal of the bullet fragment from his mind, liberating him from his persistent headaches. Liemo, if it is within your capacity, please assist in extracting it for old Leong. Old Zhang implored earnestly. Old Leong had rendered great service to the nation. He ought not to suffer such torment. Liemo pondered. At present, there exists an opportunity, and it is quite promising. However, I require the cooperation of an individual proficient in surgery. His plan involved relocating the bullet fragment to a less perilous area using the warmth, then allowing a surgeon to perform the craniotomy to extract it. While this scheme might appear fantastical, the warmth rendered it conceivable. Wonderful. That is truly splendid. You are indeed a miraculous healer. The air buzzed with excitement. If old Liang's ailment held a chance for resolution, the prospects for their own afflictions seemed even more hopeful. Old Leong, there are inherent risks involved. You must decide whether to proceed with my proposed treatment. Liemo regarded old Leong earnestly, recognizing the importance of clarity. Ha. I trust you, sir. Old Leong smiled faintly, his demeanor now composed. Having faced perilous situations on the battlefield, he had refrained from undergoing neurosurgery not out of fear, but because no one had dared to undertake the procedure. Had there been anyone willing, he would not have had to wait until now. Liemo, proceed without hesitation. Should any misfortune arise, no one will hold you accountable. I, old Zhang, will vouch for you. Old Zhang patted his chest with determination. Even the most esteemed doctors in the world make mistakes annually. The human body structure is inherently complex, and no one can guarantee absolute outcomes. Chapter 77. Old Zhang's Reluctant Request. There is no need for such solemnity. In truth, the chances of success are quite favorable. Observing the group of elderly individuals so gravely, Liemo couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, I hope I haven't caused any amusement, esteemed sir. The more confident Liemo appeared, the more cheerful old Leong became. Old Zhang, please arrange for a tranquil space for me. Over the next few days, I shall need to prepare thoroughly. If old Leong has no pressing matters, I would prefer him to remain by my side. Liemo instructed earnestly. This place will suffice. It is quiet and secure. As for finding a surgeon, that should not pose a challenge. Old Zhang contemplated. The National Hospital boasts many capable doctors, as long as Liemo can minimize the surgical difficulty. Numerous individuals can rise to the occasion. Old Leong, for the upcoming days, you must exercise restraint with your speech and maintain a light diet. We aim to conduct the surgery within a week, Liemo directed, glancing at old Leong. All right. I share a similar physique with old Zhang, and I'm too lazy to have anyone bring me clothes. I'll just move in. Old Leong clenched his fists, visibly excited. You, old Leong. Consuming my resources and wearing my clothes. How ungrateful. Haha. Old Zhang laughed, genuinely pleased for old Leong. Next came the second and third patients, whose issues proved significantly less complicated than old Liang's, at least in comparison to Liemo. The reason these individuals waited here today was that their ailments could not be resolved elsewhere. You have contracted a cold toxin within your body. I shall administer a few acupuncture needles, and you will be well. An elderly man obediently laid down on the bed. One by one, silver needles were inserted, while Liemo gently twisted them, infusing warmth. Gradually, the elderly man felt the chilling sensation within him dissipate. So marvelous. The old man's eyes widened in astonishment. Silence, please. Refrain from speaking. Old Leong eagerly assisted Liemo in maintaining order, displaying great enthusiasm. The reprimanded elderly man dared not retort and obediently closed his mouth. After a brief period, the treatment concluded. I shall prepare some small pills for you. Within 3 months, your cough will vanish. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The elderly man was overwhelmed with gratitude, unsure of how to express his appreciation. He wished to give Liemo some money but felt it too mundane and resolved to find an opportunity to repay him later. Though he had stepped back from his primary role, his influence remained significant, making it easy for him to express his gratitude adequately. My turn now. I suffer from gastrointestinal discomfort. I've taken numerous medications, yet no improvement. Once Liemo had seen off the elderly individuals, darkness enveloped the surroundings. He began to feel fatigued, sensing a slight depletion of the warmth within him. Liemo, you've worked tirelessly, old Zhang remarked, touched. The ailments afflicting these individuals were challenging to treat, yet Liemo maintained his patience throughout. It's nothing. Any assistance I can provide is worthwhile. Liemo indicated that he was fine. Jessica brought over a towel. Here, wipe your face. She noticed that Liemo was soaked several times and felt a twinge of sympathy. Thank you. Liemo nodded with a smile. This woman had accompanied him for an entire day without a single complaint. Haha, dinner is ready. Let us eat first. All right. Thank you for your trouble. The portions on the table were small yet exquisite and plentiful. I didn't prepare much. Let us make do. Old Zhang cheerfully guided the two to sit down. Quite good. Liemo was indeed hungry and picked up his chopsticks to begin eating. Haha. Seeing Liemo devour the food as if starved, Jessica couldn't help but laugh. Youth is wonderful, such a hearty appetite. Old Zhang's bowl contained only a small portion of rice. At his age, his appetite was not as robust. Once I find a remedy, I assure you, you'll be able to eat 2 bowls every meal. Liemo, not lifting his head, found the dishes quite delectable. That would be splendid. To be honest, eating less leaves me lacking in energy for my tasks. In just a few bites, old Zhang finished his rice and went for a large bowl. Jessica laughed upon witnessing this. You haven't even taken your medicine, and your appetite is already resolved? I have faith in Liemo's abilities. The fewer the words, the greater the information conveyed. Liemo had repeatedly demonstrated his impeccable treatment skills, proving himself to be of a divine physician caliber. I'm full. The sensation of satiety brought Liemo satisfaction. I apologize. I'm just accustomed to cooking a little less, fearing waste. Old Zhang glanced at the empty rice cooker, feeling slightly embarrassed. Having lived through a special era, he instinctively practiced frugality. Each time he cooked, he always preferred to err on the side of less rather than more. It's fine. I'm already satisfied. Liemo even let out a contented burp. After the meal, Liemo and old Zhang enjoyed tea in the courtyard. Speak. What was the reason for summoning me this time? Treating the old fellows was merely an appetizer. Old Zhang surely had more pressing matters to discuss. No rush. We can talk tomorrow. You've worked all day and must be tired. Now, please, or I won't sleep well. All right. Old Zhang took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Recently, some unusual forces have been active in the country. There are plans to establish a special department to address potential dangers. Unusual forces? Liemo's curiosity was piqued. Yes, such as ninjas from Japan, biochemically enhanced individuals, and so forth. Of course, neither ninjas nor enhanced beings possess the abilities depicted in movies, but they are still considerably stronger than ordinary people. In a direct confrontation, a ninja or an enhanced individual could easily defeat the elite soldiers in a unit. Easily defeat the elite soldiers in a unit, Liemo echoed thoughtfully. This world indeed harbored many matters inaccessible to ordinary individuals. During his time as a mercenary abroad, he occasionally encountered ninjas and enhanced beings. Ninjas undergo rigorous training from a young age, adhering to strict standards across various domains, enduring years of relentless practice that ultimately sifts out the vast majority, resulting in the emergence of a qualified ninja. They are products of obsession, possessing abilities in specific areas that far surpass those of ordinary individuals. However, due to the harshness of their training and the life investment required, the average lifespan of a ninja is merely around 40 years. Conversely, the so-called bio-enhanced individuals are merely those who have long been subjected to drug injections. In terms of hard metrics, such as strength and speed, these individuals far exceed ninjas. Yet, when it comes to skill, ninjas possess a significant advantage over their bio-enhanced counterparts. If ninjas are characterized by agility and finesse, bio-enhanced individuals are often clumsy and brutish. Furthermore, many bio-enhanced individuals suffer from various degrees of psychological issues due to drug overdose. Some exhibit a penchant for violence, while others, despite their imposing physiques, have an affinity for wearing women's clothing, which may lead one to deem them as aberrant. Nonetheless, ninjas are not in a much better predicament. Having undergone inhumane training from childhood, their emotional development is typically incomplete. They remain fixated solely on executing commands, utterly oblivious to the notion of enjoyment. The influx of numerous ninjas and bio-enhanced individuals into China would indeed pose a considerable dilemma, as the existing institutions would find it challenging to manage these individuals. Most of them enter China under legitimate identities, and to avoid disputes, we cannot take action against them until they commit offenses. This necessitates the establishment of a specialized agency to monitor these individuals and ensure the security of vital personnel and regions. Old Zhang furrowed his brow. He was on the verge of retirement, yet he was compelled to oversee this department. Everything had to start from scratch. Even the elite soldiers could not directly assume positions without undergoing stringent training. Contemplating these matters, Old Zhang felt a headache coming on. Why was this being brought to me? What relevance does it have for me? Liemo replied nonchalantly. Old Zhang felt awkward, not believing that Liemo was unaware of his intent. He was one of the few in China who understood Liemo's capabilities. Medicine was merely one of his skills, not the entirety. I have a rather inconvenient request, Old Zhang stated. Apologies, but I have no interest, Liemo responded, his tone seemingly resolute, although he did not rise to leave. Old Zhang remained undeterred. Well acquainted with Liemo's temperament, this individual was more amenable to gentle persuasion than harsh demands. Consider it a favor for an old man, would you? Look at my age, still entangled in this mess. Can you bear to turn me down? Bear to? We aren't close. In fact, I have some connections with the Su family. Su Lingling refers to me as her distant uncle, Old Zhang added earnestly. Really? Liemo expressed genuine surprise, having never heard Su Lingling mention it. Well, it's a distant relation. We aren't particularly close. She probably doesn't even know. Old Zhang chuckled awkwardly. Liemo gave the old man a dismissive glance. Such relations were trivial at best. If one were to trace back tens of thousands of years, they would all share a common ancestor. Actually, without a license, you cannot practice medicine. Yet, who has ever pursued that issue? It was I who intervened on your behalf, Old Zhang remarked. Old Zhang chuckled softly. Are you implying that I should be grateful to you? He replied with a hint of amusement. Well, that's unnecessary. Moreover, upon your return from the battlefield, are you aware that such actions are also prohibited here in Huaxia? If things go awry, you might find yourself learning the intricacies of sewing. Upon hearing this, Liemo extended his hands, gesturing for Old Zhang to handcuff him. Haha, that was not my intention at all. Old Zhang quickly waved his hands in denial. What a joke. If I were to truly imprison Liemo, it wouldn't even take until tomorrow. By midnight, there would be a crowd gathered at my doorstep, as there are countless individuals eager for Liemo's healing. All right then, tell me what exactly you need me to do. Let me make it clear, I won't take on any excessively strenuous tasks, and I absolutely refuse to clock in for work. In truth, since returning from the battlefield, Liemo often found himself feeling bored, always yearning to engage in some form of activity. Rest assured, I will not overexert you. My proposal is to grant you the title of Chief Instructor, overseeing training. This position essentially places you just below me, with countless privileges. Even if one day you were to breach the law, Only with my consent could the relevant authorities take action against you. As long as it isn't treason, there shouldn't be any major issues. Such an impressive arrangement? Limo's interest was piqued. The privileges were secondary. Primarily, he found the prospect amusing. What about the salary? A monthly salary of approximately 100,000. With excellent benefits. As long as it pertains to your duties, expenses can be reimbursed. You may conduct your own review of this. This effectively opened a door for Limo. If he were a less discerning individual, he could easily have his daily expenses covered. However, old Zhang understood Limo's nature well. He would never exploit public resources. After all, if Limo desired, he could acquire substantial wealth at any time. Hadn't the Tycoon from Hong Kong just gifted him a villa worth nearly 2 billion? This actually sounds quite appealing. By this point, Limo was leaning towards joining the organization. On one hand, it would grant him a semblance of official status, albeit not publicly acknowledged, but it would serve as a protective talisman. In the future, should any second-generation troublemakers provoke him, he would be capable of handling it without involving the police. If old Zhang were to grasp that Limo harbored such thoughts, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. So, does this mean you agree? Old Zhang managed to suppress his excitement. He had felt a twinge of anxiety before speaking, fearing that Limo might decline. Although the new institution could still be established, its effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish without Limo's involvement. Reluctantly, I suppose I have agreed. However, I must insist that when I choose to leave, you must not impede my departure, nor impose confidentiality constraints upon me. Certain matters must be clarified in advance. Absolutely no problem, old Zhang exclaimed, excitedly gesturing a thumbs up. As long as Limo consented, everything else would be negotiable. As for any potential withdrawal, it was hardly necessary. Limo could simply choose not to fulfill his responsibilities, and old Zhang would be powerless to act against him. May I boldly inquire? What is the name of this organization? Ah, the Mysterious Organization. What? The name is simply the Mysterious Organization. What do you think? Isn't it quite enigmatic? It was my granddaughter who chose it, though I certainly didn't disclose to her that I would be using it in this context. Old Zhang's face radiated pride. He too has family, yet due to the peculiar nature of his work, he has lived alone for many years, only reuniting with them during the festive seasons. The Mysterious Organization, quite fitting. A smile involuntarily crept upon Limo's lips. If word of this were to get out, it would indeed be amusing, a name so trivial for such a significant institution. I am also curious about another matter. Go ahead. The smile on Zhang's face was infectious. Between me, the chief instructor, and Director Su, who holds the greater authority? Limo posed the question out of sheer curiosity, not with the intent of comparison. Old Zhang hesitated for a moment before chuckling. Local officials cannot be compared to those in the capital. Not only is Su Wu above, but even provincial leaders can be regulated when necessary. Limo was taken aback by this revelation. Isn't our mysterious organization primarily tasked with dealing with ninjas and bioengineered individuals? As per Limo's understanding, there existed dedicated departments for overseeing provincial officials. Have you ever heard the saying? Old Zhang teased, leaving a suspenseful pause. What saying? The capable bear more responsibilities. Dealing with ninjas and bioengineered beings is indeed our primary mission, yet it is not our sole one. We can also engage in counter-espionage and even anti-corruption efforts. Without needing to report to local authorities, we communicate directly with the higher echelons. Of course, refrain from bothering them with trivial matters, as their time is precious. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The higher-ups have high expectations for our mysterious organization, which is precisely why old Zhang is tasked with overseeing this department. My goodness, this is quite serious. Limo was taken aback by the authority held by this mysterious organization. To put it plainly, if there were to be any malefactors within the department, the consequences would undoubtedly be severe. Rest assured, each member is meticulously selected. Beyond capability, patriotism, and unwavering resolve are also critical factors. Naturally, as long as the overarching direction aligns, we are open to unconventional talent. Should you encounter suitable candidates in the future, you may recommend them. Upon review, they could join our ranks, old Zhang stated earnestly. The mysterious organization has just been established and can be described as having immense potential, yet needing to overcome numerous challenges. Substantial funding is already in place, yet there is a pressing need for personnel. Very well, I shall remain vigilant, Limo replied with newfound seriousness. In the face of national matters, frivolity has no place. Though he may seem indifferent to national issues at times, deep down, he is a patriotic youth. As descendants of the Yin and Huang, everyone has an obligation to contribute to the nation's development. Minor mistakes may be overlooked, but one cannot err in matters of great significance. Having decided to honor old Zhang's request, he would certainly fulfill it to the best of his ability. Simultaneously, Liemo felt a flicker of excitement. As he honed his skills in the five-animal play, he increasingly sensed a lack of opportunity to wield his talents. With such abilities at his disposal, how could he possibly resort to underground fighting? That would not align with the righteous path, nor with the spirit of the five-animal play. Joining a mysterious organization offers the opportunity to engage in meaningful endeavors, to showcase one's capabilities, and to earn a respected identity, along with a protective talisman. What could be more appealing? Chapter 79. The Beautiful Doctor. Do you practice magic? Subsequently, Liemo engaged in extensive discussions with old Zhang about the intricacies of the mysterious organization, conversing until the midnight hour, reluctant to part ways. Both held numerous thoughts regarding the organization's development. The initial stages are always the most challenging, and there remains much to accomplish. Upon returning to his quarters, Liemo discovered Jessica, clad in her night attire, leaning against the headboard engrossed in a book. His attention was instantly captivated. "Why are you still awake at this late hour?" he inquired, naturally taking a seat beside her, extending his hand. "If you don't return, how can I sleep? This is my first time in such a place. To be honest, I feel a bit anxious. Isn't this place rather pleasant? The environment is quite nice. Indeed, it is tranquil, but did you not notice? The guards are armed," Jessica replied, instinctively drawing her neck in. "Just a few more days, and we shall move out." Liemo reassured her. He needed to stay here for approximately a week to assist old Leong in removing the bullet fragments lodged in his head. "All right," Jessica nodded. "Now, let me give you a massage to help you relax." As Liemo's hands ventured further, Jessica's breath quickened. "Go take a shower first," she urged weakly, pushing Liemo away. "Will you help me wash?" he replied in a playful tone. "What kind of place is this? Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid of what? I'm not coercing any virtuous woman. It's mutual consent. Who could object? Once a man becomes aroused, it is indeed difficult to halt." "Very well then. Just be gentle," Jessica murmured softly. The night passed in silence. The following day, Liemo continued his treatment for old Leong. He needed to manipulate the bullet fragments within Leong's head using a flow of heat, a process that required utmost caution and could not be rushed. Any misstep could lead to severe consequences for Leong's brain, ranging from dementia to a vegetative state, or even life-threatening conditions. "Should you feel any discomfort, inform me immediately," Liemo instructed gravely. "It feels quite pleasant, no discomfort at all," Leong responded. As the warmth enveloped his head, a smile involuntarily spread across his lips, a sensation of profound joy and pleasure, akin to a soulful massage. Given that it was their first session, Liemo exercised great caution, taking his time. By the conclusion of the treatment, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had emerged from a pool. "Mr. Li, I am deeply grateful for your efforts," old Leong expressed, moved by the experience. In truth, Liemo could have opted not to treat himself, and none would have batted an eye. Yet, he remained resolute in his desire for recovery, demonstrating a compassion that far exceeded that of the average person. "It's nothing. A brief rest will suffice." As the practice of the five-animal exercises progressed, the recovery speed of the vital energy surged to several times faster than before. After half an hour, a substantial portion of the expended energy had been replenished. This pace left Liemo quite satisfied. "Here, have some water," old Leong said, holding a glass and waiting patiently by his side. "Thank you," Liemo replied with a faint smile. One's gratitude can often be discerned through the smallest details. Old Leong, of esteemed status, had personally poured water for him, which Liemo appreciated greatly. At that moment, a guard entered to report, "Mr. Li, Dr. Murong from the National Hospital has arrived to discuss the surgical plan with you." "Very well, please let her in." Earlier, Liemo had already received Dr. Murong Xian's credentials, the youngest and most accomplished surgeon in Huaxia, a distinguished graduate who had furthered her studies abroad. From the photograph, her beauty was striking, though her demeanor appeared somewhat aloof. As the sound of high heels approached, a gentle fragrance wafted into the room. "Who is Liemo?" The voice was rather brusque. "That would be me," Liemo responded, scrutinizing Murong Xian. She was a quintessential Eastern woman, with delicate lips, a pronounced nose, and eyes that sparkled with unspoken allure. Old Leong, burdened by the fragments lodged in his head for so many years, was already intertwined with the muscle, blood vessels, and nerves. Did she truly wish to hasten his demise with surgery? Without regard for old Liang's presence, Murongxian launched into a barrage of criticism. Let us not argue, shall we? Let us discuss this amicably, old Liang interjected, feeling quite embarrassed in that moment. Have you reviewed the plan I proposed? Liamo, though not angered, felt a twinge of irritation. Is there truly a need to? Murongxian barely glanced at him. If you haven't looked, how can you claim it won't work? Limo's temper began to rise. Murongxian possessed some skill, yet her temperament overshadowed her talents. Are you a surgeon? She pressed, her inquiry probing. I am not. Liamo retorted bluntly. Taking a deep breath, Murongxian continued. If you are not a surgeon, what qualifies you to propose a plan? She felt the world had turned upside down, with anyone seemingly able to offer guidance on such a profoundly specialized field as medicine. Was it not clearly stated in the notification? It was to instruct him to cooperate with her, not to question her. Murongxian felt deflated. She had lodged a complaint with her superiors, only to receive the response, cooperate with Liamo in the surgery. She had intended to rally some colleagues to join her in protest, but upon learning that the treatment plan originated from Liamo, they all found various excuses to avoid involvement. Murongxian had heard of Liamo's remarkable abilities, yet she believed the tales were exaggerated. She only trusted what she had witnessed with her own eyes. All the wonders attributed to Liamo were merely tales passed down by others. As with all rumors, they bore the potential for embellishment. Moreover, Liamo, not yet 30 years of age, could hardly have achieved such remarkable feats, even if he had begun his studies in traditional Chinese medicine from the womb. What? Is there nothing more to say? Liamo was relentless in his reasoning. If I am not mistaken, your menstrual cycle has been quite irregular of late, a matter easily discerned by any physician. Murongxian attempted to halt Liamo's discourse. Not only is your cycle out of order, but your excessive manual exertion has also inflicted some harm upon your body. Though you strive to restore balance, alas, your efforts have yet to yield the desired results. As Liamo spoke, he shook his head disapprovingly. Murongxian's complexion shifted dramatically, her mouth opening several times. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Excuse me, I urgently need to relieve myself. Old Leong wisely opted for a hasty retreat, deeming these matters unsuitable for an elder's ears. Let me be clear, Old Liang's condition does not permit the surgical extraction of the bullet fragment. Murongxian resolved to engage Liamo in a more professional dialogue. I am well aware that the current positioning of the fragment renders surgery impossible. Liamo's demeanor softened. A man need not quibble with a beautiful woman. Can you reposition the fragment? If it could be relocated to a safer site, surgery would indeed be feasible. Yet such a feat would require something akin to magic. Chapter 80. I have triumphed. Please share the link to the toy. Yes, I intend to have that fragment shifted. Liamo recognized that his actions might appear bewildering to the average person, and explaining them would not be straightforward. Although Murongxian was among the most promising surgical doctors in Huaxia, she remained an ordinary individual. After a brief pause, she remarked, You haven't escaped from a mental institution, have you? Implicitly suggesting that Liamo seemed rather untrustworthy and not quite sane. Liamo, unfazed, displayed a playful smile. He appraised Murongxian and, before she could erupt, cheerfully proposed, How about we place a bet? A bet on what? If I can reposition the bullet fragment within old Liang's head to a relatively safe surgical site, I win, and you must grant me one request. If I fail, or if any complications arise during the treatment, I lose, and I shall fulfill one of your requests. My request is quite simple. Henceforth, do not meddle in the affairs of the National Hospital. Murongxian perceived little chance of Liamo's success. Thus she was inclined to accept the wager. That is acceptable. My request is straightforward as well. Where do you procure the little toys you typically use? If you lose, share the link with me and provide your experiences so I can recommend them to my girlfriend. Liamo wore a mischievous grin. You rogue. Murongxian felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Was sharing a mere link truly so challenging? Liamo continued to provoke her, confident that she would acquiesce. Observing Murongxian's flustered state, Liamo felt a sense of satisfaction within. On the surface, she resembled an iceberg, yet unbeknownst to many, she secretly engaged in such activities that sent shivers of excitement down one's spine. Of course, every human being possesses desires. There is nothing inherently wrong with that. Very well. I acquiesce to your request. Morong Xian began to grit her teeth. Excellent. A gentleman's word is his bond. A rather informal betting agreement thus came into existence. In the following days, Morong Xian took residence in the courtyard, intent on witnessing firsthand how Li Mo conducted his preliminary work. Naturally, her primary objective was to supervise him. Setting aside the identity of Elder Leong, even as an ordinary individual, one cannot be so reckless. If it cannot be done, it simply cannot be done. One must not disregard the lives of patients. To insist on a possibility when it is not feasible is not the conduct of a person with medical ethics. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. In pursuit of victory in the wager, Li Mo dedicated himself earnestly. Whether or not the fragments had successfully shifted positions could be determined with a sweep of the hospital's machinery. On this day, at a mysterious hospital in Kyoto, a multitude gathered before the chamber. Any medical student could easily identify several luminaries of the medical world among the crowd. Most of them were prominent figures from national hospitals. If one were not affiliated with a national hospital or connected to it, they would not find themselves in attendance. This hospital was not open to the public. The patients were predominantly individuals of esteemed standing. Why are they not here yet? It's already 9 o'clock. Ha. Old son, I've never seen you this anxious. Humph. Old Huang, are you not anxious as well? Just because you don't voice it, does that mean everyone is oblivious? Indeed, you are like a worm in my belly, knowing my every thought. Old Huang, I hear you've been quite close with a female student from the medical school lately. Are you planning to embark on a second spring? If you have any secrets, please share. I too wish to experience manhood once more. Old son, what a peculiar tone. We are in a relationship of free love. Yes, free love, until her parents come knocking, then you can say the same. Old son chuckled. Old Huang, undeterred, replied, I know you are merely envious of my beautiful girlfriend. Indeed, I am envious, exceedingly so. Aren't you concerned about your own lifespan shortening by 10 years? Oh, wait, you probably have less than 10 years left. Old son, are we to fight? If you have the courage, then act, do not merely speak. The esteemed president of the Kyoto Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, always resorting to violence in conversation. Is that not rather shallow? Old son, shorter in stature, had never favored physical altercations. And you, the vice president of Kyoto Medical University, dare to publicly disclose others' privacy? Such a lack of integrity. Old Huang retorted. Their quarrel raged on, and not a soul dared to interject. The verbal prowess of the two was formidable, and crucially, both held esteemed positions in the medical community. Just then, a commotion was finally heard from the corridor. Li Mo and Morong Xian surrounded old Leong as they approached. Today, Morong Xian donned a white lab coat. Her long hair elegantly swept up, exuding an air of sophistication. Upon first glance, Li Mo couldn't help but recall certain cinematic moments. Greetings, old Leong. This is my esteemed nephew, Li Mo, truly a handsome young man. Does he have a girlfriend? My granddaughter may not yet have graduated high school, but we could arrange a meeting in advance. And look, Morong's niece is here as well. Today is quite lively. Old Leong, feeling the weight of anxiety, merely nodded in acknowledgement to the crowd. If the examination results aligned with Li Mo's assertions that the shrapnel had shifted favorably, he would soon be ushered into the operating room, where the most exceptional young surgeon of the Huaxia generation, Morong Shui, would perform the craniotomy to extract the shrapnel. Of course, there loomed the possibility of unfavorable outcomes. Nevertheless, old Leong held faith in Li Mo were it anyone else. He would never agree to such an outlandish treatment plan. Those who had experienced Li Mo's miraculous abilities understood his extraordinary nature. Morong Xian, with a tense expression, refrained from engaging with the others, feeling as though she were partaking in a farcical endeavor with Li Mo. The notion that the shrapnel in old Liang's head had repositioned felt surreal, as if she were ensnared in a science fiction narrative. The treatment plan was fantastical, and even the figures involved seemed to inhabit a realm of fiction. Were it not for the constraints binding her, she would have long since abandoned this endeavor. Li Mo, in contrast, maintained a more relaxed demeanor. The past few days had unfolded smoothly. Had it not been for the wager with Morong Xian, he would have already announced the favorable outcome. Greetings, everyone. You flatter me. It is you who are the titans of the medical community. Li Mo's affability stood in stark contrast to Morong Xian's aloofness. Though both were eminent figures among the younger generation of Huaxia's medical field, Morong Xian's social demeanor fell somewhat short in comparison. However, unbeknownst to them, Morong Xian despite her cool exterior, did not harbor any disrespect towards her seniors. The wager was the source of the turmoil. As Liemo engaged in cordial exchanges with everyone, Morong Xian guided old Liang into the examination room. Gradually, the surroundings quieted, all eyes eagerly anticipating the results. Inside the room, Morong Xian operated the machine, initiating the scan. The images of old Liang's brain began to materialize on the computer screen. As the location of the original shrapnel appeared, Morong Xian instinctively leaned forward, her heart racing. Chapter 81. The surgery is a success. There, contrary to all expectations, was no sign of the so-called shrapnel. Impossible. Had the shrapnel truly vanished? It was conceivable. The human anatomy is exceedingly intricate. Moreover, given the passage of time, it was not beyond reason that the shrapnel could have been dissolved by blood over the years. Such occurrences were not without precedent. As the complete brain scan emerged, Morong Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly forgetting to breathe. The shrapnel had not dissolved. It remained the same size as before, merely shifted 1 centimeter to the side, now situated in a region with less dense neural pathways. This region perfectly meets the criteria for surgical extraction. Morong Xian found herself at a loss for words to describe her current emotions. This was truly happening. How had Liemo achieved this? Had he foreseen the displacement of the shrapnel and deliberately claimed the credit for himself? Were there any prior examination records? She demanded the most recent ones. Morong Xian sought to eliminate all possibilities. There existed a record from 10 days prior. The staff swiftly retrieved the examination images of Elder Liang from 10 days ago, and she immediately began her comparison. Heavens! Morong Xian gasped, her entire being frozen in disbelief. There had been no displacement 10 days ago, yet today, the shrapnel had indeed shifted. Incredible. Utterly astonishing. A tidal wave of emotions surged within her. She racked her brain, recalling every piece of medical knowledge she had acquired, yet none could elucidate the current phenomenon. Not even in theory had anyone proposed such an occurrence. This could only affirm that Li Mo's methods transcended the boundaries of conventional medicine. All her previous misconceptions about him evaporated, leaving only profound admiration. Throughout her life, she had held the utmost respect for those skilled in the medical arts, and Liemo epitomized that standard. As long as someone possessed exceptional medical prowess, she could cast aside any prejudices. Even someone as notorious as Elder Huang was regarded as an esteemed elder in her eyes. Print the results and present them to the experts outside, she instructed, striving to calm her racing heart. The images were printed, not just a single one. As the eminent figures in the medical community anxiously awaited, the protective door of the room slowly opened. The results were in. What had they revealed? No pushing, no pushing. Are you buying groceries? The crowd was reminded to remain calm, as numerous copies had been printed for everyone. The staff distributed the scanned images to the illustrious medical figures like one would hand out supermarket coupons. At this moment, Sun Leaguai and Elder Huang ceased their banter, donning reading glasses with the help of their assistants to scrutinize the images. The displacement really occurred. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Young Master Li is a hero in his youth, exclaimed one. Wow, after living for so long, I have never admired anyone as I do Liemo. He is remarkable. A distinguished figure in the medical field unhesitatingly gave Liemo a thumbs up. Marvelous. Inexplicable. This is superhuman. The air was filled with gasps of astonishment. No. It was merely a stroke of luck. I did nothing significant. It was mainly Elder Liang's good fortune. Liemo smiled modestly. Meanwhile, Morong Xian was fixated on him, her beautiful eyes sparkling, lost in thought. Liemo grinned and moved closer, having inhaled the fragrance emanating from Morong Xian. He was astonished to find that the woman exhibited no signs of anger. He intensified his actions, inhaling deeply, his nose nearly brushing against Morong Xian's delicate earlobe. Remarkably, her countenance revealed no trace of indignation. Liemo, intrigued, ceased his playful antics, recognizing that moderation is essential. Excess diminishes beauty. Miss Morong, do you recall our wager? A mischievous grin adorned Liemo's face, one that would make his past as a petty rogue entirely credible. How did you achieve this? Morong Xian's tone was devoid of emotional fluctuation, akin to that of a beautiful automaton. Well, fulfill the wager, and then accompany me on another date. And I shall reveal the secret. Liemo admitted the audacity of his request, particularly given Morong Xian's awareness of his association with Jessica. He had not anticipated her agreement. Proposing further demands merely to tease her, especially since she had previously treated him with disdain. So, all I need to do is agree to the date for you to divulge your secret? Of course. Liam could scarcely contain his excitement. Merely to share how it was accomplished, that is a minor matter. Very well, I accept your terms. Please arrange it promptly. Murong Xian declared before elegantly retreating into the operating room. Observing her departing figure, Liam was momentarily taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, he finally muttered, "They say that geniuses often possess peculiarities. This holds true." Unbeknownst to him, he too harbored certain idiosyncrasies, such as being captivated by beautiful women. However, this could perhaps be attributed to the aftereffects of the five-animal play, and he was not to bear the blame. Elder Leong was wheeled into the operating room. Although the relocation of the shrapnel had considerably reduced the surgical complexity, the prolonged presence of the fragment still posed certain risks. Nevertheless, with Murong Xian's expertise, the likelihood of danger was significantly mitigated. After more than 4 hours, the door to the operating room swung open, revealing a weary Murong Xian, her mask still in place. "Thank you all for your patience. The surgery was successful." Upon finishing her statement, Murong Xian swayed slightly, on the verge of collapsing. Quick as a flash, Liam caught her. Just as he stood there, uncertain of how to proceed, Elder Huang made a series of urgent gestures. "Dr. Murong has exhausted herself with the intensity of the surgery. Li Xianji, please escort Dr. Murong to the lounge for some rest. No one else is to approach." Huh. Liam was momentarily taken aback. While it was understandable for him to accompany Murong Xian to the lounge, the prohibition against others drew his bewilderment. Truly, Elder Huang was as irreverent as ever. When Murong Xian gradually regained consciousness, she felt a warm breath upon her face. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find Li Mo's lips mere inches away. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. "I'm merely checking if you were awake." Liam replied with a smile, displaying no semblance of guilt. I need to check on Elder Liang's condition." Murong Xian nearly fled in her haste. She had been carried in by Liam. Although she was in a state of unconsciousness, she retained some memories. Upon emerging, Liam discovered a multitude of individuals clad in military uniforms congregated at the entrance of Elder Liang's hospital room, each bearing a significant rank. "You must be Dr. Liam, correct?" A colonel approached Liam briskly, bearing a resemblance to Elder Leong. "Indeed. Thank you for saving my father." The colonel grasped Liam's hand firmly, unwilling to release it. Chapter 82. Flirting with the beautiful doctor. The true gratitude should be directed towards Dr. Murong. It was her surgical expertise that saved him. Liam had never been one to seek glory for himself. Upon hearing this, Murong Xian cast a surprised glance in his direction, her eyes wide with contemplation. "Haha, I understand. We should express gratitude to everyone involved." The colonel was already aware of the circumstances and knew precisely who deserved the most thanks. Elder Leong should be fine now. I will prepare some herbal remedies for him, rendering Western medicine unnecessary. While Western medicine treats, traditional Chinese medicine excels in recovery. All right. Thank you. The colonel's expression grew more animated. He was privy to certain insider knowledge and had unwavering faith in Liam's medical skills. One of his former superiors, who had suffered from ailments for a lifetime, had taken a few of Liam's prescriptions and experienced immediate relief. Each time the elder saw him, he would extol Liam's virtues, declaring him a living miracle worker, despite having previously loathed exaggerations. The colonel leaned closer to Liam and whispered, "If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it does not contravene regulations, I will facilitate it." He then winked at Liam. "Thank you." Liam smiled. "Regardless of whether I may need it in the future, I appreciate your offer. A favor from a colonel is not to be taken lightly, especially considering his youth and promising future." Murong Xian spent the entire day at the hospital, ensuring that Elder Liang's various indicators were normal before preparing to return home. Despite feeling fatigued, her spirit was elevated. The surgery had been extraordinarily successful, and her name would soon be frequently mentioned. Although much of the credit belonged to Liam, he was not one to seek recognition. Thus, she found herself in a fortunate position. As she unlocked her BMW, a man's voice resonated. "Dr. Murong, are you planning to escape?" Murong Xian paused, turned, and defiantly replied, "Who is trying to escape? Your entire family is the one trying to flee. Then why did you come down so quickly?" Liam asked with a teasing smile. "I'm tired and want to go home to rest. Is that so wrong?" Murong Xian's eyes flashed with irritation. "Of course not. It just so happens that I'm tired too. Let us rest together. Liemo declared as he opened the car door and slid into the passenger seat. What do you think you are doing? Morong Xian leaned against the door frame, glaring at Liemo coldly. Going to your house. Liemo replied innocently. To my house? What for? Morong Xian was on the verge of madness. This fellow. Of course. He was looking at toys. What else could he do? I'm just here to make a purchase, she thought. Liemo playfully winked. Morong Xian sat in the car after a few moments of dazed silence and started the engine. Ah, good. Creak. The car came to a sudden halt. After several minutes, it roared back to life. The community was not large, yet it offered a tranquil escape amidst the hustle and bustle. The environment was quite pleasant. This place is nice. I could come here often, Liemo remarked. Coming is fine, just don't disturb me. Morong Xian wished she could kick Liemo out of the car. This guy had his eyes wandering, making it difficult for her to focus on driving. But I only know you in this neighborhood. Liemo pouted with a sense of grievance. Humph. Morong Xian resolved to remain silent. By not engaging with this fellow, she would spare herself from irritation. Upon entering the elevator and arriving at her doorstep, Morong Xian blocked Liemo's way. I need to go in and tidy up first. No worries, Liemo replied. But by the time he spoke, Morong Xian had already opened the door and slipped inside like an eel. Liemo couldn't help but touch his face. Do I really look that terrifying? After a good 15 minutes, Morong Xian finally reopened the door. Come in. Her expression had softened a bit, suggesting she had steeled herself mentally. Liemo couldn't contain his impatience and hurried inside. As Morong Xian had opened the door too narrowly, they inevitably brushed against each other, causing a brief moment of awkwardness. Liemo noticed Morong Xian stiffen for a moment, and a smile crept onto his lips. The interior was simply furnished, with medical books prominently displayed. You're quite diligent. Liemo felt a twinge of admiration. It seemed Morong Xian wasn't a natural genius, but had worked hard for her achievements. What would you like to drink? It's customary to offer hospitality, even to someone annoying. Water, please. All right. Morong Xian picked up a cup and filled it at the faucet. Here you go. She resembled a sulking little girl. Great. Liemo took the cup and gulped it down eagerly. Morong Xian's pupils widened, and a pang of guilt struck her. Was she being a bit too harsh? Just then, as Morong Xian wrestled with her inner conflict, Liemo smiled faintly, walked to the sink, and spat the water back out. Morong Xian's eyes widened. She had clearly seen Liemo swallow it. Curious, are we? Liemo wore a mischievous grin, reveling in his prank. Do I want to know? Morong Xian was resolute in her defiance. I want to see the toys. Liemo cut straight to the point. Lost it. Morong Xian had already devised a plan to act stubbornly. After all, Liemo wouldn't dare confront her. Shall I find them myself? Finding it is simple. If something is broken, compensation will suffice. Morong Xian remains unfazed, as the toys are cleverly hidden and Liemo is unlikely to discover them. Moreover, she has concealed them in a scattered manner. Excellent. Liemo, not one for idle chatter, promptly commences his endeavor. He possesses a unique method for locating items. After several minutes, an array of 6 or 7 assorted toys, along with some garments designed to incite fervor in men, are laid out upon the table. Liemo reclines on the sofa, crossing his legs leisurely. Who would have guessed that Dr. Morong indulges in such playful pursuits? His mind cannot help but conjure images of Morong Xian engaging with the toys, stirring his senses. I merely acquired them for research. They have never been utilized. Perfect. Casting a glance at Morong Xian, he picks up one of the toys and inhales its scent. With ease, he detects a distinct aroma. After practicing the 5 animal frolics, his sense of smell surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Witnessing his actions, Morong Xian's cheeks flush with embarrassment as she turns to tidy up in the kitchen. Are you preparing a meal for me? Will I have the pleasure of tasting Dr. Morong's culinary skills? An annoying voice echoes from behind, causing Morong Xian to stiffen momentarily. Just sit in the living room. While speaking, she refrains from turning around, offering Liemo only a lovely silhouette. Morong Xian, adorned in an apron, presents a different kind of allure. Very well. Liemo has no desire to pressure her unduly. He will savor the meal prepared by the beautiful doctor and then gradually discuss links and experiences. Chapter 83. Taking the beauty to the haunted house. 3 dishes: braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and pork rib soup. If it's not to your liking, feel free to eat casually. Morong Xian still wears a stern expression. No worries. The sight is delectable, and as long as it is a touch more palatable than poison, I find it delightful. Liemo gingerly picks up a piece of braised pork, hesitating momentarily before placing it in his mouth and savoring it slowly. Morong Xian raises her head, observing intently. What is the matter? Is it unappetizing? In truth, she takes her cooking seriously, as this marks the first time guests have graced her home. It's delicious, truly commendable. Though it may not rival that of a top chef, it is certainly not far from it. Morong Xian breathes a sigh of relief, her expression softening. If you enjoy it, please eat more. As a child, she adored braised pork and has diligently experimented with it, finally achieving some success. Whoever marries you will undoubtedly be exceedingly fortunate. Liemo gazes at Morong Xian's delicate visage. Morong Xian responds with mild indignation. I'm afraid I have no intentions of marrying. This reflects her genuine feelings. Her passion for medicine far outweighs her interest in men. That works perfectly. I, too, seek a woman uninterested in marriage. A smile spreads across Liemo's face as he finds joy in teasing Morong Xian. She merely shoots him a glance, returning her focus to her meal, silent thereafter. Allow me to take charge. After dinner, Liemo willingly took on the burden of washing the dishes. It felt rather inappropriate to arrive empty-handed at someone else's home, so washing a dish was only fitting. Morong Xian did not refuse. She returned to her room and closed the door, leaving no sound behind. Liemo waited for quite a while, but the woman did not emerge. Unable to restrain himself, he approached and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. After a considerable time, Morong Xian finally opened the door, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Is there something you need? Have you forgotten about me? Liemo felt a twinge of irritation. I haven't forgotten. You already know where the front door is. I thought you would come out on your own. A desire to strike her crossed his mind, but considering she was a woman, he refrained. What link? She asked. The link for the toys. Liemo fixed his gaze on Morong Xian's eyes, convinced she hadn't forgotten, but was merely pretending to be oblivious. Is it appropriate to bully a woman like this? A hint of vulnerability flickered in Morong Xian's eyes, yet it did not sway Liemo. It's inappropriate for others, but fitting for you. What began as a jest now had transformed into a matter of significance. Fine, I'll give it to you. Realizing she could not evade him, Morong Xian had no choice but to concede. She felt her face flush. It was one thing to play secretly, but to have someone else know and pursue the link was mortifying. She was at a loss for how to face Liemo in the future. Receiving a link on her phone, Liemo opened it, and indeed, it was what he desired. He smirked slightly. Just one? I need the others as well. Liemo pressed on. One isn't enough? Morong Xian felt the warmth of her breath. No, you said all the toys. Did I? Morong Xian felt her mind swirl, unable to recall the details of their previous conversation. You did. All right. She bit her lower lip, feeling exceedingly embarrassed. A minute later, Liemo received several links as he wished. Thank you, beautiful doctor. A grin spread across his face. You may leave. All right. Having achieved his goal, Liemo had no intention of lingering. He genuinely wanted to buy some toys for himself, believing Jessica would enjoy them too. Just as Liemo was about to step out, Morong Xian had a sudden thought. Wait, I want to ask about the projectile in old Liang's mind. How did you displace it? Curious, are we? Liemo swiftly turned around, his smile widening. I am. Morong Xian nodded vigorously. She knew she wouldn't sleep well tonight unless she figured it out. Did I not say that if you go on a date with me, I'd tell you? Liemo's smile began to border on uncontrollable. Aren't you worried your girlfriend will find out? Morong Xian bit her lower lip tightly. Knowing the answer and being bullied by this man, she chose the former. Not afraid. You are so cruel. Morong Xian was acutely aware that Liemo was the so-called scoundrel, yet gazing upon his handsome visage, she found herself unable to summon anger, to the point that even she was taken aback. Thank you for the compliment. Liemo bore an expression as if he were impervious to the heat of boiling water. Morong Xian conceded defeat entirely. With half a day left, let us go on a date right now? So eager? Liemo was slightly taken aback, as he had yet to decide where to go. Although it was a faux date, it could not be trivialized. If today passed without incident, Morong Xian might not deign to acknowledge him again. How about we watch a movie? Morong Xian surprisingly took the initiative. A film lasting an hour or two would swiftly pass the day, allowing him to feel he had fulfilled his task. How boring it is to watch movies. Let us visit a haunted house instead. At the entrance of the haunted house. Liemo, are we truly going inside? Morong Xian appeared exceedingly frightened. Are you not a doctor? Aren't you afraid of such things? I fear not the dead, but the living. Morong Xian shrank her neck. Can it be so? Liemo initially thought he had miscalculated, as Murong Xian, being a doctor, should not be afraid of such things. Yet, unexpectedly, she was indeed fearful. Can we leave? Murong Xian looked pitiful. We cannot. Liemo wore a mischievous grin. An hour later, the two emerged from the haunted house, with Murong Xian utterly unable to stand. Hanging limply on Liemo, her complexion was ashen, devoid of color. Liemo felt a twinge of guilt. My apologies. I should not have brought you to such a place. It's fine. Murong Xian took a deep breath, regaining her composure. Now you can tell me how you accomplished it, how you displaced the bullet fragments in old Liang's head. The reason she followed Liemo into this mischief was to satisfy this curiosity. Give me your hand. What for? Murong Xian wore a wary expression. Hand it over. Liemo, growing impatient, seized Murong Xian's hand. Amidst her startled cry, a surge of warmth coursed through her body. This Murong Xian's eyes widened. She felt as though her understanding of reality was being upended. The warmth within her was utterly beyond scientific explanation. Liemo withdrew the warmth. I employed this very force to displace the bullet fragments within old Liang's body. Where did this come from? Murong Xian felt her mind struggling to comprehend. Do you wish to know? Liemo gazed at her with a smile. Yes, although she knew Liemo harbored ulterior motives. Murong Xian could not help but nod in agreement. One question had been answered, yet a larger mystery loomed. She sensed that Liemo was about to take full advantage of her. Chapter 84. The second generation in flight. Do you wish to be my girlfriend? Murong Xian stared at Liemo in astonishment, taken aback that he would dare to make such a request. This won't do. Let's choose another. I insist on this one. Rest assured, I seek only a title, and I shall not compel you to engage in anything that displeases you. Additionally, it would be limited to my time here in Kyoto, which, I must confess, will not be long. Liemo coaxed her gently. That is still unacceptable. Murong Xian hesitated briefly, but ultimately shook her head in refusal. If you agree, not only can I reveal the source of the heat flow to you, but I could also enable you to generate it within your own body. This would greatly enhance your ability to heal others and yourself. Liemo had already assessed Murong Xian's unique physique, which was exceptionally suited for practicing the five-animal play. It was the first time he had encountered someone so compatible, albeit she was still not as adept as he. Have you ever been a Taoist? Murong Xian fixed her large eyes intently on Liemo. She had heard some rumors about Taoists secluded in the deep mountains, possessing genuine skills, yet rarely did one have the opportunity to witness their abilities. Given the strange heat flow within Liemo, she began to suspect a connection to Taoist practices. I'm not a Taoist. But the knowledge I possess was imparted to me by one, Liemo replied with a smile. Is that so? Murong Xian lowered her gaze, deep in thought, evidently grappling with an internal struggle. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Very well, I accept your terms. Murong Xian, known for her decisiveness, understood clearly that to gain something, one must be willing to pay a price. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Splendid. In the next instant, Liemo grasped Murong Xian's hand. The woman stiffened, her face flushed. But, must it be like this? Her voice was soft, laced with earnest pleading. Rather than releasing her, Liemo tightened his grip. Deep down, you are not entirely resistant, are you? You crave the presence of a man. Liemo's words stirred a tumult of emotions within Murong Xian. His warm hand rendered her weak. Please, no more. Murong Xian ceased her struggle, allowing Liemo to hold her hand. At that moment, an angry voice interjected from the side. Release Dr. Murong, you scoundrel. Then, a fist flew towards Liemo's face. How impulsive. The situation arose suddenly, but Liemo reacted swiftly, catching the young man's wrist with ease and applying gentle pressure. Ow, that hurts. Why are you so strong? Now, Liemo took a moment to assess the young man before him. He was well-dressed, not in top-tier luxury brands, but the materials were refined, unmistakably indicating a background of privilege. Liemo, let him go. I know this person. Murong Xian tugged at Liemo's arm. You know him? Liemo pondered for a moment and realized the truth. If he were not acquainted with this individual, such anger would not be displayed. And he did not appear to be foolish. Indeed, Liang Lao's junior was named Liang Changming. Murong Xian smiled wryly. The suddenly emerging youth, Liang Changming, was one of the more esteemed juniors of the Liang family and also one of her admirers. Liemo nodded. Initially, he had no intention of relinquishing the matter so swiftly. He wished to teach the young man a lesson. However, out of respect for the elder Liang, he decided to relent. Brother, are you not being a tad impulsive? Li Mo's face bore an expression of discontent. Release Dr. Morong's hand. What kind of man bullies a lady in such a manner? Having suffered a setback, Liang Changming refrained from further aggression towards Li Mo and began to scrutinize him closely. To his surprise, he found that this man was far more handsome than himself, which dealt a blow to Liang Changming's self-esteem. He had always held absolute confidence in his appearance. Without such confidence, he would not have dared to pursue Morong Xian, who was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital and a doctor, adorned with the allure of her profession. Countless men aspired to win her heart, many of whom felt inadequate and too timid to even dream of it, amounting to no less than thousands. Morong Xian was indeed stunning, captivating every man who laid eyes upon her. Why should I let go? She is my girlfriend. What is wrong with holding hands? A smirk danced upon Li Mo's lips as he discerned Liang Changming's affections for Morong Xian. Your girlfriend? Liang Changming's mouth fell agape, his face a canvas of disbelief. Did you not say you would never seek a boyfriend in this lifetime? A hint of mist clouded Liang Changming's eyes. This is my affair. Morong Xian lowered her gaze, aware that her relationship with Li Mo was transactional, a matter too complex to elucidate to outsiders. What family do you belong to, brother? Liang Changming instinctively presumed that Li Mo hailed from a notable family, for only such signs were deemed worthy of Morong Xian. I am not from any family. I regret disappointing you, Li Mo replied, shaking his head slowly. Upon hearing this, Liang Changming turned to Morong Xian, clearly seeking her confirmation. In truth, he was not of any family. He alone was worth an entire lineage. Previously, Morong Xian had thought Li Mo was merely a man of empty reputation, until she witnessed his extraordinary skills. She came to understand the immense weight he carried in the eyes of the capital's elite. Li Mo possessed the ability to save and prolong many lives, and for that reason, many influential figures treated him with utmost respect. Her assertion that Li Mo equaled a whole family was no exaggeration. Brother, allow me to introduce myself. I am Liang Changming. Liang Changming's curiosity about Li Mo intensified. Li Mo, as long as the other party was of sound mind, Li Mo did not mind engaging in a brief exchange. After all, one should not judge a monk by his appearance, but rather by the Buddha he represents. Li Mo. Liang Changming suddenly took 2 steps back. Incredulity etched across his features. You are the one who cured my uncle's illness? Indeed, Li Mo acknowledged with a serene nod. Liang Changming's expression suddenly became quite vivid. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a few words. I am deeply sorry. He then bowed deeply. He had just offended Li Mo, and if his family were to find out, they would surely not spare him. Li Mo had saved Old Master Liang and was a benefactor to the Liang family. Old Master Liang had already made it clear that anyone who wronged Li Mo would be expelled from the Liang household. Old Madame Liang understood the significance of Li Mo to their family. After all, who could escape the inevitabilities of life? And while hospitals may fail to cure certain ailments, Li Mo could heal them. Ah, it's nothing, Li Mo thought, quite taken aback by the turn of events. I shall not disturb you any longer. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Liang Changming bowed once more and wiped the virtual sweat from his brow as he departed. He could only hope that Li Mo would be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against him. If Li Mo were to say anything in front of Old Master Liang, his days in the Liang family would become unbearable. Quite impressive. Morong Xian suddenly chuckled. In the past, whenever she encountered Liang Changming, it had always been a source of great annoyance, as he was like a persistent shadow, unyielding and tenacious. However, upon learning Li Mo's name today, Liang Changming had fled in disarray. Perhaps having Li Mo as a faux boyfriend was not such a bad idea after all.